autonomy, solidarity, and possibility. The worlds of Colin Ward's anarchism. Context and concerns. Talking about anarchism, life and politics. Culture, place, and housing. Design, architecture, and creativity. Work, leisure, play and education. Thinking through a pragmatist anarchy, anarchy in action. Engagements. The value and impact of Ward's work. Futures. Section 1, Life, Politics, and Journalism. 1. Talking Anarchy, Colin Ward in conversation with David Goodway. 2. The State. 3. Allied military government. 4. Political use of relief. 5. Contrary to our interests. 6. The unwritten handbook. 7. People and ideas takes a last look round at the 50s. 8. Adventure playground. A parable of anarchy. 9. Fringe benefits. Colin Ward repraises the Titmus book that gave new meaning to the expression blood bank. 10. Anarchism as a theory of organization. Section 2, Culture, Place, and Housing. 1. Plotlands, the unauthorized version. 2. The People Act, the post-war squatters movement. 3. The Do-It-Yourself Newtown. 4. Fiction, non-fiction, and reference. Those Newtown blues. Class and status. 5. Self-help in urban renewal. 6. Fringe benefits, squatters in rural Norfolk have a message. 7. The land is whose. 8. Self-help and mutual aid, the stolen vocabulary. 9. High-density life. Section 3, Design, Architecture, and Creativity. 1. The future of the design professions. About professionalization. About bureaucratization. The narcissism of design. 2. Fringe benefits, Colin Ward is amazed at getting out of the labyrinth. 3. Alternatives in architecture. 4. Walter Siegel community architect. Hard times and a happy accident. The Siegel legacy. 5. Preface to John F.C. Turner's Housing by People. 6. Chartres, the making of a miracle. 7. How the child sees the city. 8. Antiquarians, explorers, neophiliacs. 9. The anarchist house. Section 4, Work, Leisure, Education, and Play. 1. The factory we never had. 2. In the sandbox of the city. 3. Pioneer camps. The pioneer camps. The real pioneers. Children in camp. Camps for the workers. Pen pushers at play. Camps on the rates. Camps for the nation. Happy campers. 4. Images of childhood in old postcards. Big days and festivals. 5. Whose environment? 6. The anarchists and schools. 7. Towards a poor school. 8. Fringe benefits, Colin Ward is alarmed as the City of London spreads over Spitalfields. Section 5, Influences and Alternatives. 1. Anarchy and a Plausible Future. 2. Martin Buber. 3. The Welfare Road We Failed to Take. Bibliography. 4. Green Cities. 5. Anarchist Sociology of Federalism. The Background. Proudhon. Bakunin. Kropotkin. Patrick Geddes. Today. References and sources. 6. Deadsville Revisited. 7. An Anarchist Approach to Urban Planning. 8. A Peopled Landscape. Land Values. The Great Exodus. Rural Housing. Our Plotland Heritage. A very different kind of rural society. Preface and Acknowledgements. Colin Ward, who died in February 2010 at the age of 85, was Britain's most persistent and articulate defender of the libertarian left in the second half of the 20th century. For over 6 decades, this gentle anarchist bucked conventional wisdom by arguing that those who wish to see the emergence of a more compassionate, humane society need to think beyond the dogma of centralist state planning and the free market. As a man of the left, Ward insisted progressives and radicals should not cede to conservatism the ideas of self-reliance and autonomy, mutual aid or enterprise. As an environmentalist, Ward recommended that we should put aside the cult of wild nature to develop an environmentalism that values working landscapes and the built environment. As a writer, journalist, and social critic, he counseled against being enthralled to experts and maintained that we can learn much from the day-to-day creativity of ordinary people. Drawing inspiration from a neglected tradition of libertarian, decentralist, regionalist and anarchist thinkers, the starting premise of Ward's writings is that we are first and foremost creative and resourceful beings, and that given the right circumstances we are fully capable of organizing our own affairs in humane, cooperative ways. Such a bold position might strike some as startling, perhaps curious, romantic or simply naive. Yet Ward responds to such critics by suggesting that the curious mixture of cynicism, hopelessness, and misanthropy that passes for a refined intelligence has itself long been a poor guide to organizing human affairs. Across some 30 books and hundreds of articles, Ward counters cynicism about the possibility of developing social institutions that maximize solidarity and autonomy by bringing to light a range of self-organized and self-managed social practices in housing, work, and leisure, urban policy, architecture and design. His work explores community gardens, allotments and credit unions, housing cooperatives and participatory design, self-built dwellings, and multiple other grassroots ventures organized around mutual aid and communal support. Such writings argue that we should attend seriously to the history and politics of such activities because they can facilitate autonomy, build new solidarities, and, like seeds beneath the snow, open new possibilities for living differently. Autonomy, solidarity, possibility provides a wide-ranging overview of Colin Ward's 6 decades of writings. For the first time in one volume, it brings together a selection of Ward's journalism, seminal essays, extracts from his most important books, as well as examples of his final writings. The hope is that this collection will trigger interest amongst the uninitiated and remind older readers of the richness of his practical thoughts and writings. Minimally from this, some will be left suitably provoked and annoyed. Others, though, may well head off on their own, and more hopefully with others, to plot their own engagements with his work, and perhaps explore further the traditions and practice of self-organization he describes and defends. This anthology is the product of many years of work, and it has concurrently incurred many debts along the way. The editors would firstly like to thank the late Colin Ward and his wife Harriet Ward, Charles Weiss, and David Goodway for all their help in envisaging this project. Colin and Harriet Ward helped to develop this project in its early stages. They gave their time on numerous occasions to answer requests for interviews, and they helped trace difficult-to-find articles. It was a pleasure to engage with Colin, and as Harriet has let us know, Colin's checking of the introduction to this anthology for accuracy was his last engagement with writing. David Goodway's help in developing this project from start to finish was invaluable. Ken Werpole, Peter Hall, and David Crouch also swiftly responded to queries. Virtually all of Colin's original writings were produced on a typewriter, and most predate the rise of word processing. As such, assembling this anthology took many hours of transcribing and typing Colin's prose into word processing formats. The British Library reading rooms, the library staff at James Madison University, Anglia Ruskin University, and the Rhode Island School of Design proved invaluable in locating materials and in copying and scanning of texts and microfiche. At a more general level, the writing and editing of books invariably draw support from a much broader circle of intellectual, academic and personal support systems. As such, Chris would like to thank all those who had to put up with him when holidays beckoned and libraries took over. It seems to go with the terrain that this was work, but a lot was learned from Dennis Hardy and David Crouch at various times. We might not have always agreed, but then that is the way of conversations, and respect is due. Thanks also to Martin Spall and Rick Hansen for diffuse conversations on and around this work. Damien would like to thank Andrew Lainton and Gideon Kossoff for introducing him to the work of Colin Ward many years ago. He would like to acknowledge helpful conversations he has had over the years with Jeff Robinson, Alan Carter, Neil Curry, Eamon Nolan, Mike Small, Alan Rudy, Liam Buckley, Carol Ann Friedman, John Ott, Sarah Warren, Joe Rumbo, Fletcher Linder, Joe Spear, Mark Collins, and Jennifer Kaufman. He would like to thank the multiple student cohorts that have moved through his seminars in the sociology of design and cities, urbanization, nature at the Rhode Island School of Design and new colleagues there, notably Ann Tate, Charlie Cannon, David Bogan, Chris Rose, and Marcus Berger for helping him think more clearly about the relations between society and design. He would additionally like to thank and acknowledge the sustenance and support of Sarah Friel, Finbar, Cormac, and Xavier White, Mary and Mark White. Introduction. Autonomy, Solidarity, and Possibility. The Worlds of Colin Ward's Anarchism. Chris Wilbert and Damian F. White. There are good reasons to feel that the writings of Colin Ward have made a significant, if still underappreciated, contribution to post-1945 culture, intellectual life, and politics in Britain and further afield. As a co-editor of the newspaper Freedom through the 1950s, the editor of the influential monthly periodical Anarchy through the 1960s, a columnist for Town and Country Planning, New Society, and the New Statesman and Society from the late 1970s to the mid-1990s, and the author of some 30 books, Ward's writings persistently champion the politics of self-organization and radical democratic self-management. Across these numerous books and articles, Ward's writings have variously explored the social histories of allotments and community gardens, squatting, housing cooperatives, and the holiday camp for workers and families. He has recovered the histories of mutual aid and self-help that run through the labor movement and many other community and cooperative movements. Assorted books reflect deeply on the tensions that exist between architecture, design, democracy, and human creativity. Award-winning works also emphasize the rights of children to play and experiment in the city and stress the virtues of a form of environmental education that attends to the design, histories, uses, and politics of the built environment. Such agendas might seem disparate, but what is striking about this body of work is the connecting threads. Ward's writings draw bottom-up cultures of self-organization into a dialogue with the thinking of Peter Kropotkin and Martin Buber, Ebenezer Howard, and Patrick Geddes, and many more. In doing so, his work not only constitutes a sustained attempt to write multiple histories of popular sovereignty, but is a bold attempt to envisage alternative futures. If there is a core theme running through Ward's writings, it is the suggestion that we often succumb to pessimistic, passive views of human beings' capacities, not simply because such cynicism suits the interests of the powerful, but because we read the present and the past in a partial and limited fashion. While most conventional history is preoccupied with the rise and consolidation of authoritarian institutions from above, Ward maintains there is a much more interesting tale that can be told from below of the rise of autonomous and fraternal institutions. This is an often hidden history of men and women relatively free of officials, managers, experts, and employers, practically and intelligently resolving their own problems through acts of social creativity, bottom-up institution building, and voluntary collective action. Ward suggests that when this past is obscured, the multiple examples of mutual aid, solidarity, and voluntary collective action that are constantly going on in the present are obscured. Running through all of his writings is the sense that these examples of the day-to-day inventiveness of ordinary people suggest that doing things differently is a possibility always lingering in social life, no matter how unpromising the political terrain might feel. If doing things differently to get somewhere more liberatory is a guiding thread in Ward's work, the central locus of his writings has been the day-to-day spaces and places of life and living. Long before environmentalism was a mass social movement, Ward argued for a politics of the environment. But what will be clear in the pages ahead is that this is not an environmentalism that constantly problematizes human action for its impact on an abstract, static, external entity called nature. Rather, Ward's understanding of society and nature is much more dynamic, historical, and specific. It is concerned with the everyday environments we inhabit, co-create and constantly transform, and the everyday politics of life that potentially make these spaces vital sites of creativity and social transformation. Maurice Blanchot has argued that everyday life is a deeply spatial realm, but the everyday most often goes unnoticed because we are ensconced within it. By exploring and drawing attention to different social practices, we can see the everyday again in different ways, and this opens up new possibilities. Such an observation resonates with Ward's project. Ward's writings maintain that the politics of the spaces and places we live within our shared environments cannot be adequately read from the vantage point of governments, from guiding analyses of Marx's Capital or simple dogmas about the functioning of the free market. On the contrary, he documents a politics made and remade by people who are often twisting new uses out of periodic gaps, margins, and spaces, whether these are creative possibilities that emerge from financially unproductive land and housing or falling land prices, cultural shifts or changes in sensibilities that allow new possibilities for living. His writings demonstrate how some of these innovations disappear, others survive, but the challenge remains to find them, encourage people to articulate, expand, and connect them. It is this that lies at the root of Colin Ward's political philosophy, anarchism. To be sure, his commitment to anarchism is deeply rooted in Kropotkin, Godwin, and Goodman, and based on a firm libertarian distrust of state institutions, party vanguards, bureaucrats and managers. What makes these writings refreshing to read, though, is that they are uncluttered by bombast or theoretical jargon. Indeed, they are marked by a certain realism and humility. Starting from Malatesta's premise that we are, in any case, only one of the forces acting in society, and that is likely to be the case in any foreseeable future, Ward maintains that the human condition is characterized by irreducible social and political pluralism. To deny this, or seek to eradicate such plurality, Ward believes, would be profoundly un-anarchist. The case for anti-authoritarian politics has to be argued for. As such, Ward argues that anarchists should not only engage respectfully with non-anarchists, but that coalitions reflecting a wide range of different opinions have to be built for an anti-authoritarian politics to move forward. Indeed, Ward's reflections on his influences nicely capture his own ethics of writing and politics. He notes, "My influences sought as wide an audience as possible. They did not all write particularly well, but they did address the reader as a serious person to be debated with, not as an ignoramus to be bullied or hectored. Still less did they pander to or flatter the prejudices or superstitions of their prospective readership. My influences founded no parties. None of them started wars nor took part in governments. None of them inspired people to hate each other." What follows from this is that Ward's form of social criticism is less concerned with providing a head-on critique of the stupid brutality of the state that obsessed so many of the classical anarchist thinkers of the 19th century. Rather, his writings attempt to win reasonable people round to recognizing the positive benefits of self-organizing social practices, self-managing solutions and anti-authoritarian politics. Through this, he seeks to undermine the self-evident virtues of statist, technocratic, centralist and coercive solutions to specific social problems. His work additionally seeks to demonstrate that what the state and informed opinion deem social problems may not always converge with what people in their everyday lives see as social problems. Context and concerns. As the extracts that make up this anthology will demonstrate, Ward's writings are clearly situated, historically and geographically, in the curve of British history that begins with the enormous transformations of the post-World War II era, of decolonialization and the disintegration of empire, social and economic rebuilding, and the triumph of the post-war Labour government and Fabian social democracy. His writings move through Butt-Skellyism, Butlins, and the Beatles, the cultural experimentation of the 1960s and the political turbulence of the 1970s through to the rise of Thatcherism. They conclude in the era of post-Thatcherism's partial consolidation and transformation under New Labour. Many of these writings are preoccupied with the new lords of the post-war era of technocracy and social engineering, the rise of the professional expert and the institutionalization of experience. Ward is by no means dismissive of expert knowledges. All his writings draw heavily from his own experience as a draftsman and an educator, and from his own deep engagement with the disciplines of sociology, anthropology and psychology, geography, art history and poetry, philosophy and literature. Nevertheless, These writings do rail against a generalized technocratic domination that is presented as a deep-seated feature of modern social life. The architect who, in his belief that he knows best, derides local knowledge and, along with the urban planner and politician, benignly replaces pre-war slums with post-war rationally designed new slums, or the faith of the social engineering professionals that bigger and better schools, or bigger and better units of housing, or more expert and intensive social work will modify the culture of poverty. His writings make a persistent claim that the voices, creativity, expertise, and agency of the marginalized and the ignored, most obviously rural and urban working class men and women, but also the unemployed and underemployed, squatters, travelers, and most strikingly working class children in the city and the countryside should be heard and listened to. Perhaps his most celebrated work, The Child in the City, warns of and describes a city that forecloses freedom for children due to motor cars, parental anxiety, poverty, or petty authoritarianism. Such a set of arrangements, he maintains, can simply ensure that self-confidence and purposeful self-respect drain away from children as they grow up, because there is no way which makes sense to them, of becoming involved, except in a predatory way, in their own city. In terms of solutions, Ward's work is interesting in that it is committed to a vision of anarchism that is both pragmatic and potentially multiple. Again, it is very different to dominant conceptions of the anarchist tradition that associate it either with chaos or a revolutionary romanticism. Long before the critique of grand narratives and totalising theory was mounted by the likes of Lyotard and Foucault, Ward argued that radical politics was all but useless if conceptualized simply as an endpoint that has to be built by an act of purgation by fire. In contrast, Ward's writings present anarchism as a constant subjective desire that appears in social life characterized by creative forms of self-organization and expression, a libertarian current that, following Kropotkin, he sees as always in competition with the forces of authoritarianism, bureaucracy, and state power. As he argues, the choice between libertarian and authoritarian solutions is not a once-and-for-all cataclysmic struggle, it is a series of running engagements, most of them never concluded, which occur, and have occurred, throughout history. This leads Ward to argue for a central aspiration, to search for anarchist solutions to social problems in the here and now. As he says, one of the tasks of the anarchist propagandist is to propagate solutions to contemporary issues which, however dependent they are on the existing social and economic structures, are anarchist solutions, the kind of approaches that would be made if we were living in the kind of society we envisage. We are much more likely to win support for our point of view, in other words, if we put anarchist answers in the here and now, than if we declared that there are no answers until the ultimate answer, a social revolution which continually disappears over the horizon. The problem with the view that there can be no solutions to people's problems until the social revolution that will change everything, is that they solve no problems for me or anyone else. Here, Ward has a more nuanced account of driving forces within society and change than many might associate with anarchism, overlapping with some of the other writers and theorists of the everyday and politics in the 20th century, such as Gramsci or Lefebvre. To be sure, Ward's body of work is heavily in debt to a range of influences that he constantly acknowledges and seeks to promote, from the writings of Peter Kropotkin, Ebenezer Howard, and Patrick Geddes to Paul Goodman, Alexander Herzen, Gustav Landauer, Martin Buber, Walter Siegel, Alex Comfort and Louis Mumford. Yet this group of anti-authoritarian, decentralist, and regionalist thinkers provide a seam of political thought that remains neglected and too poorly understood. Ward draws the insights of these thinkers and practitioners together in a unique fashion, building on them and often situating their more valuable insights within the context of the contemporary life he sees around him. In this anthology, we attempt to provide a flavor of this work. We begin this book, though, with a sketch of Ward's personal, political, and intellectual background, followed by an introduction to the 5 thematic sections of this anthology. Talking about anarchism, life and politics. Colin Ward was born in Wanstead, in the East London suburbs on the August 14, 1924, the son of Arnold Ward, an elementary school teacher, and Ruby West, a shorthand typist and housewife. While he was artistically orientated and politically curious, the formal education system failed to ignite his interests. He attended the prestigious Ilford County High School, in Barkingside, Ilford, but left at the age of 15. After a brief period working for the borough surveyor of Ilford Council, he drifted into architecture. For some 25 years following this, interrupted by a period of conscription in the British Army, he worked as an assistant architect in his day job and developed his interests in journalism, writing and editing in the evening, through his involvement with the anarchist movement. As an architect's assistant, Ward got his start in 1941 working on the drawing board for the architect Sidney Caulfield. Though drafted in 1942, he returned to architecture after the end of the war, working variously for the Architects Co-Partnership, Bridgewater, Shepherd, and Epstein, and finally Chamberlain, Powell, and Bone, where he became Director of Research in 1961. As a journalist, Ward began writing pieces for war commentary, for anarchism whilst in the British Army in 1943. He joined the editorial collective of the anarchist newspaper Freedom after the war, and initiated and became the editor of the influential monthly journal Anarchy in 1961. After a career shift from architecture to teaching, as head of liberal studies at Wandsworth Technical College, Ward returned to the worlds of architecture and planning by taking a post as the education officer of the Town and Country Planning Association. Here, he edited the Bulletin of Environmental Education and wrote a column for Town and Country Planning. In 1979, he resigned from the TCPA and moved with his wife, Harriet, to rural Suffolk to become a prolific full-time author, a columnist for the New Society and, later, the New Statesman and Society, and a contributor to innumerable magazines, journals, and newspapers from The Raven to Prospect magazine. Though, according to Harriet Ward, this rural life, existing on freelance writing, was not at all an easy life economically. In 2000, he was appointed the visiting centenary professor of social policy at the London School of Economics. He died at the age of 85 on February 11, 2010. As Ward tells David Goodway, in a rich, extended interview with which we begin this anthology reflecting on his early life, a range of influences can be identified. Ward's family clearly played an important role in introducing him to progressive politics. Arnold Ward was active in the Labour Party, and when he was scarcely 14, Colin heard the anarchist and feminist orator Emma Goldman speak at a May Day rally in Hyde Park in 1938. As Goodway has discovered, Ward's architecture mentor Sidney Caulfield also played an important role in his intellectual development. Caulfield had studied under the influential architect and critic W.R. Lethaby, John Loughborough Pearson, and other central figures of the arts and crafts movement, and Ward soaked up such influences. Caulfield left the young Ward with a lifelong interest in lettering and typography, and it was through these connections, alongside Ward's growing engagements with radical and bohemian currents around the London political scene of the 1940s, that ensured exposure to the work of William Morris and the arts and crafts movements, and authors such as Proust and Gide, Orwell and Trotsky, Lorca and Canetti, Mann and Brecht. As this interview demonstrates, though, it was his wartime experiences, and encounters with real anarchists in Glasgow and London, that proved formative of his politics and subsequent career. At the age of 18, Ward was conscripted into the Royal Engineers, where he was taught to build bridges and make explosions. Fortunately for him, he was posted to Glasgow and so avoided combat. Encounters with the grinding poverty of the city and contact with the Glaswegian anarchist movement was to prove decisively important to his development. Extracts in the first chapter of this reader outline Ward's first journalistic pieces, written for the publication War Commentary for Anarchism whilst still a young soldier. These are short propaganda pieces dealing with the politics of post-war reconstruction that have now mostly been forgotten, yet, they provide a flavor of the emerging politics of the young Colin Ward. In these articles he criticizes the disturbing willingness of the Allies to work with ex-fascists to put in place a capitalist elite to reorganize the economies of the liberated regions of Italy. These writings are additionally interesting because of the biographical role they played in contributing to Ward's redeployment from Glasgow to a maintenance unit in the Shetland and Orkney Islands, and for their role in strengthening Ward's links with the anarchist movement. In April 1945, the 4 editors of War Commentary were prosecuted for conspiring to cause disaffection in the military, and 3 were imprisoned for 9 months as a result. In 1947, after being demobilized from the army, Ward returned to London and found his political home amongst the anarchist intellectuals and bohemian radicals that clustered around Freedom Press. Situated in Whitechapel, Freedom Press was founded in 1886 by the group centered around Kropotkin. Ward found in its post-1945 regrouping a convivial political, intellectual, and personal space. As he documents both in his interview and in the 2 articles we excerpt in this section from his freedom writings, this was a Britain still defined by rationing and crudely authoritarian attitudes to free speech, sexual mores, and civil liberties, by anti-colonial wars in East Africa and Asia, and a series of increasingly dangerous proxy wars being fought by new nuclear-armed superpowers speaking the language of acceptable nuclear warfare. As part of Freedom's editorial collective from 1947 to I-960, and as the sole editor of the monthly journal Anarchy from 1961, Ward sought to rail against such currents and, in doing so, they played an important role in generating a wider renewal of interest in anarchist and broader left libertarian thought and action. Deeply influenced by Kropotkin, Freedom Press supported the emerging peace movement, but they also culturally anticipated, to a large degree, many countercultural concerns of the 1960s. Ward's Anarchy in particular won plaudits from an early point, being described by Colin as providing the liveliest social commentary in Britain. Ward sought to develop Anarchy as a journal that would avoid parochialism and sectarianism and be open to a broad range of voices and topics and oriented to the outside world rather than the in-group. As such, as well as publishing the work of critical figures in the British anarchist movement, such as Nicholas Walter, George Woodcock, Alex Comfort, and Geoffrey Ostergaard, the journal became the first British publisher of the writings of the American social ecologist Murray Bookchin on environmental issues and radical technology. Anarchy published some of Paul Goodman's seminal pieces on child psychology, and it provided an important forum for the dissemination of the new sociology of deviance developed by Jock Young, Stan Cohen, and Laurie Taylor. It also opened itself up to a broader range of contributions on culture and politics from sources as diverse as the author Alan Salito and jazz musician George Melly. We have drawn on extracts from Ward's writings in Anarchy and Freedom throughout this anthology. In this first section we focus on Ward's key theoretical statements of why he views anarchism and specifically the Kropotkin communitarian anarchist tradition as such a fruitful source of inspiration for thinking and practicing politically. In Extract 2, we provide a lengthy account of Ward's articulation of the anarchist critique of the state, managerialism, and bureaucracy. This passionate piece demonstrates that, for all his pragmatism, Ward is committed to the classic anarchist critique of the state. The piece begins by restating the prophetic critiques of the political limitations of political Marxism by classic anarchist thinkers such as Bakunin and Kropotkin. Long before the rise of state socialism, as Ward articulates, it was these anarchists who explicitly warned the socialist movement that Marxist state worship was all but inevitably going to generate an authoritarian political system. Ward goes on in this article to reflect on the insanity of a state system that has generated a stockpile of nuclear weapons equivalent to 10 tons of TNT for every person alive today. It is this bare fact, he argues, that makes it necessary to be involved in forms of politics that strengthen other loyalties, generate alternative foci of power, and develop different modes of human behavior. In the final extract of Section 1, Ward reflects on the extent to which anarchism as a theory of organization might provide some guidance for thinking about how we could generate richer forms of autonomy and solidarity. Culture, place, and housing. In the second section of this anthology, we present a selection of Ward's pieces on housing, place, and culture. His writings on housing reach back to the social and cultural history of housing and land use and move forwards to sustained and active attempts to influence contemporary housing policy practice. What is immediately striking about this body of writing is not simply the ongoing interest in documenting unofficial uses of land but the grounding of such writings in a commitment to the virtues of dweller control. What follows from this is that Ward's writings on housing do not play to the easy orthodoxies of left, right, or indeed much contemporary green thinking. Whilst Ward relentlessly critiqued the free market model of housing provision, he is equally a biting critic of various left-wing romances from state collectivization of land to the local council as landlord model of housing provision that dominated housing policy from 1945 until the 1980s in Britain and in many other Western European countries. His writings are also sharply critical of what he sees are class interests and biases that inform the thinking and practices of the countryside preservation lobby. We begin this section with two fascinating moments in British housing history that would have been widely forgotten if not for Ward's research in tandem with Dennis Hardy. In Plotlands, Ward draws on his longer work from 1984 with Hardy Arcadia for All, The Legacy of a Makeshift Landscape, to provide a succinct history of the explosion of self-built housing that spread across much of rural Britain not too far from major cities during the long agricultural depression that began in the mid-1870s. The agricultural depression saw a dramatic stagnation of land prices. Land for building became available from a variety of entrepreneurs who bought up cheap farmland at prices that even some urban working-class families could afford. Many took advantage of this and began to build a variety of structures that became known as plotlands. The spread of the plotlands, as Ward notes, were looked upon with horror by politicians of the left and right and the liberal intelligentsia as marking a vulgar desecration of the rural landscape by the wrong kind of people. Nevertheless, Ward argues that the plotlands not only provided a vital weekend, holiday, or retirement space of rural respite for many working-class city dwellers, but they generated built structures sometimes marked by real innovations. Struggles over the plotlands, as this extract reveals, also generated some interesting class dynamics. As he notes, at the end of the century we may smile at the way the shapers of policy took it for granted that they were entitled to a rural retreat, while wanting to deny on aesthetic grounds the same opportunity to people further down the hierarchy of chance and income. This kind of upper and middle class moralization of urban working class use of the countryside can also be found in wider leisure uses of the countryside in the early 20th century, as the geographer David Medlis has documented in his book Landscape and Englishness. As such, this social history of plotlands demonstrates to good effect how land use, class, ideas of an appropriate landscape and ideas of preservation can be bound up together in all kinds of complicated, troubling ways, but also ways full of potential. In The People Act, a series of reports that were first published in Freedom in 1946, Ward provides us with a vivid account of the post-war British squatters' movements. In these powerful pieces of journalism, Ward documents the explosion of direct action that unfolded across the UK in 1946, as returning servicemen either homeless or living in squalid conditions took over empty Air Force and Army bases, as well as empty houses and hotels across Britain to provide shelter for their families. The scale of this response to one of the worst housing crises in the post-war era, one that was not just the result of the destruction of housing through bombings, is remarkable. Ward notes how, by October 1946, 1,038 Army and Air Force camps in England and Wales had been occupied by 39,535 people. What is additionally remarkable is how little this incident is remembered today. Such stories like the histories of industrial disputes in wartime do not fit the dominant British narratives of the Second World War, with its emphasis on a nation united beyond class. In the DIY Newtown and Fiction, Non-Fiction, and Reference, we turn to consider a moment in urban history that many would seemingly prefer to forget: the new towns policy experiment in Britain. The development of new towns, such as Milton Keynes, Harlow, and Runcorn, is seen by many as a moment in post-war urban history that marks a high point of the confidence that urban planners and architects could significantly define urban futures for mass populations, and a low point in terms of many of the results. Whilst Ward is critical of the execution of these projects, perhaps surprising for some, he suggests that it is too often forgotten that the new town experiment provided many working-class people, who had been horrifically oppressed by the squalor and overcrowding of the inner city, with real opportunities for a better life. He also seeks to defend the idea of urban dispersal that informed the development of the new towns. In the DIY New Town, he goes on to advocate a new experimental urban form, arguing that a relaxing of building and planning regulations in certain spaces could make it possible for people to experiment with alternative ways of building and servicing houses. Self-Help in Urban Renewal provides some surprising views on gentrification. Both urban gentrification and squatting in certain contexts are presented as potential drivers of self-help in urban renewal. He notes a comparison of the bizarre prices that the rescued houses fetch today with the sorry state of the estate opposite is interesting in pondering the conclusion reached some time ago by Dr. Graham Lomas that in London more fit houses had been destroyed by public authorities than had been built since the war. The Inner City, 1975. Ward continues to explore the potentially productive role that squatters turned into members of housing cooperatives can play in generating urban renewal. In contrast to the public views of squatting, as Ward observes, the typical modern squatter often actually hopes for the security of a rent book. Our extract from Cotters and Squatters deepens our understanding of Ward's views on the disasters that have often resulted from state collectivization of land. In dispossessing the peasants of their right to farm common land, he argues that the state, whether this is in Britain or the Soviet Union, has often created the conditions of a completely dysfunctional countryside. As he notes, in the former USSR, the disastrous dispossession of the peasantry by Stalin gave rise to the anomaly of private farmed land contributing a hugely disproportionate share of agricultural production to national food supply, in contrast to the lackluster experience of collectivization. In the UK, on the other hand, Ward argues that excessive state control of land policy through the various town and country planning acts from the 1940s onwards has helped generate an increasing marginalization of the urban poor from the rural hinterland. Ward maintains here that planning measures, informed by a romantic conservation movement, along with a stubborn belief in encouraging privately owned housing developments and practice, not only helped generate a housing crisis for the poor, but ensured that large areas of the British countryside have been transformed into spaces where increasingly only the well-off can afford to live. These same planning measures, which protect the green belt from building around cities, have had further repercussions. Today's gypsies and travelers, who for years have been hounded off temporary sites of living and as a tactical reaction have taken to buying up cheap green belt tracts to live on, have found themselves often violently removed by local authorities for supposedly despoiling this green belt land on the edges of towns and cities. In our final extracts for this section, Ward outlines general values that he thinks should more fully inform our attitudes to housing, and he also defends some specific policy proposals that he believes could open up spaces for more libertarian approaches. In Self-Help and Mutual Aid, he argues that these terms, along with the concept of self-reliance, are popularly associated with conservative politics. Ward maintains, though, that these terms are not only widely misunderstood. Mutual aid in Kropotkin's sense referring to the manner in which all species involve themselves in cooperative relations, and self-help by definition involving help of neighbors, but these values have a long history within the politics of the left. Reviewing the history of the left, he argues self-help and mutual aid provided the dominant characteristic of the emerging working-class organizations of the 19th century, whether we are thinking of the cooperative movement, the trade union movement, the friendly society movement, or the adult education movement. He goes on to observe, it is ironical that the 20th century political heirs of these organizations have put their faith exclusively in the governmental bureaucracy and have not only ignored this heritage, but despise it. What Ward says, in examining a number of successful contemporary examples of housing renovations such as the Black Road Action Group in Macclesfield, which resisted a projected housing clearance project and then proposed, implemented, and subsequently managed housing by the residents themselves, is that much official housing legislation demonstrates the extent to which the procedures introduced by government to improve the housing situation have unwittingly complicated it and made it unresponsive to the aspirations of ordinary citizens. The habit of self-help and mutual aid have been deliberately repressed by inducing the habit of reliance on the bureaucratic organization of housing. We conclude this section with High Density Life, an article that Ward wrote for the monthly magazine Prospect in 2006. Here, Ward returns to the issue of density in the light of discussions about sustainability. Whilst much contemporary green urbanism has argued that maximizing densities in urban areas will optimize solutions for sustainability, Ward argues that we should be careful about embracing this new orthodoxy lest we repeat all the failures of post-war urban policy. Design, architecture, and creativity. The topics of design, architecture, and creativity have become voguish in sociology and the social sciences of late, and it is striking how much of the literature on design is understood in conventional ways as exploring the professional practice engaged by trained individuals who are involved in the construction of artifacts, buildings, and so on. Colin Ward's writings, in contrast, explore lay people's capacity and practices of creativity, and outline how these practices are often stifled. In this section, we draw together a selection of Ward's broad-ranging writings on architecture and design with his work on the importance of creativity in day-to-day life and the potential resourcefulness of children more generally. Once again, this section demonstrates how Ward's left libertarian approach to these issues starts from very different premises from conventional professionalized and bureaucratized organizations and ends with very different conclusions. Ward's basic starting point for a discussion of design, drawing from the spirit of such central figures of the arts and crafts movement like William Morris, is that design creativity is much more widely possessed than is generally acknowledged by professional designers. He moves on to remind us that the rise of the professional expert in design, architecture, and creativity is, in fact, a recent phenomenon, and that indeed historically it has been the layperson who did most of the building construction that has gone on in the world. As will be apparent from the two lectures with which we begin this chapter, as a working architect's assistant of 25 years, Ward takes seriously the dilemmas that architects and designers face in their professional lives. Yet, equally, he has some significant concerns about how the design professions have been conceived and have conceived themselves. Central worries flagged in these lectures include a concern about the dismissive attitude that has been adopted by professional architecture to vernacular architecture, the broader effects that bureaucratization has had on design, particularly in facilitating state-sponsored dreary and often cheap modernism in the post-war era, and more generally in the narcissism of much design culture and design ideology. Such concerns run through his writings on urban design. As he observes, take one hilarious example: for generations, in municipal housing, the kitchen became smaller and smaller, in order to cure people of the reprehensible habit of eating in the kitchen. The result is that, up and down the land, you can meet families, squashed in a corner, taking turns at eating their meals on a table as big as a shelf. Meanwhile, the socially conscious architect of the scheme they have been obliged to inhabit, eats in his kitchen, surrounded by his family, off a scrubbed deal table, and his wife prides herself that their kitchen looks exactly like that of a Provençal peasant. There's a string of onions hanging from the beam of her kitchen ceiling in a house which is two miners' cottages joined together into one, in a Category D village to which Durham County Council has denied improvement grants. His full attitude to architecture and design is perhaps best captured by his reaction to the explosion of the professions in the post-war era. Ward, in Self-Help and Mutual Aid, quotes Peter Hall. "It's chastening to ask what would have happened if we'd never trained the architects, but had spent all that slum clearance money quite differently. Suppose, in the Liverpool of 1955, we hadn't said, a problem of replacing 88,000 unfit houses, but rather, a problem of making 88,000 houses fit, we could have given very generous improvement grants, encouraged small builders, opened DIY shops. The whole environment would have been improved piecemeal. It wouldn't have been very efficient, small-scale work never is, and besides, a good deal of the basic infrastructure would have had to be renewed. But it would have involved ordinary people in fixing up their own houses and helping improve their own neighborhoods. It wouldn't have caused the enormous disruption, physical and social, that gave us the Everton piggeries and the vandalized streets of Kirkby." Ward suggests that Hall is wrong just to blame the architects for post-war urban blight. The whole coalition of politicians, experts, and administrators had a vested interest in not enabling people to find their own solutions. His critique of design professionals in these two extracts is nevertheless severe. So what are his solutions? Ward asks us to envisage a future where design professionals do not exist as separate expert entities involved in master building but more as enablers. He invokes here the Belgian architect Lucien Krol as showing the beginnings of an enabler, an architect who does not finish his designs or conceive social space with a predetermined objective. Instead, Krol emphasizes diversity, social relationships, self-management. He leaves builders with some ability to work creatively with residents to produce places to inhabit that suit their present and future needs. Our fourth and fifth extracts in this section provide reflections on the life and work of the architects Walter Siegel and John F.C. Turner, both key figures in instigating the self-built housing method. Siegel was a hugely influential figure for Ward, who returns again and again to Siegel's practices in his writings. Examples of Siegel method self-build designs can be found in only a few places in England, such as Honor Oak, Lewisham in South London, but his designs and ideas have inspired many other projects. John F.C. Turner's work on the potential for self-build in developing countries also had a big impact on Ward. We include here Ward's preface to Turner's book Housing by People, which sets out what he sees as Turner's philosophy and politics of housing through discussion of the creativity of urban dwellers of shanty towns in Latin America. It should be evident from these chapters that many of the examples of preferable practices that Ward would like to see proliferate operate in the interstices of mainstream land and housing policy in the market economy. In our sixth excerpt, we draw from Ward's writing on the medieval Gothic masterpiece of architecture that is Chartres Cathedral in France. Originally published for the Folio Press, one of Ward's works as a freelance writer, it is a hugely interesting study of medieval building that still has some lessons today for architecture. In this extract Ward argues that the Gothic cathedrals of medieval France and other countries were the product of many traveling workers, not some individual genius as is currently celebrated in architecture and city development and regeneration projects. This section moves on from considering creativity in architecture and design to Ward's writings on creativity more broadly in daily life. We provide two excerpts from Ward's award-winning writings on the potential creativity of the child in the city. His writings on this topic have been hugely influential in the ways human geographers have developed studies of children's engagements in urban and rural spaces. In How the Child Sees the City, Ward outlines the research done by a variety of academics to demonstrate to students and policy makers the very different ways children of different classes, ethnicities, and genders engage with city spaces, and he documents how these forms of engagement subtly change as children age. From this, Ward argues that the child's perspective is rarely factored into the design of cities and urban places, nor has it been of enough interest to planners and designers. Obviously many things have changed since The Child in the City was written in 1976. Ongoing suburbanization, sprawl, cell phones, the ubiquity of the car and extended mobilities of many people in cities has continued to transform the spatial possibilities and understandings many children and parents have of their urban environments. Yet Ward's writings in this subject are of continued interest because they suggest that if we valued play, and had some regard for the resourcefulness of children, then we might see a much greater unleashing of human possibility. These points may sound simplistic to some, but such concerns work as alternative challenges to neoliberal city governance and developments that work in tandem in more day-to-day practical terms, with political economic critiques of city life, economies, and social ecologies. We conclude this section with Ward's thoughts on design futures. In The Anarchist House, Ward outlines his thoughts on the extent to which anarchism may or may not offer a specific building aesthetic. In general, he does not feel there is such a thing, and his conclusion, building on what green movements have encouraged, is that the technical criterion for the anarchist house is long life, loose fit, low energy, but the political demand is the principle of dweller control. Work, leisure, play and education. The idea that leisure, work, and education should involve play has not been greatly developed by leftist or even anarchist political analysis. It is, however, a theme that runs through many of Colin Ward's writings. Play, leisure, and holidays have nearly always been seen as subservient to the study and politics of work. Throughout the history and geographies of industrialism and modernization, whether in the UK, France, India, China, or beyond, play and leisure has been of crucial importance to people's everyday lives. Moreover, there has been a marginal, but substantive, argument put forward by a variety of writers that play, rather than work, is a formative element of the culture of peoples through history. Indeed, for Mumford it is the key driver of social evolution, a view that we are sure Ward would share. The morality and politics of leisure, play and holidays has long been an area of everyday life that has been seen as potentially subversive, in need of control, like education and work. Yet, what is appropriate play, or leisure, or education, is contested and subjected to often bitter moral and political policies and impositions that are often resisted, or played with and transformed. This can be seen, for example, in the rational recreation movements of the mid to late 19th century engaged in by philanthropists in Britain and elsewhere who sought to improve the lives of the poor, or religious and temperance groups that emphasized the good of team sports, back-to-nature activities, arts and culture for personal improvement, or indeed any activities that stopped the working classes drinking alcohol, engaging in unruly activities or gambling. Such reformists were of course often partly driven by the same aims of factory owners and other employers, to make the working classes better workers, families more effective reproductive units for work, fitter bodies as fighters in armies, and less potentially unruly revolutionists or criminals. Moreover, the notion of leisure and play as free time has to be seen as too simple. Leisure is not free. It is always practiced and performed within the constraints of the social, technological, and ecological relations people are living within. People's engagement in leisure and play also co-make spaces, sometimes resistant spaces, more often conventional spaces of consumption. As such, in Section 4 we consider how Ward expands the quest to do things differently into the realms of work, education, and leisure. The section begins with "The Factory We Never Had," an essay written as a preface to William Morris's "The Factory as It Might Be." For Ward, Morris emerges as the most important socialist of the 19th century, more important than Karl Marx. Ward argues that Morris was unusual as a male radical of the period in being very much concerned with the factory but also the home, housework, and seemingly banal technologies such as cups, furniture and cutlery. For Morris, all of life, including factories, should aspire to be art, and the modernist spatial and temporal division between work and leisure should be arrested, so that leisure fed into work, and work into leisure, with education conjoining these. Moreover, modern technology had a role to play here. Ward argues that Morris was only against technology and factories that enslaved people in monotonous routines, whereas Ward searched for social forms that would liberate people. Repetitive work could be restful, but only if done for a short period. It should not be all there is to work. Ward mentions that a few enlightened entrepreneurs took on some of Morris's notions to create model factories, though it must be said, it was in very partial ways that look like the above-mentioned reforms of philanthropists. In the second extract from this section, entitled "In the Sandbox of the City," Ward outlines the need for environmental education of children in cities, and the need for cities to be remade to emphasize play, not just for children but for adults too. In our third extract, we outline Ward and Dennis Hardy's work on the social history of self-organized workers' leisure. Good Night Campers, The History of the British Holiday Camp explores numerous examples of small-scale cooperative, trades union, and family-run holiday camps that predate the commercial mass holiday camps of the early decades of the 20th century. In pioneer camps, the name given to forerunners of the more commercial holiday camps, Ward and Hardy show a simpler sense of the early holidays often paid for through mutual societies or membership schemes. This work has complemented many social histories of leisure that developed in the 1970s and a wider focus on the importance of examples of self-organized leisure that show other ways of living, playing and learning. In Images of Childhood, Colin and Tim Ward argue that the humble postcard was, for a short while, a mode of communication where orders to shops, or announcements of one's arrival at the railway station could be made with remarkable speed because postal deliveries were so frequent in the early decades of the 20th century. Though this period of relatively speedy communication did not last long in the UK, the postcard went on to become a kind of accidental documentary of social life, especially around leisure pursuits. It quickly developed its own rituals of sending and receiving and later changed into a form of communication that seemingly has no inherent content. Moreover, the postcard existed before images appeared in newspapers, and when newspapers did incorporate pictures, postcards featuring the same image would still be available first. And, as in the early history of film, entrepreneurs pictured locals, families, winners of prizes in festivals and fetes as a deliberate way to encourage friends and families, and others caught in these images to consume them. In Street Work, Ward and Anthony Faison provide us with a vision of the city as potentially a vital and useful center of learning for children. This piece explores the idea of environmental education and considers how the school should also be a community resource for adults. Ward and Faison advocate an exploding school that moves outwards to the people and environments around them, where students engage in education in spaces outside of the classroom and engage with community problems from which knowledges can be passed through to adults. They argue that we need less to protect children from urban life, but to get children into the urban and rural world so they can explore the local politics of the built environment, land use, and aesthetics, and critically engage with how social relations might be organized differently than how they are told they are or must be. With the final two extracts of this section we find Colin Ward focusing further on schools, schooling, and anarchism. In the first part, Anarchism and Schools, Ward explores William Godwin's educational writings from the 18th century. After outlining Godwin's arguments against national education policies and for small schools, Ward argues against the compulsory state education initiated in the 19th century in Britain. As he also argues with welfare policies, he controversially suggests that private, but community-run schools worked much better for working-class families than did the authoritarian teaching methods of the new state schools. These schools did not segregate children by age or gender and tolerated irregular absences, and most importantly, they belonged to and were controlled by the local community rather than being imposed on the neighborhood by an alien authority. Ward goes on to briefly discuss other anarchist ideas and practices of schooling, supporting their practical rather than intellectual focus. Fourier's ideas of primary school focused on cookery and opera is one example, that he says may sound strange but were based on fun and enjoyment. Thinking through a pragmatist anarchy, anarchy in action. In the final section of this reader, we gather together Ward's assorted writings on his political influences, his own thoughts on political theory and possible political future scenarios. This section moves from essays that discuss the importance of Martin Buber as a political thinker to extracts from different decades of his writings that map out Ward's vision of possible futures. Central to this section though is a key chapter from his main programmatic book, Anarchy in Action. In Anarchy and a Plausible Future, Ward begins by reflecting on the nature of an anarchist society. He then boldly suggests that such an outcome in our modern world is not only unlikely but most probably undesirable. This is because the degree of social cohesion implied in the idea of an anarchist society could only occur in a society so embedded in the cake of custom that the idea of choice among alternative patterns of social behavior simply did not occur to people. I cannot imagine that degree of unanimity, and I would dislike it if I could, because the idea of choice is crucial to any philosophy of freedom and spontaneity. So we don't have to worry about the boredom of utopia, we shan't get there. Ward goes on to argue that if we are committed to human pluralism, it is both undesirable and unlikely that any society can be run by a single cohesive logic, whether capitalist, communist, state socialist or anarchist. Ward argues that all societies, apart from the most totalitarian end, are plural societies that rely on diverse logics to coordinate themselves, often in contradictory ways. Where does this leave us then? An anarchist society, with a capital A, is a social form that we need not be troubled with. However, Ward wants to argue that anarchism as a form of everyday life, is in fact always present in the self-organizing projects and decentralized institutions that constantly emerge to challenge the grip of authoritarian ideas and institutions. As such, having dispensed with the politics of absolutism and absolute utopia, Ward reformulates the basic politics of the libertarian left. The project then is to work in the here and now to facilitate and support the role of the huge array of decentralizing projects and forms of self-organization which will widen the scope of free action and the potentiality for freedom in the society we have. The point then of an anarchist politics is not a systematic installation of a new society but a substantial shifting of the balance in society towards self-organizing social forms. Engagements. How can we interpret, evaluate, and assess the influence and impact of Colin Ward's work? Early assessments of his contributions were divided. Ward's pragmatism left some anarchists distinctly uncomfortable with his work and he was criticized for being overly reformist. Others have argued that his writing in the 1960s played a critical role in helping prefigure the move that the New Left took from state socialism to a more libertarian politics. The reception to Ward's thinking though has steadily warmed over the decades, with the urban researcher and former editor of New Society, Paul Barker describing him as an environmentalist before most people knew what it meant. His revisions in anarchist political theory have been commended by Oxford political theorist Stuart White as playing a critical role in making anarchism respectable as a social philosophy. There is a sense though that outside the UK context Ward's writings have yet to generate the kind of sustained attention that has been accorded to the likes of post-war anarchists or libertarian socialists such as Murray Bookchin, Cornelius Castoriadis, André Gortz, Guy Debord, or Henry Lefebvre. Perhaps this is related to the very distinct pedigree of Ward's writings. Ward's theoretical influences are cosmopolitan and wide-ranging. He draws from examples around the world to bolster arguments for anarchism, and there is a certain Italophilia running through much of his thought. At the same time, his interest in documenting the histories of shanty towns and allotments, holiday camps, and friendly societies, his interest in English rural and urban history, English local government, and changes in planning legislation clearly give a strong, and quite uniquely English flavor to many of his writings. There is a certain English pragmatism to Ward's reading of anarchism as a body of thought that recognizes the virtues of the socialist critique of liberalism and the liberal critique of socialism. Despite his constant acknowledgments of the classic anarchist thinkers, Ward's writings seem far from the theatrics of Bakunin and arguably much closer to a trajectory of English radicalism that begins with the Levellers and the Diggers and moves through to Tom Paine, William Morris, and George Orwell. In terms of evaluating Ward's worldview, a range of critical issues emerge. Perhaps the first matter that numerous friendly critics have pressed is the extent to which his critique of the state is entirely compelling and consistent. As this anthology demonstrates, Ward's critique of technocracy, bureaucracy, and centralism is well developed, and his writings provide many examples of the brutalism of the administrative state. His broader claims that state-centralist welfare systems can disempower individuals, create cultures of dependency, unravel systems of mutual aid and undermine incentives for engagement with self-organization are issues that liberals and socialists have all too often ignored with damaging consequences. More generally, his critique of the damning effects of the institutionalization of experience, particularly as this pertains to contemporary experiences of childhood and the undermining of adult competencies, deserves serious reflection. His attempt to outline the historical insights of anarchism as a theory of organization, with its preference for institutions that take the form of flat networks rather than hierarchically organized pyramids, has taken on a curious life of its own, becoming a stock axiom of net culture as well as new management theory. Yet, one might still wonder how far this defense of civil society and his critique of the state and centralism can be successfully pressed. Some readers of this anthology may feel that Ward's writings too quickly sideline some of the positive aspects of the social democratic welfare state and the deficiencies of 19th-century institutions like the friendly societies, particularly in terms of their limited social cover or their capacities to address poverty and inequality. Many will argue that comprehensive state provision of services in Britain and in other social democracies in terms of healthcare, mental health, and schooling generated real gains that were indeed hard fought for and should not be so easily dismissed. Nevertheless, Ward's claim that a more effective and humane decentralized welfare system, one built upon and augmented by local strengths, could have been developed in the post-1945 era is intriguing. His claim that possibilities still exist for a more decentralized, democratic, and locally grounded welfare system continues to shape contemporary debates in social policy. His claim that patching together social welfare arrangements from the bottom up could well describe how many developing countries could proceed with their welfare strategies in the years to come. His work more generally points to the continual frustrating inability to try to creatively think and practice forms of institutional innovation that are located neither in the realms of the state, the market, or non-democratic non-governmental organizations such as charities. Ward's observation that systems of mutual aid still play vital social roles in sustaining social bonds and the vitality of civil society in all societies, from rural peasant contexts to even the most free market-driven societies, is indisputable. How such systems can be expanded and enriched, though, has long been a challenging question for the committed mutualist. Thick systems of mutual aid have tended to flourish in socially and ethnically homogeneous groups, in communities of faith that have few exit options. An ongoing issue is how far such systems can be expanded across individuals, groups, and communities in highly pluralist societies where multiculturalism and expanded mobility can ensure that social ties and senses of social obligation are weak. The honest mutualist would have to concede that many institutions with roots in mutualist thinking, from the cooperative movement to building societies in the UK, have been disappointingly susceptible to market colonization. It also has to be recognized that discourses of self-help, self-organization, and mutual aid are regularly deployed by conservative forces not only to embed a politics of personal responsibility but also to facilitate the withdrawal of state support from some of the most vulnerable members of society. Boltanski and Chapello have argued that the move in business organizations from hierarchical models of the Fordist era to new post-Fordist network models has indeed sought to expand employee initiative and relative work autonomy, but this has been at the cost of material and psychological security. They maintain somewhat ironically that what they call the new spirit of capitalism, with the demand to be endlessly flexible, autonomous, and self-organizing in networked workplaces, constitutes a remarkable recuperation of what they refer to as the artistic critique of capitalism, which, after May 1968, attacked the alienation of everyday life by capitalism and bureaucracy. Recent discussions of the big society in British conservative thought and praxis have sought to make value out of mutualist and associative language to push forward economic austerity. Nevertheless, Ward, as a persistent optimist, argues that the ongoing popularity of let schemes, free cycle sites, urban community gardens, free art projects, and the mass of voluntary labor more generally that sustains a range of vital services and resources, from parent-teachers associations to blood donations, from clubs and co-ops to voluntary services abroad, suggests that mutualism is alive and well. Indeed, even in our fluid digital age, numerous currents in Internet culture, from the rise of Web 2.0 collaborative developments such as Wikipedia, open source software projects such as Linux, to free cycle sites, file sharing communities and beyond, suggest that a resilient and productive mutualism can re-emerge in the most free market of contexts. As this anthology demonstrates, Ward's work persistently seeks to make the case for the importance of local control and decentralization. At the most basic level, his arguments are based in the anarchist moral insistence on the central value of human autonomy and the critique of the pernicious effects of standardization, bureaucracy, and hierarchy. Ward also seeks to further convince non-anarchists by offering supplementary arguments. Notably, his writings stress the importance of vernacular cultures, the importance of a vital localism to foster grassroots democracy, mutual aid, and community, and indeed the importance of marginality so as to foster social innovation. Such arguments are important and are well made by Ward. The work of Nobel Prize-winning political scientist Elinor Ostrom, which focuses on the many ways in which common resources can be successfully managed at the community level without privatization or government regulation, partially validates some elements of Ward's thinking. However, the stronger argument that Ward sometimes pushes that the local offers intrinsically progressive spaces for political activity and that decentralized social and political forms are almost always optimal are harder to sustain. A degree of spatial fetishism seems to enter into Ward's thinking here, which does not fully confront Doreen Massey's observation that a simple walk down a London high street reveals not only that there is much of the global bound up in the local, from foods to people, cultural flows to financial flows, and that some of this is all to the good, but that the politics of these relational concepts can take on very different meanings in different contexts. Strong defenses of the local can as easily play as parochial, xenophobic, and forms of closure, as they can self-empowerment and self-management. We are invariably for some locals and some globals and against other locals and other globals, etc. To be fair to Ward, it has to be recognized that he is not an advocate of a simple localism. His writings invariably emphasize the importance of the local being connected through overlapping and diverse confederal networks that would serve many forms and move from the local to the global to encourage a type of democratic cosmopolitanism and multi-tiered interconnected localism. The extent to which this envisaged forms of institutional innovation could provide a check against parochialism, narrow-mindedness, racism, or indeed viable forms of coordinating mechanisms to replace state and other forms of organization such as transport networks, food production and distribution, and much more besides, is something the reader of this anthology will have to judge. Beyond this, it could be wondered in what sense does Ward's defense of self-organized social forms actually aggregate up to substantive political forces pushing for social change? Two issues that deserve greater reflection emerge here. Firstly, as will be apparent from Ward's engagement with the work of Martin Buber, Ward has a tendency to view the political as a realm of manipulation in contrast to the realm of the social, which is seen as the site of real community reconstruction. This suppression of the political though might make readers wonder where political contestation, antagonism, and the ongoing clash of different opinions is located in Ward's mutualist and communitarian vision of the future. Second, Ward's vision of a pragmatic anarchism would seem to rely, somewhat ironically, on state structures and protection to prosper. For example, his concept of the DIY New Towns attempts to envisage a facilitated form of self-organized urbanism where the state provides basic facilities, tools, and infrastructure then withdraws to allow a diverse range of DIY or do-it-yourself self-build and low-impact activities to emerge from interested parties. It is a provocative idea. His view that strategic use can be made of local authority-based planning systems to deflect the prowling development of private capital but also to allow other possibilities for self-organized practices is interesting. The local state is often appealed to in Ward's writings as a mechanism that could facilitate the transfer of squats to the status of housing cooperatives. Yet in all these contexts, it is striking that to prosper, the self-organizing projects that he would like to see flourish would seem to rely on the existence not simply of a night watchman state but of a benign liberal social democratic interventionist state. Ward's work to be sure has its limitations. Such critical issues pushed too far can also miss much. Colin Ward does not provide us with a form of anarchism marked by philosophical pyrotechnics produced by long years in graduate school obsessing about the latest ethical or ontological conundrums posed by continental philosophy. Nor does his work present us with a total theory that dogmatically demands allegiance. Informed by a pragmatic empirical humanism, whether supporting the idea of the DIY New Town, housing cooperatives, or self-build, he is defending the freedom to experiment and, as such, his work as a whole allows and indeed invites anarchists and non-anarchists alike to read and reflect, engage and argue with him. The value and impact of Ward's work. An evaluation of the impact of Ward's work is a complex matter. As an anarchist theorist, his presence with the Freedom Press Group has loomed large over the landscape of British anarchism over the last 5 decades. As a journalist and a columnist for such general interest publications as Town and Country Planning, New Society, New Statesman, The Guardian, Prospect, and so on, there is no doubt that Ward's reach has been much more extensive than many of his cherished influences. Ward's writings have also had a diffuse but significant impact in the Academy. Most notably, he has had a significant influence on progressive and radical planners, housing specialists, and human geographers in the UK. Urban sociologists and sociologists of everyday life have been drawn to his work, as have scholars working in British rural studies. Ward's work on environmental education at the TCPA with Anthony Faison and Eileen Adams opened up new lines of engagement with teachers and school students. His accessible books and articles have been taken up and read by an assorted range of community and environmental activists. There are good reasons to feel that his writings on housing played an important role in humanizing and historicizing what we now call squatting. It is worth noting that his earliest writings on squatting were enthusiastically reprinted by the London Squatters' Campaign in the late 1960s onwards. In the 1970s and 1980s, he was an in-demand public speaker, contributing to many public meetings on a huge range of housing issues. From these experiences, he stated, "My proudest moment as a writer came when the chairholder of a tenants' cooperative in Liverpool held up a copy of Tenants Take Over, falling to bits in his hands, and said, 'Here's the man who wrote the Old Testament, but we built the New Jerusalem.'" His advocacy of tenants' self-management, whilst heretical to socialists at the time, has now become something of a new orthodoxy in progressive housing policy circles. More generally, an enormous range of social movements from farmers' markets and land trusts to individuals involved in let schemes and community centers have expressed, and acted on, the politics of self-management that he has defended and sought to popularize in his books and columns for various journals and magazines. Futures. What then is the legacy of Ward's work? What future discussions might it productively engage with and prompt? Ward has suggested that a defining feature of all of his writings is the relationship between people and their environments, and there are good reasons for feeling that, in terms of the politics of the environment, his writings offer much. His form of environmentalism, as will be evident from this book, is of a rather different variety than either early 20th century preservation-orientated currents or the influential ecocentric forms of environmentalism that have been more influential of late. Rather than work through the realm of formal ethics or deploy moralism to develop an environmental sensibility towards the abstract of a singular nature which then ushers in a set of do's and don'ts towards environmental protection, Ward's work has emphasized the importance of listening to, encouraging and developing people's material and embodied knowledge of their environments. In this he emphasizes the importance of environmental and design education and attending to the range of ways in which people productively work within, aesthetically engage with and transform the environments they are wholly ensconced within, but can all too easily be alienated from. It is an environmentalism that is much less interested in protecting or viewing the countryside as a green museum and much more concerned with obtaining popular sovereignty over what are always seen as dynamically transformed landscapes. It is a set of writings that, following Kropotkin, provocatively emphasizes the virtues of the worked environment, both in terms of rural and urban life. It is also a form of environmentalism that maintains a keen eye to the politics of misanthropy, whether buried in the narratives of preservationists or in neo-Malthusian arguments about the tragedy of the commons. There are many virtues of these aspects of Ward's thinking. Most obvious is that he provides a way of thinking about society-nature relations that accepts that we live in thoroughly modified worlds. The central question then is not whether we should transform or produce nature but how and with what consequences. Ward's thinking is also useful because he provides us with an environmental politics that is not afraid to break from orthodox ideas. For example, whilst increasing urban density has now become something of an orthodoxy in much of the literature and policy on sustainability, Ward has long held to the view that the push out of the city had a clearly liberating effect. For Ward, the experiments in a redeveloped high-density inner-city living of the modernist period has not worked, and what needs to be worked on is what has worked. Controversially, he argues that one aspect that has partially worked are the new town social policies of the post-1945 period in the UK. Indeed, one of the best-kept secrets of social policy is that the post-war new towns, by comparison with suburban expansion or high-density inner-city redevelopment, were a social and financial success and were far more economical in land use than any other form of urban expansion. Moreover, Ward's work is provocative in arguing that the British countryside should be a peopled place, not some overly protected heritage-cum-theme park landscape. He argues for a countryside that is not just for tourism and the wealthy, mingled with intensive agriculture, but a place where conservation, diversity of people and ecology is part of life. Ward's writing focusing on children has spanned many decades, and it is a body of work that continues to hold insights. The very idea we should aim to construct cities and urban places that allow children to have the freedom to roam, to play on the streets, to have time for autonomous play and doing nothing in particular is prescient. The argument that they should have time for adventure with other children in the city so that they can learn to be street smart, develop their sociability, a basic sense of social justice, and indeed develop some elementary sense of aesthetics for the built and natural environment is an idea and group of practices that are in serious danger of extinction in some parts of the USA, the UK, and beyond. Ward's work should prompt reflection on the extent to which, in many parts of the affluent world, we have now constructed a tightly controlled and domesticated experience of childhood where children are coddled, protected, controlled, and increasingly groomed for economic and social success. Ward observes in his essay In the Sandbox of the City that we no longer cow our children into submission, in fact we indulge them as consumers, with the powerful aid of the advertising industry, but we fail to induct them into a world of adult decision-making, perhaps just because as adults we have delegated to others the habit of deciding. This simple observation continues to resonate in a time where paranoid parenting is so commonplace. Ken Werpole could well be correct with his statement that, putting childhood center stage, may perhaps be anarchism's single most important contribution to social policy and political thought. In terms of the politics of left and right, Ward's work is interesting because it does buck some traditional left-right distinctions. His writings address social pathologies generated by the state and the market. Somewhat interestingly for a person of the left, Ward has suggested that the desire to be self-employed is deeply rooted in a desire for autonomy. Small local businesses have also often been viewed as playing a potentially positive role in promoting social change. These commitments may well be seen as examples of petit bourgeois prudhonism to some, but the notion that the self-employed and indeed small business could play an important role in a progressive coalition for social change has been raised again most recently by social and political theorists such as Roberto Unger. Colin Ward's work does not offer all the answers. He would never have claimed it could or should. His work is both necessary and refreshing to read though, because at the root of his writings lies a deep commitment to defending the values of autonomy and solidarity. In an age when the capable subject, and the possibilities for building rich cultures of solidarities, are too often placed in doubt, Ward's writings invite us to think and practice differently. Section 1, Life, Politics, and Journalism. 1. Talking Anarchy, Colin Ward in conversation with David Goodway. 1. David Goodway, first and most obviously, tell me about how you became an anarchist. Colin Ward, I came from a Labour Party family in one of the east suburbs of London, and I knew about the existence of anarchism because of the Spanish War. My father was the youngest of a family of 10 from the East India Dock Road, where his father was described as a general dealer. In his early teens, he became a pupil teacher at the school he attended and subsequently won a place at a teacher training college. After the First World War, whilst teaching at the London Docklands, he earned a degree in geography at the London School of Economics, one of the few institutions catering for that kind of part-time study. My mother was the daughter of a carpenter from the same area of London. I passed what is known as the scholarship examination to the local high school, but left at the end of the 4th year at 15 in 1939. I must have been a disappointment to my parents, and I am sure that my father felt that, if I was not capable of the sustained effort he had imposed on himself, there was no point in pushing me to succeed. One of my big interests as a boy was in printing. I bought an old treadle-operated press, and a friend of my brother who worked for a newspaper used to bring home old parcels of old type for me. Later, when I wanted to show him the results of his kindness, I learned that he had been killed in an air raid. I failed to find a job in the printing trade, but my third job in 1941 was working on the drawing board for an elderly architect whose own history went back to William Morris and the arts and crafts movement of the 1890s. His own work had dwindled to temporary repairs to factories in the East End of London, very familiar to me, which had been destroyed in the Blitz of September 1940. I drifted into the world of architecture when a boy, in a way that would be impossible today when training is dominated by the schools of architecture and professional qualifications. But, like any young worker in the centre of London for the first time, I spent a lot of time exploring the city itself, and remember discovering the Socialist Book Centre in Essex Street, off the Strand, run by Orwell's friend John Kimchi. It was there that I discovered Orwell's writings, hard to find elsewhere, and journals like Tribune and The New Leader. Like any 18-year-old, I was conscripted into the army in 1942 and, because of my occupation, was automatically sent to join the Royal Engineers. I was taught how to build bridges and how to make explosions, but there must have been a sudden shortage of draftsmen because, in the extraordinary way that military strategy works, I was sent to the Army School of Hygiene, to make large-scale drawings of latrines and of deadly insects, as a guide to camp builders and sanitary engineers. In the autumn of 1943, the same vagaries of military strategy sent me to Glasgow in Scotland, to work in a requisitioned mansion in Park Terrace with a wonderful panorama of the smoky city below us, where heavy industry was booming for the first time since the First World War. My Sundays were free, and I would spend them exploring the city, and its wonderful Mitchell Library, until it was time to hear the open-air political orators. Glasgow had a long tradition of political oratory, and at this time, anarchism was represented by two remarkable witty and sardonic speakers, Eddie Shaw and Jimmy Dick. They handed out leaflets directing us to the anarchist bookstore in George Street. They were working men, weren't they, and ideologically, managed to combine individualism and syndicalism? Yes, you are right. Both the propagandists I mentioned linked the most apparently incompatible versions of anarchism. But for me, the most impressive of the Glasgow anarchists was Frank Leach. He was an Irishman, not from Ireland, but from Lancashire in England, a Navy boxing champion in the First World War. He had a general shop in one of the housing estates on the fringe of the city. There he had housed refugees from Germany and from Spain, and operated a printing press. When I told him about the material from official American publications that I had read in the Mitchell Library describing plans for post-war Europe, he urged me to put it together in articles for the London publication War Commentary for Anarchism. I did this and the material appeared in December, 1943. By that time Frank Leach was in trouble with the law and was anxious to make propaganda out of staging a hunger strike in Barlinnie prison. He was a much-loved character, and his friends, worried about his health, urged me to attempt to visit him at the prison to persuade him to abandon his hunger strike. They thought that a soldier in uniform, with a London rather than a Glasgow accent would be more likely to be admitted by the prison governor. My visit to the prison was evidently noted, because immediately afterwards I was posted by the army to a maintenance unit in the Orkney and Shetland Islands. There is an irony here. My suspected unreliability kept me in safety for the rest of the war, while many other conscripts of my generation died in forgotten and meaningless battles in Southeast Asia. But I had been won for anarchism by the busy self-educated Glasgow propagandists, who had put me in touch with their bookshop, selling the range of anarchist literature and, by post, with the Freedom Press bookshop in London. Why did anarchism so appeal, at a time when enthusiasm for Soviet communism was at its zenith? I am not quite sure how I managed not to be swept up into the Stalin worship that infected the British left. but the literature on sale at the anarchist bookshop in Glasgow included the writings of Emma Goldman and Alexander Berkman. Frank Leach himself printed and published Emma Goldman's pamphlet Trotsky Protests Too Much. I was influenced very early by the writings of Arthur Koestler and George Orwell. Lillian Wolfe, a veteran from earlier years of Freedom Press, put me on her mailing list for copies of several dissenting journals, like for example, Dwight MacDonald's Politics from 1944, whose common factor was hostility to the blanket Stalinism of the regular left-wing press. Also in 1944, Freedom Press first published Marie-Louise Bernieri's book Workers in Stalin's Russia. It argued that the fundamental test of any political regime was how do the workers fare under it, and that, by this test, the Soviet regime was a disaster, with the same extremes of wealth and poverty as the capitalist world. You were belatedly released from the army in 1947 and you were immediately asked to join the Freedom Press group, weren't you? Who were the most important figures of this extremely talented group and how did they influence you? They certainly were an extremely talented group, and they made a deep impression on me, becoming lifelong friends. Early in 1946, one was moved from Orkney to another unit of the Royal Engineers, camped on a polo ground in southwest London, where our task was to dig latrines for the soldiers, sailors, and airmen taking part in a victory parade in Hyde Park. This enabled me to write a series of reports on the squatters' movement that emerged, with the seizure by homeless families of empty military camps, but also to attend the meetings organized by the London Anarchist Group and by the Freedom Defence Committee, which was organizing meetings to focus attention on the plight of at least 100 refugees from the Spanish War, who had been used as forced labor during the German occupation of France, and were treated by the British as prisoners of war and imprisoned in Lancashire. The key figures were undoubtedly Vito and Marie-Louise, simply because they had been involved with the task of producing an anarchist journal since 1936, when he was aged 21, and she since she came to live in England in 1937 at the age of 18, after her father was murdered in Barcelona. Their knowledge of international anarchism, its trends and personalities, as well, of course, as their easy use of 4 languages, added weight to their opinions. Vero had great charm and relished the art of cooking delicious meals with simple ingredients. He had trained as a civil engineer and until his arrest had been working on railway building. His conversation on railway design was fascinating, although he never wrote on the subject. Sadly, he has died, at the age of 86, during the course of our conversations. I have always regretted that I was never able to persuade him to write about the aspects of life, whether as a city child, or about railways or horticulture, where he had direct personal experience to share. And of course everyone fell in love with Marie-Louise. There is a famous English diarist, Francis Partridge, who on January 22, 1941 described a visit to the writer Gerald Brennan and his wife. They had staying with them their Italian anarchist friend, Maria Luisa, wife of the son of King Bomba, the Soho grocer. She is, I think, the most beautiful girl I ever saw, and with this goes great sweetness, a low husky voice and apparent intelligence. And when Lewis Mumford, himself the author of A Survey of Utopias, reviewed Marie-Louise's journey through Utopia, he found it to be such a book as only a brave intelligence and an ardent spirit can produce. Another immensely useful member of the Freedom Press group in those days was George Woodcock. He was born in Canada in 1912 and had been brought to England as a child. In 1949 he returned to Canada, where he became one of that country's best-known writers. He had begun the Second World War as a pacifist and had started a literary magazine Now in 1940, and in 1942 had become one of the busy writers and editors of war commentary. He was by far the most prolific of the new pamphleteers, writing a series of pamphlets in that area where anarchist propaganda in English, and probably in other languages, has been weakest, the application of anarchist ideas to specific social issues. I was drawn to his writing because among these was his study of railways and society and his pamphlet on housing homes or hovels. but especially important for me was his study of regionalism in a series of articles in Freedom where he made the connections between the French regional geographers like Reclus, by way of Kropotkin and Patrick Geddes, with Ebenezer Howard's decentralist ideology and the Regional Planning Association of America and the work of Lewis Mumford. My colleagues in the Freedom Group influenced me greatly, not only about the interpretation of anarchism, but also about most other things. You must remember that I had been in the army from the age of 18 to that of 23, much of that time spent in a remote part of Britain, and was suddenly part of, by my standards, a sophisticated and cosmopolitan milieu. One of these new joys was food, and especially the French and Italian cuisine. Another was music. Like most English children of my generation, I had been educated in music by the BBC, and it was a joy to have friends like Vero and John Hewitson who would discuss the chamber music of Beethoven, Haydn, and Mozart, and the operas of Verdi with immense enthusiasm, rushing to the gramophone to illustrate the arguments from their big collections of 78 RPM discs. Unlike them, I was also, like Philip, a devotee of New Orleans jazz. In the late 1940s, Philip was working part-time, together with the jazz and blues singer George Melly, for the surrealist dealer E.L.T. Messens at the London Gallery in Brook Street. George Melly, who is the same age as me, is still giving pleasure to jazz audiences and never fails to declare his allegiance to anarchism. He was brought to anarchist ideas by the penny pamphlet by George Woodcock, What is Anarchism?, when he was in the Navy. But perhaps the most important influence on me from the Freedom Press Group was in its attitudes to sexual freedom and enlightenment. This was most certainly not on the agenda of any other political group, least of all the Marxists. Marie-Louise's article Sexuality and Freedom in George Woodcock's magazine Now was one of the earliest discussions anywhere in the British press of the theories of Wilhelm Reich. And John Hewitson was a well-known pioneer among male doctors, both for freely available contraception and for abortion on demand. Would you give me some idea of the group's way of life? I'm thinking of producing freedom, selling freedom, public meetings and oratory, friendships and relationships, summer schools and camps and holidays, children, families, and education, and the relation between the central core and a wider group of supporters and sympathizers. When I was invited to join the Freedom Press Group in 1947, it had leased the Freedom Bookshop in central London and had bought the express printers in an alley off Whitechapel High Street in the East End. Editorial meetings were merry, social occasions. Current events were discussed and responsibility to write about them was distributed around the group. Most of us knew, or learned, how to mark up material for the typesetter, how to correct proofs and how to paste up the dummy of the paper. Within the group there was absolute trust. We did not read each other's contributions to check on their ideological acceptability. Most of us developed some experience of indoor and outdoor speaking. But tell me more about the anarchist culture of the 1940s and 1950s. In the 1950s the idea of an anarchist club in central London was explored, and it started with a cellar in Holborn, not far from the Freedom Bookshop. By 1954 it had moved, as the Malatesta Club, to Percy Street, near Tottenham Court Road, an area where German, Russian, and Italian anarchists had settled almost a century earlier. Malatesta had lived there, working as an electrician. The club attracted traditional jazz and a long series of interesting speakers. Burgess Hill School was a progressive school in North London, with several anarchists, Tony Weaver, Tony Gibson, and Marjorie Mitchell, on its teaching staff, and so far as I can remember, it was there that the first post-war anarchist summer school was held in 1947. There was, in fact, more anarchist social life in London than the people whose Sundays were devoted to writing anarchist propaganda could possibly become engaged in. As an anarchist propagandist I have been interested for many years in the sociology of autonomous groups, and the Freedom Press Group as I first knew it seems to me to be an interesting example, having a secure internal network based on friendship and shared skills, and a series of external networks of contacts in a variety of fields. It was at Burgess Hill that I first met Herbert Reed, who was one of that school's directors. His book Poetry and Anarchism, first published by Faber in 1938, and followed by his The Philosophy of Anarchism, from Freedom Press in 1940, were among the vital books whose influence led people of my generation, as well as those a little older, to describe themselves as anarchists. This is true of a great variety of readers including Murray Bookchin. I first met Alex Comfort when I was still in the army, but was free to attend Sunday night meetings of the London Anarchist Group in 1946, and I met George Orwell, drinking tea in an anteroom of the Holborn Hall in Gray's Inn Road, when George Woodcock persuaded him to talk at a meeting to demand the release of those unfortunate Spaniards detained first by the Germans and then by the British in France, who were still interned in a prison camp in Lancashire. Reed and Comfort were the best-known British anarchists of time. How did you react to them as individuals? And what is your assessment of their work? Reed was a quiet, gentle person and, if we ever met, I was hesitant to approach him because I knew he was continually harassed by unpublished poets or novelists who were soliciting his help in getting their great works published. My only concern was to ask his permission to reprint a broadcast of his In Freedom or Anarchy. I valued Reed because his anarchist propaganda reached a wider audience than most of us could expect. And his education through art, together with his Freedom Press pamphlet The Education of Free Men, were important, not for themselves, but for giving a climate of respectability to teachers I met, fighting on their own for the recognition of the role of the arts in education. In the late 1970s I was employed to propagate the role of art in environmental education and I found Reed's writings an important certificate of intellectual respectability. You may smile, but this was very valuable to me at the time. Relations with Alex Comfort were easier, because he had a jolly, joking nature. As you know, his first public advocacy of sexual freedom was in his Freedom Press book Barbarism and Sexual Freedom, in 1948, built around his lectures to the London Anarchist Group. No modern reader, half a century later, can appreciate the stifling sexual climate of ordinary life in those days, and can see how subtle a liberator Comfort was, in using ridicule to undermine authoritarian attitudes. You once mentioned to me how small groups can have an influence entirely disproportionate to their actual numbers. You named, to my surprise, the French Impressionists as an example. Would you care to elaborate on this? Yes, I spoke of Alex Comfort's advice that we anarchists should learn from the sociologists. I took his advice more seriously than most of his admirers and one of the documents I studied was the 1959 issue of the American Bulletin, Autonomous Groups, which contained an account of the Batignolles Group Creators of Impressionism by Maria Rogers, and another of The Old Gang, Nucleus of Fabianism by Charles Kitson. The French Impressionists were a group of painters, mostly excluded by the Paris Salon, who included anarchists, for example Pissarro, and right-wingers, for example, Degas. They formed an influential informal network built around the cafes where they met. In their meetings at the Café Guervois, the painters expressed themselves freely, gained understanding of one another's aims, ideas, theories, and techniques, formulated criteria for judging their contemporaries, and jointly explored new influences. The group, with its ever-widening circles of influence, disintegrated, but not before it had conquered the art market, and achieved recognition, the aim that brought them together in the first place. In Britain, the nickname The Old Gang was given to a small group who dominated the socialist organization, the Fabian Society, from 1886 until 1911, and established the character of the Labour Party for most of the subsequent 100 years. Originally, the Society had held a wider view of socialism and had included the anarchist Charlotte Wilson, who in 1886 had, with Kropotkin, founded the journal Freedom. Obviously, as anarchists, we deplore the statist, bureaucratic version of socialism that the Fabian Old Gang bequeathed to Britain. They came together, initiated a program, and separated, not before achieving their original objective. Like the Impressionists, they exercised an influence far beyond their numbers. Both these groups, in totally different spheres of life were remarkably effective as autonomous groups. And their importance for anarchists? It is because, traditionally, anarchists have conceived of the whole of social organization as a series of interlocking networks of autonomous groups. So we should pay serious attention to studies of effective ones. In the journal Anarchy I twice drew attention to these particular studies. My personal experience of the dynamics of autonomous groups has been as a close observer of housing cooperatives in the 1970s, and as an active member of the Freedom Press group from the late 1940s to the 1960s. Dr. Blitzen distinguished autonomous groups from other forms of organization associated with hierarchies of relationships, fixed divisions of labor, and explicit rules and practices. In autonomous groups she noted the degree of individual autonomy, the complete reliance on direct reciprocities for decisions for action affecting them all which are not characteristic of larger organizations, and she observed the flux of temporary leadership by one or another member. And she remarks that it would be difficult to imagine a voluntary group made up of anything but peers. The range of inequality between members cannot be too great. Even in the instance of a voluntary association of a master and his students, the students manifest a fair repertoire of the master's skills, must approach or even equal his level of intelligence and, over time, narrow the gap between his abilities and theirs. She also observed that in both the cases studied, the Impressionists and the Fabian Old Gang, the groups began and ended with a series of friendships, while similar interests, goals, skills, talents, or anything else, do not of themselves evoke associations. We often overlook the simple fact that people have to meet, and she added that it strikes me that autonomous groups do not so much promote friendship and sentiments that are friendly as organize them when circumstances bring them together, or particular goals required grouping for the achievement of particular ends. In the end, when the group no longer existed, the individuals and their friendships persisted. One of the characteristics of those two disparate groups, the Impressionists and the Fabians, was that individual members provided links with a series of other specialist networks and interest groups. The Freedom Group in the days when I was asked to join it had links with the literary world through George Woodcock, with the world of the Emergent Health Service and the field of contraception and sexual politics through John Hewitson, with the anarchist publishing groups in other languages through Marie-Louise and Vito, with trade unionism and syndicalism through Philip, through several of us with the field of progressive education, and with me to those of architecture, housing, and planning. These links were of lasting importance to me and they certainly affected the quality of Freedom and of Freedom Press publications. You developed a great empathy for all things Italian, didn't you? How did this originate? I was a keen reader of the novels of Ignazio Silone during the war, and reviewed the English version of Carlo Levi's Christ Stopped at Eboli in Freedom in 1948. Predictably I was attracted by the post-war neorealism of the Italian cinema. I remember meeting Riccardo Arnio, then the London correspondent of La Stampa, who remarked that the interesting thing about London was that the poor formed queues in the East End to see bad films about the rich, while the rich formed queues in the West End to see good films about the poor. In 1948 I translated from Volonta, Giancarlo's article on housing problems in Italy. You are right that I do feel a great empathy with some aspects of Italian life. One is in attitudes to children. Another aspect of Italy which I find attractive, is the small workshop economy that we can observe in regions like Emilia-Romagna, which I had the opportunity to examine in Welcome, Thinner City. Your own conception of anarchism was surely very different from that of the rest of Freedom Press group. How did you come to develop it? We all have our characteristic ways of thinking. My mode of thinking has its limitations and its advantages. I tend to think in terms of practical examples or actual experiences rather than theories or hypotheses. This has its useful aspects, but it also means that there is a whole range of theoretical literature that I find too tedious to read. Another aspect of the way I think, and in spite of what I have just said, is that, although I have no background in sociology, my way of looking at most things is a sociological approach. Two big influences on me in the 1950s were Martin Buber's essay Society and the State, published in English in 1951, and Alexander Herzen's From the Other Shore, published in English in 1956. Other influences were Paul Goodman and David Week, who related anarchism to ordinary decisions of daily life, in such journals as Resistance and Liberation and, earlier, Politics. Speculating about the unwritten handbook in Freedom for June 28, 1958, I wrote that, to my mind, the most striking feature of the unwritten handbook of 20th century anarchism is not its rejection of the insights of the classic anarchist thinkers, Godwin, Proudhon, Bakunin, Kropotkin, but its widening and deepening of them. But it is selective, it rejects perfectionism, utopian fantasy, conspiratorial romanticism, revolutionary optimism. It draws from the classical anarchists their most valid, not their most questionable ideas. And it adds to them the subtler contribution of Landauer and Malatesta. It also adds the evidence provided in this century by the social sciences, by psychology and anthropology, and by technical change. It is still an anarchism of present and permanent protest. How could it be anything else in our present peril? But it is one which recognizes that the choices between libertarian and authoritarian solutions occurs every day and in every way. And the extent to which we choose, or accept, or are fobbed off with, or lack the imagination or inventiveness to discover alternatives to, authoritarian solutions to small problems is the extent to which we are their powerless victims in big affairs. We are powerless to change the course of events over the nuclear arms race, imperialism, and so on, precisely because we have surrendered our power over everything else. I don't think my fellow members of the Freedom Press Group would have found this opinion objectionable from an anarchist point of view. To the state too. As long as today's problems are stated in terms of mass politics and mass organization, it is clear that only states and mass parties can deal with them. But if the solutions that can be offered by the existing states and parties are acknowledged to be either futile or wicked, or both, then I must look not only for different solutions but especially for a different way of stating the problems themselves. Andrea Caffey. If you look at the history of socialism, reflecting on the melancholy difference between promise and performance, both in those countries where socialist parties have triumphed in the struggle for political power, and in those where they have never attained it, you are bound to ask yourself what went wrong, when and why. Some would see the Russian Revolution of 1917 as the fatal turning point in the socialist history. Others would look as far back as the February Revolution of 1848 in Paris as the starting point of the twofold development of European socialism, anarchistic and Marxist, while many would locate the critical point of divergence as the Congress of the International at The Hague in 1872, when the exclusion of Bakunin and the anarchists signified the victory of Marxism. In one of his prophetic criticisms of Marx that year, Bakunin presaged the whole subsequent history of communist society. Marx is an authoritarian and centralizing communist. He wants what we want, the complete triumph of economic and social equality, but he wants it in the state and through the state power, through the dictatorship of a very strong and, so to say, despotic provisional government, that is by the negation of liberty. His economic ideal is the state as sole owner of the land and of all kinds of capital, cultivating the land under the management of state engineers, and controlling all industrial and commercial associations with state capital. We want the same triumph of economic and social equality through the abolition of the state and of all that passes by the name of law. We want the reconstruction of society and the unification of mankind to be achieved, not from above downwards by any sort of authority, not by socialist officials, engineers, and other accredited men of learning, but from below upwards, by the free federation of all kinds of workers' associations liberated from the yoke of the state. The homegrown English variety of socialism reached the point of divergence later. It was possible for one of the earliest Fabian tracts to declare in 1886 that English socialism is not yet anarchist or collectivist, not yet defined enough in point of policy to be classified. There is a mass of socialistic feeling not yet conscious of itself as socialism. But when the unconscious socialists of England discover their position, They also will probably fall into two parties, a collectivist party supporting a strong central administration and a counterbalancing anarchist party defending individual initiative against that administration. The Fabians rapidly found which side of the watershed was theirs, and when a Labour Party was founded they exercised a decisive influence on its policies. At its annual conference in 1918 the Labour Party finally committed itself to that interpretation of socialism which identified it with the unlimited increase of the state's power and activity through its chosen form, the giant managerially controlled public corporation. And when socialism has achieved power, what has it created? Monopoly capitalism with a veneer of social welfare as a substitute for social justice. The large hopes of the 19th century have not been fulfilled, only the gloomy prophecies have come true. The criticism of the state and of the structure of its power and authority made by the classical anarchist thinkers has increased in validity and urgency in the century of total war and the total state, while the faith that the conquest of state power would bring the advent of socialism has been destroyed in every country where socialist parties have won a parliamentary majority, or have risen to power on the wave of a popular revolution, or have been installed by Soviet tanks. What has happened is exactly what the anarchist Proudhon, over 100 years ago, said would happen. All that has been achieved is a compact democracy having the appearance of being founded on the dictatorship of the masses, but in which the masses have no more power than is necessary to ensure a general serfdom in accordance with the following precepts and principles borrowed from the old absolutism: indivisibility of public power, all-consuming centralization, systematic destruction of all individual, corporative, and regional thought, inquisitorial police. Kropotkin, too, warned us that the state organization, having been the force to which the minorities resorted for establishing and organizing their power over the masses, cannot be the force which will serve to destroy these privileges, and he declared that the economic and political liberation of man will have to create new forms for its expression in life, instead of those established by the state. He thought it self-evident that this new form will have to be more popular, more decentralist, and nearer to the folk mode self-government than representative government can ever be, reiterating that we will be compelled to find new forms of organization for the social functions that the state fulfills through the bureaucracy, and that as long as this is not done, nothing will be done. When we look at the powerlessness of the individual and the small face-to-face group in the world today and ask ourselves why they are powerless, we have to answer not merely that they are weak because of the vast central agglomerations of power in the modern, military-industrial state, but that they are weak because they have surrendered their power to the state. It is as though every individual possessed a certain quantity of power, but that by default, negligence, or thoughtless and unimaginative habit or conditioning, he has allowed someone else to pick it up, rather than use it himself for his own purposes. Gustav Landauer, the German anarchist, made a profound and simple contribution to the analysis of the state and society in one sentence: the state is not something which can be destroyed by a revolution, but is a condition, a certain relationship between human beings, a mode of human behavior. We destroy it by contracting other relationships, by behaving differently. It is we and not an abstract outside identity, Landauer implies, who behave in one way or the other, politically or socially. Landauer's friend and executor, Martin Buber, begins his essay Society and the State with an observation of the sociologist, Robert McIlvey, that to identify the social with the political is to be guilty of the grossest of all confusions, which completely bars any understanding of either society or the state. The political principle, for Buber, is characterized by power, authority, hierarchy, dominion. He sees the social principle wherever men link themselves in an association based on a common need or a common interest. What is it, Buber asks, that gives the political principle its ascendancy? And he answers, the fact that every people feels itself threatened by the others gives the state its definite unifying power. It depends upon the instinct of self-preservation of society itself. The latent external crisis enables it to get the upper hand in internal crises. All forms of government have this in common: each possesses more power than is required by the given conditions, In fact, this excess in the capacity for making dispositions is actually what we understand by political power. The measure of this excess, which cannot, of course, be computed precisely, represents the exact difference between administration and government. He calls this excess the political surplus and observes that its justification derives from the external and internal instability, from the latent state of crisis between nations and within every nation. The political principle is always stronger in relation to the social principle than the given conditions require. The result is continuous diminution in social spontaneity. The conflict between these two principles is a permanent aspect of the human condition. Or, as Kropotkin put it, throughout the history of our civilization, two traditions, two opposed tendencies, have been in conflict: the Roman tradition and the popular tradition, the imperial tradition and the federalist tradition, the authoritarian tradition and the libertarian tradition. There is an inverse correlation between the two: the strength of one is the weakness of the other. If we want to strengthen society, we must weaken the state. Totalitarians of all kinds realize this, which is why they invariably seek to destroy those social institutions which they cannot dominate. So do the dominant interest groups in the state, like the alliance of big business and the military establishment for the permanent war economy suggested by the Secretary of Defense Charles E. Wilson in the United States, which has since become so dominant that even Eisenhower, in his last address as president, felt obliged to warn us of its menace. Shorn of the metaphysics with which politicians and philosophers have enveloped it, the state can be defined as a political mechanism using force, and to the sociologist it is one among many forms of social organization. It is, however, distinguished from all other associations by its exclusive investment with the final power of coercion. And against whom is this final power directed? It is directed at the enemy without, but it is aimed at the subject society within. This is why Buber declared that it is the maintenance of the latent external crisis that enables the state to get the upper hand in internal crises. Is this a conscious procedure? Is it simply that wicked men control the state, so that we could put things right by voting for good men? Or is it a fundamental characteristic of the state as an institution? It was because she drew this final conclusion that Simone Weil declared that the great error of nearly all studies of war, an error into which all socialists have fallen, has been to consider war as an episode in foreign politics, when it is especially an act of interior politics, and the most atrocious act of all. For just as Marx found that in the era of unrestrained capitalism, competition between employers, knowing no other weapon than the exploitation of their workers, was transformed into a struggle of each employer against his own workmen, and ultimately of the entire employing class against their employees, so the state uses war and the threat of war as a weapon against its own population. Since the directing apparatus has no other way of fighting the enemy than by sending its own soldiers, under compulsion, to their death, the war of one state against another state resolves itself into a war of the state and the military apparatus against its own people. It doesn't look like this, of course, if you are a part of the directing apparatus, calculating what proportion of the population you can afford to lose in a nuclear war, just as the governments of all the great powers, capitalist and communist, have calculated. But it does look like this if you are a part of the expendable population, unless you identify your own unimportant carcase with the state apparatus as millions do. The expendability factor has increased by being transferred from the specialized, scarce and expensively trained military personnel to the amorphous civilian population. American strategists have calculated the proportion of civilians killed in this century's major wars. In the First World War 5% of those killed were civilians, in the Second World War 48%, in the Korean War 84%, while in a Third World War 90 to 95% would be civilians. States, great and small, now have a stockpile of nuclear weapons equivalent to 10 tons of TNT for every person alive today. In the 19th century, T.H. Green remarked that war is the expression of the imperfect state, but he was quite wrong. War is the expression of the state in its most perfect form, it is its finest hour. War is the health of the state. The phrase was invented during the First World War by Randolph Bourne, who explained, The state is the organization of the herd to act offensively or defensively against another herd similarly organized. War sends the current of purpose and activity flowing down to the lowest level of the herd, and to its most remote branches. All the activities of society are linked together as fast as possible to this central purpose of making a military offensive or a military defense, and the state becomes what in peacetime it has vainly struggled to become. The slack is taken up, the cross-currents fade out, and the nation moves lumberingly and slowly, but with ever-accelerated speed and integration, towards the great end, towards that peacefulness of being at war. This is why the weakening of the state, the progressive development of its imperfections, is a social necessity. The strengthening of other loyalties, of alternative foci of power, of different modes of human behavior, is an essential for survival. But where do we begin? It ought to be obvious that we do not begin by supporting, joining, or hoping to change from within, the existing political parties, by starting new ones as rival contenders for political power. Our task is not to gain power, but to erode it, to drain it away from the state. The state bureaucracy and centralization are as irreconcilable with socialism as was autocracy with capitalist rule. One way or another, socialism must become more popular, more communalistic, and less dependent upon indirect government through elected representatives. It must become more self-governing. Putting it differently, we have to build networks instead of pyramids. All authoritarian institutions are organized as pyramids: the state, the private or public corporation, the army, the police, the church, the university, the hospital. They are all pyramidal structures with a small group of decision makers at the top and a broad base of people whose decisions are made for them at the bottom. Anarchism does not demand the changing of the labels on the layers. It doesn't want different people on top, it wants us to clamber out from underneath. It advocates an extended network of individuals and groups, making their own decisions, controlling their destiny. The classical anarchist thinkers envisaged the whole social organization woven from such local groups, the commune or council as the territorial nucleus and the syndicate or workers' council as the industrial or occupational unit. These units would feed right together, not like the stones of a pyramid where the biggest burden is borne by the lowest layer, but like the links of a network, the network of autonomous groups. Several strands of thought are linked together in anarchist social theory: the ideas of direct action, autonomy, and workers' control, decentralization and federalism. The phrase direct action was first given currency by the French revolutionary syndicalists of the turn of the century, and was associated with the various forms of militant industrial resistance: the strike, go slow, working to rule, sabotage, and the general strike. Its meaning has widened since then to take in the experience of, for example, Gandhi's civil disobedience campaign and the civil rights struggle in the United States, and the many other forms of do-it-yourself politics that are spreading round the world. Direct action has been defined by David Week as that action which, in respect to a situation, realizes the end desired, so far as this lies within one's power or the power of one's group, and he distinguishes this from indirect action which realizes an irrelevant or even contradictory end, presumably as a means to the good end. He gives this as a homely example: if the butcher weighs one's meat with his thumb on the scale, one may complain about it and tell him he is a bandit who robs the poor, and if he persists and one does nothing else, this is mere talk. One may call the Department of Weights and Measures, and this is indirect action. Or one may, talk failing, insist on weighing one's own meat, bring along a scale to check the butcher's weight, take one's business somewhere else, help open a cooperative store. And these are direct actions. Week observes that, proceeding with the belief that in every situation, every individual and group has the possibility of some direct action on some level of generality, we may discover much that has been unrecognized, and the importance of much that has been underrated. So politicalized is our thinking, so focused to the motions of governmental institutions, that the effects of direct efforts to modify one's environment are unexplored. The habit of direct action is, perhaps, identical with the habit of being a free man, prepared to live responsibly in a free society. The ideas of autonomy and workers' control and of decentralization are inseparable from that of direct action. In the modern state, everywhere and in every field, one group of people makes decisions, exercises control, limits choices, while the great majority have to accept these decisions, submit to this control and act within the limits of these externally imposed choices. The habit of direct action is the habit of wresting back the power to make decisions affecting us from them. The autonomy of the worker at work is the most important field in which this expropriation of decision-making can apply. When workers' control is mentioned, people smile sadly and murmur regretfully that it is a pity that the scale and complexity of modern industry make it a utopian dream which could never be put into practice in a developed economy. They are wrong. There are no technical grounds for regarding workers' control as impossible. The obstacles to self-management in industry are the same obstacles that stand in the way of any kind of equitable share out of society's assets, the vested interest of the privileged in the existing distribution of power and property. Similarly, decentralization is not so much a technical problem as an approach to problems of human organization. A convincing case can be made for decentralization on economic grounds, but for the anarchist there just isn't any other solution consistent with his advocacy of direct action and autonomy. It doesn't occur to him to seek centralist solutions just as it doesn't occur to the person with an authoritarian and centralizing frame of thought to seek decentralist ones. A contemporary anarchist advocate of decentralization, Paul Goodman, remarks that, in fact, there have always been two strands to decentralist thinking. Some authors, e.g. Lao Tse or Tolstoy, make a conservative peasant critique of centralist court and town as inorganic, verbal, and ritualistic. But other authors, e.g. Proudhon or Kropotkin, make a democratic urban critique of centralist bureaucracy and power, including feudal industrial power, as exploiting, inefficient, and discouraging initiative. In our present era of state socialism, corporate feudalism, regimented schooling, brainwashing mass communications and urban anomie, both kinds of critique make sense. We need to revive both peasant self-reliance and the democratic power of professional and technical guilds. Any decentralization that could occur at present would inevitably be post-urban and post-centralist, it could not be provincial. His conclusion is that decentralization is a kind of social organization, it does not involve geographical isolation, but a particular sociological use of geography. Precisely because we are not concerned with recommending geographical isolation, anarchist thinkers have devoted a great deal of thought to the principle of federalism. Proudhon regarded it as the alpha and omega of his political and economic ideas. He was not thinking of a confederation of states or of a world federal government, but of a basic principle of human organization. Bakunin's philosophy of federalism echoed Proudhon's but insisted that only socialism could give it a genuinely revolutionary content, and Kropotkin, too, drew on the history of the French Revolution, the Paris Commune, and, at the very end of his life, the experience of the Russian Revolution, to illustrate the importance of the federal principle if a revolution is to retain its revolutionary content. Autonomous direct action, decentralist decision-making, and free federation have been the characteristics of all genuinely popular uprisings. Stoughton Lynd remarked that no real revolution has ever taken place whether in America in 1776, France in 1789, Russia in 1917, China in 1949 without ad hoc popular institutions improvised from below, simply beginning to administer power in place of the institutions previously recognized as legitimate. They were seen too in the German uprisings of 1919 like the Munich Council Republic, in the Spanish Revolution of 1936 and in the Hungarian Revolution of 1956, or in the Spring Days in Prague in 1968 only to be destroyed by the very party which rode to power on the essentially anarchist slogan "All Power to the Soviets" in 1917. In March 1920, by which time the Bolsheviks had transformed the local Soviets into organs of the central administration, Lenin said to Emma Goldman, "Why, even your great comrade Errico Malatesta has declared himself for the Soviets." "Yes," she replied, "for the Free Soviets." Malatesta himself, defining the anarchist interpretation of revolution, wrote: "Revolution is the destruction of all coercive ties, it is the autonomy of groups, of communes, of regions. Revolution is the free federation brought about by a desire for brotherhood, by individual and collective interests, by the needs of production and defense. Revolution is the constitution of innumerable free groupings based on ideas, wishes, and tastes of all kinds that exist among the people. Revolution is the forming and disbanding of thousands of representative, district, communal, regional, national bodies, which without having any legislative power, serve to make known and to coordinate the desires and interests of people near and far, and which act through information, advice, and example. Revolution is freedom proved in the crucible of facts and lasts so long as freedom lasts, that is until others, taking advantage of the weariness that overtakes the masses, of the inevitable disappointments that follow exaggerated hopes, of the probable errors and human faults, succeed in constituting a power which, supported by an army of mercenaries or conscripts, lays down the law, arrests the movement at the point it has reached, and then begins the reaction." His last sentence indicates that he thought reaction inevitable, and so it is, if people are willing to surrender the power they have wrested from a former ruling elite into the hands of a new one. But a reaction to every revolution is inevitable in another sense. This is what the ebb and flow of history implies. The latte finale exists only in the words of a song. As Landauer says, every time after the revolution is a time before the revolution for all those whose lives have not got bogged down in some great moment of the past. There is no final struggle, only a series of partisan struggles on a variety of fronts. And after over a century of experience of the theory, and over half a century of experience of the practice of the Marxist and social democratic varieties of socialism, after the historians have dismissed anarchism as one of the 19th century also-rans of history, it is emerging again as a coherent social philosophy in the guerrilla warfare for a society of participants, which is occurring sporadically all over the world. Thus, commenting on the events of May 1968 in France, Theodore Draper declared that the lineage of the new revolutionaries goes back to Bakunin rather than to Marx, and it is just as well that the term anarchism is coming back into vogue. For what we have been witnessing is a revival of anarchism in modern dress or masquerading as latter-day Marxism. Just as 19th century Marxism matured in a struggle against anarchism, so 20th century Marxism may have to recreate itself in another struggle against anarchism in its latest guise. He went on to comment that the anarchists did not have much staying power in the 19th century and that it is unlikely that they will have much more in this century. Whether or not he is right about the new anarchists depends on a number of factors. Firstly, on whether or not people have learned anything from the history of the last 100 years, secondly, on whether the large number of people both east and west, the dissatisfied and dissident young of the Soviet Empire as well as of the United States who seek an alternative theory of social organization, will grasp the relevance of those ideas which we define as anarchism, and thirdly, on whether the anarchists themselves are sufficiently imaginative and inventive to find ways of applying their ideas today to the society we live in ways that combine immediate aims with ultimate ends. 3. Allied military government. 3. The presence of a soldier in a state that is new to freedom is a danger, however disinterested he may appear. Simon Bolivar. There is nothing on earth so stupid as a gallant officer. The Duke of Wellington. Let us examine the first organization set up by the Allies in liberated Europe. It is called OMGAT, and who is at its head? Baron Renil of Rod. And who is he? Lord Renil is a managing director of the international banking firm of Morgan, Grenfell & Co., another of whose directors is J. Pierpont Morgan. A director of Courtaulds, the artificial silk combine. A former member of the stock exchange. A former manager of the Bank of International Settlements. A former friend of Volpi, big business backers of Italian fascism. New Statesman, July 24, 1943. An English banker who has expressed his admiration for Mussolini. Eladunita dei Refrattori, September 25, 1943. Lord Reynolds' chief deputy is the American Brig. Gen. Frank L. McSherry, a professional soldier for 26 years. Lord Reynolds' assistants are Light COLCRS. Harris, directors of 6 companies. Former editor of the anti-socialist 19th Century. Former Tory candidate. And Group Cap CE. Benson, director of 11 companies including Lloyds Bank, Robert Benson's Bank, Montague Burton, and Marks and Spencer. The finance section of OMGAT is in the hands of Colonel A.P. Groff Nevy Smith of the Cashiers Department of the Bank of England, dealing with exchange control, and he can certainly deal with it. The lira has been fixed at 400 to the pound compared with 75 to the pound before the war. In Tunis too, the lira was fixed at an unfavorable rate for the native population at 480 to the pound. War Commentary, August, 1943. How like the Nazi method in the territory they plunder. We can only find out who else is concerned with this organization from incidental comment in the press, and thus we learn from the Evening Citizen of November 11, 1943, that one of the OMGAT officers in charge at Isernia on the road to Rome is Keith Erskine, son of Sir James Erskine, Tory XM.P. Sir James says that his son, who stumped his father's constituency making conservative speeches at the age of 13, has his eyes on Parliament, after the war. So much for OMGAT personnel. But what is its administration like? Have the Italian people been helped to rid themselves of their fascist legacy? As Winston Churchill announced, no political action by the inhabitants can be countenanced. He added that it was the earnest hope of His Majesty's government that when thus delivered from the fascist regime, the people of Sicily will of their own accord turn towards liberal and democratic ideas. Thus, in Churchill's view, a liberal and democratic regime is compatible with no political activity by its people. Fascism must indeed be in accordance with liberalism and democracy. Perhaps that is the reason why OMGAT hasn't stamped out fascism in its territory. A citizen of Furla wrote to OMGAT denouncing the mayor who was cooperating with the Allies yet continued to run the town in the same old corrupt fascist tradition, and a British soldier, writing at first hand in the Observer for October 24, 1943, told how 2 officers of OVRA, the fascist Gestapo, were arrested one day only to walk out of prison 24 hours later as qualified OMGAT officials in the very town which they had bossed for the fascists. Then the name OMGAT was shortened to AMG. This was for 2 reasons. Firstly, it was discovered that OMGAT is Turkish for a heap of dung, and the AI dash. Light governments didn't see that many a true word is spoken in jest, and secondly, in order to fob off enlightened British and Allied opinion which was apprehensive about the reactionary nature of OMGAT and of proposals, mentioned in the New Statesman of August 21, 1943, that OMGAT and other Allied organizations should in effect take over the government of these countries for an indefinite period, controlling, for instance, such important instruments of administration as the whole broadcasting and propaganda system. But the European dung heap by any other name would smell as foul, and no one was reassured. The Soviet magazine War and the Working Classes said that there was no freedom of speech in Sicily, that high fascists were on the Allied pay list, and that OMGAT was not undertaking the necessary measures for the actual destruction of fascism. The administration itself is of a military government based on principles which have nothing in common with the principles of democracy. Despite all criticism, AMG continued. The American Christian Science Monitor for September 3, 1943, quotes the official handout of British Information Services. AMG in Sicily is doing 2 things. It is providing the Allies with a testing ground for their administrative organization, which will enable them to adjust the training of future AMG officers, and, more important, in setting up a regime which stands for justice and respects personal liberty. It is placing at the very door of Fortress Europe, a living example of the war aims of the United Nations. Take notice, unhappy continent. Massacred and torn from your homes by the Axis, bombed and blockaded by the Allies, here is a living example of our war aims. We employ your old oppressors. We refuse you freedom of speech. We prohibit all political activity. We reduce the rate of exchange. But we respect the sacred rights of property and open up a bank on the second day of our administration. For political use of relief. 4. To many of us who do not accept the brutal standards of our materialist era, it seems incredible that any government could exploit a famine for political purposes. But looking at recent history, it is the only conclusion we can draw. That is the lesson of the great Irish potato famine of the last century, when potatoes were still exported to England. And it is most certainly the lesson of the present famine in India, as this paper has continually pointed out. It is well known that, after the last war, the blockade of revolutionary Germany and Austria was continued for 7 months after the armistice. As Gen. Smuts recently admitted, we actually allowed the position in enemy countries to grow worse, the existing famine conditions to spread, until the armistice period inflicted in some respects greater injury and suffering on the civilian populations than the war itself, and became a more bitter memory. Even worse was the Allied attitude to Russia. The Supreme Economic Council would not contemplate the supply of relief to Hungary, while the communist regime of Belikun lasted. When relief to the U.S.S.R. was urged in 1919, one of the conditions proposed was that hostilities against the invaders of Union should cease. In 1921, when finally relief was granted, this condition had become inoperable as the invaders had disappeared. Professor John Marak in When Hostilities Cease. The writer goes on to point out that goods were supplied without any conditions to the white adventurers Yudenich and Denikin. In the Spanish Civil War, the insurance companies refused to insure ships going to government ports to bring food to the starving people. Remember Potato Jones and his brave era of blockade runners. It is significant that in the recently published When Hostilities Cease Fabian papers on relief and reconstruction, almost all the writers stress the dangers in this respect. Professor Harold Lasky writes, "This is the language of sober fact and not of defeatism. It is what happened after the last war, in a large measure it is what happened during the Russian Revolution, in an even larger measure, it is what happened during the Spanish Civil War. It is imperative for us to take to heart the lesson of the Russo-Finnish War. There it was obvious that the flow of relief derived not merely from the desire to aid the suffering, but from the anxiety to strike a blow in an ideological conflict. Only as we are united by a system of common values can we construct relief institutions that are the agents of hope and not the instruments of fear. Professor Lasky's system of common values will never be achieved by our society, which has rejected all values except those of the jungle. From the study of UNRWA in the January War Commentary, it looks as though that organization will have just as bad a record as its counterparts of the last war. There remain the voluntary relief organizations. Will they be able to help starving revolutionary Europe? 5. Contrary to our interests. 5. In a letter in last week's New Scientist, Edward Hyams, discussing the difference between human and animal intelligence, concluded, "A didactic rationalist with whom I was discussing this very subject, driven at last into a corner, did, however, produce a definition of intelligence which, I confess, persuaded me that men and beasts are not in the same category in this respect. Intelligence," he said, in desperation, "is that quality of the mind which enables a living being to act contrary to its own interests." A glance at the morning paper will convince any reader that my friend was right. A glance at any newspaper will also reveal our complete inability to prevent those who rule us from acting contrary to our interests. Take 3 examples from recent events in British politics. When the British and French governments began their invasion of the Suez Canal zone last autumn, a demonstration was held in Trafalgar Square. It was attended by 30,000 people. On the same day 2 million people turned out to watch the annual London to Brighton run of veteran cars. This is the relative importance we give to the preservation of our own interests. Then there is the conscription issue. For years anarchists and pacifists have carried on a campaign against conscription, without the slightest influence. Then suddenly last month the government announced it was going to bring conscription to an end. This did not bring joy to the abolitionists, it was simply the automation principle applied to warfare, a routine administrative decision recognizing as a matter of course that future wars will be nuclear wars, which makes large armies of cannon fodder superfluous. Finally, there are the current British hydrogen bomb tests in the Pacific. The warnings from scientists, the protests of the Japanese, or world figures like Albert Schweitzer or Bertrand Russell, quite apart from the agitation of insignificant left-wingers, pacifists, and anarchists, were brushed aside by the government, which simply brought tests forward a month and presented protesters with a fait accompli. The protesters are impotent, they are therefore ridiculous, they are not so much opposed as ignored. But they are not wrong, as those who try to persuade themselves that protest is useless, imply. The only thing that is wrong is that there are not enough of them. But why are we unable to persuade men to act in defense of their own interests, and why are governments able so easily to mobilize them to act contrary to their own interests? One can find answers of every kind. Some people will point to the irrationality of man, some to the death wish, some to original sin. But the most obvious and near-at-hand explanation is the hypnotic effect of authority in modern society, which has destroyed our faith in our power as individuals. We don't believe in our power, and we have in consequence become powerless. The irresistible is often only that which is not resisted. And this is why when people say, "But what can we t/o?" the suggestion which they may find most rewarding is the quite unrevolutionary and unspectacular one that they should seek to develop those forms of social organization which are the alternative to the governmental and authoritarian social structure which has resulted in such incredible irresponsibility in those who have power and such suicidal indifference in the governed. A reader asks in our last issue, how can we live out our beliefs, as anarchists, every one of us, here and now, in the particular environment in which we happen to be? The answer is of course that it's up to him. The state, said Landauer, is a condition, a certain relationship between human beings, a mode of human behavior. We destroy it by contracting other relationships, by behaving differently. This means, it seems to me, by lending our support to whatever tendencies we can find towards workers' control in industry, towards local autonomy in social affairs and public services, towards greater freedom and responsibility for the young, towards everything that makes for more variety, more dignity and quality in human life. It isn't a matter of anarchism as a substitute religion, a creed, or a dogma, but simply as an attitude to life and human affairs, of ceasing to act contrary to our own interests. We live only once and our lives are inevitably full of compromises between the way we would like to live and the way our society works. There is no judge or arbiter to tell us where to draw the line, but if all we have to look back on is a life of sordid and trivial conformity, we have only ourselves to blame. 6. The Unwritten Handbook. 6. Continually you meet people who heartily agree with anarchist arguments but declare sadly that in the complex conditions of modern society, anarchy would never work. When they say that the whole historical trend of the last 100 years has been towards ever more government, they are right. It is in their assumption that this must go on indefinitely, that it is some inevitable law of history, that they are wrong. But who can blame them for thinking as they do? For the brains, like the military ironmongery, are sold to the big battalions. In the last few years an immense amount of study, research, investigation, tabulation, statistical analysis, and PhD mongering has been done on the growth of government, while a pathetic quantity of amateur journalism, after-dinner flippancy and wishful thinking has gone into the search for those new forms of organization for the social functions which the state now fulfills through the bureaucracy. The last 9 months have seen the publication of The Growth of Public Employment in Great Britain by M. Abramoviz and V. Elias Berg. The Organisation of British Central Government 1914 to 1956, ed. by D. N. Chester. Central Administration in Britain by W. J. Mackenzie and J. W. Grove. The Growth of Government. Between them they have 1,128 pages, cost £4.14s.6d, and weigh 41b.2 Oz. It is sad to think of the tiny percentage of all this thought, scholarship, and sheer weight of learning that has gone in the same period to the elaboration of the alternatives to government, and the news that during these 9 months Kropotkin's Conquest of Bread has been published in Polish in Warsaw, Bakunin's selected works in Yiddish in Buenos Aires, and Kropotkin's Anarchism, its philosophy and ideal in Hebrew in Jerusalem, would be rather more welcome if we thought that they would be accompanied by an exposition of anarchism written in the 20th century and in terms of the 20th century. And not only in those cities and those languages. To my mind, the most striking feature of the unwritten handbook of 20th century anarchism is not in its rejection of the insights of the classical anarchist thinkers, Godwin, Proudhon, Bakunin, Kropotkin, but its widening and deepening of them. But it is selective, it rejects perfectionism, utopian fantasy, conspiratorial romanticism, revolutionary optimism. It draws from the classical anarchists their most valid, not their most questionable ideas. And it adds to them the subtler contribution of later thinkers like Landauer and Malatesta. It also adds the evidence provided in this century by the social sciences, by psychology and anthropology, and by technical change. It is still an anarchism of present and permanent protest. How could it be anything else in our present peril? But it is one that recognizes that the conflict between authority and liberty is a permanent aspect of the human condition and not something that can be resolved by a vaguely specified social revolution. It recognizes that the choice between libertarian and authoritarian solutions occurs every day and in every way, and the extent to which we choose, or accept, or are fobbed off with, or lack the imagination and inventiveness to discover alternatives to, the authoritarian solutions to small problems is the extent to which we are their powerless victims in big affairs. We are powerless to change the course of events over the nuclear arms race, imperialism, and so on, precisely because we have surrendered our power over everything else. Or, more accurately, I think that the unwritten handbook would interpret it in terms of the power vacuum. The vacuum created by the organizational requirements of a society in a period of rapid population growth and industrialization at a time when unrestricted exploitation had to yield to a growing extent to the demands of the exploited, has been filled by the state, because of the weakness, inadequacy, or incompleteness of libertarian alternatives. Thus the state, in its role as a form of social organization rather than in its basic function as an instrument of internal and external compulsion, is not so much the villain of the piece as the result of the inadequacy of the other answers to social needs. This is the implication of Gustav Landauer's profound contribution to anarchist thought. The state is a condition, a certain relationship between human beings, a mode of human behavior. We destroy it behaving differently. The unwritten handbook, using the immense amount of study that has been made, in the last 20 years, on social groups of all kinds, examines these other relationships. What has gone wrong with them? It asks. Why has the trade union movement got bogged down in the morass of reformist politics, demanding nothing more than better wages and conditions? Why has the producer cooperative movement failed to expand? Why has consumer cooperation, after such ambitious aspirations, become little more than a dowdy elder sister of the chain stores? Why did the friendly societies and the voluntary hospital system fail to provide the comprehensive health service which the cumbersome and expensive machinery of the NHS had to be initiated to supply? Was the last word in the organization of public education said by the Act of 1870, on which all subsequent elaborations have been based? Is nationalization the only alternative to private capitalism in industrial organization? Why is the local government system a byword for bumbledom and petty officialdom, and how does this affect anarchist notions of local autonomy? It is because they attempt to answer some of these questions that some of the series that appear in Freedom, for instance, Geoffrey Ostergaard's study of the tradition of workers' control and Gaston Girard's current authoritative examination of the Independent Commission's report on the cooperative movement, are of such value for people who want to hammer out a social as well as an individual conception of anarchism, which is something more than slogans and shibboleths and which takes into account the actual experiences of industrial societies in this century. They are notes for the unwritten handbook. 7 People and Ideas takes a last look round at the 50s. 7. To look at history in terms of decades is usually misleading, and the epithets we apply to them are often partial. The gay 90s, the roaring 20s, the pink 30s, are not very complete or accurate adjectives for those days. Only the hungry 40s sums up the truth, whether in this century or the last. What are we going to say about the 50s? Although there has been less actual warfare for a very long time, and although the word peace has been on everybody's lips, you could hardly call them the peaceful 50s. The last 10 years began with the Korean War, and continued with warfare in Malaya, Indochina and Algeria, Kenya and Cyprus, palace revolts in the Middle East, the Sinai and Suez invasions and the Chinese invasion of Tibet, the Hungarian Revolution, and the usual punitive expeditions and police actions. The most considerable movements against war and war preparation in this country have come right at the end of the decade. In the Aldermaston marches, a constitutional exercise for the troubled many, and the acts of obstruction at missile bases, symbolic acts of the determined few. To the imprisoned members of the Direct Action Committee Against Nuclear War, who will see the end of the year and the end of the decade in jail, goes the honor of introducing to this country the techniques of civil disobedience, which may develop to greater effect in the 60s. The 50s, which began in the period of post-war austerity, and the fag end of the Labour government, with rationing still in force and Lord Woolton crusading for more red meat, end with the third Conservative electoral victory in succession and the Prime Minister's observation that we've never had it so good. These years have seen the rehabilitation of the prestige of big business, and they end with a burst of mergers and takeovers. At the beginning of the period, the emphasis in industry was on retooling for the competition in export markets. Today the interest of a firm is in its potentiality as the subject of financial speculation. From Britain can make it to make me an offer sums up the 10 years. Present industrial prosperity is confined mainly to consumer goods, and, of course, to the armaments program, which absorbs up to 1/10 of the national product. The British share of the world market has steadily declined since 1950 and production has been stagnant since 1955. In the trade union world, the prospects for a movement agitating for workers' control are slighter than they were 10 years ago. People's capitalism on the American model offers more attractions. Looking for the keynote of the 50s, a number of observers noted the swing to the right, the decline of ideologies, the neoconservatism and increasing conformism of the intelligentsia, the preoccupation with trivialities, all the tedious social make-believe about you and non-you, the cult of gracious living and the fashionable concern over the subtler aspects of wining and dining. A few years ago Mr. Rainer Heppenstall described this new Elizabethan age in its Edwardian decor as the commercial traveller's paradise with its rather sexy royalist mystique. Then, just as we were getting used to the idea, with an occasional outburst by the angry old men, along came an angry young man in the form of the heroes of the novels of Messrs. Wayne and Amos, who blew a raspberry through the house and garden dining rooms. Perhaps he was going to be the man of the decade, the welfare state baby with a provincial accent, seeing through all the social humbug and staging a one-man battle with the establishment. But he turned out to be another sensitive chap underneath his brash exterior, and either got a job on commercial television with a cynical leer, or else, like the hero of Mr. Osborne's Look Back in anger, nagging his missus because he couldn't find a cause to fight for. For a mercifully brief period he gave place to the outsider, who quickly died of anemia. Then in 1956 the real world broke through. Instead of the inward-looking contemplation of social niceties, and instead of identifying itself with the archetypes of current literature, the generation of the 50s found itself faced with Suez and Hungary. Mr. John Bevan wrote, in the 20th century, the two crises have moved all of us deeply, even the apolitical young who had refused to get excited about two welfare parties with a common and static foreign policy. At the universities, I am told, it has been like the 30s all over again, but with Abyssinia and Spain happening in the same week. Some of the moral problems of 1935 and 1936 have been forced upon a generation which may have been able to evade them until these past few weeks. With this belated discovery of the real climate of the 50s and the recognition that our own little bit of the sky doesn't cover the whole world, came a realization of impotence. What could they do about Suez except write letters to the Guardian? What could they do about Hungary except support the Red Cross? And could anything else be expected? The intelligentsia were unable to prevent the incredible folly of the Suez adventure because, after careful cultivation of uncommittedness and detachment, they were in no position to become the mouthpiece or the conscience of the nation, while the people who actually were in a position to frustrate the government's policy, the servicemen engaged in it and the transport workers concerned with the shipment of war materials, couldn't care less about the uses to which their lives and labor were put. The tone of the 1950s had been set for them, and it was one of indifference and apathy. One of the legacies of the Suez-Hungary period was the movement whose organs have just amalgamated to form the New Left Review, but, as our correspondent asked, writing of its inauguration last week, how new is the New Left? Abroad, the 50s have seen a few changes. America has been mercifully bereaved of Joe McCarthy and John Foster Dulles, and a resurrected Ike is doing the rounds. In Russia, the great event of the 50s has been Sputnik, Lunik, or the other side of the moon, but the death of Stalin. Undoubtedly, life in the Soviet Union is happier today than it has been for generations. Every visitor reports on the change in the atmosphere. What is not yet clear is how long the change in the weather will last. Would it survive the slightest public manifestation of opposition to the regime? France slumbers under the eye of its governess. Salazar and Franco remain. In China, the 100 flowers were ruthlessly cut down as soon as they appeared. A Polish joke about Mao Zedong's government remarks, "Thank God we have Russia in between as a buffer state." Ghana, achieving independence during the decade, moves steadily towards dictatorship. Those tendencies in other countries with a particular interest for us do not seem to be advancing. The Bhutan movement in India, one of the most hopeful trends of the 50s, appears to have reached a stalemate, with the discouragement of many of its workers, and the impending return to politics of some of its well-known adherents, because of the crisis in Indian-Chinese relations. The civil disobedience campaign in South Africa, another feature of the decade, struggles with little success against racialism. The gap between the rich and the poor nations continues to widen. The underdeveloped countries seek desperately to emulate the developed ones, and these copy the overdeveloped ones. They all want to be more like America. And the most trenchant and telling critics of American society and institutions continue to be Americans. The decade has seen David Reisman's The Lonely Crowd, its emphasis on the struggle for personal autonomy, William H. White's Organization Man with its message, "Fight the Organization," J.K. Galbraith's Affluent Society, with its call for the divorce of income from production, and C. Wright Mill's Causes of World War III with its castigation of the American power elite. No such forceful and trenchant social criticism has come from the British or European equivalents of these writers. The anarchist movement throughout the world can hardly be said to have increased its influence during the decade. In several countries it has been weakened by internal divisions. Yet the relevance of anarchist ideas was never so great. Anarchism suffers, as all minority movements suffer, from the fact that its numerical weakness inhibits its intellectual strength. This may not matter when you approach it as an individual attitude to life, but in its other role, as a social theory, as one of the possible approaches to the solution of the problems of social life, it is a very serious thing. It is precisely this lack which people have in mind when they complain that there have been no advances in anarchist theory since the days of Kropotkin. Ideas and not armies change the face of the world, and in the sphere of what we ambitiously call the social sciences, too few of the people with ideas couple them with anarchist attitudes. For the anarchists, the problem of the 1960s is simply that of how to put anarchism back into the intellectual bloodstream, into the field of ideas which are taken seriously. 8. Adventure Playground. A Parable of Anarchy. 8. When we call ourselves anarchists, that is, people who advocate the principle of autonomy as opposed to authority in every field of personal and social life, We are constantly reminded of the apparent failure of anarchism to exercise any perceptible influence on the course of political events, and as a result we tend to overlook the unconscious adoption of anarchist ideas in a variety of other spheres of life. Some of these minor anarchies of everyday life provide analogies, some provide examples, and some, when you describe their operation, sound like veritable parables of anarchy. All the problems of social life present a choice between libertarian and authoritarian solutions, and the ultimate claim we may make for the libertarian approach is that it is more efficient, it fulfills its function better. The adventure playground is an arresting example of this living anarchy, one which is valuable both in itself and as an experimental verification of a whole social approach. The need to provide children's playgrounds as such is a result of high-density urban living and fast-moving traffic. The authoritarian solution to this need is to provide an area of tarmac and some pieces of expensive ironmongery in the form of swings, seesaws and roundabouts, which provide a certain amount of fun, but which call for no imaginative or constructive effort on the child's part and cannot be incorporated in any self-chosen activity. Swings and roundabouts can only be used in one way: they cater for no fantasies, for no developing skills, for no emulation of adult activities, they call for no mental effort and very little physical effort, and we are giving way to simpler and freer apparatus like climbing frames, log piles, jungle gyms, commando nets, or to play sculptures abstract shapes to clamber through and over, or large constructions in the form of boats, traction engines, lorries, or trains. But even these provide for a limited age group and a limited range of activities, and it is not surprising that children find more continual interest in the street, the derelict building, the bombed site or the scrap heap. For older boys, team games are the officially approved activity, and as Patrick Geddes wrote before the First World War, they are at most granted a cricket pitch, or lent a space between football goals, but otherwise are jealously watched, as potential savages, who on the least symptom of their natural activities of wigwam building, cave digging, stream damming, and so on must be instantly chivied away, and are lucky if not handed over to the police. That there should be anything novel in simply providing facilities for the spontaneous, unorganized activities of childhood is an indication of how deeply rooted in our social behavior is the urge to control, direct and limit the flow of life. But when they get the chance, in the country, or where there are large gardens, woods, or bits of waste land, what are children doing? Enclosing space, making caves, tents, dens, from old bricks, bits of wood and corrugated iron. Finding some corner which the adult world has passed over and making it their own. But how can children find this kind of private world in towns, where, as Agnete Vestereg of the Copenhagen Junk Playground write, every bit of land is put to industrial or commercial use, where every patch of grass is protected or enclosed, where streams and hollows are filled in, cultivated and built on? But more is done for children now than used to be done, it may be objected. Yes, but that is one of the chief faults the things are done. Town children move about in a world full of the marvels of technical science. They may see and be impressed by things, but they long also to take possession of them, to have them in their hands, to make something themselves, to create and recreate. The Emdrup Playground was begun in 1943 by the Copenhagen Workers' Cooperative Housing Association after their landscape architect, Mr. C.T. Sorensen, who had laid out many orthodox playgrounds, had observed that children seemed to get more pleasure when they stole into the building sites and played with the materials they found there. In spite of a daily average attendance of 200 children at Emdrup, and that difficult children were specially catered for, it was found that the noise, screams and fights found in dull playgrounds are absent, for the opportunities are so rich that the children do not need to fight. The initial success at Copenhagen has led in the years since the war to a widespread diffusion of the idea and its variations, from Freetown in Stockholm and the Yard at Minneapolis, to the Skrammellegepladser or building playgrounds of Denmark and the Robinson Crusoe playgrounds of Switzerland, where children are provided with the raw materials and tools for building what they want and for making gardens and sculpture. In this country we have had at least a dozen adventure playgrounds, several of them temporary, since their sites were earmarked for rebuilding, but there has been enough experience and enough documentation of it, for us to gauge fairly well their successes and pitfalls. These accounts, which should disabuse anyone who thinks it is easy to run an adventure playground, as well as anyone who thinks it a waste of time, include the following. Adventure Playgrounds, Lady Allen's pioneering pamphlet, which incorporates Agnieszka Vestereg's account of the Emdrup Playground and John Lageman's of the Yard. Adventure in Play by John Baron Mays, describing the Rathbone Street Adventure Playground at Liverpool. Annual Reports of the Grimsby Adventure Playground Association, by Joe Benjamin, the project leader until 1959, who has also written elsewhere on this playground. Lollard Adventure Playground, a pamphlet by Mary Nicholson, and Something Extraordinary, by H. S. Turner, the warden at Lollard Street. Play Parks, by Lady Allen of Hurtwood, an account of the Swedish play parks with suggestions for their adoption here. Adventure Playgrounds, a progress report by the National Playing Fields Associations on the playgrounds at Lollard Street, Grimsby, Romford, Bristol, Liverpool, and St. John's Wood, with facts and figures useful to people thinking of starting a playground. When the yard was opened at Minneapolis with the aim of giving the children their own spot of earth and plenty of tools and materials for digging, building and creating as they see fit. It was every child for himself. The initial stockpile of second-hand lumber disappeared like ice off a hot stove. Children helped themselves to all they could carry, sawed off longboards when short pieces would have done. Some hoarded tools and supplies in secret caches. Everybody wanted to build the biggest shack in the shortest time. The workmanship was shoddy. Then came the bust. There wasn't a stick of lumber left. Hijacking raids were staged on half-finished shacks. Grumbling and bickering broke out. A few children packed up and left. But on the second day of the Great Depression, most of the youngsters banded together spontaneously for a salvage drive. Tools and nails came out of hiding. For over a week the youngsters made do with what they had. Rugged individualists who had insisted on building alone invited others to join in and bring their supplies along. New ideas popped up for joint projects. By the time a fresh supply of lumber arrived, a community had been born. As in Copenhagen, the prophesied casualties did not happen. After a year of operation, injuries consisted of some bandaged thumbs and small cuts and bruises for the entire enrollment of over 200 children. No child has ever used a tool to hit another person. This question of safety is so often raised when adventure playgrounds are discussed that it is worth citing the experience in this country. The insurance company was so impressed by the engrossed activity at the Clydesdale Road playground, with its complete lack of hooliganism, that it quoted lower rates than for an ordinary playground. At Rathbone Street, Liverpool, the toughest of the English playgrounds. So many children crowded together with so many opportunities for mutilating one another were bound to produce a steady flow of abrasions, cuts, and bruises, with the occasional more serious wound requiring stitching or a fractured bone. Statistically, however, the slide appeared to be the highest risk, while the permanent ironwork equipment generally produced more accidents than the junk and scrap materials in the adventure playground proper. Reading Mr. May's account of the Liverpool playground, with its stories of gang warfare, sabotage, thieving scrap metal merchants, hostility and indifference in the neighborhood except for one street of immediate neighbors, senseless and wanton destruction, the reader may wonder how on earth it could keep going. But the author, reminding us that the essence of an experiment is that it is experimental, concludes that, in spite of all its shortcomings, many of which were the result of hasty planning and lack of solid financial support, in spite of mistakes made by its management committee and the errors of its two appointed leaders, in spite of the roughness of the site, the endless brickbats, the noise, the dirt, the disorder, sufficient evidence has accrued to support the main thesis on which the playground was established, that given the tools, the materials, the adult interest, advice, and support, children will indulge in constructional play. They do derive satisfaction from using hand and eye in making and building, fetching, carrying, painting and digging. The shortcomings, he points out, are no more inevitable than the community allows them to be. The Rathbone Street playground only seemed a failure from a distance. Those closest to it, as Mr. Mays says, are much less gloomy about its value, and it has already led to further adventuring in Liverpool. On the other hand, the Lollard playground, which seemed from the outside to be, as the Evening Standard called it, a heartwarming success story, gave rise among its workers to the kind of feeling which Sheila Beskind describes in this issue of Anarchy, a fantastic spontaneous lease of life followed by a slow decline, so that its spirit had died before the LCC took over the site for building. But permanence is not the criteria of success. As Lady Allen says, a good adventure playground is in a continual process of destruction and growth. The splendid variety of activities which came and went at Lollard, from vegetable growing to producing a magazine, plays, operettas, jiving and beauty sessions, were a measure of its success. As at Emdrop, this playground kept the interest of older children and young people up to the age of 20, thus enlarging the scope of possible projects. The older boys built and equipped a workshop and eagerly sought to serve the community in which they lived, doing repairs and redecorations for old people in the district, paying for the materials from a fund of their own. These were the same young people who are such a problem to their elders. The difference is that between the atmosphere of the irresponsible society, and that which was precariously built at the playground. The place, said the warden, stands for far more than a mere playground, and the chairman summed up. This playground is different because it's a place where the children have an infinite choice of opportunities. They can handle basic things: earth, water, plants, timber, and work with real tools, and they have an adult friend, a person they trust and respect. Here every child can develop a healthy sense of self-esteem, because there is always something at which they can excel. The wide age range, from 2 years to 23, is perhaps unique in any playground. There can be progressive development through rich play opportunities, to a growing sense of responsibility to the playground, to younger children and, finally, to others outside the playground. Their willingness to help others is the sign of real maturity, which is the object of all who work with young people. The Grimsby Playground, started in 1955, has a similar story. Its cycle of growth and renewal is annual. At the end of each summer, the children saw up their shacks and shanties into firewood, which they deliver in fantastic quantities to old age pensioners. When they begin building in the spring, it's just a hole in the ground and they crawl into it. Gradually the holes give way to 2-story huts. But they never pick up where they left off at the end of the previous summer. It's the same with fires. They begin by lighting them just for fun. Then they cook potatoes, and by the end of the summer they're cooking eggs, bacon and beans. Similarly with the notices above their dens. It begins with nailing up keep out signs. After this come more personal names like Bug Hole Cave and Dead Man's Cave, but by the end of the summer they have communal names like hospital or estate agent. There is an ever-changing range of activities due entirely to the imagination and enterprise of the children themselves. At no time are they expected to continue an activity which no longer holds an interest for them. Care of tools is the responsibility of the children. At the end of 1958 they were still using the same tools purchased originally in 1955. Not one hammer or spade has been lost, and all repairs have been paid for out of the nail fund. Mr. Benjamin, the project leader for the first years at Grimsby, has thought deeply on the implications and lessons of the adventure playground movement, answered skeptical critics in a memorable letter. By what criteria are adventure playgrounds to be judged? If it is by the disciplined activity of the uniformed organizations, then there is no doubt but we are a failure. If it is by the success of our football and table tennis teams, then there is no doubt we are a flop. If it is by the enterprise and endurance called for by some of the National Youth Awards, then we must be ashamed. But these are the standards set by the club movement, in one form or another, for a particular type of child. They do not attract the so-called unclub Babel, and worse so we read regularly, nor do they hold those children at whom they are aimed. May I suggest that we need to examine afresh the pattern taken by the young at play and then compare it with the needs of the growing child and the adolescent. We accept that it is natural for boys and girls below a certain age to play together, and think it equally natural for them to play at being grown up. We accept, in fact, their right to imitate the world around them. Yet as soon as a child is old enough to see through the pretense and demand the reality, we separate him from his sister and try to fob him off with games and activities which seem only to put off the day when he will enter the world proper. The adventure playgrounds in this country, new though they are already providing a number of lessons which we would do well to study. For 3 successive summers the children have built their dens and created Shan Tai Town, with its own hospital, fire station, shops, etc. As each den appeared, it became functional and brought with it an appreciation of its nature and responsibility. The pattern of adventure playgrounds is set by the needs of the children who use them. Their toys include woodwork benches and sewing machines. The play of the children is modeled closely on the world around them and as such has a meaning that is understood easily by all types. We do not believe that children can be locked up in neat little parcels labeled by age and sex. Neither do we believe that education is the prerogative of the schools. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Apart from the kind of objection you will always get from people who resent anything pleasurable that doesn't make money, 3 kinds of objections are made to adventure playgrounds: danger, unsightliness, and expense of supervision. Happily the danger is more apparent than real, and the Secretary of the National Playing Fields Association has stated that the accident rate is lower than on orthodox playgrounds since hooliganism which results from boredom is absent. They are unsightly in the ordinary sense, for as Mr. Mays notes, children like disorder or find some invisible order therein. Most adults hate it. Children do not in the least mind being dirty. Most adults abhor it. Children will find a source of enjoyment in the oddest and most unlikely play material: tin cans, milk bottle tops, broken slates, soil cinders, firewood. The adult mind thinks of these things in terms of refuse and rubbish. The solution of course is to use a solid fence instead of chicken wire, as is after all customary for adult building and demolition operations. Certainly more skilled adult assistance is needed than in a conventional playground. Indeed everything depends upon having something different from a park keeper saying don't, or a patronizing leader saying do. Against the cost of this can be set the lower capital costs than for a conventional playground and the fact that much public goodwill, assistance as gifts of materials can usually be counted on. On the question of such costs, local authorities are empowered under Section 53 of the Education Act to grant aid to the cost of employing play leaders, and the adventure playgrounds in this country, mostly run by voluntary organizations, have in fact had financial help both from local councils and from the National Playing Fields Association and in some cases from philanthropic foundations. Much could be said about the nature of adult help in an adventure playground. The NPFA report sees the person of the play leader as the overriding factor in success, besides which the other considerations fall into insignificance. Yet as Mr. Turner in his book about Lollard shows, there is no specification for the ideal person. The most bizarre characters have been wildly successful. Discussing the early experience at Clydesdale Road, Lady Allen made the point that, although we use the word leader, we want something different. It must be a grown-up who exerts the minimum authority and is willing to act rather as an older friend and counselor than as a leader. It is these children, particularly, who so deeply enjoy the companionship of an older person who is willing to be understanding and very generous of his time. We cannot think of a good title for this individual. Supervisor is wrong. Connected in the children's minds with discipline, a play leader is trained for a different type of work, and for younger children, so we use the word leader, but it is not right. The role of the leader is catalytic, and it is apparent from the various accounts of adventure playgrounds that too few adults have had to fulfill too many roles, from social worker to begging letter writer and woodwork instructor. An informal and changing group of people, both full-time and voluntary, and including friendly neighbors and older children, is evidently the happiest combination. ******. Finally, in case it isn't obvious, Why do we claim the adventure playground movement as an experiment in anarchy? Well, let us repeat yet again, Kropotkin's definition of an anarchist society as one which seeks the most complete development of individuality combined with the highest development of voluntary association in all its aspects, in all possible degrees, for all imaginable aims, ever-changing, ever-modified associations which carry in themselves the elements of their durability and constantly assume new forms which answer best to the multiple aspirations of all. A society to which pre-established forms, crystallized by law, are repugnant, which looks for harmony in an ever-changing and fugitive equilibrium between a multitude of varied forces and influences of every kind, following their own course. Every one of these phrases is recognizably a description of the microcosmic society of the successful adventure playground, and it leads us to speculate on the wider applications of the idea which is in essence the old revolutionary notion of free access to the means of production, in this instance to the means of every kind of creative and recreative activity. We think of course of the Peckham experiment a kind of adventure playground for people of all ages, or the kind of variations on work and leisure in freely chosen activity envisaged in Paul and Percival Goodman's Communitas. The adventure playground is a free society in miniature, with the same tensions and ever-changing harmonies, the same diversity and spontaneity, the same unforced growth of cooperation and release of individual qualities and communal sense, which lie dormant in a society devoted to competition and acquisitiveness. C.W. Colin Ward Autonomy Solidarity Possibility 2.jpg 9 Fringe Benefits. Colin Ward repraises the Titmuss book that gave new meaning to the expression blood bank. 9. When Richard Titmuss, the insurance clerk who became our most acute analyst of social policy, produced his last book, The Gift Relationship, in 1970, one dismissed it as an elaborate and academic restatement of Kropotkin's mutual aid, filled with indigestible detail about the pale yellow fluid known as plasma and constituents like immunoglobulin. Happily, when I wanted to consult it recently, the county library had a copy in its reserve stock, stored, like plasma, for my needs, and I changed my view. What set Titmuss off on his investigation must have been a 1968 publication from the Institute of Economic Affairs, The Price of Blood, which made an economic case against a monopoly of altruism in blood transfusion. So he embarked on a comparison of the commercial market in bought blood with the voluntary donation of blood. He found that the dominant characteristic of the American blood banking system was a redistribution of blood and blood products from the poor to the rich, since the sellers tended to be the unskilled, unemployed, and other low-income groups and categories of exploited people. He found that when voluntary donors in Britain were asked about their motives, the vividness, individuality, and diversity of their responses add life and a sense of community to the statistical generalities, but that 80% of answers suggested feelings of social responsibility towards other members of society. Titmuss concluded that on 4 testable, non-ethical criteria, the commercial trade in blood was bad. In terms of economic efficiency, it is highly wasteful of blood. Shortages, chronic and acute, characterize the demand and supply position and make illusory the concept of equilibrium. It is administratively inefficient and results in more bureaucratization and much greater administrative, accounting and computer overheads. In terms of price per unit of blood to the patient, it is a system which is 5 to 15 times more costly than the voluntary system in Britain. And finally, in terms of quality, commercial markets are much more likely to distribute contaminated blood. He died in 1974 and consequently did not live to see the phenomenon that he called the Philistine resurrection of economic man in social policy. And although he was to record that among cardiac surgery transfusions in the U.S., in the commercial group the total hepatitis attack rate was 53%, in the voluntary group nil, neither he nor anyone else could have anticipated the AIDS epidemic, and the disaster that befell hemophiliac patients, heavily dependent on blood products, as a result of the importation of contaminated commercial blood. Not did he live to see the vast confidence trick we have witnessed since the 1970s where, as Brendan Lambin argued on the letters page, business studies and economics, as taught today, amount to the most successful program of political propaganda ever undertaken in the country. Economics has become simply market economics, and other concepts of social interaction are relegated to the public relations industry. Rereading Titmuss is a reminder of how rapidly the market ideology has been transferred from economic theory to social policy, with a pathetically weak dissenting voice. I'm now inclined to see his book as a parable. Blood, as the saying goes, is thicker than water, which is the fluid that holds it together. We can't survive without blood, but nor can we survive for more than a few days without water. A century before Titmuss died, the Public Health Act required every household to have a water supply. 20 years after his death, profitable, privatized water companies were depriving people of a water supply because of non-payment of bills. 10. Anarchism as a theory of organization. 10. You may think in describing anarchism as a theory of organization I am propounding a deliberate paradox. Anarchy you may consider to be, by definition, the opposite of organization. In fact, however, anarchy means the absence of government, the absence of authority. Can there be social organization without authority, without government? The anarchists claim that there can be, and they also claim that it is desirable that there should be. They claim that, at the basis of our social problems is the principle of government. It is, after all, governments which prepare for war and wage war, even though you are obliged to fight in them and pay for them. The bombs you are worried about are not the bombs which cartoonists attribute to the anarchists, but the bombs which governments have perfected, at your expense. It is, after all, governments which make and enforce the laws which enable the haves to retain control over social assets rather than share them with the have-nots. It is, after all, the principle of authority which ensures that people will work for someone else for the greater part of their lives, not because they enjoy it or have any control over their work, but because they see it as their only means of livelihood. I said that it is governments which make wars and prepare for wars, but obviously it is not governments alone. The power of a government, even the most absolute dictatorship, depends on the tacit assent of the governed. Why do people consent to be governed? It isn't only fear. What have millions of people to fear from a small group of politicians? It is because they subscribe to the same values as their governors. Rulers and ruled alike believe in the principle of authority, of hierarchy, of power. These are the characteristics of the political principle. The anarchists, who have always distinguished between the state and society, adhere to the social principle, which can be seen wherever men link themselves in an association based on a common need or a common interest. The state, said the German anarchist Gustav Landauer, is not something which can be destroyed by a revolution, but is a condition, a certain relationship between human beings, a mode of human behavior. We destroy it by contracting other relationships, by behaving differently. Anyone can see that there are at least two kinds of organization. There is the kind which is forced on you, the kind which is run from above, and there is the kind which is run from below, which can't force you to do anything, and which you are free to join or free to leave alone. We could say that the anarchists are people who want to transform all kinds of human organization into the kind of purely voluntary association where people can pull out and start one of their own if they don't like it. I once, in reviewing that frivolous but useful little book Parkinson's Law, attempted to enunciate 4 principles behind an anarchist theory of organization, that they should be voluntary, functional, temporary, and small. They should be voluntary for obvious reasons. There is no point in our advocating individual freedom and responsibility if we are going to advocate organizations for which membership is mandatory. They should be functional and temporary precisely because permanence is one of those factors which harden the arteries of an organization, giving it a vested interest in its own survival, in serving the interests of office holders rather than its function. They should be small precisely because in small face-to-face groups, the bureaucratizing and hierarchical tendencies inherent in organizations have least opportunity to develop. But it is from this final point that our difficulties arise. If we take it for granted that a small group can function anarchically, we are still faced with the problem of all those social functions for which organization is necessary, but which require it on a much bigger scale. Well, we might reply, as some anarchists have, if big organizations are necessary, count us out. We will get by as well as we can without them. We can say this all right, but if we are propagating anarchism as a social philosophy, we must take into account, and not evade, social facts. Better to say, let us find ways in which the large-scale functions can be broken down into functions capable of being organized by small functional groups and then link these groups in a federal manner. The classical anarchist thinkers, envisaging the future organization of society, thought in terms of two kinds of social institution, as the territorial unit, the commune, a French word which you might consider as the equivalent of the word parish or the Russian word Soviet in its original meaning, but which also has overtones of the ancient village institutions for cultivating the land in common, and the syndicate, another French word from trade union terminology, the syndicate, or workers' council as the unit of industrial organization. Both were envisaged as small local units which would federate with each other for the larger affairs of life, while retaining their own autonomy, the one federating territorially and the other industrially. The nearest thing in ordinary political experience to the federative principle propounded by Proudhon and Kropotkin would be the Swiss, rather than the American, federal system. And without wishing to sing a song of praise for the Swiss political system, we can see that the 22 independent cantons of Switzerland are a successful federation. It is a federation of like units, of small cells, and the cantonal boundaries cut across linguistic and ethnic boundaries so that, unlike the many unsuccessful federations, the confederation is not dominated by one or a few powerful units. For the problem of federation, as Leopold Kohr puts it in The Breakdown of Nations, is one of division, not of union. Herbert Luethi writes of his country's political system. Every Sunday, the inhabitants of scores of communes go to the polling booths to elect their civil servants, ratify such and such an item of expenditure, or decide whether a road or a school should be built. After settling the business of the commune, they deal with cantonal elections and voting on cantonal issues. Lastly, come the decisions on federal issues. In some cantons, the sovereign people still meet in Rousseau-like fashion to discuss questions of common interest. It may be thought that this ancient form of assembly is no more than a pious tradition with a certain value as a tourist attraction. If so, it is worth looking at the results of local democracy. The simplest example is the Swiss railway system, which is the densest network in the world. At great cost and with great trouble, it has been made to serve the needs of the smallest localities and most remote valleys, not as a paying proposition but because such was the will of the people. It is the outcome of fierce political struggles. In the 19th century, the democratic railway movement brought the small Swiss communities into conflict with the big towns, which had plans for centralization. And if we compare the Swiss system with the French, which, with admirable geometrical regularity, is entirely centered on Paris, so that the prosperity or the decline, the life or death of whole regions has depended on the quality of the link with the capital, we see the difference between a centralist state and a federal alliance. The railway map is the easiest to read at a glance, but let us now superimpose on it another showing economic activity and the movement of population. The distribution of industrial activity all over Switzerland, even in the outlying areas, accounts for the strength and stability of the social structure of the country and prevented those horrible 19th century concentrations of industry, with their slums and rootless proletariat. I quote all this, as I said, not to praise Swiss democracy, but to indicate that the federal principle, which is at the heart of anarchist social theory, is worth much more attention than it is given in the textbooks on political science. Even in the context of ordinary political institutions, its adoption has a far-reaching effect. Another anarchist theory of organization is what we might call the theory of spontaneous order, that given a common need, a collection of people will, by trial and error, by improvisation and experiment, evolve order out of chaos, this order being more durable and more closely related to their needs than any kind of externally imposed order. Kropotkin derived this theory from the observations of the history of human society and of social biology, which led to his book Mutual Aid, and it has been observed in most revolutionary situations, in the ad hoc organizations which spring up after natural catastrophes, or in any activity where there is no existing organizational form or hierarchical authority. This concept was given the name social control in the book of that title by Edward Allsworth Ross, who cited instances of frontier societies where, through unorganized or informal measures, order is effectively maintained without benefit of constituted authority. Sympathy, sociability, the sense of justice and resentment are competent, under favorable circumstances, to work out by themselves a true, natural order, that is to say, an order without design or art. An interesting example of the working out of this theory was the Pioneer Health Centre at Peckham, London, started in the decade before the war by a group of physicians and biologists who wanted to study the nature of health and healthy behavior instead of studying ill health like the rest of their profession. They decided that the way to do this was to start a social club whose members joined as families and could use a variety of facilities including a swimming bath, theater, nursery, and cafeteria, in return for a family membership subscription and for agreeing to periodic medical examinations. Advice, but not treatment, was given. In order to be able to draw valid conclusions, the Peckham biologists thought it necessary that they should be able to observe human beings who were free to act as they wished and to give expression to their desires. So there were no rules and no leaders. I was the only person with authority, said Dr. Scott Williamson, the founder, and I used it to stop anyone exerting any authority. For the first 8 months there was chaos. With the first member families, says one observer, there arrived a horde of undisciplined children who used the whole building as they might have used one vast London street. Screaming and running like hooligans through all the rooms, breaking equipment and furniture, they made life intolerable for everyone. Scott Williamson, however, insisted that peace should be restored only by the response of the children to the variety of stimuli that was placed in their way, and, in less than a year the chaos was reduced to an order in which groups of children could daily be seen swimming, skating, riding bicycles, using the gymnasium or playing some game, occasionally reading a book in the library. The running and screaming were things of the past. More dramatic examples of the same kind of phenomenon are reported by those people who have been brave enough, or confident enough to institute self-governing non-punitive communities of delinquents or maladjusted children. August Eichhorn and Homer Lane are examples. Eichhorn ran that famous institution in Vienna, described in his book Wayward Youth. Homer Lane was the man who, after experiments in America, started in Britain a community of juvenile delinquents, boys and girls, called the Little Commonwealth. Lane used to declare that freedom cannot be given. It is taken by the child in discovery and invention. True to this principle, remarks Howard Jones, he refused to impose upon the children a system of government copied from the institutions of the adult world. The self-governing structure of the Little Commonwealth was evolved by the children themselves, slowly and painfully to satisfy their own needs. Anarchists believe in leaderless groups, and if this phrase is familiar to you, it is because of the paradox that what was known as the leaderless group technique was adopted in the British and American armies during the war as a means of selecting leaders. The military psychiatrists learned that leader or follower traits are not exhibited in isolation. They are, as one of them wrote, relative to a specific social situation. Leadership varied from situation to situation and from group to group. Or as the anarchist Michael Bakunin put it 100 years ago, I receive and I give, such is human life. Each directs and is directed in his turn. Therefore there is no fixed and constant authority, but a continual exchange of mutual, temporary, and, above all, voluntary authority and subordination. This point about leadership was well put in John Comerford's book, Health the Unknown, about the Peckham experiment. Accustomed as is the sage to artificial leadership, it is difficult for it to realize the truth that leaders require no training or appointing, but emerge spontaneously when conditions require them. Studying their members in the free-for-all of the Peckham Center, the observing scientists saw over and over again how one member instinctively became, and was instinctively but not officially recognized as, leader to meet the needs of one particular moment. Such leaders appeared and disappeared as the flux of the center required. Because they were not consciously appointed, neither were they consciously overthrown. Nor was any particular gratitude shown by members to a leader either at the time of his services or after for services rendered. They followed his guidance just as long as his guidance was helpful and what they wanted. They melted away from him without regrets when some widening of experience beckoned them onto some fresh adventure, which would in turn throw up its spontaneous leader, or when their self-confidence was such that any form of constrained leadership would have been a restraint to them. A society, therefore, if left to itself in suitable circumstances to express itself spontaneously, works out its own salvation and achieves a harmony of action which superimposed leadership cannot emulate. Don't be deceived by the sweet reasonableness of all this. This anarchist concept of leadership is quite revolutionary in its implications, as you can see if you look around, for you see everywhere in operation the opposite concept, that of hierarchical, authoritarian, privileged, and permanent leadership. There are very few comparative studies available of the effects of these two opposite approaches to the organization of work. Two of them I will mention later. Another, about the organization of architects' offices, was produced in 1962 for the Institute of British Architects under the title The Architect and His Office. The team which prepared this report found two different approaches to the design process, which gave rise to different ways of working and methods of organization. One they categorized as centralist, which was characterized by autocratic forms of control, and the other they called dispersed, which promoted what they called an informal atmosphere of free-flowing ideas. This is a very live issue among architects. Mr. W. D. Pyle, who in an official capacity helped to sponsor the outstanding success of post-war British architecture, the school building program, specifies among the things he looks for in a member of the building team that he must have a belief in what I call the non-hierarchical organization of the work. The work has got to be organized not on the star system, but on the repertory system. The team leader may often be junior to a team member. That will only be accepted if it is commonly accepted that primacy lies with the best idea and not with the senior man. And one of our greatest architects, Walter Gropius, proclaims what he calls the technique of collaboration among men, which would release the creative instincts of the individual instead of smothering them. The essence of such technique should be to emphasize individual freedom of initiative, instead of authoritarian direction by a boss, synchronizing individual effort by a continuous give and take of its members. This leads us to another cornerstone of anarchist theory, the idea of workers' control of industry. A great many people think that workers' control is an attractive idea, but one which is incapable of realization because of the scale and complexity of modern industry. How can we convince them otherwise? Apart from pointing out how changing sources of motive power make the geographical concentration of industry obsolete, and how changing methods of production make the concentration of vast numbers of people unnecessary, perhaps the best method of persuading people that workers' control is a feasible proposition in large-scale industry is through pointing to successful examples of what the Guild socialists called encroaching control. They are partial and limited in effect, as they are bound to be, since they operate within the conventional industrial structure, but they do indicate that workers have an organizational capacity on the shop floor, which most people deny that they possess. Let me illustrate this from two recent instances in modern large-scale industry. The first, the gang system worked in Coventry, was described by an American professor of industrial and management engineering, Seymour Melman, in his book Decision-Making and Productivity. He sought, by a detailed comparison of the manufacture of a similar product, the Ferguson tractor, in Detroit and in Coventry, England, to demonstrate that there are realistic alternatives to managerial rule over production. His account of the operation of the gang system was confirmed by a Coventry engineering worker, Reg Wright, in two articles in Anarchy. Of Standard's tractor factory in the period up to 1956 when it was sold, Melman writes, "In this firm we will show that at the same time, thousands of workers operated virtually without supervision as conventionally understood, and at high productivity, the highest wage in British industry was paid, high-quality products were produced at acceptable prices in extensively mechanized plants, the management conducted its affairs at unusually low costs. Also, organized workers had a substantial role in production decision-making. From the standpoint of the production workers, the gang system leads to keeping track of goods instead of keeping track of people. Mellman contrasts the predatory competition which characterizes the managerial decision-making system with the workers' decision-making system, in which the most characteristic feature of the decision-formulating process is that of mutuality in decision-making, with final authority residing in the hands of the grouped workers themselves. The gang system as he described it is very like the collective contract system advocated by G.D.H. Cole, who claimed that the effect would be to link the members of the working group together in a common enterprise under their joint auspices and control, and to emancipate them from an externally imposed discipline in respect of their method of getting the work done. My second example again derives from a comparative study of different methods of work organization, made by the Tavistock Institute in the late 1950s, reported in E. L. Trist's Organizational Choice, and P. Herbst's Autonomous Group Functioning. Its importance can be seen from the opening words of the first of these. This study concerns a group of miners who came together to evolve a new way of working together, planning the type of change they wanted to put through, and testing it in practice. The new type of work organization, which has come to be known in the industry as composite working, has in recent years emerged spontaneously in a number of different pits in the northwest Durham coal field. Its roots go back to an earlier tradition which had been almost completely displaced in the course of the last century by the introduction of work techniques based on task segmentation, differential status and payment, and extrinsic hierarchical control. The other report notes how the study showed the ability of quite large primary work groups of 40-50 members to act as self-regulating, self-developing social organisms able to maintain themselves in a steady state of high productivity. The authors describe the system in a way which shows its relation to anarchist thought. The composite work organization may be described as one in which the group takes over complete responsibility for the total cycle of operations involved in mining the coal face. No member of the group has a fixed work role. Instead, the men deploy themselves, depending on the requirements of the ongoing group task. Within the limits of technological and safety requirements, they are free to evolve their own way of organizing and carrying out their task. They are not subject to any external authority in this respect, nor is there within the group itself any member who takes over a formal directive leadership function. Whereas in conventional longwall working the coal-getting task is split into 4 to 8 separate work roles, carried out by different teams, each paid at a different rate, in the composite group members are no longer paid directly for any of the tasks carried out. The all-in wage agreement is, instead, based on the negotiated price per ton of coal produced by the team. The income obtained is divided equally among team members. The works I have been quoting were written for specialists in productivity and industrial organization, but their lessons are clear for people who are interested in the idea of workers' control. Faced with the objection that even though it can be shown that autonomous groups can organize themselves on a large scale and for complex tasks, it has not been shown that they can successfully coordinate, we resort once again to the federative principle. There is nothing outlandish about the idea that large numbers of autonomous industrial units can federate and coordinate their activities. If you travel across Europe, you go over the lines of a dozen railway systems, capitalist and communist, coordinated by freely arrived at agreement between the various undertakings, with no central authority. You can post a letter to anywhere in the world, but there is no World Postal Authority. Representatives of different postal authorities simply have a congress every 5 years or so. There are trends, observable in these occasional experiments in industrial organization, in new approaches to problems of delinquency and addiction, in education and community organization, and in the deinstitutionalization of hospitals, asylums, children's homes, and so on, which have much in common with each other, and which run counter to the generally accepted ideas about organization, authority, and government. Cybernetic theory, with its emphasis on self-organizing systems, and speculation about the ultimate social effects of automation, leads in a similar revolutionary direction. George and Louise Crowley, for example, in their comments on the report of the Ad Hoc Committee on the Triple Revolution, Monthly Review, November 1964, remarked that, "We find it no less reasonable to postulate a functioning society without authority than to postulate an orderly universe without a God. Therefore the word anarchy is not for us freighted with connotations of disorder, chaos, or confusion. For humane men, living in non-competitive conditions of freedom from toil and of universal affluence, anarchy is simply the appropriate state of society." In Britain, Professor Richard Titmuss remarks that social ideas may well be as important in the next half-century as technical innovation. "I believe that the social ideas of anarchism, autonomous groups, spontaneous order, workers' control, the federative principle, add up to a coherent theory of social organization which is a valid and realistic alternative to the authoritarian, hierarchical, and institutional social philosophy which we see in application all around us. Man will be compelled," Kropotkin declared, "to find new forms of organization for the social functions which the state fulfills through the bureaucracy, and he insisted that as long as this is not done, nothing will be done. I think we have discovered what these new forms of organization should be. We have now to make the opportunities for putting them into practice." Section 2, Culture, Place, and Housing. 1. Plotlands, the unauthorized version 11. Is a shorthand description for those areas where, in the first 40 years of this century, farmland was divided into small plots and sold, often in unorthodox ways, to Londoners wanting to build their holiday home, country retreat, or would-be small holding. The word evokes a landscape consisting of a gridiron of grassy tracts, sparsely filled with bungalows constructed from army huts, railway coaches, shanties, sheds, shacks and chalets, which when left to evolve on its own, slowly becomes like any other ordinary suburban landscape, leaving only a few clues to its anarchic origins. By 1939 this plotland landscape was to be found in pockets across the North Downs, along the Hampshire Plain, and in the Thames Valley at such riverside sites as Penton Hook, Marlow Bottom, and Pulley Park. It was interspersed among the established holiday towns on the east and west Sussex coast as places like Shoreham Beach, Pett Level, and Camber Sands, and, most notoriously, at Peacehaven. It crept up the east coast, from Sheppey in Kent to Lincolnshire, by way of Canvey Island and Jaywick Sands, and it clustered inland all across South Essex. The plotland phenomenon was not confined to the southeast of England. Every industrial conurbation in Britain once had these escape routes to the country, the river, or the sea. For the West Midlands there was the Severn Valley, the Wye Valley and North Wales; for Liverpool and Manchester the North Welsh coast and the Wirral; for Glasgow the Ayrshire coast and even the bonny banks of Loch Lomond. Serving the industrial populations of the West Riding towns and cities were sites along the Yorkshire coast and the Humber estuary, and for those of Tyneside and Teesside there were the nearby coasts of Northumberland and Durham. It was as though a proportion of the population was obeying a law of nature in seeking out a place where they could build for themselves. But it is certainly worth remembering that, when the plotland phenomenon began, most families in British cities and towns were only 1 or 2 generations away from rural life. A series of factors made the plotlands. The first was the same economic fact that influenced Ebenezer Howard: the price of rural land. There is an old saying that land loses its value long before it loses its price. But agricultural decline as a result of cheap imports, which had begun in the 1870s and continued until 1939, encouraged the buying and selling of bankrupt farms at throwaway prices. In 1913 you could buy land in Kent at £10 an acre with a £1 deposit, or a plot on Canvey Island in Essex for LLS.BD. The breakup of landed estates after the Liberal government's doubling of death duties, together with the slaughter rate among sons and heirs of landowners in World War I, added to the pressure among sellers to seek a multitude of small buyers in the absence of a few large ones. A second factor was the spread down the social scale of the holiday habit and the idea of the weekend. The Holidays with Pay Act of 1938 affected 18.5 million employed workers, nearly 11 million of whom were to receive holiday pay for the first time. Those who previously took a holiday paid for by savings, were likely to seek a cheap one, and a glance at Dalton's Weekly in the 1930s would show that, apart from a tent in a field, the cheapest holiday advertised was to rent someone else's plotland bungalow. Another factor was the accessibility of cheap transport. There was the incredible ramification of railway branch lines, reaching places for which the station had become an unexpected link with the outside world, but also the pleasure boat industry, fighting back against railway competition in the holiday trade, not merely up the Thames, but also along the Essex and Kent coasts. A final, decisive factor was the gradual democratization of private motoring. The fourth factor is best summed up as the growth of the cult of the great outdoors. This had several aspects. One was belief in the health-giving qualities of fresh air, as a defense against such scourges of urban life as bronchitis and tuberculosis. Another aspect was the pursuit of popular riverside and seaside sports such as fishing, boating and sailing. Yet another aspect was the attraction to dwellers of the simple life, whether in a country cottage with 3 acres and a cow, or as a long-distance commuter. There was, finally, the idea of a property-owning democracy. At the end of the 20th century, the major mode of tenure in Britain is the owner-occupied house. When the century began, 90% of households, whether rich or poor, rented their dwellings, and throughout the 20th century the attraction of possessing a few square yards of England has had its appeal. Long before a minor conservative politician coined the phrase about property owning, one plotland entrepreneur, Frederick Francis Ramus, twice mayor of Southend-on-Sea, who operated as the Land Company, was advertising in 1906 that land nationalization is coming, meaning that the dominance of the absentee landlord would be replaced by every family owning its portion of our common birthright. Like the developer of Peacehaven, Mr. Ramus claimed that on his sites at Langdon, a real garden city without the aid of philanthropists and on a perfectly sound basis, is likely to be created. The plotland sites have several common characteristics. They are invariably on marginal land. The inland Essex sites are all south of an invisible line across the county separating the more easily worked soil from the heavy clay, known to farmers as three-horse land, which went out of cultivation earliest in the agricole-rural depression. Other plotlands grew up on vulnerable coastal sites, of which the best known were Jaywick Sands and Canvey Island, or on riverside sites in the Thames Valley, also liable to inundation. Or they are on acid heathland or chalky uplands. Even Peacehaven was built on an area of the South Downs where the ancient sheep pasture had been replaced by a tough, wiry grass as a result of ploughing in the Napoleonic and subsequent wars, with the result that it was the earliest to be abandoned as grazing. Another characteristic of all the plotland areas was that the holiday home remained in the same family and became the retirement home of the first generation. What seemed to the outside observer to be inconvenient, substandard, and far from the shops, was for them loaded with memories of happy summer days when the children were small. A final common attribute was the tendency of the plotlands, unless deliberate obstacles were put in the way of the residents, to be the subject of a process of continuous upgrading over time. Extensions, the addition of bathrooms, partial or total rebuilding, the provision of main services and the making up of roads, are part of the continuous improvement process in any such settlement that has not been economically undermined or subjected to planners' blight. The conservationist literature of the interwar years reveals the intense horror that was felt by all right-thinking people at the desecration of the landscape they saw as happening everywhere. Dean Inge, a celebrated publicist of the period, coined the phrase bungaloid growth, with its implication that some kind of cancer was creeping over the face of the home counties. Clough Williams Ellis, who later built the holiday village of Port Marion, was the author of England and the Octopus and editor of the compendium Britain and the Beast, in which Howard Marshall declared that a gimcrack civilization crawls like a giant slug, across the country, leaving a foul trail of slime behind it. In retrospect, it is hard not to feel that part of this disgust was ordinary misanthropy. The wrong sort of people were getting a place in the sun. The plot lands were, of all developments, the most vulnerable. They seldom complied with the building bylaws. They could be held to be a menace to public health since, like most of the homes of the rural poor at that time, they were not connected to sewerage systems. They provided very little income for local authorities, since their rateable value was very low, and their owners were not people with an influential voice in public affairs. They looked, when raw and new, more like boom towns, pioneering in the American West or the Australian bush, than like the expected pattern of urban growth in the southeast of England. But there is an irony in the fact that the simple life and the rural weekend also attracted the liberal intelligentsia who were the backbone of the preservationist lobby. Reginald Bray was a progressive philanthropist and member, in succession, of the London School Board and the London County Council. In 1919 he left London to administer his father's estates based on Shear in Surrey. When Dr. Peter Brandon studied the estate papers he found that Bray provided sites for many of the good and the great of the 1920s and 1930s, including a majority of members of the first Labour cabinet and several crusaders for the protection of the countryside. Clough Williams-Ellis was among them, while deploring the way in which the adventurous bungalow plants its foundations, a pink asbestos roof screaming its challenge across TV Hole parish from some pleasant upland that it has light-heartedly defaced. Another of the weekend residents was Bray's fellow Harrovian, the historian G.M. Trevelyan, who lamented that the state is socialist enough to destroy by taxation the classes that used to preserve rural amenity, but is still too conservative to interfere in the purposes to which land is put by speculators to whom the land is sold. Time and nature have changed the plot land sites, just as they change any raw new settlement. For example, those offending salmon pink asbestos cement slates have, besides proving themselves as durable as other roofing materials, attracted moss and lichen so that their present appearance is like that of Cotswold stone. At the end of the century we may smile at the way the shapers of policy took it for granted that they were entitled to a rural retreat, while wanting to deny on aesthetic grounds the same opportunity to people further down the hierarchy of chance and income. Patrick Abercrombie, in introducing his Greater London Plan, was careful to stress this point. It is possible to point with horror to the jumble of shacks and bungalows on the Langdon Hill and at Pitsea. This is a narrow-minded appreciation of what was as genuine a desire as created the group of lovely gardens and houses at Frensham and Bramshott. As so often, Abercrombie failed to go with the flow of conventional opinion. He understood the aspirations of those he was planning for, in a way that his counterparts almost never did. The post-war planning legislation, and the fact that landowners were now subsidized for upgrading marginal farmland, effectively put an end to plot land development, and planning authorities have perceived the existing sites as among the problems they are expected to solve. Sometimes the aim has been to eliminate them totally and return the land, if not to agriculture, then to public recreational use. In most places such policies have failed and have simply resulted in patches of empty, scrubby wasteland between those plots still occupied by determined people who fought planning decisions, with the result that local authorities were overruled by central government. In some other places the clearance policy has succeeded. At Havering Park in Essex, the Greater London Council demolished all plot land dwellings to make a country park. Nearby, in 1949, the new town of Basildon was designated to make some kind of urban entity out of Pitsea and Langdon, where, by the end of World War II there was a settled population of about 25,000 on 75 miles of grass track roads, mostly unsewered and with standpipes for water supply. More recently the Essex County Council eliminated another scattered plot land area to make the new residential town of South Woodham Ferrers. In many other parts of the southeast, planning authorities have tried to freeze development by refusing all applications for planning permission improvements, and upgrading, refusals which have often been reversed on appeal. Attitudes towards the plot lands have changed over the years. They began as a blot on the landscape. Then they were seen as odd, curious, and vaguely interesting or quaint. After that, inevitably, they were perceived as a precious aspect of our heritage. At Basildon, one of the few remaining bungalows called the Haven at Dunton Hills became a plotland museum. At Dungeness in Kent, a plotland site was designated as a conservation area in order to preserve it from redevelopment. In the effort to save a plotland site in Swansea Bay from a bid to redevelop it, the local authority similarly designated it as a conservation area in 1990, on the grounds that the site was Arcadian. On other sites, even the antiquated railway carriages that the first settlers bought for £15 each, including delivery by horse-drawn transport to the site, have become precious for the railway antiquarians. But the last word on the significance of the plotland era comes from Dr. Anthony King, in his monumental, Global History of the Bungalow as a Building Type. He observes that a combination of cheap land and transport, prefabricated materials, and the owner's labor and skills had given back, to the ordinary people of the land, the opportunity denied to them for over 200 years, an opportunity which, at the time, was still available to almost half of the world's non-industrialized population, the freedom of a man to build his own house. It was a freedom that was to be very short-lived. How right he was. To the People Act, the post-war squatters movement 12. In the last few weeks there has been organized squatting in empty mansions, with enough public approval to force the government and the authorities into more active requisitioning a score for the anarchists. F. J. Osborne, July 26, 1945. The politicians of the post-war Labour government, who were taken by surprise by the squatters' movement which swept Britain in 1946, showed, by their astonishment and unpreparedness, how far out of touch they were with the desperateness of the housing situation, and with the mood of the people. They were blind to the evidence provided by the earlier seizures of empty buildings by homeless returning servicemen which occurred in 1919, or by the Scottish examples during the 1939–1945 war, the Blitz Hotel incident in Glasgow, and the occupation of empty houses at Blantyre in the spring of 1945. Above all, they ignored the lessons of the vigilante campaign of the summer of 1945, that far-off summer which saw the beginning of the peace and of the atomic age. The picturesque, but perhaps ill-advised name of vigilantes was adopted by committees of, largely, ex-servicemen who, under cover of night, installed homeless families and their furniture in unoccupied houses, usually successfully, since no action could be taken to evict them once they were in, until the usually absentee property owners could initiate legal proceedings against them. This campaign started, and was most active, in seaside towns, for example Southend, Hastings and, most of all, Brighton, which has a rather unique place among the South Coast resorts in that it has a large working-class population. The original and outstanding grievance against which the vigilante campaign was aimed, was the way in which big seaside houses were being kept empty for most of the year in order to be let at very high rents during the short holiday season. From this, as the movement spread, it became an attack on the right of landlords to keep property unoccupied for any reason. The success of the vigilantes forced the government to grant wider powers to local authorities to requisition property for housing purposes, while the threat of further direct action ensured that the councils would use these powers. Thus the campaign began with the effort to put right an obvious public scandal, it spread to become a challenge of the hitherto hardly disputed right of the landlord to do as he liked with his own property without reference to public needs, and it ended with the official sanction of this challenge. The squatters' movement of the following year sprang from another of these scandalous anomalies, the emptiness of hundreds of Army and Air Force camps during the worst housing shortage we have known. The first of the 1946 squatters was Mr. James Fielding, a cinema projectionist at Scunthorpe, Lincolnshire, who, desperate for somewhere to live, moved on May 8 with his family, into the former officers' mess of an unoccupied anti-aircraft camp. As soon as the news of their action got around the town, other young couples in a similar predicament moved into the other huts, and the first colony of squatters was born. Shortly after this, 2 other camps in the same area were seized, and this was followed by the occupation of several camps around Sheffield. The Sheffield settlers formed a Squatters' Protection Society and quickly linked up with the pioneer squatters at Scunthorpe. These events were rapidly followed by the seizure of hundreds of camps everywhere in Britain. The authorities, who at first disclaimed any responsibility for the squatters passing the buck from one department to another, were forced into recognizing the occupations, and local authorities were instructed to turn on water and electricity and to provide essential services. Later in the year, the Ministry of Works, which had previously declared itself not interested, found it possible to offer the Ministry of Health 850 former service camps. The government announced on the October 11, 1946 that 1,038 camps in England and Wales had been occupied by 39,535 people, and on September 5 it was stated that 4,000 people had squatted in Scotland. Since the government could not destroy the movement, it tried to absorb it, and expressed itself confident that the settlers would see reason and move out when the situation had been explained to them. A leading article in The Observer commented, "The ministry piously hopes that squatters, after certain explanations, will return to the homes from which they have come." What homes? Bits of caravans or crannies in the overcrowded lodgings, or the premises of others from which they are desperately trying to escape. The fact that ex-soldiers who have had plenty of camp life in their time should now regard an army hut as a little bit of heaven is surely strong enough evidence of their misery and despair. Nor are they likely to be terrified by the talk of winter weather. As the camps began to fill, the squatters turned to other empty buildings. Houses, shops, mansions, disused school buildings, racetracks and a stadium were among the places occupied, and on August 26, 2 Aberdeen hotels and a hostel were taken, while on the 29th 2 big hotels in Glasgow were seized, though they had to be abandoned later. The final and most spectacular phase of the campaign began in London on Sunday, September 8, when the 148 luxury flats of Duchess of Bedford House, Kensington, another block in Weymouth Street, Marylebone, and houses in Holland Park and Camden Hill were invaded. On the following day 3 more houses in Beaumont Street, Marylebone were taken over, and on Tuesday 60 families entered Fountain Court, a block of flats in Victoria. On Wednesday the flats at Abbey Lodge, Regent's Park, and the 630-room Ivanhoe Hotel, Bloomsbury, were occupied. The tactics adopted by the police in this final stage of the campaign varied from day to day. At first, at the Duchess of Bedford House, their human sympathy seems to have got the better of their role as protectors of the interests of the propertied classes, and, according to the press, police called to the scene made themselves helpful, and an inspector made arrangements for a WVS van to supply hot drinks. But on the Tuesday they were organizing a watch on unoccupied property to prevent further squatting, and the Home Office instructed Scotland Yard to inquire into the origin of the organization behind the squatters and to keep the government fully informed of the activities of political agitators who foment trouble. On the Wednesday, after Abbey Lodge and the Ivanhoe Hotel had been seized, the police cordoned the buildings. Their refusal to allow any more than 25 blankets into Abbey Lodge for the children caused a scene outside in which demonstrators lay down 5 deep in the road and held up traffic for a quarter of a mile. Later, food and blankets were allowed in. There were similar scenes at the Ivanhoe Hotel. The state of siege was resumed during the night at the 4 main squatters' fronts, and the blockade continued on the following day, while the police took more action to prevent people from entering or re-entering the buildings. The same scenes were repeated on the Thursday night, and mounted police were used to disperse the crowd at Abbey Lodge. On Friday there were rumors that they intended to use tear gas. Police leave was stopped, and the route to the Sunday meeting in Hyde Park was lined with mounted police. The first arrests, apart from the usual ones on charges of obstruction and insulting behavior, were made on the Saturday, when 5 communists were charged with conspiring together with other persons to incite people to trespass on property. On the same day, the Minister of Health, the late Aneurin Bevan, who was just back from his holiday in Switzerland, instructed all local authorities to cut off gas and electricity supplies to all property under their control occupied by squatters. The Labour government advised all owners of empty buildings to ensure that all doors and windows were secured, but it did not ask them why, at a time when families were being prosecuted for sleeping in fields and ditches, Their property remained empty. The communists, although they had a year earlier denounced the vigilantes, were very active amongst the squatters in London. So much so that people who had to rely on newspapers for their information assumed, and have assumed since, that the whole thing was a communist stunt. Diana Murray Hill, the only person to make a serious study at the time, of who the squatters were, and what kind of straits they had been in Pilot Papers, November 1946, reported from Abbey Lodge that as to the argument that the communists gave them the idea of squatting, they said there was nothing to it. Many of them had been squatting of their own accord before the taking over of the flats. In some cases the huts they had been squatting in had been taken away from them. And, finally, the crowd of sympathizers outside, the majority of whom Mr. R knew personally and could vouch for their not being communists, and of the squatters themselves, again he knew many of them personally, and of the ones he knew none were communists. The squatters formed their own committee. Or as we put it in freedom. The fact is that the communists wish to exploit the movement now that it has become widespread. One must recognize this fact even when one expresses sympathy with the arrested leaders, and solidarity with those rank-and-file communists who have given genuine support to some squatters. Nevertheless, the support of the communists is a real danger to the movement. Legal action against the squatters was obviously very difficult, but the attempt of the CP to organize them has provided the government with just the handle they needed. The legal prosecutions will deflect attention from the real issue, the desperate plight of the homeless. It will lower the whole question to the level of political strife and opportunism. Perhaps most dangerous of all, the CP themselves will seek to turn the movement into legalistic channels. They have already formulated demands of the government. Soon they will be urging the homeless to avoid further direct action and to do nothing to hamper the realization of your demands. The truth of this evaluation was shown in the anticlimax of the general evacuation by the London squatters when the High Court injunction was granted. This was treated by the press as the end of the squatters, and the fact was concealed that the many thousands of camp settlers were not affected by the setback, and had settled down until they could find something better, while many of the London squatters were eventually provided with accommodation of one sort or another by the LCC. In October, Aneurin Bevan sought to turn public feeling against the camp squatters by suggesting that they were jumping their place in the housing queue, when in fact they were jumping out of the housing queue by moving into buildings which would not otherwise have been used for housing purposes. It took most of them years in fact to get into the housing queue. Over 100 families who in 1946 occupied a camp known as Field Farm in Oxfordshire, stayed together and in 1958-9 were rehoused in the new village of Berinsfield on the same site. A notable feature of the whole campaign was the way in which, quite spontaneously and without disputes, the accommodation was divided among the would-be squatters in accordance with their needs, the size of their families, and so on. The best huts and buildings, usually the former officers' mess, needless to say, went to large families, while the ordinary Nissen huts were divided among the childless couples. Of one of the earliest squatters' camps it was reported on July 24, 1946, the campers today discovered a 20,000-gallon water tank and have turned on the water. A youth appointed as water inspector, is carrying out hourly checks to ensure that taps are not left running. A camp committee has been elected and the camp is being run on communal lines. Tradesmen call with their vans. In camps I visited in Hampshire I found everywhere that hopeful, adventurous spirit that springs from independence and spontaneous cooperation. Everywhere I saw attempts to make those bleak huts look more like home. Communal cooking, laundering and nursery facilities sprang up. Fathers took turns to stoke the boilers, mothers took turns to do the settlement's shopping, and the children collected up the rubbish left by the army and made bonfires of it. For them at least, it was a real adventure. Squatters' protection societies and federations were formed to protect their mutual interest. Some memorable scenes of solidarity were seen during the seizures at London hotels, when, in the face of police opposition, complete strangers threw into the buildings blankets and parcels of food, without hope of recompense. One of the remarkable features of the squatters' communities was that they were formed of people who had very little in common except their homelessness. Tinkers and university dons were amongst them. A very revealing report on the squatters, in a series How Are They Now?, appeared in the News Chronicle for January 14, 1947. The correspondent describes a camp in Lancashire. There are two camps within the camp: the official squatters and the unofficial squatters. Both pay the same rent of tens a week, but there the similarity ends. Although one would have imagined that the acceptance of rent from both should accord them identical privileges, in fact it does not. Workmen have put up partitions in the huts of the official squatters and have put in sinks and numerous other conveniences. These are the sheep; the goats have perforce to fend for themselves. An interesting commentary on the situation was made by one of the young welfare officers attached to the housing department. On her visit of inspection she found that the goats had set to work with a will, improvising partitions, running up curtains, distempering, painting and using initiative. The official squatters, on the other hand, sat about glumly without using initiative or lifting a hand to help themselves and bemoaning their fate, even though they might have been removed from the most appalling slum property. Until the overworked corporation workmen got around to them, they would not attempt to improve affairs themselves. How much this story reveals, not only about the squatters, but about the difference between the state of mind that induces free independent action, and that of dependence and inertia, the difference between people who initiate things and act for themselves, and the people to whom things just happen. When the squatters' movement is viewed against other historical examples of direct action applied to the housing problem in a non-revolutionary situation, four definite phases, common to them all, can be discerned. Firstly, initiative, the individual action that begins the campaign, the spark that starts the blaze. Secondly, consolidation, when the movement spreads sufficiently to constitute a real threat to property rights and becomes big enough to avoid being simply snuffed out by the authorities. The third phase is that of success, when the authorities have to concede to the movement what it has won, and the fourth phase is that of official action, usually undertaken unwillingly in order to placate the popular demand, and to avoid further attacks on the interests of the propertied class. For nothing succeeds like success, and governments usually realize that, as Kropotkin observes, once the principle of the divine right of property is shaken, no amount of theorizing will prevent its overthrow. The first phase was seen in Glasgow in 1915 when the Govan housewives refused to pay the rent increases demanded by rapacious landlords, while Perdic women rough-handled the rent collectors. It was seen in Vienna in 1921 when homeless ex-soldiers seized land in the ex-emperor's hunting park, and began to build houses. It was to be seen again in 1938 when 250 tenants of Quinn Square, Bethnal Green refused to pay any more rent until repairs were done and rents reduced. It was seen in Brighton in June 1945, when ex-servicemen moved a homeless family into a house in Round Hill Street, and thus began the vigilante campaign, and it was seen in May 1946, when the Fielding family initiated the squatters by settling in the Scunthorpe camp. The second phase was represented by the great demonstration of housewives in George Square during the Clydeside rent strikes, and the strike of the shipyard workers, who passed a resolution that unless the government took action to reduce rents to their pre-war level, a general strike on the Clyde would follow. In Vienna it was the formation of the land settlement movement, whose banners were inscribed with the words, "Give us land, wood and stone, and we will make bread." In the London rent strike movement, this phase was apparent in the development of the Stepney Tenants' League and the spread of rent strikes all over the London area. In the vigilante campaign it took the form of widespread occupation of empty apartments, and among the squatters it was still more noticeable in the seizure of service camps in every part of the country. The third phase was implicit in the Glasgow Sheriff Court's decision in favour of 18 workers summoned for non-payment of rent, after a deputation had pointed out to the sheriff that these men will only resume work in the event of your deciding against the factor. If you do not, it means that the workers on the lower reaches will stop work tomorrow and join them. It was seen in the Vienna municipality's recognition of the cooperative building clubs, and it took a very obvious form in the rent strikes before the last war, when the landlord of Brady Street, Stepney, had to agree to big rent reduction, and to large-scale repairs. The official sanctioning of the first wave of camp squatters was the latest example of this phase. In the final phase we see the complete justification of direct action as a means of forcing the authorities to take radical measures that they would not otherwise have considered. Fearing further big strikes on the Clyde in the First World War, a government completely representing the landlord class was forced to pass the first Rent Restrictions Act, and, remembering this, and with the 1938-9 rent strikes fresh in mind, Chamberlain's government hastened to introduce the 1939 Rent Restrictions Act on the outbreak of the Second World War. The militant action of the Austrian workers made it necessary for the authorities, at a time of complete economic and financial collapse, to initiate the Vienna Municipal Housing and Town Planning Scheme, one of the biggest and most comprehensive in Europe. In 1945 the vigilantes coerced the government into granting local authorities wide requisitioning powers, and the threat of further action made sure that they used them. In the same way, the announcement that 850 former service camps are being offered by the Ministry of Works to Mr. Aneurin Bevan to help him in his emergency housing drive, was the measure of the success of the camp squatters. But for the opportunist intervention of the communists, it seems likely that the seizure of hotels and luxury flats would have forced even more significant and spectacular concessions from the authorities. Today, direct action is again overdue. Isn't it extraordinary that in a period when homelessness in London has been building up steadily, State House in Holborn, one of the vast new prestige office blocks, should have stood empty for at least 2 years? In the new Solidarity pamphlet Homelessness, Sheila Jones of the Tenants Association at one of the LCC's halfway houses says, "To some of us it is beginning to be clear that if we want anything done we will have to do it ourselves." The LCC tries to keep these places as terrible as possible to prevent others taking advantage of the facilities provided. An imaginative and selective breaking of the artificial LCC rules might be an effective method of protest. What would happen, for instance, if a group of families got together and decided to bring in their own furniture to replace the LCC stuff? Would the LCC wardens call the police in against tenants whose only crime was that they had tried, at their own expense, to make living conditions more bearable for themselves and for their children? And another contributor, Ken Jones, points out that there are possibilities for the unfortunate occupants of the reception centers who have literally nothing to lose. He suggests, for example, that husbands should disobey the curfew so that if the authorities dare, they must use force to separate a man from his family. But must the homeless and dispirited be left to fight their own battles? 3. The Do-It-Yourself New Town 13. The New Towns movement in Britain, sparked off at the turn of the century by Ebenezer Howard's book Garden Cities of Tomorrow and built into post-war planning legislation and policy, has had its successes and its failures. The successes are there for all to see, and as for the failures, well, it always seems to me that the New Towns policy is criticized for the wrong reasons. One of the criticisms of the New Town ideology which has developed in the last few years is that the New Towns have won their success at the expense of the urban poor in the old inner city areas, and that they are consequently irrelevant to real important issues like social justice. It has been rather amusing to watch this notion spiraling round the academic chat shows, getting cruder and more dogmatic all the while, since it was launched in 1972. It is already beginning to affect policy in the cities. It is a difficult argument to come to grips with because sometimes people say a lot of different and contradictory things at the same time. How often one hears the giant fringe housing estates like Thamesmead, or Chelmsley Wood, or Kirkby, or Cantrell Farm, described as new towns, when of course they are not. If you point out that the new towns have absorbed only a small proportion of the enormous outward movement from the cities, or if you take the example of Milton Keynes, which has provided 16,000 jobs of which a little over 1,000 came from London, while 12,000 people have moved there from London, then the critics say that the new towns have become irrelevant. If you point out that the new towns have provided homes and jobs for large numbers of working class people who would not be enabled otherwise to get a more ample life out of the city in the way that middle class people take for granted, they reply that the new towns have done nothing for the really underprivileged or deprived. Well, I'm delighted to see the pundits of planning emerging as the champions of the inner city poor. It makes a change when you consider what the planning orthodoxy of the last 20 years has done to inner city London, Glasgow, Liverpool, or Cardiff. Of course, I recognize that there is a large element of social snobbishness in the deprecators of the new towns. Some people can't stand the upward social mobility of the skilled worker. And then we have to carry like across the Marxist intelligentsia who can't bear to think of the working class being lost to the class struggle and developing a taste for wall-to-wall carpeting. They are like the people who would like the poor to be starving in the slums so as to hasten the day of revolution. Apart from our moral distaste for such an outlook, life never happens that way. What we are talking about is the missing half of Ebenezer Howard's formula. He wanted dispersal in order to make possible the humane redevelopment of the inner city. He thought, 70 years or more ago, that once the inner city had been demagnetized, once large numbers of people had been convinced that they can better their condition in every way by migrating elsewhere, the bubble of the monopoly value of inner city land would burst. But let us notice, he wrote in his chapter on the future of London, how each person in migrating from London, while making the burden of ground rents less heavy for those who remain, will make the burden of rates on the ratepayers of London yet heavier. He thought that the change in the inner city would be effected not at the expense of the ratepayers, but almost entirely at the expense of the landlord class. Now, of course, it hasn't happened that way because of our continued failure to cope with the problem of land valuation. We can hope, if without much conviction, that the Community Land Act and the temporary collapse of the property boom will bring us closer to the situation that Howard envisaged. Last year in Swindon, a town rescued from decay by the town development legislation, I was talking to a post office worker who told me of the conditions his wife and children had had to endure living in 2 rooms in Islington. The move out of London of the department of the post office in which he worked had dramatically improved the conditions of life for his family. Funnily enough, it is likely that the very house he moved out of has become part of the humane, low-density redevelopment of the inner city through the process known as gentrification. Perhaps instead of 4 families sharing the same dilapidated house with one WC in the backyard, one family now lives there, and the immaculately painted house has central heating and a bathroom, while the backyard has changed its name to the patio and is full of grapevines and frisbees. The old WC houses a molten bicycle. The occupant is probably an ecologically conscious planner who leads a busy and blameless life crusading for the urban poor. Space for decent living is something that money can buy. A few years ago, Sir Frederick Osborne was invited to attend a meeting of the Covent Garden community in central London. What should the Oldhams press site be used for, he was asked. Why, a public open space, of course, he replied, and everybody laughed. Yet a few years later, thanks to the temporary collapse of property speculation in London, the community itself has built a garden on that site, fantastically heavily used during the long hot summer last year. And interestingly enough, in the analogous district of Paris, Les Halles, where the vegetable market again has been moved to the suburbs, the president has decided that the site is to become a public open space. All this is simply a necessary introduction to the approach to the idea of a new town which I want to propound. Inner city and new town are not rivals, they are 2 sides of the same policy, or should be. My real purpose is to look at the new town movement through anarchist spectacles, defining anarchism as the social philosophy of a non-governmental society. The philosopher Martin Buber begins his essay Society and the State with an observation from the sociologist Robert McIlvey that to identify the social with the political is to be guilty of the grossest of all confusions, which completely bars any understanding of either society or the state. The political principle for Buber is characterized by power, authority, hierarchy, dominion. He sees the social principle wherever men link themselves in an association based on a common need or a common interest. The anarchist Peter Kropotkin believed that the state organization, having been the force to which the minorities resorted for establishing and organizing their power over the masses, cannot be the force which will serve to destroy these privileges, and he declared that the economic and political liberation of man will have to create new forms for its expression in life, instead of those established by the state. He thought it self-evident that this new form will have to be more popular, more decentralist, and nearer to the folk-mode self-government than representative government can ever be, reiterating that we will be compelled to find new forms of organization for the social functions that the state fulfills through the bureaucracy, and that as long as this is not done, nothing will be done. Now you may wonder why I have chosen to inflict on you the slice of anarchist theory and speculation. Well, if I asked you who were the founders of the town planning movement in this country, you would unquestionably reply Ebenezer Howard and Patrick Geddes. One of the interesting things about this pair of sages, since we have all been brainwashed into thinking of planning as a professional mystery or amalgamation of mysteries, is that neither of them would be accepted today as a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute. Nor would they have been accepted into the academic world. Geddes was regarded with great suspicion in academic circles, failed to get any of the jobs he applied for, and was finally made a professor because a philanthropist endowed a chair especially for him. As for Howard, his biographer remarks that his book did not receive any recognition by those who specialized in political, economic, or sociological matters. Those very factors which enabled him to see clearly with eyes unbiased by preconceptions, in particular his lack of academic background, kept him out of the charmed circle of the establishment. It is salutary to be reminded of these facts, but to me the most striking thing about both Howard and Geddes is something different. In the Osborne-Mumford correspondence, FJO remarks about Howard that he had no belief in the state. Does this mean he was an anarchist? No, it doesn't. As Lewis Mumford remarked about him, with his gift of sweet reasonableness Howard hoped to win Tory and anarchist, single taxer and socialist, individualist and collectivist, over to his experiment. But it does mean that Howard did not believe that the state was the only means, or the most desirable means with which to accomplish social ends. The same thing is true of Geddes. His most recent biographer Patty Kitchen in her book You Most Unsettling Person says, intellectually he was closest to anarchists such as Peter Kropotkin and Paul and Elisee Reclus, all of whom he knew well, while his earlier biographer Philip Merritt remarks that an interesting book could be written about the scientific origins of the international anarchist movement, and if it were, the name of Geddes would not be absent. There were in fact innumerable cross-currents between the ideologists of planning and the ideologists of anarchism at that time. The Reclus family made several of the exhibits in Geddes' Outlook Tower in Edinburgh. Kropotkin's Fields, Factories, and Workshops came out at the same time as Howard's Tomorrow, A Peaceful Path to Real Reform. When Howard's book was reissued under its more familiar title of Garden Cities of Tomorrow, and when Kropotkin's book was reissued in an enlarged edition, each paid tribute to the other's work. When Thomas Adams, the first secretary of the Garden Cities Association, and later the first secretary of the Town Planning Institute, wrote his book Garden City and Agriculture in 1905, he based it on Kropotkin's work. There are similar cross-influences with Raymond Unwin, Lewis Mumford, right down to the astounding book Communitas by Paul and Percival Goodman, which after its publication by the University of Chicago in 1947, led a kind of underground existence until its reappearance as a paperback in the 60s. It is on sale in this country and I would recommend it to you as the most significant book in Burfield since Howard's. Well, these are merely literary cross-currents, of course. But when first Garden City Limited was started, it was not conceived as a forerunner of action by the governmental machine, it was conceived as the forerunner of what F.J. Osborne called, summarizing Howard, progressive experimentation in new forms of social enterprise. An ordinary company in its structure, it had the important feature of dividend limitation and the famous provision that any balance of profit was to be devoted to the benefit directly or indirectly of the town or its inhabitants. In its planner it was fortunate to have Raymond Unwin with those great qualities that Nicholas Taylor summed up as his acute practical sense of the complexity of everyday life, and also his political stress on cooperative management as the means of bringing the good life to the many. When Howard found that his working model failed to inspire others, he embarked, at 69, on his second garden city, having succeeded in borrowing less than 1/10 of the purchase price of the site. Staggering foolhardiness. Can you imagine such an enterprise today? Now we know from the recollections of people like C.B. Purdom and Frederick Osborne and from the anecdotes of early residents that there was a kind of gaiety and a sense of high adventure in the pioneering of Letchworth and Welwyn, that was absent from the early days of the post-war new towns. Some people would deny this, of course, and say that it is all a matter of the transforming power of time. FJO says that at Letchworth, the people who had been there from the start 8 years before he arrived told him he'd missed the golden age. But listen to him reminiscing about Welwyn and the fantastically difficult balancing act of choreographing the arrival of people, basic services, and jobs, on a shoestring and by himself. A task which would employ a vast staff in a modern new town. But behind the rosy reminiscence, isn't it true that the grumbles and the new town blues that we used to hear in the 50s, did not have their equivalents in the early years of the two garden cities, just because people were conscious of being pioneers and of having to do their own things if they wanted something done? Now once the building of new towns, after years of campaigning, had become a governmental enterprise, the mechanism of the Development Corporation followed the pattern set by Lord Reith in the 1920s, or by Herbert Morrison in the 1930s, or by the boards of the nationalized industries set up at the same time in the 1940s. We know that the style of the Development Corporation has proved itself adaptable to many other circumstances than that of the original Greenfield new towns. The trouble is that the style has not changed, even though our ideas about many other forms of social organization are changing and are going to change still more in the future. Mr. Tony Wedgwood Benn, who 10 years ago was using government funds to enforce shotgun weddings among giant capitalist concerns to enable them to compete with the European giants, is by now an advocate of using government funds to enable workers' cooperatives to take over ailing capitalist enterprises. He embarrasses us all by conducting his education in public, but other people too are looking back to see where we went wrong in our theories of social organization. At what stage in the evolution of our administrative ideology did we go wrong? Some people would say it was back in the 30s when the Labour Party opted for the vast public corporation as the vehicle for social enterprise. Other people would say, in connection with housing, that it was the time of the Tudor-Walters report in 1918, which froze out all other forms of social housing in favor of direct municipal provision. Today, with public housing policy in collapse, we are suddenly discovering the virtues of cooperative housing, a notion dear to the heart of Howard and Unwin which has been neglected for 60 years, even though if you go to a country like Denmark where a third of housing is in the hands of tenant cooperatives, they say to the English visitor, "We owe it all to your Rochdale pioneers." Today, when people are urging, in the name of democracy, that new town housing should be transferred to the local authorities, at least one development corporation chairman was approached the minister to ask whether he will make some stipulation about allocation procedures, since in his area the allocation of council, as opposed to development corporation housing, has been delegated from the council meeting to the party meeting of the ruling party. He is interested in tenant control because he sees local democratic control as worse than the paternalism of his corporation. I think that the watershed in the development of social and socialist ideology came much further back. It was possible for one of the earliest Fabian tracts to declare in 1886 that English socialism is not yet anarchist or collectivist, not yet defined enough in point of policy to be classified. There is a mass of socialistic feeling not yet conscious of itself as socialism. But when the unconscious socialists of England discover their position, they also will probably fall into two parties, a collectivist party supporting a strong central administration and a counterbalancing anarchist party defending individual initiative against the administration. Well, the Fabians rapidly found which side of the watershed was theirs, and the Labour Party long ago finally committed itself to that interpretation of socialism which identified it with the unlimited increase of the state's power and activity through its chosen form, the giant managerially controlled public corporation. Now, in putting forward the notion of a do-it-yourself new town, I am not saying that, in our kind of society, the public authorities have no role. They have an indispensable role, which for short we call site and services. If you are familiar with the phrase, it is because you have been watching the unfolding drama of housing in the cities of the Third World. For if the cities of the rich world lack the income to maintain their expensive infrastructure, it is not surprising that in the exploding cities of the Poor World, transportation, water supply, sewerage, and power supplies cannot cope, and still less can medical, educational, or housing services. The European visitor is appalled by the miles and miles of shanty towns which surround the capital, often not shown on the map or included in the population statistics, even though the unofficial inhabitants may outnumber the official population. People with a historical sense are reminded of the mushroom growth of our own industrial cities in the early 19th century, but there is a significant difference. Here industrialization preceded urbanization, there the urbanization precedes industry. The anthropologist Lisa Pita once told me of her puzzlement in Bogotá, where there was no economic base to sustain the exploding population, but where no one looked ill-nourished and everyone was shod. She realized eventually that beside the official economy that figured in the statistics there was an unofficial, invisible economy of tiny enterprises and service occupations which provided purchasing power for the unofficial population whose squatter settlements evolved over time into fully serviced suburbs. There is a perceptible pattern of population movement. The peasant makes the break with his village firstly by moving to some intermediate town or city as his first staging post, then moves on to the inner city slums of the metropolis, usually to some quarter occupied by families with the same place of origin. Finally, wised up in city ways, he moves on to a squatter settlement, usually on public land on the periphery of the city. In favorable circumstances, his straw shack develops over the years into a house. He has turned his labor into capital and has a modicum of security in the urban economy. This happens quickly in a city of rapid economic growth like Seoul. It does not happen in a city of negative economic growth like Calcutta, where people are born and die in the street. This is why English architects like John Turner and Pat Crook, who have worked for years in the shanty towns of Latin America, see them as something quite different from the official view and that of the rich visitor, which is as breeding grounds of crime, disease, social and family disorganization. They see them as a triumph of self-help and mutual aid among people who would gain nothing from the usual expensive official housing program. They point out that what begins as a squatter settlement can become through its own efforts in 15 years a fully functioning community of adequate, properly serviced households. In their chapter contributed to the recent book The Exploding Cities, they contrast two examples of evolving dweller-controlled housing, one in Barcelona and one in Dar es Salaam, and conclude. These two superficially different cases show how ordinary people use resources and opportunities available to them with imagination and initiative when they have access to the necessary resources, and when they are free to act for themselves. Anyone who can see beyond the surface differences between the many forms of dwelling places people build for themselves is bound to be struck by the often astonishing economy of housing built and managed locally, or from the bottom up, in comparison with the top-down, mass housing supplied by large organizations and central agencies. Contrary to what we have been brought up to believe, where labor is an economy's chief asset, large-scale production actually reduces productivity in low-income housing. The assumed economies of scale are obtained at the expense of reduced access to resources local owners and builders would otherwise use themselves, and of the inhibition of personal and community initiative. If you have a lingering belief that this is simply romanticizing other people's poverty, I ought to remind you that the poor of a poor country in an efficiently administered city like Lima have not been deprived of the last shred of personal autonomy and human dignity like the poor of a rich and competently administered city like London. They are not trapped in the culture of poverty. Just imagine that we were a poof country. Suppose Dockland were Dar es Salaam, or Liverpool were Lusaka, and we adopted the policy of aided squatting which in some third world cities has replaced the pointless and wicked governmental persecution of squatters. Following the advice of people like Turner and Crook and D.J. Dwyer, the World Bank is ceasing to aid grandiose housing projects, though many governments are refusing to take this advice. They would rather pay large fees to Western planning consultants, for they cannot believe that what poor people do for themselves can be right. The World Bank is now sponsoring 10 site and services programs around the world. Wilshire and Ryder report that these experimental projects encompass a wide variety of space allocations, financial assistance, provision of utilities, types of tenure, construction standards, and participation of private enterprise, but its officials are already convinced that the approach holds out a good deal of promise. Now suppose we applied such a policy to some of the derelict inner-city districts in the man-made wastelands. Provide roads and services and a service corps, kitchen sink, bath, WC and ring main connection, put up some party walls and you will have long queues of families anxious to build the rest of the house for themselves, or to employ one of our vast number of unemployed building workers to help, or to get their brother-in-law or some moonlighting tradesman or the community industry to help, within the party walls. Such a carnival of construction would have important spin-offs in other branches of the social problems industry, ad hoc jobs and training for unemployed teenagers, turning the local vandals into builders, and the children into backyard horticulturalists. Why, it would be like those golden days at Letchworth. Why, we already have experience of a do-it-yourself new town on the site and service principle. If I announce that I am referring to Pitsea and Langdon, the precursor of Basildon Newtown, people in the planning profession will groan and say, well, precisely, and we don't want that particular expensive muddle to mop up again. But look at it in a different light and you will see why someone with my point of view cherishes Basildon with particular affection. There the dwellers got their sites but had to wait many years for the services. If you don't know the Basildon epic, let me retell it as briefly as I can. The building of the London-Tilbury South End Railway in 1888 coincided with a period of agricultural depression, and several farmers around Pitsea and Langdon in Essex sold to an astute land agency which divided the land into plots for sale. They advertised these as holiday or retirement retreats and organized excursion trains from West Ham and East Ham at the London end of the line, with great boozy jaunts to the country, and in the course of the outings plots of lands were auctioned. Some people returned home without realizing that they were now landowners and these remained undeveloped, or perhaps were built on without title by someone else. In the period up to the end of the 1930s, other agents or the farmers themselves sold plots in the area, sometimes for as little as £3 for a 20-foot frontage. A lot of ex-servicemen dreaming of a good life on a place of their own sank their gratuities after the First World War in small holdings or in chicken farming. Most of them soon failed, they lost their money but they had some kind of cabin on the site, and the return fare from Langdon to Fenchurch Street was LS2D in 1930. The kind of structures people built ranged from the typical interwar speculative builder's detached house or bungalow, to converted buses or railway coaches, with a range of army huts, beach huts, and every kind of timber-framed shed, shack or shanty. During the Second World War, with very heavy bombing in East London, especially the dockland boroughs of East Ham and West Ham, many families evacuated themselves or were bombed out, and moved in permanently to whatever foothold they had in the Pitsea, Langdon and Vange districts, with the result that at the end of the war the area had a settled population of 25,000. There were some 8,500 existing dwellings, over 6,000 of them unsewered. There were 75 miles of grass track roads, main water in built-up areas only with standpipes in the roads elsewhere. There was no surface water drainage apart from ditches and old agricultural drains. Only 50% of dwellings had mains electricity. There were about 1,300 acres of completely waste land, of which 50% had no known owner. High average density was 6 persons to the acre. Of the 8,500 dwellings, 2,000 were of brick and tile construction to Housing Act standards, 1,000 were of light construction to the same standard, 5,000 were chalets and shacks, and 500 were described as derelict, though probably occupied. The average rateable value was £5. In 1946 the New Towns Act was passed and various places were designated by the government as sites for new towns. In many cases there was intense local opposition, not only from residents and landowners but also from the local authorities. In the case of the place we are considering, and Basildon was unique among the new towns in this. The minister was petitioned by the Essex County Council and by the local council to designate the area as a new town. They were joined by the county borough councils of West Ham and East Ham, who saw the place as a natural overspill town for their boroughs, many of whose former citizens were now living there. The argument was that there was no other way of financing the infrastructure of essential municipal services. At the first round the application was turned down. Harlow was chosen as the first Essex new town, and there was talk of Ongar as the second. After a further delegation to the minister, Basildon was accepted. The new town was planned to start from a nucleus at the village of Basildon itself, expanding eastwards and westwards to incorporate Langdon and Pitsea. The first general manager, Brigadier W. G. Napton, set out his policy in 1953 thus: any solution which includes the wholesale demolition of substandard dwellings cannot be contemplated. However inadequate, every shack is somebody's home, probably purchased freehold with hard-earned savings, and as often as not the area of land within the curtilage is sufficient to provide garden produce and to house poultry, rabbits, and even pigs. To evict the occupier and to reaccommodate him and his family in a corporation house, even on such favorable terms as the Act may permit, will probably cause not only hardship, but bitter feelings. The old must be absorbed into the new with the least detriment to the former and the greatest advantage to the latter. His successor, Mr. Charles Boniface, adopted the same humane and sensible attitude. He remarked that the planner's task here is like a jigsaw puzzle, with the new fitting into the old instead of being superimposed upon and obliterating it. This is in fact the policy which has been followed, and the gridiron pattern of the grass-track roads has been incorporated into the fully developed new town plan. Mr. Boniface has always maintained that existing residents and allotment owners have as many rights as incomers or the corporation itself. Let us zoom in on one particular street in the Langdon end of Basildon. It probably has a greater variety of housing types than any street in Britain. It starts on the right with two late Victorian villas, a sawn-off bit of terrace housing stuck there hopefully when the railway was first built. On the left is a detached house with a porch embellished with Doric wooden columns, like something in the deep south of the United States. Then there are some privately built houses of the 1960s, and next a wooden cabin with an old lady leaning over the gate, a First World War Army hut which grew. On the other side of the road is some neat Development Corporation housing, blue brick, concrete tile hanging and white trim. Here is a characteristic improved shanty with imitation stone coins formed in cement rendering at the corners of the pebble dash. Most of the old houses have some feature in the garden exemplifying Habraken's remarks about the passion to create and embellish. This one has a fountain, working. This one has a windmill about 5 feet high painted black and white like the timber and asbestos house it adjoins. The sails are turning. Here's one with a pond full of goldfish. And now we see an immaculate vegetable garden with an old gentleman hoeing his onions. He was a leather worker from Kennington, who bought the place 43 years ago for weekends and then retired down here. No, he wasn't the first occupier, who was a carpenter from Canning Town who bought 3 20-foot plots for £18 in 1916, giving a site 60 feet by 140 feet. In the post-1918 period when, according to Mr. Syrett, the present owner, the banks were changing their interiors from mahogany to oak, the carpenter brought down bits and pieces of joinery from Fenchurch Street and built his dream bungalow. After Mr. Syrett had bought it, it was burnt down except for the present kitchen, and Mr. Syrett himself built the present timber-framed house. Later he had it rendered, and although he is now 85, he has been making improvements ever since. For example, he has recently cut out the mullions of his 1930 type windows to make them more like the ones in the Development Corporation houses opposite. I showed him a description of the area as a former vast pastoral slum. He denied this, of course, remarking that most people came down here precisely to get away from the slums. But what was it like before the road was made up? Well, you had to order your coal in the summer as the lorry could never get down the road in winter time. But there was a pavement. People used to get together with their neighbors to buy cement and sand to make the pavement all the way along the road. Street lighting? No, there was none. Old Granny Chapel used to take a hurricane lamp when she went to the Radiant Cinema in London. Transport? Well, a character called Old Tom used to run a bus from London Station to the Fortune of War public house. And there were still horses and carts down here in those days. They used to hold steeplechases on the hill where the caravan site is now. In the same road lived Mr. Budd, who died last year at 97. He was a bricklayer by trade, and every time he had a new grandchild would add a room to his house. Mr. and Mrs. Syrett's house is immaculate, large rooms with all the attributes of suburban comfort. The house was connected to the sewer and electricity mains in the 40s and got gas 15 years ago. The Urban District Council made up the road under the Private Street Works Act, charging £60 in road charges. The road was recently made up again to a higher standard by the Development Corporation. The rates are £12 a half year, and as old age pensioners they got a rate rebate. They live happily within their pension, they assured me. No rent to pay, some fruit and vegetables from the garden and the greenhouse. It is a matter of pride for them that they are not obliged to apply for supplementary benefits which they regard as scrounging. It is quite obvious that Mr. Syrett's real investment for his old age was this one-time substandard bungalow, which today has all the same amenities and conveniences as the homes of his neighbors. The truth of this can be seen if you look in the estate agent's windows in Pitsea, where houses with the same kind of origin are advertised at prices similar to those asked for the spec builders' houses of the same period. The significant thing is that their original owners and builders would never have qualified as building society mortgages in the interwar years, any more than people with equivalent incomes would today. The integration of Shacksville into new development has been outstandingly successful in Basildon, but the same upgrading of dwellings and improvements in facilities happens in the course of time anywhere further down the line, at Canvey Island for example, without benefit of new town finance. What the new town mechanism has done, of course, is to draw the sporadic settlement together into an urban entity and provide non-commuting jobs through the planned introduction of industry. Pitsea and London could be called do-it-yourself new towns, later legitimized by official action. But, the cheap, substandard, unfinished kind of development that gives the underprivileged a place of their own has ceased to be available. In the 1930s, aesthetic critics deplored this kind of development as bungaloid growth and so on, though the critics themselves had a great deal more freedom of maneuver in buying themselves a place in the sun. It is interesting that Sir Patrick Abercrombie in the Greater London Plan of 1944 said, "It is possible to point with horror to the jumble of shacks and bungalows on the Leyden Hills and Pitsea. This is a narrow-minded appreciation of what was as genuine a desire as created the group of lovely gardens and houses at Frensham and Bramshott." This may be obvious today, but it was unusually perceptive in the climate of opinion then. What in fact those Pitsea Leyden dwellers had was the ability to turn their labor into capital over time, just like the Latin American squatters. The poor in the third world cities, with some obvious exceptions, have a freedom that the poor in the rich world cities have lost. 3 freedoms, in John Turner's words: the freedom of community self-selection, the freedom to budget one's own resources, and the freedom to shape one's own environment. In the rich world the choices have been preempted by the power of the state, with its comprehensive law enforcement agencies and its institutionalist welfare agencies. In the rich world, as Habraken puts it, man no longer houses himself, he is housed. You might observe, of course, that some of the new town and developing towns have more than most local authorities have provided sites and encouragement to self-build housing societies. But a self-build housing association has to provide a fully finished product right from the start, otherwise no consent under the building regulations, no planning consent, no loan. No one takes into account the growth and improvement and enlargement of the dwelling over time, so that people can invest out of income and out of their own time, in the structure. Now, when Howard wrote his book, the reason why it appealed to so many people was that the period was receptive. This was the period of Kropotkin's fields, factories, and workshops, of Blatchford's Merry England, and of H.G. Wells's Anticipations. Certain ideas were in the air. Now we are once again in a period with a huge range of ideas in the air, especially among the young. There is the enormous interest in what has become known as alternative technology. There is, for obvious reasons, a sudden burst of interest in domestic food production, and there is an enormous new interest in alternative forms of housing. Once again, for obvious reasons, there are vast numbers of people whose faces or lifestyles don't fit in either the Director of Housing's office or the Building Society office, and who are consequently victims of the crude duopoly of housing which, without intending to, we have created. There are large numbers of people interested in alternative ways of making a living, looking for labor-intensive low-capital industries, because capital-intensive industries have failed to provide them with an income. A community land trust was set up last year. A new villages association was set up recently. I am continually amazed by the growth of interest in alternative energy sources, especially since I was writing on the themes of solar power and wind power exploitation in the anarchist paper Freedom 20 years ago. Nobody at all seemed to be interested in those days. One of the essentials of a do-it-yourself new town would be a relaxation of building regulations to make it possible for people to experiment in alternative ways of building and servicing houses, and in permitting a dwelling to be occupied in a most rudimentary condition for gradual completion. This is virtually impossible at the moment, and people here with an interest in that field will recall that Graham Kane and the street farmers had to dismantle their experimental house at Eltham last October because their temporary planning permission expired. I ought to say something about the density of dwellings. Some advocates of more intelligent land use policies advocate high densities rather than what they think of as suburban sprawl, in order to conserve those precious acres of agricultural land. A worthy motive but a wrong conclusion. The agricultural industry is interested in maximum productivity per man. But with limited land we ought to be interested in maximum productivity per acre. Sir Frederick Osborne always argued that the produce of the ordinary domestic garden, even though a small area of gardens is devoted to food production, more than equaled in value the produce of the land lost to commercial food production. Surveys conducted by the government and by university departments in the 1950s proved him right. Some people will remember the enormous contribution made to the nation's food supply by domestic gardens and allotments during the war years. I would simply say that low-density housing is the best way of conserving land. Perhaps I can make the point best, by going one stage further than the do-it-yourself new town to Mr. John Seymour's views on self-sufficiency. He says in the new edition of his book The Fat of the Land, "There is a man I know of who farms 10,000 acres with 3 men. Of course he can only grow 1 crop barley, and of course his production per acre is very low and his consumption of imported fertilizer very high. He burns all his straw, puts no humus on the land, and he knows perfectly well his land will suffer in the end. He doesn't care, it will see him out. He is already a millionaire several times over. He is the prime example of that darling of the agricultural economist, the successful agribusinessman. Well, I don't want to preserve his precious acres for him," and John paints a seductive alternative. Cut that land up into 1,000 plots of 10 acres each, giving each plot to a family trained to use it, and within 10 years the production coming from it would be enormous. It would make a really massive contribution to the balance of payments problem. The motorist with his news of the world, wouldn't have the satisfaction of fluken cover a vast treeless, hedgeless prairie of indifferent barley, but he could get out of his car for a change and wander through a huge area of diverse countryside, orchards, young tree plantations, a myriad small plots of land growing a multiplicity of different crops, farm animals galore, and hundreds of happy and healthy children. Even the agricultural economist has convinced himself of one thing. He will tell you that land farmed in big units has a low production of food per acre but a high production of food per man-hour, and that land farmed in small units has the opposite, a very poor production per man-hour but a high production per acre. He will then say that in a competitive world we must go for high production per man-hour and not per acre. I would disagree with him. And so would I, and though I am arguing for an experimental town rather than an experiment in land settlement, his argument holds good. Self-sufficiency is not the aim, but an opportunity for people to work in small-scale horticulture as well as in small-scale industry is. I recently edited a new edition of Kropotkin's Fields, Factories, and Workshops and found it extraordinarily relevant. The late Richard Titmuss used to say that social ideas may well be as important in Britain in the next half-century as technical innovation. One of these ideas, it seems to me, is the rediscovery of Howard's Garden City as a popular and populist notion. It may have to happen. There may be no other way of rescuing inner Liverpool. There may be no other way of rescuing some of the development corporations faced with a diminishing rate of growth. Perhaps Milton Keynes is destined to become an agri-city, a dispersed city of intensive horticulturists. Perhaps the right idea to offer participants in the Letchworth competition is that the Letchworth Garden City Corporation should sponsor new Letchworth at Milton Keynes or in Central Lanes, to develop an area with waivers on the planning and building legislation. It should be possible to operate some kind of usufruct, some kind of leasehold with safeguards against purely cynical exploitations, which would enable people to house themselves and provide themselves with a means of livelihood, while not draining immense sums from central or local government. Some people had the hope in the very earliest days of the new towns that this kind of experimental freedom would apply there. Peter Shepherd, for whom it was my pleasure to work for 10 years, worked in the one-time Ministry of Town and Country Planning on the early plans for Stevenage. He once recollected, "I remember that when first working at Stevenage we felt it vital not only to get the new town corporation disconnected entirely from the Treasury, but from the whole network of central government, bylaws and so on. The idea was to build in 10 years, a new experimental town. One of the early technicians at Stevenage actually proposed that we should write our own bylaws. The idea was to have no bylaws at all." /A Journal, May 1957. Well, some hopes he had, a quarter of a century ago or more ago, of developing an anarchist new town. And after its stormy early years, you might say, well, what's wrong with Stevenage? Some aspects of that town are the admiration of the whole world. And a lot of people in the town making business, chairmen, general managers, and all their hierarchy, have had a marvelous and fulfilling time, wheeler dealing their babies into maturity. They have been the creators, the producers. The residents, the citizens, have been the consumers, the recipients of all that planning, architecture, and housing, not to mention the jobs in the missile factory. Now we are 25 years or more older, wiser, and humbler. A new generation is turning upside down all those cherished shibboleths about planning, architecture, and housing, not to mention the ones about jobs. We have to change the role of the administration from providers to enablers. We have to change the role of the citizens from the recipients to participants, so that they too have an active part to play in what Lethaby called the great game of town building. What was it that old Ben Howard said to young Frederick Osborne? "My dear fellow, if you wait for the government to act, you'll be as old as Methuselah before they start. The only way to get anything done is to do it yourself." For fiction, non-fiction, and reference 14. The library of Central Milton Keynes is dominated by a vast mural, 9 meters, or 30 feet wide, which is illustrated in miniature on the cover of this book. It is the work of Fionnuala Boyd and Leslie Evans, who came to Milton Keynes in 1982 to be artists in residence for 2 years and have lived there ever since. It is called, in deference to its situation, fiction, non-fiction, and reference. Visitors to the library relish its sidelong references to places and politics and its sly allusions to the work of other artists. This work is a useful starting point in seeking out the lessons of the post-war British new towns. It exemplifies an unexpected paradox. When the new towns were conceived, much use was made of concepts of environmental determinism. A clean, new, shiny environment would produce new, shiny people. And of course it was true that the frustrations and deprivations that resulted from bad, damp and overcrowded housing would be remedied by adequate housing and access to open space. But the miseries of life are not assuaged simply through a change of environment. As W. H. Auden put it, put the car away. When life fails, what is the use of going to Wales? If you were blindfolded and dropped in any housing, shopping, educational or sporting environment in Britain, apart from your attempts to identify the architecture as that of the 50s, 60s, or 70s, how would you know whether you were in a new town or in the suburban expansion or rebuilding of existing towns? Would the people around you, or the houses, shops, or schools be any different? Would the grass be greener or the buses any more frequent? The best clue might be the presence of public works of art. Friends of the new towns would see it as an example of enlightened patronage, enemies would see it as characteristic extravagance, but the new towns commissioned more works of art in public places from contemporary artists than any established town or city. And the artists have often risen magnificently to unexpected opportunities. In 1957, the Times observed that ideal sites abound among the maze of small houses, shopping areas, and factories, public buildings, only waiting for a piece of sculpture to pull them all together in a brilliant way. The reference was to Harlow Newtown, which must be the only town in England to have a vast family group by Henry Moore, a magnificent work by Elizabeth Frink, and even Rodin's Eve in public places, as well as many pieces of sculpture by later artists. This aspect of the new towns fails to touch our novelists and poets. Their new town image is the rather stereotyped picture of brick boxes glittering in the sun, which our most read modern poets John Betjeman and Philip Larkin deplore in passing. The only notable work of fiction set in a new town is Angus Wilson's Late Call, published in 1964. The author died in 1991, and in 1992 Penguin Books reissued the book with a comment that is rather more explicit than the text itself. Sylvia Calvert has had to give up her career as manageress of the Palmyra Court Hotel and move to the concrete jungle of Cars Hall, Newtown. Just think of the Sycamores as a hotel without the responsibilities, her son Harold had said, surveying his ranch-style house with pride. For Sylvia it seems less a new life than a diary full of blank pages. For Angus Wilson it is an opportunity to deliver some of his sharpest observations on post-war England's visions of utopia. I find this stand artist's superior dismissal of the Newtown adventure by the privileged hard to take. For I well remember visiting Mrs. Blake at Fisher Mead in Milton Keynes. She was older than Sylvia in Angus Wilson's novel, and she told me that she had lived for 40 years in Townmead Road, Fulham, a street I knew well, and had never had a WC of her own and no bathroom at all. It was marvelous, she said, not to have to make a weekly trip to the public baths. We met soon after some royal anniversary, and of course Mrs. Blake had done the catering for a street party for the local children, just as she would have done in Townmead Road. In 1946, Lord Reith, the chairman of the committee appointed by the government to advise on new towns, declared that they would be an essay in civilization, which in Mrs. Blake's case they were. 20 years later, Leslie Lane, director of the Civic Trust, saw the new towns as the greatest conscious program of city building ever undertaken by any country in history. But in 1992 the 25th anniversary of Milton Keynes and the demise of its development corporation were celebrated in a leading article in the Times under the heading Paradise Mislaid. The Times perceived the anniversary as a memorial to a tradition of social engineering that must be seen as dead and buried. Hardly, however, to be mourned. It found that an eagerness to force large numbers of people out of city centers, shared with authoritarians in less democratic societies, led to the desertion and dereliction of many of Britain's inner cities and the spoliation of millions of acres of countryside, and that residents, many moved compulsorily and callously, found themselves in single-class towns with poor services and a lack of communal continuity vital to a humane neighborhood. For the leader writer, Milton Keynes was the last desperate throw of a generation of British planners who were distasteful of the traditional British towns and cities and had the political power and public money to fashion the environment to their will. The architect was God and history was the devil. And, of course, from Crawley and Corby to Skelmersdale, Washington and Cumbernauld, Newtown blues became a widespread syndrome. These opinions are important, not for their truth or falsehood, but because they express the perceptions of people with ample freedom of choice as to where they live, about the opportunities open to people with less choice. Readers with a greater grasp of social and geographical facts were quick to respond. David Hall of the Town and Country Planning Association pointed out, in connection with those despoiled millions of acres, that the total development area of the 28 new towns of Great Britain is 255,487 acres, and contains only 7.5% of all the new housing built in Britain since 1951. And to the fiction that the new towns were responsible for inner-city dereliction, he countered the non-fiction that a GLC study in the early 1980s showed that in the case of London, about 7% or only of the population that had moved elsewhere went to the new or expanded towns. It is hard to know how the leader writer reached the conclusion that many residents were moved compulsorily and callously to new towns, though this certainly happened in the efforts of some city authorities to rehouse people within the cities. The assumption must lie in the fact that a minority of residents had to move when their firms relocated there, like the move of the Times from Printing House Square to Wapping, or the Inland Revenue's shift of a major department to Cumbernauld, and the prospective transfer of its headquarters to Nottingham. David Hall's comment was that residents chose, and were helped to move because of the prospect of better housing, better employment opportunities, better access to the countryside, and better futures for their children. In the late 1970s I conducted a series of interviews with new town dwellers, and this was certainly the impression I gained. In those days it was clear that the new and expanded towns were the one way in which house renters as opposed to house purchasers were able to share the general outward movement from the overcrowded pre-war city in search of ampler living space. Ebenezer Howard, grandfather of the new towns, was more accurate than most other social and demographic observers, when he remarked in 1904 that while the age we live in is the age of the closely compacted, overcrowded city, there are already signs, for those who can read them, of a coming change so great and so momentous that the 20th century will be known as the period of the Great Exodus. The real issue has been whether this exodus is to be absorbed in endless suburbs, or in the leap to towns and villages beyond the green belts, or whether planned provision should be made for it. Those new town blues. The specter of new town blues was also revived for this valedictory comment. This was widely reported in the early post-war years, as a condition affecting people who found themselves in half-finished estates, far from the shops and from relations, not only in new towns. A post-war survey by a team from the London School of Hygiene of the large Oxhay housing estate near Watford to which Londoners were moved showed anxiety neuroses running at twice the national figure. Cases of sleep disturbances and undue tiredness were 4 times, headaches 3 times, and duodenal ulcers 2.5 times more frequent than the number expected from national experience. Some people move gladly and never look back, others take longer to adjust and spend a longer time grieving for a lost home. There were other factors beyond the newness of the new town, like the family's income and employment prospects. Significantly, among the places specifically mentioned by the Times, 2 are new towns which suffered grievously from the unexpected closure of big employers. The most extensive examination of this field was made in Harlow in 1964 by 2 doctors who reported that our survey has shown that the creation of a new town with full social and economic planning results in an improvement in general health, both subjective and objective. About 9/10 of the new population are satisfied with their environment, and the 1/10 who are dissatisfied are for the most part constitutionally dissatisfied, that is to say, they would be dissatisfied wherever they were. Full satisfaction with environment is a product of time. We have found no evidence of new town blues. Some people had indeed shown loneliness, boredom, discontent with environment and worries, particularly over money. It is easy enough for enterprising inquirers to find such people and to attribute these symptoms to the new town. But a similar group of similar size can be found in any community, new or old, if it is sought. On specific issues, the comment in the Times appears surprisingly ill-informed. On more imponderable matters it faithfully reflected a change in the climate. Large-scale government-funded enterprise was taken for granted in the 1940s. By the 1990s, after a decade of privatization, The faith that market forces were more efficient and more responsive to public needs had spread far beyond the ideologists, and ventures like the New Town program had become perceived as an aspect of the nanny state. The year 1951, when the first New Town tenants moved in, was the year of the Festival of Britain, an opportunity for the first generation of post-war architects to demonstrate that the modern movement had a human face. There was an assumption that planners and architects were experts in their field, providing a value-free public service of social welfare. The new towns provided them with a tabula rasa on which, at last, they could practice their skills. The concept of public participation in planning did not arise until the 1970s and has penetrated the official consciousness slowly and patchily. I well remember a seminar where the chief planner in the Department of the Environment, Sir Wilfrid Burns, made a carefully worded admission that the climate had changed. People have many different perspectives on their environment and on community life, but only now are we beginning to see these articulated. It is not all that many years ago since people trusted local or central government to analyze their problems and prescribe the solutions. Those were the days when people accepted that new and exciting developments were bound to be better and when change seemed to be welcomed. We then moved into a period when unique and prescriptive solutions gave way to the presentation of alternatives so that the public could express views before final decisions were taken. Today we face a different situation. Community groups, voluntary organizations of many kinds, and indeed individuals, now demand a say in the definition of problems and a role in determining and then implementing solutions. Even in the professional field that we normally think of as part of the establishment, there are various movements concerned with reinterpreting or changing the professional's role. Self-help groups of many kinds have sprung up, sometimes around a professional, or at least, advised or guided by a professional. It is quite clear that a number of people believe that the traditional professionals are not able adequately to communicate with people in a way that will help them solve their problems or make their wishes known to those who make the decisions. It is easy to caricature or exaggerate the dictatorship of the professionals and managers of the new towns. Their own task was constrained by strict treasury control, by the cost yardsticks applied to all subsidized housing and by government-imposed standards which changed over time. The earliest new town houses were built to the, in retrospect, generous space standards of the Dudley Report of 1944, many more to the severely reduced standards of Harold Macmillan's Houses 1952, and the more recent to those of the Parker-Morris Report of 1961, which argued that, changes in the way in which people want to live, the things which they own and use, and in their general level of prosperity, make it timely to re-examine the kinds of homes that we ought to be building, to ensure that they will be adequate to meet the newly emerging needs of the future. Privately built housing for sale was not subject to the government's standards. It had only to comply with the building regulations. In terms of space it was usually below the Parker-Morris provisions, but it was more highly cherished by its occupants, though deprecated as spec builders ticky-tacky by the architectural profession. The first major criticism of new town architecture came from within the profession itself. In 1953, an issue of the Architectural Review on the failure of the new towns criticized the prairie planning of streets of low-rise low-density housing, inhabited by footsore housewives and cycle-weary workers, indistinguishable from any suburban estate anywhere, so that what should have been a great adventure has come to nothing. Defenders of the new towns were quick to point to errors in the critics' assumptions and confusions about residential densities, and distinguished land economists conducted careful surveys which showed that there are no low-density new towns and that the new town approach was far less of an encroachment on the national stock of agricultural land, than the suburban expansion of the 1930s or that of the post-war years. Behind the polemics over densities was an issue that was neglected for years. Most people appreciate the charms of the town or village street, with its sense of enclosure and shop or pub on the corner, but the principal obstacle to its achievement in new housing, distinguished by wide roads with scarcely any traffic, its extravagant provision of turning circles for vehicles and its easy access for the largest of possible fire appliances and refuse collection lorries, was the highway engineer, imposing absurdly high road widths on every new residential district. Everywhere. Slowly the issue was rethought, first in Essex, then in Cheshire, and then by new government guidance. Meanwhile the development corporations resolved to be more architecturally varied, and to bring in more outside advice. The results have not always been what they intended. At Peterlee, for example, I visited tenants of the earliest housing from 1951, built to the standards of the Dudley Report with ample gardens where one ex-miner cultivated his prize leeks. You wouldn't think so, he said, surveying surrounding neglect, but when we first came here, everyone lived in the street, doctors, solicitors. The Development Corporation resolved that further developments should be more adventurous and engaged the painter Victor Passmore to advise on the development of the southwest of the town with long timber-clad terraces, lacking gardens, but looking beautiful across a lovingly landscaped valley. The historian Arnold Whittick asked a key question about this architectural exercise of 1962. What will we think of the scheme in 20 years' time? Its authors have been very scornful of the earlier more traditional housing, one remarking rather despotically that we decided that we shall not tolerate the back garden mania of the new town. But it is not improbable that in 20 years' time we shall realize that the earlier housing of Peterlee was nearer to human needs and wishes than this rather academic architectural exercise. He was proved right. Long before those 20 years were up, I talked to tenants at Sunny Blunts who complained, not about the landscape, but about the damp that spread everywhere, and that their distress was continually ignored by their landlord, the Development Corporation, whose response was to blame them for not opening more windows. The truth was best expressed by the Northern Echo journalist Brian Morris, who found the houses brave and imaginative in their general design but wretched and shabby in their details and practical execution. Passmore himself designed the pavilion nearby, which he described as an architecture and sculpture of purely abstract form through which to walk, in which to linger and on which to play, a free and anonymous monument which, because of its independence, can lift the activity and psychology of an urban housing community onto a universal plane. This was not how it was seen in the locality. Covered in graffiti, it was seen by neighbors as the venue for undesirable activities. According to Peterlee's managing director, the result, in March 1982, was a lively meeting in which Passmore began by telling the large crowd who assembled that he thought the graffiti had improved the sculpture and had humanized and improved it more than I could ever have done. It was the measure of his artistic integrity that he then told his audience that a far more desirable solution to the problem would be to dynamite the neighboring houses rather than the pavilion. It was equally the measure of his likability and the Durham miner's weakness for a card that the meeting ended in good humor and he emerged unscathed. I have encountered similar cautionary tales in most other new towns. At Runcorn, in the central area of Southgate, the Development Corporation employed a world-famous architect, Jim Sterling, to design housing grouped around formal squares and along streets to reflect the environment that is enjoyed in a Georgian city such as Bath. It was unpopular with its tenants who disliked its gray, stained concrete panels and circular windows which were thought dangerous and were hideously expensive to maintain. Children told me that their schoolmates made fun of them as they lived in a washing machine. By the time you read these words, the estate will have been demolished. On the other hand, and to prove the impossibility of general leasing about new towns, it was in Runcorn that I encountered the most attractive public housing I have ever seen. I knocked on a door, and the ex-Liverpudlian tenant said, "It's my utopia, living here." This was Halton Brow, designed by the Development Corporation's anonymous architectural staff. Several key figures of the architectural and landscape team from Runcorn moved on to key offices at Milton Keynes, the last and most ambitious of the new towns. There the architectural dominance as perceived by the Times, even though curtailed by government financial policy, was closest to achievement. Jeff Bishop explains that in particular the corporation became the home for a group of young architects, known in MK as the Undertakers because of their penchant for black suits. For them, this new town was the classic sheet of blank paper. They won out to the extent that each was given a grid square to design, and they did just that, starting from scratch as if nothing else would ever exist. The corporation also employed the most currently respected prestige-laden architects as consultants, Norman Foster, Richard McCormick, R.K. Graham, and Edward Cullinan among many. But when Jeff Bishop was a member of a team employed to investigate resident reaction to the built environment of Milton Keynes on matters ranging from its overall image to the design of estates and the distribution of facilities, he found that the work of the most prestige-laden architects in housing at Milton Keynes was, with one significant exception, liked least, while the houses, whether publicly or privately built, that most resembled our traditional picture of house and home were liked most. The exception, in the work of famous architects, was Eaglestone, designed by Ralph Erskine for a private developer, Bovis Homes. Bishop and his team had another thought-provoking finding. He noted that hundreds of environmental professionals from outside Britain visit Milton Keynes every year, no doubt many more than those members of the general public tempted to turn off the motorway at Junction 13 for a quick look at that funny place you cannot even find when you are there. He found that residents themselves very rapidly got used to the place. A couple who had lived there for less than 6 weeks commented that it was very easy to find your way around, and another said, "I like the way MK is laid out, the grid squares help you to know people in the area. Each estate's separateness makes for local feeling." He tells us that at the outset the research team were told that people find MK confusing and they get lost. This was patently not true of the residents, so what was the source of this rumor? A chance encounter provided the answer, that those who get lost seem to be predominantly visiting architects and planners who come with a preconceived idea of what clues and landmarks a city should offer, and are then confused when such clues are not apparent. The residents of course have no such problems. They concluded that MK is a success to the extent that one might also add despite the planners, but also that their findings did not just cast doubt on the specific approaches used thus far in MK, but on the whole ethos of the planning and architectural professions. Residents see themselves not as living in the new city of Milton Keynes but in Linford or Heel Ends, etc., which they see as a series of villages. They conceive of MK as somewhere only a little better than usual, a normal landscape dotted with villages which have managed to appear without spoiling the countryside, complete with bypasses. Shrewdly they note the way professional ideologies contain a set of perceptions of what is urban and what is rural, and that these are threatened by suburban and garden city environments precisely because they are symbols of individual aspirations rather than corporate ones. Class and status. It would, consequently, be easy to agree with the castigation of the professionals by the Times, with the proviso that there is no reason to suppose that private developers as clients will be any more sensitive to popular aspirations than public corporations. But there is a further charge, that new towns are single-class towns, a view reinforced by the electoral analysts of 1992 who found Basildon to be the capital of the C2S, where more than half of households read The Sun. Here we are touching on that most pervasive of British preoccupations, social class. Implicit in the recommendations of the Wreath Committee and of the promoters of the New Towns Act, were assumptions of social balance and an erosion of class differences. Thus Louis Silkin declared in 1948 that he was very concerned indeed, not merely to get different classes of the community, people of different occupations, living together in a community, but to get them actually mixing together. Frederick Osborne was always more skeptical about the use of architectural means to achieve social aims. He observed to Lewis Mumford that community life in a new town is of the interest group pattern, not the neighbor pattern, except in the very earliest days, when everybody is uprooted and willing to let the accident of being co-pioneers determine their associations with others. Very soon the interest group pattern reasserts itself. The only community you are then conscious of is the whole town, and that consciousness, though it diminishes with size, continues to some extent because the town is separated from other towns by a green belt of some width. I doubt if you can create in a town strong neighborhood consciousness, though you can provide neighborhood convenience, and that produces just a little such consciousness. People gravitate towards others of like social class and interest. The class composition of new towns was originally dependent on the kind of work available there, old heavy industries, new light industries, high technology, or office employment. But social class is a big factor in the way that new towns are perceived. People rich enough to have freedom of choice live elsewhere. They may even value the new towns as a means of corralling those elements in the outward movement of population with which they do not want to mix. For the older the house we inhabit, the higher your social prestige, and the biggest of the huge imponderables since the 1940s has been that shift in perception that changed the British from a nation of neophiliacs, welcoming the new post-war society that would sweep away the shameful legacy of poverty and deprivation, mean streets and smoky skies, into a nation of antiquarians, cherishing the past and an imaginary heritage. The architecture of the new towns, both in houses and in public buildings from schools and hospitals to factories and shopping centers, is the utilitarian, and all too frequently, poorly maintained architecture of the 1950s and 1960s, and is consequently automatically despised. These intangible factors are probably the most powerful in shaping current attitudes towards the new towns, but there are other significant social changes. The first, and saddest, of the lost assumptions of the 1950s is that of full employment, taken for granted in the post-war years. The second is the dramatic change in modes of tenure of housing. In 1947 the norm was renting and 26% of households were owner-occupied. Today the figure is closer to 66%, while government policy in the 1980s deliberately curtailed the provision of new rental housing, whether by local authorities or new town corporations. The result was predictable. Every new town has its homeless next-generation young adults. A third vast change has been in car ownership. Universal motoring is in fact far from being universal, particularly in low-income areas. But it has profoundly affected the viability of public transport. A fourth change is the shift from shopping in the neighborhood, first to the shopping center in the middle of the town and then to the out-of-town hypermarket. Here again, access to the family car is a prerequisite. The last and largest of the new towns, Milton Keynes, was originally conceived around an efficient public transport network. This aim was abandoned in the master plan, in favor of a car-based city, intended to be flexible enough to meet the assumed needs of the next century. Had the original proposals been accepted, writes the historian of the town, they would undoubtedly have given Milton Keynes better public transport, but at the cost of turning it into a glorified council estate. That we automatically assume that nothing could be worse than that fate is a final confirmation of the changes in public aspirations and perceptions since the new towns became public policy. 5. Self-help in urban renewal. 15. In his introductory essay to the modern editions of Ebenezer Howard's book Garden Cities of Tomorrow, the book and the author responsible for the founding of the Town and Country Planning Association at the end of the last century, Lewis Mumford, remarks that with his gift for sweet reasonableness Howard hoped to win Tory and anarchist, single taxer and socialist, individualist and collectivist, over to his experiment. And his hopes were not altogether discomfited, for in appealing to the English instinct for finding common ground he was utilizing a solid political tradition. The association itself, operating in a political world, has always had to win support from that small number of politicians in any party who are actually interested in planning issues, or to educate those who actually hold office, nationally and locally. This is a task which of course becomes more and more difficult with the apparent polarization of politics and political attitudes. I am notoriously a non-political person. I always aspire to attain Ebenezer Howard's gift of sweet reasonableness, and to win over people from both right and left. But, alas, I seem to have a knack of antagonizing both sides. I don't do it to annoy because I know it teases, I am simply obliged to do it because I have a different view of the world. And if my subject is self-help in urban renewal, I have to begin by antagonizing everyone. Let me begin by antagonizing the left, by saying that a major example of self-help in urban renewal has been the process stigmatized as gentrification. We have a stereotype of young, pushing, upwardly mobile, middle-class trendies driving old and poor working-class tenants out of their traditional habitat. We all used to have our horror stories about Rachmanism, and we all had our ready-made sneers about the incomers. What we mostly remained silent about was that the particular middle-class trendies driving out the traditional inhabitants were in fact the officers of the local authorities pursuing the then fashionable trends in urban renewal. This is why Wilfred Burns, Newcastle's planning officer and subsequently the government's chief planner, was able to say that when we are dealing with people who have no initiative or civic pride, the task, surely, is to break up such groupings even though the people seem to be satisfied with their miserable environment and seem to enjoy an extrovert social life in their own locality. New Towns for Old, The Techniques of Urban Renewal, 1963, and it explains why another Newcastle architect, Bruce Alsop, felt obliged to remark that it is astonishing with what savagery planners and architects are trying to obliterate working-class cultural and social patterns. Is it because many of them are first-generation middle-class techno-snobs? Towards a Humane Architecture, 1974. Nobody cared to listen in the 1950s and 1960s, and even in the 1970s, when the cash was still swilling about in the urban renewal brand tub, to those who pointed to the grotesque paradox that a line drawn on a map in town halls and county hall selected one side of whole streets for demolition and redevelopment as unfit for human habitation, while on the other side of that line absolutely identical houses, blighted by the redevelopment process, were beginning their upward progress, aided by the merry whir of Black & Decker, into the desirable residence end of the market. A comparison of the bizarre prices that the rescued houses fetch today with the sorry state of the estate opposite is interesting in pondering the conclusion reached a decade ago by Dr. Graham Lomas that in London more fit houses had been destroyed by public authorities than had been built since the war. The Inner City, 1975. The orgy of publicly financed destruction and of slapping compulsory purchase orders on everything in sight was followed by what should have been the gentler, more creative climate of general improvement areas and housing action areas. Once again the official gentrifiers from the town hall took command, and urban renewal took the form of cobbles and bollards, and planting in the street. Several people here must remember Susan Howard's tragi-comic account, at the TCPA's 1974 Conference on Housing Action, the opportunities and the dangers, of the experience of the first general improvement area in Leicester. At that conference Jim Grove underlined the principle that sovereignty over decisions must lie with the inhabitants, and Lawrence Hanson of Waltham Forest made the very significant remark that house improvements have value only as perceived by the occupants. We were now in the era of public participation. All of us here must have had the experience of attending those meetings of citizens held in the name of participation to discover what residents actually wanted, where invariably residents wanted things that the special central government cash could not provide, an improvement of ordinary municipal services, the kind of things that councils actually existed to provide, things like street paving, street lighting, street cleaning and refuse collection. They were revealing an unmentionable fact, that there has always been a hierarchy of excellence in these services, based on who complains most. The presence of complaining gentrifiers in fact pushed up standards for everyone. There was one general improvement area in the country which was proposed, implemented, and subsequently managed by the residents themselves. It was also an example of the iron-ical crudity of official designations of places, for it moved in a few years from being a clearance area not worth saving to being a conservation area where every brick became part of our priceless architectural heritage. That street was of course Black Road, Macclesfield, and it owed its transformation to the fact that in 1971 a young gentrifying architect moved in because it was cheap and had his application for an improvement grant turned down because his slum cottage was structurally unsound. He, of course, spiraled up to becoming the next president of the Royal Institute of British Architects, and must often reflect on the truth of the remark of Samuel Smiles in his celebrated book Self-Help, where the author remarks that the duty of helping oneself in the highest sense involves helping one's neighbors. Now what have these gentrifiers got, apart from an expanding asset in a milieu of dwindling assets? They have dweller control, which people like me always insist is the first principle of housing, more important than housing standards assessed from outside. And the other thing they have is know-how. That is, they know how to work the system. The whole thrust of the TCPA's innovations in the 1970s, with their planning aid service and their environmental education service, was towards expanding this kind of knowledge into something available for everyone. I now have to antagonize the right by asserting that a further major example of self-help in urban renewal is the process stigmatized as squatting. We have a stereotype of vandals, junkies, and dole scroungers jumping the housing queue, and we have all heard squatter horror stories and have done for years. They are as untypical as the tales about the gentrifiers. We all know the reasons for the growth of organized squatting since the late 1960s. In the crude duopoly that emerged in post-war British housing in the period between owner-occupation and council tenancy, whole categories of people, notably the young, single, and childless, were left out of account altogether, for housing policy was based upon the standard family of 2 parents and 2.5 children, even though by now this unit has been overtaken by demographic facts and is a tiny statistical minority of households. Subletting and taking in lodgers, the traditional way of getting a room for the mobile young, was usually specifically forbidden by mortgage agreements in one category and by tenancy agreements in the other. At the same time, policies of accumulating huge sites for eventual comprehensive redevelopment left a vast number of houses either slowly rotting awaiting demolition, or similarly rotting awaiting eventual renovation. Policy itself, as Graham Lomas stressed, left great areas unoccupied and ripe targets for vandalism and squatting the inner city. Fortunately, the squatters sometimes got there before the unofficial vandals. The response of the authorities was interesting. Central government changed the law on squatting for the first time since the 14th century. Although squatting is neither criminal nor illegal, it is simply unlawful. Local government in many places distinguished itself by destroying its own property to keep squatters out, ripping out services, smashing sanitary fittings, and pouring wet concrete down drains. In others, it employed so-called private investigators as agents of the council to terrorize and intimidate squatting families. On several occasions, councils actually blamed the squatters for damage to property done on their instructions by their own employees. Just in case you, either in the past or today, believed the stories told about squatters, surveys showed that in Haringey 51% were actually people with children, in Lambeth over 60% and in Cardiff 77%. And what property did they squat? The Haringey survey found that of 122 squats, only 3 were required by the council as part of its permanent housing stock. Over half were privately owned, and those owned by the council were either awaiting renovation or demolition. The squats had been empty, on average, for over 6 months. And a survey on squatters in council property commissioned by the Department of the Environment found that only 1/6 of the sample was in permanent stock, and that even much of this was regarded as difficult to let. The reality is not that squatters jump the housing waiting list or deprive others of a home, but rather that they opt out of the queue altogether and make use of houses that would otherwise be empty. Squatting, the real story. The squatters' movement has been a most remarkable example of self-help in urban renewal, since it has operated against every kind of obstruction and opposition. So keen have they been on urban renewal that the Department of the Environment survey found that 71% of squatters claimed to have made some kind of improvement to the property they occupied. One of them, Andy Ingham, wrote a self-help house repairs manual specifically for squatters, published by Penguin in 1975 and continually reprinted. Of course, the one thing most squatters most desire is legitimization with a rent book, and the London Borough of Lewisham was the pioneer authority in licensed squats. Several of our most enterprising and successful housing cooperatives have grown out of the squatters movement. In a forthcoming study of housing cooperatives, Dr. Johnston Burkle of the Institute of Community Studies reminds us that some well-established co-ops, like Seymour Co-op in West London, grew out of squatters who took on the management of short-life property and then evolved as they gained experience and confidence, into the promotion of long-life co-ops, and that short-life housing in general originated out of the squatters movement. Building Communities, The Cooperative Way, 1988. Roof housing cooperative in Lambeth evolved from a squat by people who were convinced that housing allocation policy was discriminatory. Jeannie Arboin, the secretary, told Shelter that the days when white middle-class people determine the needs of black people are over so far as we are concerned. Groups like ours are going some way towards destroying the old boy network that exists in housing, a network that until recently excluded anyone who was black. She goes on to say that black people are now prepared to take on their own housing problems, and we no longer want or need white missionary types to treat us like poor people with problems that we're not capable of solving ourselves. Roof, November/December 1986. The squatters movement, just like gentrification, is a great know-how builder, a lesson in the art of working the system. It's a lesson in dweller control. And a consideration of the evolution of several groups from despised squatters to admired cooperators leads me to my last case history of self-help in urban renewal, based once again on what has actually happened, rather than on what could happen, or what I would like to happen. Ideology may prevent you from learning from the gentrifiers on the one hand and the squatters on the other, but I want for my final example to evoke Ebenezer Howard's gift of sweet reasonableness in appealing to the English instinct for finding common ground. Housing cooperatives, of which we had hardly any 15 years ago, but of which we have several hundreds today, ought to appeal right across the political spectrum. They should win the support of the present government, and in fact a clause in the Housing and Planning Act of 1986, which came into force in January 1987, allows local authorities to delegate the management of houses and flats to tenant cooperatives, as well as giving tenants groups the right to put such a proposition on the council's agenda. They should win the support of the present opposition, since the cooperative movement as a whole was part of that network of organs of working-class self-help and mutual aid which created the labor movement in the 19th century. And they should appeal to the various parties in between. It was my privilege in November 1986 to chair a meeting which brought together the various people from up and down the country who are involved in monitoring the experience of cooperative housing. One of the striking things about the preliminary findings that we were told about concerned precisely the burning question of repairs and renovations of urban renewal. In fact, for example, Peter Boland of Bristol Polytechnic reported that, at Cloverhill Self-Management Cooperative at Rochdale, there was felt to be considerable improvement, especially on smaller repairs. David Clapham of Glasgow University reported on his research in the very interesting large-scale transfer of former council housing in Glasgow to tenant cooperatives. He found that among tenants it was thought immensely important that tenants themselves should be able to organize and carry out not only minor and major repairs, but also renovations and modernization programs, and that they and not the council should employ people for this purpose. It was Glasgow's Director of Housing who declared last year that our greatest resource is not our 171,000 council houses, but the tenants. The potential is there waiting to be released. Roof, July/August 1986. And at that same meeting Anthea Tinker, giving a preliminary account of the Department of the Environment's current research on housing cooperatives, found a high degree of satisfaction. The speed and quality of repairs are valued more than anything else. A blot on the landscape has to be coupled with the fact that permission to build multiplies the value of a rural site tenfold. The result is that the adult children of local families have little chance of housing themselves, and rent rooms in the nearest town, while the new occupants of those picturesque cottages are in the forefront of the Village Preservation Society, since, as Professor Gerald Wibberley used to explain, they want their particular village to remain exactly as it was on the day before they decided to move there. In one of several reports, Mark Shucksmith has described the way in which rural Britain has been transformed into an exclusive countryside where only well-off people can afford to live. He observes that the studies suggest that progressive gentrification of rural England will continue, as wealthier households outbid poorer groups for scarce housing, and social exclusion thus becomes geographical exclusion. Planning for and resourcing affordable housing provision is fundamental to sustaining rural communities and to the life chances of many people. The effective challenge to the situation where only the affluent with their double garages and four-wheel drive vehicles can inhabit rural Britain has come, not from political movements, but from people with aspirations to feed themselves on a small patch of ground and warmly supporting the British government's commitment to sustainable development agreed at the Earth Summit at Rio in 1992. Simon Fairley was one of a group of friends in the west of England who rented a house with a large garden on a country estate, but was evicted to make room for a golf course. After living in a van for 2 years, he joined another group and bought a small holding with no house attached. They pitched 7 tents and started cultivation. The result, he reported, was that in the 2 years since we moved onto our land, we have been through almost the entire gamut of planning procedure, committee decision, enforcement order, stop notice, Article 4 application, Section 106 agreement, appeal, call-in by the Secretary of State and statutory review in the High Court. All this for 7 tenths. Eventually, he and his friends won the right to stay, and similar settlements, like the Bender community of Kings Hill, also battled with the planning legislation, and likewise won permission to stay. Fairley's case is interesting, not only as a precedent, but because it led to his very significant involvement in the debate on planning. His purpose has not been to demonize the planning machinery. He believes in it because he knows that without it, speculative developers would have completed the destruction of the countryside, subsidized for years to destroy woodlands, wetlands, hedges, and wildlife. At the Town and Country Planning Summer School at Lancaster in 1993, Sir Richard Body, a farmer and then a Conservative Member of Parliament, had revealed that the intensification of agriculture in the last 25 years has gone ahead faster and more furiously in the United Kingdom than in any other member state of the EC. He read to the assembled planners what he called the woeful litany of statistics of the damage inflicted on the rural environment by government subsidies to farmers. These included 130,000 miles off hedgerows ripped up, 40% of our ancient woodlands gone, 7 million acres of pasture land plowed up, over 95% of our wetlands drained, 875 miles of stone wall destroyed, 95% of the downlands of southern England gone, 180,000 acres of moorland plowed up. He went on to say that it infuriated participant observers like him, that having subsidized the owners of rural land to do all this damage in the name of increased food output, we are now paying the farmer to manage the countryside and thus protect the rural environment. In the last years of the last century, changes in subsidy policy, arising from the embarrassment of European food mountains, reduced the incomes of rural landowners, which had been inflated for decades, and brought the emergence of a rural lobby claiming that the countryside was under threat from ignorant townsmen who failed to understand traditional rural ways. It was left to Peter Hall and the present writer to point to the evidence of official statistics that the quantity of land set aside under European agricultural policy and handsomely subsidized for producing nothing, was 3 times the amount of land needed to accommodate all urban development predicted in Britain for the coming quarter century. The facts about rural Britain are a quiet testimony to the way in which the affluent, pleading the cause of countryside protection, have sought to exclude the poor. The immense value of the campaigns associated with "The Land is Ours" has been that, virtually alone, they have reopened discussion of the key issue of the right of all of us, just through having been born on this earth, to enjoy a right of access to our modest share of it. The rural planning group of that campaign is known as Chapter 7. This is because that section of the Agenda 21 agreement on promoting sustainable human settlements had a series of affirmations, the first of which explains that the objective is to provide access to land for all households, through environmentally sound planning. Chapter 7a of that document, stressing social justice, urged that all countries should, as appropriate, support the shelter efforts of the urban and rural poor by adopting and/or adapting existing codes and regulations to facilitate their access to land finance and low-cost building materials. Chapter 7g is a reminder of the aims of those of the arts and crafts movement of a century earlier, like William Richard Lethaby, who wanted rural housing that would rise like a lark from the furrows. For Chapter 7g declares that all countries should strengthen the indigenous building materials industry, based, as much as possible, on inputs of locally available natural resources, promote the increased use of energy-efficient designs and technologies and sustainable use of natural resources, promote the use of labor-intensive construction methods, develop policies and practices to reach the informal sector and self-help builders, discourage the use of construction materials and products that create pollution during their life cycle. The British government is committed to these aims through its predecessor's signature of the Rio Declaration of 1992, and this also involved commitment to the concept of access to land for all households, through environmentally sound planning. There is little sign of the acceptance of these precepts in the planning policy guidance notes that flow from government to local planning authorities. There are signs, however, not that planning authorities are abandoning the profligate policies of the past, but that, with the added incentive of the incorporation into British law of the European Convention on Human Rights, they will be obliged to accommodate the planning system to those people supported by Chapter 7, those who sort out their own housing, in self-built houses, mobile homes, trucks, benders, or sheds at no cost to the taxpayer, more or less in defiance of the planning system. This recognition, when it comes, will be an ultimate gesture towards the centuries of cotters and squatters who housed themselves in the margins of history. 8. Self-help and mutual aid, the stolen vocabulary. 18. Private faces in public places are wiser and nicer than public faces in private places. W. H. Auden, Marginalia. The most depressing thing about the ideological mess we have made for ourselves in the field of housing is that whenever someone on a public platform eulogizes self-help and mutual aid, half the audience stop listening, since they regard these words not merely as conservative platitudes but as a smokescreen to conceal the abdication of governmental responsibilities. I cannot imagine how these phrases came to be dirty words for socialists, since they refer to human attributes without which any conceivable socialist society would flounder. Nor are they part of the official perception of housing policy. The Department of the Environment in its towers at Marsham Street has a vast library. You could, if you were admitted, go there and read the entire official literature of housing, from the 1880s to the 1970s, and you would not find either phrase. They have never been on the agenda in the language of government. They are resonant phrases because both are the titles of famous books from the Victorian era. Mutual Aid by the Russian anarchist, Peter Kropotkin, was a celebration of the propensity to cooperate, whether among insects, animals, or humans, intended as a rebuttal of the misinterpretations of Thomas Henry Huxley and Alfred Russel Wallace of the implications of Darwin's theory of natural selection. Self-Help by Samuel Smiles was a much reprinted volume which exhorted its readers to apply thrift and self-improvement to their lives so as to progress from rags to riches. Smiles himself was outraged that his book had been regarded as a manual on devil take the hindmost individualism, declaring in the preface to the second edition that this was the very opposite of what it really is. Although its chief object unquestionably is to stimulate youths to rely upon their own efforts in life rather than depend upon the help of others, it will also be found that the duty of helping oneself in the highest sense involves the helping of one's neighbors. Our ancestors were kept alive only by a combination of self-help and mutual aid, and this was the dominant characteristic of the emerging working-class organizations of the 19th century, whether we are thinking of the cooperative movement, the trade union movement, the friendly society movement, or the adult education movement. It is ironical that the 20th century political heirs of these organizations have put their faith exclusively in the governmental bureaucracy and have not only ignored this heritage, but despise it. Interestingly enough, until the revival of interest in the late 1960s in the application of mutual aid and self-help to housing, it was only among immigrant groups in Britain, whose whole experience of the role of government in their lives predisposes them towards non-governmental solutions, that you could find the modern equivalent of the very earliest building societies. Thus the Milner-Holland report on housing in London noted that, particularly among Indians and Pakistanis, housing finance pools are found with a substantial membership, perhaps as many as 900, which meet periodically once a fortnight or once a month, and make calls of, say £10 on each member. Those who draw upon the fund thus created are subject thereafter to periodic calls until the whole amount drawn by them has been liquidated. Drawings under the system are substantial and may cover the whole purchase cost. Occasionally West Indians operate on similar but less ambitious lines. Their pooling arrangements usually only provide for the initial deposits necessary for house purchase, thus enabling them to get off the ground. Of course, the whole owner-occupation sector in housing is, though it very unfashionable to say so except in conservative circles, a triumphant example of self-help and mutual aid. Building societies originated as working-class organizations, they are by definition and by law non-profit-making bodies, even though the vain attempts by ordinary members to get elected to their boards may persuade us that they are ruled, like many other organizations with similar origins, by self-perpetuating oligarchies. One could even make a case, historically, for the notion that the first building societies were formed when as a result of the enclosures, squatters or cottagers were no longer able to erect their dwellings on waste or common land. Not only in Britain, but in many parts of Europe, and hence in the New World, it became widely accepted that if a person succeeded in erecting a dwelling between sunset and sunrise and lighting a fire in it, he or she could not lawfully be dispossessed. There are innumerable variations of this formula: 6 months, a year, and a day, 12 years in which property might be occupied unchallenged to gain title, whether enshrined in folk law, common law, or even statute law. Observers noted how the hovels of the peasantry could develop over generations into a fully finished house. For William Cobbett, the cottager was a free and independent spirit saved from the craven property of the landless laborer. An account of the squatters of the New Forest stresses their prosperity and self-sufficiency, and their singular combination of reticence and self-possession, with good humor and friendliness. To relate personality characteristics to the mode of tenure is a risky argument, since so many factors quite outside the control of the individual shape our lives and life chances. But such generalizations are still made. When Ferdinand Zweig asked people how they felt when they became house owners, the overwhelming majority felt deeply about it, and the words which came to their lips were satisfaction, self-confidence, freedom and independence. In his study of the history of working-class housing in Nottingham, Stanley Chapman notes that as late as 1785 just a few industrious artisans were to be found building their own cottages. He cites the case of William Felkin, a knitter in the hosiery trade, an abstemious man engaged on the highest quality work, who was 38 before he was able to build his own cottage. He was granted a plot, 60 yards by 10 yards, by the squire of the village of Bramcote, and with the aid of his son, built his cottage of brick, stone, timber, and thatch. The dwelling house, consisting of houseplace and weaving shop, scullery, pantry, and with 2 bedrooms above, was 32 feet long and 16 feet in width, and the height of the roof tree was 26 feet, the roof thatched or tiled. Adjoining was a building open to the roof, furnished with a large bread oven, copper, and space for coal and firewood. Another lean-to was for a piggery and hen roost. The garden space was 450 square yards. For most working men this was a dream rather than a reality, but as enclosures and urbanizations created the industrial proletariat, various mutual aid institutions grew up among people who wanted to free themselves from landlords and rent. Chapman finds traces of the existence in Nottingham of working-class money clubs for the raising of capital to enable builders to erect small houses for club members. Borrowing from these money clubs seems, he says, to represent a transition between the friendly society and the terminating building society. In another paper he examines such institutions in Birmingham in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. 2 kinds of societies were organized, from below, to serve as the mechanisms of both self-help and mutual aid in housing. The terminating building societies were formed by groups of people who pooled their creditworthiness to build a group of houses which, when completed, were allocated to members of the group. Freehold land societies, with a similar aim, acquired land for subdivision into plots for their members. One of the motives of the Freehold Land Society in Birmingham in the mid-19th century was also that of providing the property qualification for the parliamentary vote, and in the words of Chapman and Bartlett, it was quickly taken over by the artisan elite and small manufacturers. The incomes of the poor were so low and their insecurity so manifest, that the capacity for regular saving through any such societies did not apply to them. But between the appalling housing conditions of the submerged tenth and the propensity for self-help and mutual aid of the highly skilled artisan class, there were families living in rented houses in the long terraces of the familiar by-law streets built between, say 1875 and 1914. Our impression of such streets may very well be one of dirty brick or stonework, rusting metalwork, and unpainted timber, but Francis Jones reminds us that prior to 1914 the renting of a house was an economically sound policy, and maintenance, however it was organized, was essential to the landlord and the tenant's part in the process. Jones remarks that, in addition to the standard of landlord maintenance, the tenants had common standards for the exterior of the house. This included sweeping the pavement and often even mopping it for the full width of the house. The window sills were painted and polished, doorsteps were rubbed clean and color washed white or buff. Metal door furniture was either directly polished if brass or black polished if cast iron. The external woodwork, i.e. of door and lower windows, was washed and regularly polished. Through the windows clean curtains and shining metallic fittings would be visible. The general visual quality of the street was therefore bright, and even in streets consisting entirely of houses, uniformity did not necessarily mean a deadening monotony. After the slow decline in the interwar years, accelerating in the post-war period, this tradition of tenant involvement in maintenance became eroded as landlords themselves were unable or unwilling to meet their own maintenance obligations. What was the point in polishing the front door when the roof leaked? Today, if we see a house in a terraced street of this kind, treated with the sort of loving care that Mr. Jones describes, we know that it has been purchased freehold by the occupier, or has been taken over by a tenants' cooperative. The little Buckinghamshire town of Wolverton exemplifies this point dramatically. It grew up in the railway boom of the last century, with the district called New Bradwell being built by the railway company to house the people employed in the railway workshops in streets of little terrace houses characteristic of any industrial town. By the 1950s the local council, dominated by retired railway workers, saw this housing as mean and obsolete, redolent of the bad old days of 19th century capitalism. Several streets were demolished and on their sites were built blocks of three-story municipal flats, neither better nor worse than those of any other local authority. By the 1970s it had become evident that many people actually preferred the old streets to the new blocks, and there was fierce local argument about the wisdom of demolition. Finally, thanks to the sympathetic attention of members of the staff of Milton Keynes Development Corporation, the very oldest of the railway cottages were rehabilitated for the Rainbow Housing Cooperative, which leased them collectively from the corporation. They are now seen as the most attractive and desirable houses in the whole town. When I asked a cooperative member there what the adventure meant for him, he replied, "Well, we're in a position where we have more control over the houses that we're living in, how to decorate them, the way we'd like the house to look. There's more interest, more involvement, and this provides a sort of common thread that runs through the street, and everybody knows everybody as a result through this common interest in running the place. It creates a very friendly atmosphere. But so tortuously complex have we made the procedures for improvement grants and the establishment of cooperatives that this venture could never have got off the ground had it not been for the lucky accident that the Development Corporation staff's professional expertise was available. I say this not to praise the professionals, but to deplore the complexity of the legislation. Another example of this deployment of self-help and mutual aid, which, however, was only brought about through the lucky accident of professional presence, is that of the Black Road, Macclesfield. The houses in this street, built around 1815, were originally scheduled for demolition in 1968. An architect, Rod Hackney, bought one of the houses towards the end of 1971 and applied for the Standard Improvement Grant. The council turned down his application, as his structurally unsound cottage was in the clearance area. When he wrote to the Macclesfield Express complaining of official vandalism, he found that many of his neighbors were in the same situation and of the same mind, and inevitably he became both their spokesperson and their architect. The rest of the story is very well known in housing circles and made the architect's reputation. Black Road has certain special features which make it the archetypical example of self-help and mutual aid in housing renovation. It became, for instance, the first general improvement area in the country to be proposed, implemented, and subsequently managed by the residents themselves. It was also the first example of that supreme irony of the crudity of official designations of places, of a clearance area being transformed into a conservation area. From being worthless, the houses became priceless. The Black Road Action Group succeeded in winning over the council's officers so that the rules could be relaxed in a most sensible way. For example, the rules specify that self-help is penalized in the sense that the dweller's own labor cannot qualify for grant. The authorities would rather pay a firm of building contractors than pay you or recognize your contribution. At Black Road, neighbors set up as contractors for each other, so that they might qualify for grant aid. Poor and elderly tenants were enabled to become owner-occupiers, again just to qualify, through what Hackney calls Robin Hood financial arrangements, and each tenant got the improvements actually wanted, rather than those which the regulations or the architect thought was good for them, so that no two houses are by now alike. This marvelously intimate approach to the creative adventure of house improvement is symbolized by the fact that the building workers left their plant on Friday night at the most convenient places for the residents to take it over at the weekends. Once again, the sad truth is that just because of the mountain of legislation and regulations, and just because it was necessary to have someone to put the case convincingly to the holders of power and dispensers of funds of power of life and death over a street, it was essential to have someone present with professional knowledge and a vested interest in the success of the project. This in no way diminishes the potential of self-help and mutual aid. It simply demonstrates the extent to which the procedures introduced by government to improve the housing situation have unwittingly complicated it and made it unresponsive to the aspirations of ordinary citizens. The habit of self-help and mutual aid have been deliberately repressed by inducing the habit of reliance on the bureaucratic organization of housing. To paraphrase Habraken again, people are no longer enabled to house themselves, they have to rely on being housed. Not only that, they are expected to be grateful and to stay put. For one aspect of the demise of the private landlord which nobody ever mentions is the loss of the freedom to move. The public sector is the immobile sector, and owner-occupiers, with the millstone of mortgages round their necks, are more mobile than council tenants, dependent upon the goodwill of the clerks in the housing department. Our views on the historical inevitability or political desirability of the decline of the private landlord have blinded us to an aspect of the housing situation of our grandparents. When private renting was the norm, given the lower standards of services in housing that we take for granted today, there was considerable freedom of choice in the housing market, even for very poor families, and this resulted in a degree of dweller satisfaction which is much rarer when a multiplicity of landlords has given way to the monopoly of the local authority. This was impressed on me by listening to hours of tape recordings of interviews with old people made by primary school children. Time and again the old ladies would say, "Of course, you wouldn't understand, my dear, but in those days it was easy to move." Their recollection is confirmed in a dozen working-class autobiographies. T. in the 30s, recalls Elizabeth Ring, there was no such thing as a housing shortage. For from 5 shillings to £5 a week, there were rooms for all. Jack Common says of his childhood in Newcastle, at that time, families were always moving. There were houses to let everywhere. Arthur Newton says of Hackney in East London, to change houses was easy then. Molly Weir from Glasgow describes with relish the many moves of her childhood and her mother's fondness for flitting, which in her family's context did not imply a moonlight flit. How different everything looked, she says, even if we'd only moved to the next close, which my mother did twice, for we knew our houses so intimately that the slightest variation in a lobby or a window frame, or the size of a fireplace, was of enormous significance. Everybody loved a flitting. From a totally different background, the East End of London, A.S. Jasper in A Hoxton Childhood, describes a whole series of childhood environments, starting in August 1910 when we were living at number 3 Clinger Street, Hoxton, in a hovel on the ground floor. It comprised 2 rooms with a kitchen, with an outside lavatory, which also served the family upstairs. By page 15 we are told, it was agreed that mother would try to find a bigger house. In those days it was easy, one had only to go to an agent, pay the first week's rent and move in. On more than one occasion my father came home late, drunk as usual, and was told by the next door neighbor we didn't live there anymore. We had owed so much rent, but the fact was that we had to have a larger house. My mother duly found and inspected a house in Salisbury Street, New North Road. It wasn't a bad area and I always remember it was the nicest house we ever had. And he describes with gusto how they set about redecorating it. Wallpaper was about 3p a roll, a ball of whitening and boiled size made whitewash for the ceilings. But bad times came again, and on page 39 we hear, our new abode was Ebenezer Buildings, Rotherfield Street. What a dump it was after the nice little house we had just left. Soon his mother and sister went house hunting again and decided on a house in Lowndes Street, by the side of the Regent's Canal near the bridge in Kingsland Road. But a little later, everything was getting too much for Mum and she reckoned the house had a curse on it. The only way was to move again. This time she found a house in Scawfell Street. This wasn't far from Lowndes Street. It certainly looked a road with some life in it, which was what we were used to. Lowndes Street was a drab place of flat-fronted houses where everyone closed their doors. There wasn't the friendliness. But by page 88, we were now in 1917 and we were on the move again. Why, I cannot remember. This time we moved to Shepherdess Walk, off City Road. It was a very large house let off in flats. We had a ground floor and basement flat consisting of 5 large rooms and a scullery. Not many pages later, in September 1918, we now lived in a very nice place in the main road. The rooms were large and there was always something going on. But in the following year, the man who owned the dairy downstairs shocked us by saying that he was going to sell the dairy and we would have to quit the flat. He told us he had a house at Walthamstow we could rent and he would pay all the expenses if we would move. In 1919 Walthamstow to us was like moving to the country. The whole family discussed the matter and it was agreed they would go and see the place. So, a couple of pages later in his narrative, they moved. It was a small house just off the high street. The rent was 8 shillings a week. I was beginning to like our new surroundings. For a penny you could get to Epping Forest, and this was all so different to the slums of Hoxton and Bethnal Green. Thus there were 8 moves in Mr. Jasper's childhood between the ages of 4 and 14. The moves were intimately related to shifts and changes in the family's minimal income and to the family size, whether his sister's husband was living with them or not, and so on. And the final move brought the family right out of the inner city and into the ampler opportunities of the leafy suburbs. With both Mr. Jasper and Miss Weir, there glows through the pages what teachers are trained to call an effective relationship between the family and its housing. This was the result of having, even among poor people, some degree of consumer choice. Changes in family circumstances as well as aesthetic preferences were reflected in the ability to move. Neither were they the families of skilled artisans. Miss Weir's father died when she was a baby and Mr. Jasper's father was a drunken casual laborer. Both were effectively one-parent families. Today, when the population of Glasgow and of inner London are both dramatically lower than could have been imagined in those days, the element of freedom of choice and the opportunity for self-help in housing that those families had has totally disappeared. When Peter Hall was given an opportunity to discuss the enormous and, to the public purse, expensive expansion of the architectural profession after the Second World War, he asked, "Didn't it, unbelievably, result in an environment much worse than the one we had before?" And he went on to say, "It's chastening to ask what would have happened if we'd never trained the architects, but had spent all that slum clearance money quite differently. Suppose, in the Liverpool of 1955, we hadn't said, a problem of replacing 88,000 unfit houses, but rather, a problem of making 88,000 houses fit. We could have given very generous improvement grants, encouraged small builders, opened DIY shops. The whole environment would have been improved piecemeal. It wouldn't have been very efficient. Small-scale work never is, and besides, a good deal of the basic infrastructure would have had to be renewed. But it would have involved ordinary people in fixing up their own houses and helping improve their own neighborhoods. It wouldn't have caused the enormous disruption, physical and social, that gave us the Everton piggeries and the vandalized streets of Kirkby. By now most of us would agree with Peter Hall. I think myself that he understates the case. I am sure that piecemeal, dweller-controlled reconstruction would have been more efficient than anything that was actually inflicted on Liverpool, where enormous sums were paid out to the professionals, both inside the corporation and as outside consultants, from McKinsey's and the most expensive urban planners down, for giving the worst possible advice. What did the ordinary tenant say, in a place like Cantrell Farm? I wish I was back in the dingle. I think that Hall was wrong to single out the architects as responsible for the disasters of policy in Liverpool. The whole coalition of politicians, experts, and administrators had a vested interest in not enabling people to find their own solutions. Ivan Illich remarks that in 1968, for example, it was still quite easy to dismiss organized lay resistance to professional dominance as nothing more than a throwback to romantic, obscurantist or elitist fantasies. The grassroots, common-sense assessment of technological systems which I then outlined, seemed childish or retrograde to the political leaders of citizen activism, and to the radical professionals who laid claim to the tutorship of the poor by means of their special knowledge. The reorganization of late industrial society around professionally defined needs, problems, and solutions was still the commonly accepted value implicit in ideological, political, and juridical systems otherwise clearly and sometimes violently opposed to one another. Now the picture has changed. The picture has changed, even in Liverpool, as we shall see. But Liverpool was simply the most dramatic and poignant instance of the housing disasters of most British cities, including many London boroughs. This becomes clear whenever someone has taken the trouble to document the evolution and effect of housing policy in a particular place. One well-documented town in this respect is Sunderland, where Norman Dennis has described the workings of progressive housing policy in practice in two devastating books, People and Planning and Public Participation and Planner's Blight. He shows with innumerable examples how, in the making of decisions affecting our environment, ordinary people's own perceptions of their housing and their own networks of self-help and mutual aid have been left entirely outside the calculation. Norman Dennis talks about Millfield, a district of Sunderland, and the two ways of looking at the place. Within the first frame of reference, he says, Millfield, for example, is a collection of shabby, mean, and dreary houses, derelict back lanes, shoddy fronted shops, and broken pavements, the whole unsightly mess mercifully ill-lit. A second frame of reference, that of, say, a 60-year-old woman living there gives a very different picture. Millfield is Bob Smith's, which she thinks is the best butcher's in the town, George McKeitha's wet fish shop and Perry's fried fish shop, about which she says the same with equal justification, Ma's hot pies and peas, prepared on the premises, the Willow Pond public house, in which her favorite nephew organizes the darts and dominoes team, the Salvation Army band in a nearby street every Sunday and waking her with carols on Christmas morning, her special claim to attention at the grocer's. Because her niece worked there for several years, the spacious cottage in which she was born and brought up, which she now owns, has improved, and which has not in her memory had defects which have caused either her or her neighbors discernible inconvenience. The short road to the cemetery where she cares for the graves of her mother, father, and brother, her sister's cottage across the road. She knows that every weekday at 12:30 a hot dinner will be ready for her when she comes from work. The bus route which will take her to the town center in a few minutes, the homes of neighbors who since her childhood have helped her and whom she has helped, church, club, and workplace within 5 minutes walk, and, in general, every acre sweetened by the memory of the men who made us. There is a terrible irony about the fact that public policy has frustrated both those people like A.S. Jasper's family who love to be always on the move, and those, like the lady in Norman Dennis's account, who were ruthlessly uprooted from the social networks of self-help and mutual aid which sustain their lives, by the determination of local authorities to wipe out the past at the public expense. To me the description of Millfield evokes the way of life of many people I have known, as well as that of people I have casually interviewed in several British cities. Others don't see it like that. Members of the audience at conferences about housing and planning to whom I've quoted this passage have seen it as just a sentimental evocation of the past. The web of relationships, habits, associations, and mutual obligations that formed the whole framework of that woman's life, was totally invisible to the politicians, the councillors, the director of housing, the planning officer and director of environment services and the medical officer of health. They reflected her history, not theirs. Professor A.H. Halsey has remarked on the radio that the movement which had invented the social forms of modern participatory democracy and practiced it in union branch and co-op meeting was ironically fated to develop through its political party the bureaucratic corporate state. And the supreme irony is that when a person like Norman Dennis protests against the emerging tyranny of government with the authentic voice of deeply rooted English socialism, he is heard with approval by Sir Keith Joseph and dismissed as a nuisance by the Labour establishment. People who insist on the importance of ordinary dwellers' perception, who declare that the important thing about housing is not what it is but what it does in the lives of its inhabitants, are often misrepresented as saying that people like having substandard housing, damp walls, or an outside lavatory. They are, rather, saying that people's preferences, perceptions, and choices are not only, perhaps not mainly, concerned with officially perceived housing standards, and that in any case, there is a gulf between these standards and what people want. In the first place, there is the indisputable truth that defects in your housing are infinitely more tolerable if they are your responsibility than if they are someone else's. In the second, there is the fact that housing policy has been, from its inception, intended to improve or change people's domestic habits. And in the third, it has been based on the erroneous assumption that we are so short of land that people should be housed in flats. Every study of ordinary people's wants, complaints and satisfactions, not just in Norman Dennis's studies in Sunderland, but those of others everywhere else, indicate that there is a certain kind of housing which over 80% of English people prefer. Their preference is for the ordinary small house with a back garden, traditionally provided, not just in the suburbs but in the cities themselves. But the public authorities, with their virtual monopoly of the provision of housing for rent, decided that an increasing proportion of people should be housed in a way which denied all of their own desires. Paralysed by a capitalist conception of land values, and aided by the lobby of the National Farmers Union which urged that every last acre or hectare of unwanted wheat or barley would protect the country from urban infestation, it was felt that people should be protected from their own aspirations. And yet the housing that citizens actually yearn for is cheaper to build, infinitely cheaper to maintain and infinitely more adaptable to changing needs and demands. Take one hilarious example: for generations, in municipal housing, the kitchen became smaller and smaller, in order to cure people of the reprehensible habit of eating in the kitchen. The result is that, up and down the land, you can meet families, squashed in a corner, taking turns at eating their meals on a table as big as a shelf. Meanwhile the socially conscious architect of the scheme they have been obliged to inhabit, eats in his kitchen, surrounded by his family, off a scrubbed deal table, and his wife prides herself that their kitchen looks exactly like that of a Provençal peasant. There's a string of onions hanging from the beam of her kitchen ceiling in a house which is 2 miners' cottages joined together into one, in a Category D village to which Durham County Council has denied improvement grants. The deliberate flouting of what people actually wanted didn't only happen in the Northeast. Ashley Brummel, a London Labour politician, remarks that the old county of London was mainly a city of small houses. Not only did the war scatter the population and destroy the homes, but it led to the rebuilding of London as a city of blocks of flats, of increasing height. This change has never been fully accepted by the population, and there has been an increasing urge for movement to outer London and to the counties beyond, where the old pattern of street and house and garden could be recaptured. He blames the war for the habit of giving people the kind of housing they didn't want, just as Peter Hall blames the architects. Nowadays, in our present chastened mood, we say, but nobody told us at the time. It isn't true. For it wasn't in 1975 or in 1965 or 1955 but in 1945 that Frederick Osborne said, just as he had been saying at all those wartime conferences on post-war housing. I don't think philanthropic housing people anywhere realize the irresistible strength of the impulse towards the family house and garden as prosperity increases. They think that the suburban trend can be reversed by large-scale multi-story buildings in the downtown districts, which is not merely a pernicious belief from a human point of view, but a delusion. In a few years' time the multi-story technique will prove unpopular and will peter out. Damage will be done to society by the trial, but probably all I can do is to hasten the date of dissolution. If I have underestimated the complacency of the urban masses, the damage may amount to a disaster. What in fact he underestimated was the complacency of the politicians and their professional advisors. In his book, Towards a Humane Architecture, Bruce Alsop remarks, "It is astonishing with what savagery planners and architects are trying to obliterate working-class cultural and social patterns. Is it because many of them are first-generation middle-class techno-snobs? Long familiarity with the housing problems industry tells me he is right. If you are escaping from a history of poverty and deprivation, you will simply see our old industrial areas as a mean and cruel past, best expunged from the physical environment as well as from the human memory. It is the same with the counselors. If you have dedicated your lives to the fight against capitalism and exploitation, you will, in those areas of life like local government where you actually win control, resolve to eliminate the mean streets, the shared lavatories in the backyards and so on. And you will react with outrage and a feeling of betrayal when people like Norman Dennis conclude that you, the politician and the professional, are the enemy, ruthlessly uprooting people from familiar ways and familiar places. Oh, those dedicated chairs of housing and planning committees and their professional employees weren't consciously conducting a battle against the weak and poor. They had simply absorbed the message of their times, firstly, that the only possible approach to housing was wholesale clearance and redevelopment in vast building contracts, and secondly, that people's own capacity for self-help and mutual aid was totally irrelevant to their housing. 9. High-density life. 19. Over the next 20 years Britain will require millions of new homes. Where should they go? Should we favor high-density inner-city redevelopment, as Richard Rogers's Urban Task Force does? Or is it better to expand the low-density towns in the southeast, where people actually want to live? I am one of the few people I know with an interest in cities who has not visited Barcelona. It's an accident of timing. For decades, I used to say that I would not go until I could sit at a cafe table on the Ramblas, arguing loudly about sex and freedom with my anarchist friends. By the time this had become possible, in 1975, we met at a cafe table in the Campo San Polo in Venice instead, laughing over their magazine Bicicleta and arguing about what should happen to the shanty towns on the fringe of Barcelona, housing rural immigrants. Should there be dweller-controlled upgrading on the Latin American model or new municipal estates on the North European pattern? There was nothing to say about downtown renovation, because, like the propped-up Venice which surrounded us, it was only for the benefit of us tourists. These discussions came to mind when I read Michael Aude's TLS review of 2 Barcelona novels by one of Spain's best-known writers, Manuel Vázquez Montalbán. Montalbán, says Aude, is a strong critic of the message successfully sold by Barcelona's elite that their city is a haven of fine urban planning and good living. Barcelona is not the only city to sell itself well. 10 years ago, a procession of British government ministers filed through downtown Baltimore, the Barcelona of those days, and I followed in their footsteps. Kenneth Clark was thrilled, as he remembered the place as the ultimate rust bucket dump. I was impressed, too, by the redevelopment of the inner harbor, with 3 new shopping pavilions on what used to be the waterfront. Grady Clay, an acute observer of the U.S. urban scene, told me of the incredible sums from the federal treasury that had been pumped into Baltimore's Charles Center and Inner Harbor redevelopments. Meanwhile, the inner city, from which the poor were being squeezed out, had at least 5,800 empty houses awaiting rehabilitation. Less than half a mile from the city's downtown miracle, I met some of the hard-pressed people struggling to establish the rights of the poor majority to live decently in their own city. Reading Montalban on the tedious routines of getting by in Barcelona makes me wonder whether, just as Thatcher's ministers were seduced by downtown Baltimore, so Blair's advisors have been bought by a few delicious urban experiences at open-air Barcelona cafes. My suspicion is heightened by the news that in 1999 the RIBA gave its gold medal not to an architect, but to the city of Barcelona, and by the fact that towards an urban renaissance, the report of the government's urban task force, which reported 1 year ago, contains a foreword by the former mayor of Barcelona. Now I know perfectly well that if I were at last to visit Barcelona I would fall in love with the place. And I could already list a dozen lessons for Britain from the few continental cities that I do know, such as Amsterdam, Zurich, or Bologna, in particular the blessings of efficient, safe, cheap public transport. But the main lesson of Barcelona for architect Richard Rogers, chairman of the task force, is found in one sentence on page 59, the most compact and vibrant European city, Barcelona, has an average density of about 400 dwellings per hectare. That is about twice as dense as central London. Government research suggests that, thanks to longevity, divorce, and the growth in single-person homes, we shall need some 3.8 m additional households in England alone over the next generation. No wonder that partisans for urban sites as opposed to rural ones embrace the Barcelona story. We have been here before. Our great-grandparents had their own task forces to show for it. In 1891, Lord Rosebery, speaking as the Liberal chairman of the young London County Council, used language more forthright than anything we recently heard from the candidates for the office of mayor. I am always haunted by the awfulness of London, by the great appalling fact of these millions cast down, as it would appear by hazard, on the banks of this noble stream, working each in their own groove and their own cell, without regard or knowledge of each other, the heedless casualty of unnumbered thousands of men. 60 years ago Cobbett called it a when. If it was a when then, what is it now? A tumor, an elephantiasis sucking into its gorged system half the life and the blood and the bone of the rural districts. Those rural districts were sunk in a depression lasting from the 1870s until the Second World War. Charles Booth's Life and Labour of the People of London was a 17-volume urban task force report for the 1890s. The government also appointed the novelist Rider Haggard to serve as a one-man rural task force with his Rural England. But the decade saw other independent franc-tireurs firing their own magic bullets at the linked horrors of city and country. There was Booth's namesake, General William Booth of the Salvation Army, who published In Darkest England, and The Way Out, recommending rural colonies to prepare the urban unemployed for a new life on the land or in Britain's overseas possessions. William Morris's News from Nowhere described a post-industrial Britain, and Robert Blatchford's Merry England explained the evils of monopoly landlordism in both city and country and advocated a revival of small-scale horticulture by ex-urbanites. His book sold almost copies before the end of the century. But the most influential of these testimonies was Ebenezer Howard's Tomorrow. A Peaceful Path to Real Reform. A century ago the Garden Cities Association was founded to propagate his message. His book was reprinted in 1902 as Garden Cities of Tomorrow and has been in print ever since. His homemade illustrations are the most famous planning diagrams in the world. In spite of this, Howard is often misinterpreted. It is suggested that he wanted the suburbanization of everywhere. In fact, his concept of the Garden City, like the new towns after the Second World War, was an alternative to suburban expansion of existing cities. He had no connection with Hampstead Garden suburb. Nor did he recommend low residential densities. With the typical family of 5 in 1898, his suggestions work out at 90 to 95 persons per acre, and with the family sizes of the period after the Second World War it would be about 70 persons per acre. Howard was convinced that once the inner city had been demagnetized, once large numbers of people had been convinced that they can better their condition in every way by migrating elsewhere, the bubble of the monopoly value of inner city land would burst. But let us notice, he wrote on the future of London, how each person in migrating from London, while making the burden of ground rents less heavy for those who remain, will make the burden of rates on the ratepayers of London yet heavier. He thought that the change to more humane urban densities would be effected not at the expense of the ratepayers, but almost entirely at the expense of the landlord class. The century which has passed since Howard asked the question, "The people, where will they go?" has seen the repopulation of the countryside. By the 1960s, the map of population change was the reverse of the 1890s, with the areas then suffering the biggest population losses, in particular, East Anglia and the Southwest becoming the areas with the biggest gains. But, 85 years after Howard foresaw the Great Exodus, John Prescott, Deputy Prime Minister, tells us that the exodus from inner cities has been driven by a lack of confidence in schools, fear of crime, an unhealthy environment, and poor housing. And he declares that, "This is bad for our people, bad for quality of life, bad for our economy, and bad for society." This is taken from Prescott's preface to the Urban Task Force report, while a few pages later, in the introduction, Richard Rogers explains that several essential issues, education, health, welfare, and security, fall outside the remit of the report. This leaves only one of the factors listed by John Prescott, housing. And neither Prescott nor Rogers mention jobs, even though our cities were the product of the Industrial Revolution, and despite the fact that the pressure on housing in the south of England is partly the result of the loss of work opportunities elsewhere. In Victorian cities, Asa Briggs noted how in 1837 England and Wales boasted only 5 provincial cities of more than 100,000 inhabitants. By 1891 there were 23 and they housed nearly a third of the nation. The late 20th century collapse of industry has reversed the mushroom expansion of the 19th century. And Power and Kathleen Mumford, in their report The Slow Death of Great Cities, Urban Abandonment or Urban Renaissance, studied Manchester and Newcastle, which have lost a fifth of their population since 1961, and where good quality, modernized homes are being abandoned in some inner city neighborhoods. House prices have fallen in some cases to zero, and some blocks and streets are being demolished. Whole areas have virtually no demand for housing. Such places will only revive when they provide incomes. But regional job creation remains out of fashion, and enthusiasts for the new cyber economy fail to migrate to Sunderland. It used to be said that for a carpenter, all problems call for a nail and a hammer. Perhaps, for an architect, all issues are design issues. The task force led by Rogers tells us that successful urban regeneration is design-led. Promoting sustainable lifestyles and social inclusion in our towns and cities depends on the design of the physical environment. This elevation of the role of the designer has been used to promote every new architectural ideology since 1945. For decades after the war, urban regeneration was design-led. It tore the cities apart. This is now well documented. I myself wrote 6 books describing its terrible results. In London, the LCC's former chief strategic planner, Graham Lomas, found that in the post-war decades, as councils sought high-density solutions in system-built tower blocks, more fit housing was destroyed than was provided. Giving the Rogers report a cautious welcome in Prospect last year, Anatole Levin said that for the first time since 1945 a humane consensus of ecological, aesthetic, and civic values enjoy a powerful new voice among those working in the field. The date he gave was well chosen, because from that moment on the mysterious Hubert de Cronin Hastings, the owner of the Architectural Review, aided by the draftsmanship of Gordon COLIN, was propagating the ideology of townscape. This ideology is illustrated in the Rogers Report by a drawing of a mixed-use urban center and by a photograph of the streets north of the Old Market at Covent Garden and another of the lanes at Brighton. All three illustrations bear that imprimatur of well-heeled urban hedonism, the open-air cafe table. I confess that I too have sat contentedly drinking at such tables, but a lifetime of hearing architectural propaganda tells me that the praise for all that bustling street life is always accompanied by the advocacy of high-density living for other people. In 1945, when post-war housing policy was taking shape, Frederick Osborne wrote to Lewis Mumford, "I don't think philanthropic housing people anywhere realize the strength of the impulse towards the family house and garden as prosperity increases. They think the suburban trend can be reversed by large-scale multi-story buildings in the downtown districts. This is not merely a pernicious belief from the human point of view but a delusion. In a few years, the multi-story method will prove unpopular and will peter out. Damage will be done to society by the trial, the damage may amount to a disaster." The damage amounted to several disasters and hideous expense, but 50 years on, we find the Rogers Report telling us how some of the most lively inner-city areas, such as Bloomsbury and Islington, can rise as high as 100 to 200 dwellings per hectare. Alongside this comment is a photograph of mansion flats near the Albert Hall, captioned "A Different Take on High-Rise Living." In the early 1960s, I used to lecture to final-year architecture students on human aspects of high densities, and always pointed to the arrogant folly of generalizing from the lives of the affluent. They are out of the house more, because they can afford to be. Mum isn't isolated at home with the babies, she is out shopping at Harrods. The children, when small, are taken to Kensington Gardens by nanny. At the age of 8 they go to a prep school, and at 13 to a public school, both of them residential. And during the holidays they are either away in the country, or winter sporting, sailing and so on. At any rate they are not hanging around on the landing or playing with the dustbin lids. The reason for all this talk about densities is the search for an answer to the question Ebenezer Howard asked a century ago, the people, where will they go? Both the present government and the last one have been blown by every wind in the political microclimate in the game of deciding whether 40% or 50% or 60% of the required new housing should be built on recycled urban land. Howard anticipated that the relief of the pressure on urban land through falling site values would enable the greening of the city. But of course some brownfields are browner than others, and it is cheaper to redevelop urban allotment sites and playing fields than industrial land. In the 1980s, central government put great pressure on local government to release such sites for profitable development, and this can happen again. And yet, notwithstanding its trendy disdain for the home-centered culture of the lower middle classes, the Rogers Report did raise some important issues. It rightly stressed the crucial importance of maintaining public spaces. The 1980s saw not only the return of mass unemployment, but also pressure from central government on local councils to spend less. To do this they cut many of the things that made inner-city life civilized. One thing that is certain about mobile caretakers on housing estates is that they don't take care. Similar observations can be made about street cleaning and park keeping. The work of Ken Werpole and Liz Greenhalgh, summed up in their report on the richness of cities, urban policy in a new landscape, and in particular Werpole's paper Nothing to Fear? Trust and Respect in Urban Communities, go a long way towards explaining why people don't enjoy living in cities anymore. One-person operated buses make bus travel even less attractive. Removal of the park keeper can be disastrous for parks. Parks, Werpole has argued, are still places where the indeterminacy and inconclusiveness of daily life is suspended and where people's behavior changes once they step into the park from the surrounding streets, becoming much more relaxed, gregarious and sociable. Similarly, Werpole's study of public libraries, the urban facility used by a wider cross-section of the public than any other, shows how they can reinforce good citizenship. In such settings most people do still subscribe to the values of respect for other users' interests and needs, waiting one's turn, not greedily dominating particular resources. The task force would presumably endorse these observations, as Howard would have a century ago, but nowhere in the report is it spelled out that the insecurity that people associate with city life relates to the fact that our rulers think that it is bad business to have people standing around being helpful. 20 years ago, Stephen Hawley, who was for years the general manager of Washington Newtown in County Durham, and watched with growing exasperation the shifts in central government policy, expressed his feelings in a sharp little verse. "Isn't it a pity about the inner city? People leave who shouldn't ought, and that affects the rate support. If only those who stayed behind had left instead, no one would mind." Nowhere in the task force report do I find endorsement of those struggling initiatives of self-help and mutual aid which penetrate areas that other urban solvents fail to reach. I am thinking not only of successes against the odds, like Coin Street on the Riverside in central London, but of housing co-ops like the Eldonians in Liverpool and those self-built housing groups such as Seesaw and the Diggers at Brighton, which were enthused by the simple building method propagated by the Walter Siegel Self-Build Trust. For me, nurturing these precious shoots is more important than the succession of old policies under new names in the task force report. So where should the people go? The new households should go into new and expanded settlements along viable public transport corridors in the places where people want to live. This is where they are going, mainly in the southeast. Behind all the rhetoric and posturing about rural values, the planning authorities are working together to accommodate the new households around towns such as Milton Keynes and Ashford, or along the Mill Corridor and the Thames Gateway extending to Southend. Many of these new growth zones cluster around new towns like Milton Keynes, Corby, Harlow, and Basildon. Indeed, one of the best-kept secrets of social policy is that the post-war new towns, by comparison with suburban expansion or high-density inner-city redevelopment, were a social and financial success and were far more economical in land use than any other form of urban expansion. Let us build on what has worked, not on the high-density living which has not. Section 3, Design, Architecture, and Creativity. 1. The Future of the Design Professions. 20. My name is Colin Ward. I am the author of half a dozen books on housing and planning and associated themes like environmental education and vandalism. For many years, from the ages of 16 to that of 40,1, worked on the drawing board for several well-known firms of architects and planners. By chance, my last architectural job, almost 20 years ago, was as director of research for the firm of architects responsible for the complex of buildings we are in today. I thus have considerable experience of the way design decisions are made. The evidence I want to give is on three aspects of design. The first is on the professionalization of design, the second on the bureaucratization of design, and the third is on what I have chosen to call the narcissism of design. About professionalization. The most uncomfortable part of the design profession's legacy from the arts and crafts movement is the notion that everyone is a designer, or that, in the language that Eric Gill inherited from William Morris, the artist is not a special kind of person, each person is a special kind of artist. They look to a past in which professional designers, in their opinion, did not exist. They were right to the extent that most of the physical environment that survives from the pre-Victorian past, and that people flock to admire, was never touched by professional designers, except to destroy it. Architects themselves, bored with the precepts of the modern movement which they imposed on the public for decades, are involved in what they call postmodernism, the major form of which is a style known as neo-vernacular, which is a backhanded compliment to the non-professional designers of the past. Yet the restriction of the design professionals to the fact that we have, from experience, lost faith in them, has been to suggest that some improvement in their own education, a broader base, a higher standard of entry, a longer period of training, more research, more science, more computers, more knowledge, will put everything right. Let me cite the particular case of architecture. To be accepted for professional training involves at the outset 3 O-levels and 2 A-levels, preferably in the approved subjects, followed by 6 years of professional training, after which the successful aspirants find themselves preparing, say, window and door schedules for some building in the design of which they have had no part. Now, within living memory, and I think you will probably agree that architectural standards were no lower aesthetically and slightly higher technically within the lifespan of some people still alive, it was totally different. Sir Clough Williams Ellis confided to Sir Edwin Lutyens that he spent a term at the Architectural Association School learning his trade. A term, said Lutyens, horrified. My dear fellow, it took me 3 weeks. Well, I would ask people who flocked to the Lutyens exhibition at the Hayward Gallery last year, or who are glued to the television to watch the reruns of The Prisoner for the sake of its setting in Williams Ellis's architectural joke at Port Merion, whether those two were better or worse architects than the people who by a restrictive act of Parliament are entitled to call themselves architects. I deliberately mention these architectural nights to indicate that I am not generalizing from the experience of the riffraff of the architectural profession, who all, no doubt, have been through the academic treadmill. Professionalism is a conspiracy against laity, because the greater the expertise, the power and status of a profession, the smaller the opportunity for the citizen to make decisions. Ivan Illich, the most damaging of the new critics of the professionalization of knowledge, remarks that it makes people dependent in having their knowledge produced for them. It leads to a paralysis of the moral and political imagination. This cognitive disorder rests on the illusion that the knowledge of the individual citizen is of less value than the knowledge of science. The former is the opinion of individuals. It is merely subjective and excluded from policies. The latter is objective, defined by science and promulgated by expert spokesmen. This objective knowledge is viewed as a commodity which can be refined, constantly improved, accumulated, and fed into a process, now called decision-making. This new mythology of governance by the manipulation of knowledge stock inevitably erodes reliance on government by people. Overconfidence in better decision-making first hampers people's ability to decide for themselves and then undermines their belief that they can decide. About bureaucratization. The comment I have just quoted is valuable because it links the process of professionalization with that of bureaucratization. For in the modern world, professional design is a commodity which only the rich can afford, and this means whether business or government. In business, the role of design is obvious to every consumer. It is that of inducing obsolescence by changing fashions of essentially the same produce by styling, and thus keeping the production lines rolling. The design ideology, inflating its role as usual, claims that it is concerned with the total product. The consumer knows that it's just a matter of changing the image, and has seen the streamlined look, the rounded corner plastic look, the rectilinear teak look, the two tones of gray look, and the brushed aluminium look. Much more serious is the bureaucratization of design in the public sector, where British firms of architects have felt competent to design everything from new cities in India to the organization of hospitals in Canberra. Didn't their training and expertise make them world planners capable of planning anything in the world at the people's expense? They are also, of course, competent to design execution chambers for prisons in the Gulf states. All part of the design brief. In a highly centralist state like Britain, where design expertise has been put at the service of the bureaucracy, every error that would be trivial if it happened once, is multiplied 100-fold when sanctified by the label design. This is the lesson of the tower block fiasco in housing. It is the lesson of the various consortia for school design, and it is the lesson of our experience of hospital design. William Tatton Brown, who was the department's chief architect from 1959 to 1971, has concluded that the advice on hospital design, which his department pushed out for years, was misguided. He claims in fact that nearly half of the public investment in hospital building in the 1970s has been misspent. Yet there is no area of architectural design in which more expertise and research has been invested than in that of hospital design. Tatton Brown's conclusion, after his retirement of course, is quite significant. Delegate responsibility as low down as possible, he said. Give it to the people nearest to the patients. I will move to my third objection to the design lobby. The narcissism of design. The concentration of design in the hands of professional designers has meant that, inevitably, designers seek at all costs the approbation, not of their anonymous clients, but of their fellow designers and, in particular, that of those who are influential in the media of the profession. This is why it has become almost axiomatic that the kind of building that wins an award becomes one which is loathed by the people who live or work in it. They just call their school or office the hothouse, or their block of flats Alcatraz or Casablanca because it reminds them of the vernacular architecture of Penologie or the forts of the French Foreign Legion. In the new city of Milton Keynes there is a quite measurable scale by which housing is assessed. At the most disliked end of the scale comes the housing by the most prestigious architects, the leaders of the profession. The most sought after is that which most resembled the traditional image of house and home, with a pitched roof and a chimney on top and a front porch with roses round the door. This, of course, is most despised by the design professions. The highest praise that any council tenant can give his home is the well-worn phrase, "It doesn't look like a council house." This is why the design professionals have the utmost contempt for the people who are obliged to use their buildings. There are alternative approaches to environmental design. I have walked down the street in British towns with architects who were greeted by everyone we met because they had been enablers and not dictators. They had helped people to make their own environment. I am just like anyone else who has pondered for years on the failure of the design professionals to serve, beyond a trivial level, the needs of citizens. We need an alternative theory, even one that denies that there is a future for the design professionals in the sense in which we have known them in the past. The best expression I have ever found of an alternative approach was in a paper by Simon Nicholson, which I published 10 years ago in the Bulletin of Environmental Education. He called it the theory of loose parts, and he set it out thus. In an environment, both the degree of inventiveness and creativity and the possibility of discovery, are directly proportional to the number and kind of variables in it. The argument he used to explain how he arrived at this principle is that the imposed environment, the one in which the citizen has a merely passive part to play, results from cultural elitism. He says, "Creativity is for the gifted few, the rest of us are compelled to live in environments constructed by the gifted few. We listen to the gifted few's music, we use the gifted few's inventions and art, and read the poems, fantasies, and plays by the gifted few. This is what our education and culture conditions us to believe, and this is a culturally induced and perpetuated lie. Building upon this lie, the dominant cultural elite tell us that the planning, design, and building of any part of the environment is so difficult and so special that only the gifted few, those with degrees and certificates in planning, engineering, architecture, art, education, behavioral psychology and so on, can properly solve environmental problems. The result is that the vast majority of people are not allowed to experiment with the components of building and construction. Whether in environmental studies, the abstract arts, literature, or science, the creativity, the playing around with the components and variables of the world in order to make experiments and discover new things and form new concepts has been explicitly stated as the domain of the creative few, and the rest of the community has been deprived of a crucial part of their lives and lifestyle. We are groping both for a different aesthetic theory and for a different political theory. The missing cultural element is the aesthetic of a variable, manipulable, malleable environment, the aesthetic of loose parts. The missing political element is the politics of participation, of user control and of self-managing, self-regulating communities. 2 fringe benefits. Colin Ward is amazed at getting out of the labyrinth. 21. I've never been a wild enthusiast for mazes and labyrinths, though I've known plenty of people who seek out every chance to walk in one in stately homes, ancient sites, and public gardens. And whether they are constructed with hedges or walls, or are simply a pattern of turf, stone, or brick on the ground, you never know until you do it whether it is truly a labyrinth, like the one where Theseus slew the Minotaur, with a route that leads you inevitably to the center, and sometimes out again, or whether it really is a maze, with teasing choices and dead ends. It was when I was trying to disentangle history from legend in Chartres Cathedral that I got entrapped in the labyrinthine scholarship of puzzle building. The maze there is the largest decorative feature in the whole of that vast structure, 12 meters wide with a path of white stones separated by thinner blue ones, 294 meters long. Several other French cathedrals of the 13th century had them set in the floor, but only 3 remain. The one at Amiens was removed, because the noise of children playing on it was distracting during services. The Chartres maze was known as the Road to Jerusalem, and I learned from its interpreter, Keith Critchlow, that this is also the name given in Germany to the children's game hopscotch, chalked on pavements and playgrounds. There's now a project called Learning Through Landscapes, which urges that school grounds could be transformed from tarmac deserts into experiences for both learning and pleasure. One of its mentors, Wendy Titman, was telling me about her book Special Places, Special People, The Hidden Curriculum of School Grounds, and the results of learning children's own preferences. Why do you think that the number of mazes open to the public has grown from 40 in 1980 to over 100 today, and why are they a playground priority for children? I was unable to provide a reason. Computer games, she said triumphantly. So I read another book, The British Maze Guide by Adrian Fisher and Jeff Seward, and dared to chase up one of its authors, Adrian Fisher, billed as the world's most prolific maze designer. Fisher is certainly the hot gospeler of the maze world and designs them everywhere in all materials. When I raised the computer game analogy, he said, "Yes, it's true, but our color mazes are a much more rewarding experience than the usual solitary situation of children, on their own, working through an overstructured program. We give a starting set of rules, but our color mazes demand creative and cooperative play by being deliberately deficient in formal rules." London visitors will be familiar with the visual pun on the word Warren, in Crosby Fletcher Forbes' ceramic tile mazes on the platform walls of Warren Street Underground Station, and may even have surfaced to see John Burrell's medieval-style brick maze on the pavement of the Warren Street playground nearby. But Fisher insists that the greatest play value of mazes arises when children abandon the rules and invent new games. This is very creative, inventing new rules, playing with them to see how they work and modifying them in the light of experience. This process requires a high degree of communication, persuasion, social skills, interactions, and cooperation. Inevitably, I saw his conclusion as a social parable. We can take a solitary pilgrim's progress on the road to Jerusalem. Or we can change the rules through negotiation with other travelers, and take a different route, not into, but out of, the labyrinth, evading all those dead ends on the way. 3 Alternatives in Architecture 22. Now that the modern movement in architecture has spent its force, we can see that its ideological foundations were elitist or crudely mechanistic, that it ignored in the first place the environmental preferences of ordinary people, and in the second, the fact that modern bureaucratic systems, whether of the Western or the Eastern kind, would inevitably subvert the humane aspirations of architects, turning the professional either into computers producing packages or prima donnas producing jewelry. Yet there are, and always have been, alternatives. First is the vernacular alternative. Most of the world's buildings were not the result of the work of the professional architect. Everywhere, people built for themselves, using such locally available materials as were available to them. A decade ago, Bernard Rudofsky's exhibition of architecture without architects dazzled the visitor with its demonstration of the sheer perfection of the many forms that vernacular building had developed all round the globe. Yet he told me last year that in the United States the teaching of architecture leaves no room for the study of unpedigreed, undated buildings. The monstrous growths, from Babylon to Brasilia, as Rudofsky put it, are all documented. What is left out is the ordinary, which is like restricting the science of botany to lilies and roses. Vernacular architecture has never been homogenist, it can never be an international language, for it is rooted in places and their indigenous materials and patterns of life. Its most disturbing feature for the businessman is its longevity, and its builders, Rudofsky emphasized, never thought of themselves as professional problem solvers. But it would be a mistake to suppose that it was produced by people who were naively unaware of the elements of design. J.M. Singh wrote of the Kari peasantry that they would discuss for hours the proportions of a new building, how high a house should be if it was a certain length, with so many rafters in order that it might look well. In the West today, for an architect to design a vernacular building would simply result in Disneyland, but there are many countries where, just at the time when we are discovering the virtues of the still extant vernacular tradition, considerations of prestige and status are leading to the adoption of Western-style high-technology building, using expensively imported materials and often providing a climatically unsuitable result. In Egypt, Hassan Fathi made heroic efforts to recreate the vernacular tradition, and produce structures which were cheap, efficient, and beautiful, but could find no one in the ruling elite to support his activities. Indian architects like Charles Correa have had a similar experience. They want to use their understanding of traditional techniques for the poor, but only the rich can pay for it. The vernacular is dead in the developed countries, though tribute is paid to it in neo-vernacular or what Rudovsky would call Volksvernacular buildings, the ranch-style house, etc. What may lead to the development of a new kind of vernacular tradition is the crisis of energy and resources. So my second alternative is that of the ecological impulse. Contemporary building is distinguished by an extravagant energy input, because of the use of synthetic and highly processed materials, because of the heavy use of power plant on the site, and in terms of the continuous high level of power consumption in the working life of the building, permanent artificial lighting, heating and air conditioning and mechanical services. The rising cost of energy and of raw materials will increasingly suggest the positive advantages of buildings which make fewer demands, especially in running energy costs. This is a new factor in architectural thinking, although it would have been so obvious to our ancestors that they would not have needed to spell it out, and its implications are being studied at several levels. At one end of the scale is the study developed by Alex Gordon when he was president of the Royal Institute of British Architects, of low energy/long life/loose fit, and at the other are innumerable individual experiments in autonomous housing using such devices as solar water heaters, solar walls, wind generators, methane digesters, heat pumps, use of subsoil and other on-site materials. The research of this kind in the Department of Architecture in Cambridge has as its objective to devise a house with an integrated services system which is self-sufficient, making no demands on the Central East network system but at the same time providing a level of amenity similar to that currently enjoyed by the average householder. On a wider scale is the attempt to devise an ecologically sound pattern of urban settlements as a whole. At either level, the rediscovery of constructional methods of controlling the internal environment of buildings and the avoidance of materials whose original cost or processing cost would make their use prohibitive in the future, will lead to a new kind of architecture, as will the adaptation of existing structures. And this leads me to my third, adaptive, alternative. Vernacular buildings waste nothing, they hate to destroy a structure, and will adapt the most unlikely buildings for new purposes. It is only a very few years since the orthodoxies of architecture encouraged the idea of throwaway buildings because most existing buildings had outlived their original uses. But this idea itself is by now more obsolete than the buildings to which it referred. Adaptability, which again was taken for granted by our ancestors, is an important criterion for an alternative architecture. But an adaptable or malleable environment is important in another sense. The fully finished objet d'art, which was the aim of the great names of the modern movement, relegates the occupier of the building to the role of caretaker. There is a school of thought among architects that seeks an architecture of alternative uses, which can be called in Ivan Illich's language convivial, because they give each person the greatest opportunity to enrich the environment with the fruits of his or her vision, as opposed to those environments which deny this possibility to the user, and, as Illich says, allow their designers to determine the meaning and expectations of others. A fourth way of looking at alternative architectures can be called the countercultural alternative. The official culture prescribes certain architectural forms, the individual one family per house or apartment, the office beehive, the giant factory complex, the huge educational institution, agro-industry on a vast scale, and so on. The counterculture postulates quite different building types, the multifamily house or commune, the reintegration of agriculture and industry and of brain work and manual work. As the publishers say on the cover of that book, from their worldwide experience the authors show that where dwellers are in control, their homes are better and cheaper than those built through government programs or large corporations. But their aim is not merely to save government money. They are concerned with personal and family fulfillment. Nor are they suggesting that their formula necessarily implies the owner-built house. But it does imply freedom from the exploitative or neglectful landlord. In new building, it does imply that, individually or collectively, the dweller should be his or her own general contractor. Nor does it necessarily mean doing without an architect. For example, one much respected architect, Walter Siegel, has, over the last 10 years, been unlearning his previous assumptions and designing houses which achieve great economies by a meticulous use of stress-graded timber and of standard building components without any cutting to waste on the site. They are usually built by one or two carpenters who have become firm friends of his, with the help of the clients themselves. Current American experiences of sweat equity and urban homesteading are also relevant here. And the reference to the particular skills of the building trades takes me to another nuance of the spectrum of alternatives, that I would call the syndicalist alternative. Bertolt Brecht asked one of the great questions of history in the poem that begins "Who built Thebes with its 7 gates?" and goes on to wonder where the workers went when they knocked off for the day on the Great Wall of China. Most of the monumental constructions of history were built by armies of slaves, and while the notion that the cathedrals of the Middle Ages were the product of dedicated bands of autonomous craftsmen is now regarded as a romantic myth, the very existence of this myth tells us how attractive is the idea of building as a communal activity, a cooperative enterprise in which the gap between designer and executant is closed, and in which the individual has pride of craft, skill, and responsibility in the product. Is it possible to create the kind of situation where this myth becomes true? And what effect would it have on actual buildings? There have been various attempts to change working relationships in the building industry itself. One example is that of the building guilds, which had a brief life in England after the First World War, or the syndicats de baillement which exist to this day in France. But from all these nuances of alternative approaches, I have to turn to the changing roles of architects themselves. The ethos behind their education and the assumptions behind the constitutions of their professional organizations is that the ethos of the architect is that of an independent professional. Actually, a minority of architects, usually in small personal practices, rarely function in this way. Most are employed workers, either for other architects or for public authorities or private businesses. The majority of architects cannot be described as independent professional people, and the claims for specialized wisdom, judgment, or expertise for the architect as leader of the building team rest on assumptions that cannot be sustained. Furthermore, the shift in the 20th century in architectural training from pupillage of apprenticeship to university degree courses has been a matter of ensuring social status rather than of handing on professional wisdom. For example, John Turner asked 50 to 64th and 5th year architectural students at the University of Morales in Mexico how many thought they would be earning a living as architects 5 years after graduating. None of them thought it likely, knowing that there was no effective demand for their services, nor for those of the 6,000 students of architecture in Mexico City alone. At one time the architect's skill was considered to rest on his ability to manipulate the orders or classical architecture, or the vocabulary of styles in general, or in the massing of volumes and spaces. These skills are irrelevant to all but a minute proportion of the designers of contemporary buildings. At one time, too, the architect was considered to be a master builder, but today is content to devote constructional and technical wisdom to specialists and technicians. If architects have a professional future at all, it is, in the phrase of Jeffrey Vickers, as skilled understanders enabling people to work out their problems. This is not a matter for regret. I know several happy and fulfilled people who work in just this way, at the service of local community groups. Their reward is the friendship of everyone in the locality. Their problem is that of finding a free evening to pursue their own interests. and if you ask them, they will tell you that the experience has transformed their lives. This is something that cannot be claimed through earning a living on the design of yet another new and unwanted speculative office block. For Walter Siegel, Community Architect 23. The name of the late Walter Siegel is now synonymous with self-built housing. Whenever people meet to discuss what they could do to house themselves, someone mentions the Siegel system of quickly built, timber-framed dwellings which are environmentally friendly, and seem to generate friendship among the self-built groups that have succeeded in housing themselves this way. The attraction increases when we learn that they include men and women with every kind of background, and they often say that the experience changed their lives. The heartbreaks and delays that self-builders experience are not to do with the process of building itself, but, as Walter Siegel used to observe, are the result of the inflated price of land, the rigidities of planning and building controls, and the difficulty of getting mortgage loans for anything out of the ordinary. They are all made worse by the assumption of both regulatory authorities and providers of finance, that a house should be a full finished product right from the start, rather than a simple basic structure that grows over time as needs grow and as labor and income can be spared. Siegel's achievement was to devise a way of simplifying the process of building so that it could be undertaken by anyone, cheaply and quickly. He insisted that his was an approach, not a system, and he made no claims for originality or patents. The Siegel approach was essentially that of the medieval English house, or the American frame house, or the Japanese house, but with the timber frame calculated and based on modular dimensions to avoid waste and to facilitate alterations and enlargements. He sought to eliminate or reduce the wet trades of concreting, bricklaying and plastering, by reducing the sheer weight of the building and by using cladding, insulating and lining materials in their standard sizes. In his life, as well as his work, he tried to pare away the superfluous and concentrate on the important. My purpose is not to describe the Siegel method, but to recount the effect on his life and personality of growing up in an anarchist commune, and his evolution late in life, as the architect, friend, and advisor of community self-builders. Walter's parents were Jewish Romanians who met in Berlin, where his father, an expressionist painter, was taking part in an exhibition of the group called the New Secession. Walter was born in 1907 and in 1914 the family moved to the hills above Ascona in the Swiss canton of Ticino. Close by, in 1900, a colony had been started, trying, as Walter explained, to find a new meaning in life, and was called Monte Verita, the Mountain of Truth. Like the aspirations of, say, Edward Carpenter's hopes of new communities around Sheffield, it was a revolt against the appalling stuffiness in clothing, diet, and means of livelihood of the atmosphere of the late 19th century. Monte Verita was founded by Henry Odenkoven, a Fleming from Antwerp, and Karl Gröser, from the German minority in Hungary, whose younger brother Gustav, wandering through Germany with long hair, sandals, and bare legs, was met by the writer Hermann Hesse, who followed him down to the colony and spent most of his life there. It figures in the lives of many subsequently famous writers, painters, and revolutionaries. Siegel recalled that, the colonists abhorred private property, practiced a rigid code of morality, strict vegetarianism, and nudism. They rejected convention in marriage and dress, party politics, and dogmas. They were tolerantly intolerant. He reflected that to have spent childhood and adolescence in an environment of artists, writers, life reformers, thinkers, and truth-seekers, ideologues and mystics, charlatans, and cranks, many of whom have left their mark upon our time and unfortunately perhaps, continue to do so, was in a way a singular piece of good luck, but there were moments when I longed for ordinariness and went to seek it. He found it among the village children, untrammeled by seriousness. So I had playmates in both camps, which meant that I was affected by the lives of both the Bohemians and the ordinary Philistines. And I have since found myself all the time moving from one camp to the other, never really able to adjust to one world only. He was an outdoor child and realized early in life that his work was to be in building. So I gradually slid into an understanding of how buildings are put up, and it was clear to me by the age of 14 that I was going to be an architect. and he was fortunate in picking up an American house carpenter's manual on the ordinary American tradition of balloon frame building of houses and barns. The family were living in poverty, but suddenly a patron appeared for the painter Arthur Siegel in the form of a rich anarchist sympathizer, Bernhard Meyer, and Walter was enabled to study architecture among the pioneers of the modern movement in Delft, Berlin. In Berlin, learning from engineers, he resolved that every building I was going to make, I would calculate, and he won a scholarship to finish his education at the Technische Hochschule in Berlin. In 1932 he was commissioned by the same Bernhard Meyer to build a little wooden holiday cabin, La Casa Piccola, at Ascona. It is still standing and has many of the characteristics of the Siegel-style houses that self-build cooperatives are putting up around the United Kingdom today. I went back to Ascona to build, Siegel recalled. It became clear to me that one can have a small path and tread it alone. He was undoubtedly shaped by the free-thinking influences of his childhood. The architectural critic Peter Blundell-Jones was right in saying that at Monte Verita, Walter saw enough artistic self-indulgence to last a lifetime, but he was also right in perceiving that Walter was already steeped in far too rich and broad a culture and had become too much of a lone wolf ever to join any pack. He had to find his own way in everything, and confessed that he could never submit to authority. Hard times and a happy accident. Walter came to London in 1936, teamed up with Eva Bratt, a student from the Architectural Association School, and scraped a living on the fringe of the architectural world, during and after the Second World War, writing prolifically in the trade journals and teaching at the Architectural Association School. As housing was bound to be a key post-war issue, he wrote a massive book, Home and Environment, and another on an issue which is more topical today than it was then, Planning and Transport, Their Effects on Industry and Residents. Books bring prestige but not an income, and the post-war building boom passed him by. A handful of well-connected left-wing architects had a huge output of housing and schools. They would not have taken seriously the small jobs that came to Walter, little buildings in Hackney for the Premium Pickle Company or a small office for Tretal Ltd and a few self-generated housing projects. Professional rejection meant nothing to him. He had a happy family life, was incredibly well read in several European languages, and was a familiar figure in the architecture schools. I first met him when I went to talk at one of them and found a knot of students towering over a small, round, twinkling man pouring out a stream of paradoxes in a very soft voice. And his subsequent fame came by accident. Eva died in 1950, and a decade later Walter and a new partner, Moran Scott, with 6 children between them, decided to demolish and rebuild their home at Highgate and to put up a temporary house at the bottom of the garden to live in meanwhile. The lightweight timber structure, with no foundations other than paving slabs, and using standard cladding materials and linings in market sizes, took 2 weeks to build and cost £800. It is there to this day, snug as ever. I remember sleeping in it when I was only 20 years old, with deep snow all around. Visitors to the Siegels were more interested in the little house in the garden than in their new house on the street front. It led to a series of commissions around the country for houses built on the same principle, with Walter refining and improving the method every time. A carpenter, Fred Wade, followed him from site to site, and everywhere the clients were able to do more and more of the building themselves, varying the plans to suit their needs and make additions. By the mid-1970s, as the crisis of confidence in local authority housing deepened, Walter was yearning to find one council that would sponsor a build-it-yourself experiment of this kind for people on its housing waiting or transfer list. Eventually, by one vote, the London Borough of Lewisham decided to do so, on pockets of land too small, awkward, or sloping, to fit its own building program. There were 2.5 years of agonizing delay, simply because the proposal didn't fit the standard ways of financing, providing or controlling buildings, but in the end it happened. Everyone involved was delighted. Ken Atkins of the Lewisham Self-Build Housing Association reflected on what he called the indescribable feeling that you finally have control over what you are doing. And Siegel himself, in the context of the universal gloom hanging over housing in Britain, was overjoyed to have helped to prove in the most convincing way imaginable that there is among the people that live in this country such a wealth of talent. He found it unbelievable that this creativity would continue to be denied an outlet. The Siegel Legacy. Walter died, aged 78, in October 1985. Within the architectural world his role had shifted from that of a loner and outsider to that of a moral force both inside and outside the profession. He is the only contemporary architect to have two roads named after him, Siegel Close and Walter's Way, tokens of the affection he inspired among self-builders. When I last talked to him a few weeks before his death, he was bubbling with enthusiasm about a demonstration structure at the Centre for Alternative Technology at Machynlleth in Wales, and about a building his stepson was putting up on his small holding, with 3 big frames, erected, like an American barn raising, by emptying the local pub one weekend lunchtime. His friends and the people who had changed their lives by building Walter's Way set up the Walter Siegel Self-Build Trust to propagate the message, and slowly, around Britain, examples of his approach to house building could be found. They are among the few bright lights in the dismal housing climate of the 1990s. Just as he hoped, his successors have continually adapted his approach to meet their own needs, and to changing assessments of environmentally friendly materials and standards of construction. 5. Preface to John F. C. Turner's Housing by People 24. The moment that housing, a universal human activity, becomes defined as a problem, a housing problems industry is born, with an army of experts, bureaucrats, and researchers, whose existence is a guarantee that the problem won't go away. John E. C. Turner is something much rarer than a housing expert. He is a philosopher of housing, seeking answers to questions which are so fundamental that they seldom get asked. He is one of a group of thinkers who, working in different fields, often unknown to each other, have brought from the poor countries of the world lessons which are universal. For many years after the Second World War it was assumed that the rich countries had an immense contribution of technical and organizational wisdom to bestow on the underdeveloped or developing nations, a one-way trip of know-how and high technology. Aid became a Cold War weapon and a vehicle of economic and ideological imperialism. Then, slowly, voices emerged which stated the issues in an entirely different way. When E.F. Schumacher and his colleagues started the Intermediate Technology Development Group, to locate or design machines and tools that would help countries with a superfluity of labor and a shortage of capital, they were concerned with the real needs of the poor countries, but they gradually realized the importance of the principles they evolved for the poor areas of the rich world, and finally they came to see that they had formulated principles of universal application. Intermediate technology became alternative technology. Paulo Freire and Ivan Illich, attempting to come to grips with the educational needs of Latin American countries, stumbled on truths which have changed the nature of the continuing debate on education throughout the world. John Turner absorbed in Peru the lessons offered by illegal squatter settlements, that far from being the threatening symptoms of social malaise, they were a triumph of self-help which, overcoming the culture of poverty, evolved over time into fully serviced suburbs, giving their occupants a foothold in the urban economy. More perhaps than anyone else, he has changed the way we perceive such settlements. It was his paper at the 1966 United Nations Seminar on Uncontrolled Urban Settlements that was most influential in setting in motion governmental site and services housing programs policies about which he himself has reservations. He evolved an ideology of housing applicable to the exploding cities of the Third World. But when he moved from South to North America, having been invited to the Joint Center for Urban Studies of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and Harvard University, he found that the ideas he had formulated in Peru were also true of the richest nation in the world, and when he returned to England after 17 years abroad, he found that the housing situation in Britain too fitted his formulation. He was, perhaps to his surprise, expressing universal truths about housing. Turner is not a great believer in the value of books, but out of his past writings and speeches I have, without any authorization from him, distilled Turner's 3 laws of housing. Turner's second law says that the important thing about housing is not what it is, but what it does in people's lives. In other words, that dwellers' satisfaction is not necessarily related to the imposition of standards. Turner's third law says that deficiencies and imperfections in your housing are infinitely more tolerable if they are your responsibility than if they are somebody else's. But beyond the psychological truths of the second and third laws, are the social and economic truths of Turner's first law, which I take from the book Freedom to Build. When dwellers control the major decisions and are free to make their own contribution to the design, construction, or management of their housing, both the process and the environment produced stimulate individual and social well-being. When people have no control over, nor responsibility for key decisions in the housing process, on the other hand, dwelling environments may instead become a barrier to personal fulfillment and a burden on the economy. This is a carefully worded statement that says no more and no less than it means. Notice that he says design, construction, or management. He is not implying, as critics sometimes suggest, that the poor of the world should become do-it-yourself house builders, though of course in practice they very often have to be. He is implying that they should be in control. It is sometimes said of his approach to housing that it represents a kind of Victorian idealization of self-help, relieving governments of their responsibilities so far as housing is concerned, and that it is therefore what Marxists would no doubt describe as objectively reactionary. But that is not his position. He lives in the real world, and however much he, like me, would enjoy living in an anarchist society, he knows that in our world resources are in the control of governmental or propertied elites. Consequently, he concludes that while control over necessarily diverse personal and local goods and services such as housing is essential, local control depends on personal and local access to resources which only central government can guarantee. And even when governments make no such guarantees, it is clear that the poor in some of the exploding cities of the Third World often have a freedom of maneuver which has been totally lost by the poor of the decaying cities of the rich world, who are deprived of the last shred of personal autonomy and human dignity, because they have nothing they can depend on apart from the machinery of welfare. In London, Glasgow, New York, or Detroit, in spite of an enormous investment in mass housing, the poor are trapped in the culture of poverty. But in the unofficial, informal sector of the economy of the cities the poor build in Africa or Latin America, what Turner calls the lateral information and decision networks enable them to draw on resources that the rich nations have forgotten about. Governments put their faith not in popular involvement, but in the vertical and hierarchical organization of large-scale works and services, but when these centralized systems are used to house the poor, their scale and the limitations of management rule out the essential variety and flexibility of housing options. Even if the planners were sensitive to and could have access to the fine-grained information on which local housing decisions are made, it would be administratively impossible to use it. One irony is that when John Turner or his colleague Patrick Crook are commissioned by international agencies to report on housing strategies for particular developing countries, they urge governments to increase people's access to resources rather than grandiose housing projects, but find that while the agencies generally accept this advice, many governments reject it. They cannot believe that what poor people do for themselves can be right and proper. People with a political or professional vested interest in the housing problems industry find it difficult to place Turner's message on the ideological spectrum. As he says, the common debate is between the conventional left which condemns capitalism and the conventional right which condemns personal dependency on state institutions. I agree with both, so nobody committed to either side can agree with me. But his return to Britain in 1973 was well timed. For in Britain this was the year that saw the lowest level of house building for decades. Housing policy in Britain rests on a very crude duopoly, owner-occupation financed by mortgage loans and publicly rented housing with a dwindling private landlord sector, usually of substandard housing. This paucity of choice leaves a large section of the population with no way of getting housed, hence the rise and the legitimacy of the squatters' movement. In the public sector there is a crisis of finance, of maintenance, and of management. Provided at great expense, it fails to give commensurate satisfaction for its occupants who have been rigidly excluded from decision-making and control. Some readers will perceive that the approach to housing outlined here, from a very rich fund of examples and case histories, fits into a general framework of ideas. They are right. I have known the author intermittently for a quarter of a century, and I can see that it was inevitable that he should emerge as the most authoritative and persuasive advocate of housing by people. In the 1970s, his analysis fits like a finger in a glove the climate of opinion molded by such writers as Paul Goodman, Ivan Illich, and Fritz Schumacher. We hardly need to ask what the author's opinions are on industry, work, leisure, agriculture, or education. But the shaping of a mind which is actually receptive to the experience of poor families in faraway countries, their own struggles and aspirations, has deeper roots. I think there is a background to Turner's receptivity. As a schoolboy, he was given the task of summarizing a chapter from Lewis Mumford's The Culture of Cities. This encounter led him to the work of Mumford's mentor, Patrick Geddes, whose book Cities in Evolution, written in the years leading up to the First World War, is really a handbook on the involvement of the citizen in environmental decision-making. Decades ago, John Turner contributed to an appendix to the 1949 reprint of Geddes' book. He was then a student at the Architectural Association School of Architecture in London, having been seduced from military service by the anarchist newspaper Freedom, whose founder, Peter Kropotkin, is another of the formative ideological influences in Turner's life. In 1948, I translated for Freedom an article from the Italian anarchist journal Volanta by the architect Giancarlo De Carlo, which attempted to formulate an anarchist approach to housing. I am happy that he was one of our readers, and when Turner, De Carlo, Pat Crook, and I first met in Venice in 1952, we discussed the crucial issue of who provides and who decides, in housing and planning. In our different ways and in totally different circumstances, we have all been faithful to this anarchist approach to the fundamental issue of housing, and just in case anyone should suggest that John Turner's book is simply a reaction to the total bankruptcy of housing policy in all countries, rich or poor, I am glad to testify that it is the result of a lifetime of involvement in issues which are central to the hopes and happiness of ordinary people everywhere. 6 Chartres, The Making of a Miracle 25. Today, when we no longer believe in miracles, the medieval cathedrals of Europe, from the Baltic to the Mediterranean and from the Aegean to the Atlantic, are still visited by a certain procession of people, in numbers far greater than those of the Age of Faith. They are the most heavily trodden of all our monuments from the past. Indeed, at Canterbury, with up to 2 million visitors annually, the floor of the nave has had to be replaced and the noise reaches intolerable levels at times. Chartres has as many and possibly more, and what strikes us is not divine intervention, but the fact that such an exquisite building, on a breathtaking scale, with its overpowering plenitude of sculpture and its vast collection of wonderful windows, could exist at all, seems to us a miracle. That the present building was put up in less than 35 years and has survived almost intact, compared with the fate of most of the other great cathedrals of northern France, seems to us more incredible than any of the recorded miracles. When the north spire was added in 1507 to Bishop Geoffroy's north tower, the building brought together not only the magical spring, but also the flamboyant autumn of the Gothic period. But almost everything we see today was seen by the townsfolk and the pilgrims of the 13th century. The English sculptor Eric Gill, who continually returned to Chartres as it was the fountainhead of his own work, spoke of the thrill and tremble of the heart that he felt on his first close glimpse of the cathedral through an alley between the houses of the medieval town. It still has that power to move today. Medieval architecture attained its grandeur not only because it was a natural development of handicraft, not only because each building, each architectural decoration, had been devised by men who knew through the experience of their own hands what artistic effects can be obtained from stone, iron, bronze, or even from simple logs and mortar, not only because each monument was a result of collective experience, accumulated in each mystery or craft. It was grand because it was born out of a grand ideal. Like Greek art, it sprang out of a conception of brotherhood and unity fostered by the city. A cathedral or a communal house symbolized the grandeur of an organism of which every mason and stonecutter was the builder, and a medieval building appears not as a solitary effort to which thousands of slaves would have contributed the share assigned to them by one man's imagination, all the city contributed to it. The lofty bell tower rose upon a structure, grand in itself, in which the life of the city was throbbing. Peter Kropotkin, Mutual Aid. The building that rose over Fuller's Crypt was one of a dozen huge churches that was built in northern France at the same time: Sens, Saint-Denis, Notre Dame in Paris, Noyon, Soissons, Laon, Bourges, Reims, Amiens and Beauvais. In both the 12th and 13th centuries in France 700 churches were built, 7 a year for 200 years. And the cumulative number in England and in the other nations of Western Europe must have been comparable. Then the great building fever died away. Many of the great cathedrals took centuries, rather than decades, to complete, and some were never completed at all. Chartres was unique in the speed of its construction and in its good fortune in surviving, almost intact. It escaped from both the improvers and the restorers, just because it was so well built, and it had the great good fortune to slip, for centuries, out of history. Happy the land that has no history, since as the most recent and most illuminating of the chroniclers of the cathedral, John James, explains, after the age of religious enthusiasm and of pilgrimages had passed, the region was bypassed by history and by war, as well as by prosperity. The good wines which came from the Beauce in the 13th century declined in quality. The cloth weavers who had done well on the pilgrim trade found themselves too far from the new markets to the north and east of Paris, and without the climatic advantages of other regions. Gradually Chartres receded into a rural backwater, while the great events that excited the rest of France happily left it alone. The region remained a relatively prosperous one, with its rich wheat fields and silver mines, but, lacking both merchant princes and aristocratic grandees, there was neither the money nor the stimulation to change the cathedral. How fortunate for us! John James is an architect from Australia who came to Chartres on the inevitable visit and has stayed, on and off, for years, examining every visible stone of the cathedral to learn what it could tell us about the builders, the stages in which it was built and the intentions of the series of master masons. One of the minor tasks he set himself was that of attempting to put a building cost on the cathedral as if it were being built in the 20th century. We shall see some of the implications of his figures. But he concluded that the greater part of the money raised was spent, not on the decoration, the glass and sculpture, but on the labor of building. Probably the biggest single labor item in the making of Chartres was the cost of cartage. The slow lumbering wagons drawn by teams of local oxen would have taken a full day to draw a load from the quarry to the cathedral 12 kilometers away. A young boy could have helped his father cart the first load after the fire, grown up watching the outline of the new work rise slowly above the walls of the town, and retired as the speed of building declined after the vaults had been finished. It was truly the work of a lifetime. If cartage was the biggest single cost, we can see in a quite different light the stories of the cult of the carts, as well as the later efforts of citizens in the first 3 years after the Great Fire. Another recent historian, George Henderson, speculates that the speed with which the work got underway may have been due in part to there being a large quantity of building stone ready to hand. The city of Chartres owed its stone pavements and a portion of its walls to the generosity of a recent bishop of Chartres, Peter de Trexelles. Fine dressed stone, originally destined for or actually used in the city walls, may have been handed back to the cathedral authorities. But John James has other surprises in his attempt to subdivide the cost of building Chartres. The glass, covering nearly an acre of window area, cost only 10% of the total, while the sculpture which so enthralls and moves us cost less than 3%. He believes that even this figure is overgenerous, for he reached it by asking sculptors the time they would take to carve a figure and then doubling it, and by similarly doubling the normal contemporary labor rate for a skilled man. Yet we know from medieval accounts that sculptors were paid little more than other skilled carvers. They were not a race apart as they are today. The Middle Ages had no concept of the artist as a special sort of man, as we do. The post-Renaissance belief in individual genius had not entered their minds. They were paid well, but in proportion. Our exaggerated claims for artistic effort were happily unknown. The point he makes about the sculptors raises a more fundamental issue about the cathedrals of the Middle Ages. Who were the architects, how did they work, and where are their plans? John Harvey, a scholar who has spent a lifetime identifying the architects of the great buildings of the Middle Ages, complains that much nonsense has been written on the subject of medieval art, and several baseless ideas have gained wide currency. Among these have been the notion that all art was produced by the clergy and more especially by monks, that it was produced spontaneously by anybody, untrained but with some instinctive capacity for design and construction, and that great architecture was produced entirely without drawings. These misconceptions arose through several kinds of misunderstanding. One of them arose from the contempt that was felt after the Renaissance for medieval buildings. The very term Gothic began as a term of dismissal for the rude artifacts of barbarian tribes. Put this attitude into reverse and you get the notion that anyone can do it. When the attitude was in fact reversed in the 19th century, and when it became assured that Gothic building was the only Christian architecture, the cathedrals were seen romantically through a haze of mystical religiosity. But the most easily forgiven of these misunderstandings arises from an understandable oversimplification of the rediscovery of the medieval craftsman by the arts and crafts movement. The designers of the Gothic cathedrals, Eric Gill contended, were the working builders. The architect rose from the scaffold and did not come down from the university. There was as little self-consciousness among them as artists, as there is today among engineers. The only difference between a modern engineer and a medieval builder is that the latter controlled gangs of human laborers, most of whom shared his enthusiasms and understood his theory, and none of whom was entirely deprived of intellectual responsibility, whereas the former is not a practical workman but a mathematical calculator, and his buildings are the work of men reduced to a subhuman condition of intellectual slavery. Gill was echoing the opinions of the great 19th century critic John Ruskin, who wrote an essay on the nature of Gothic. William Morris thought it one of the very few necessary and inevitable utterances of the century. Ruskin exalted Gothic architecture for the very characteristics for which Renaissance tastemakers despised it, for its savageness. This is a strange word to use about the buildings we now see amongst the finest triumphs of Western civilization, but Ruskin explained it by claiming that the decoration of buildings might be divided into three: 1. Servile ornament, in which the execution or power of the inferior workman is entirely subject to the intellect of the higher. 2. Constitutional ornament, in which the executive inferior power is, to a certain point, emancipated and independent, having a will of its own, yet confessing its inferiority and rendering obedience to higher powers. And 3. Revolutionary ornament, in which non-executive inferiority is admitted at all. For Ruskin, classical architecture was an approach to building in which the Greek master worker and those for whom he worked could not endure the appearance of imperfection in anything, so that what ornament he appointed to be done by those beneath him was composed of mere line and rule, and were as perfect in their way, when completed, as his own figure sculpture. In the Renaissance too, the whole building becomes a wearisome exhibition of well-educated imbecility. But the extortions of the Gothic architect, he claimed, were quite different. Do what you can and confess frankly what you are unable to do, neither let your effort be shortened for fear of failure, nor your confession silenced for fear of shame. Understand this clearly, thundered Ruskin: you can teach a man to draw a straight line, and to cut one, to strike a curved line, and to carve it, and to copy and carve a number of given lines or form, with admirable speed and precise perfection, and you can find his work perfect of its kind, but if you ask him to think about any of those forms, to consider if he cannot find anything bettering his one head, he stops, his execution becomes hesitating, he thinks, and 10 to 1 he thinks wrong, 10 to 1 he makes a mistake in the first touch he gives to his work as a thinking being. But you have made a man of him for all that. He was only a machine before, an animated tool. And observe, you are put to stern choice in this matter. You must either make a tool of the creature, or a man of him. You cannot make both. Men were not intended to work with the accuracy of tools, to be precise and perfect in their actions. We can, if we choose, readily refute Ruskin's dismissal of the place of the worker in industrial civilization, since we, like him, are the beneficiaries of the kind of technology he despised. But Chartres confirms his analysis of the nature of Gothic. John James, with the authority of a man who has examined the actual structure of the building more closely than any historian since Jean-Baptiste Lassus measured it a century and a half ago, finds that messiness can be a virtue, which is another way of phrasing Ruskin's praise of savagery. He says, and he is talking not about the ornamentation of the building in sculpture and glass, but about the structure itself, that when you examine the cathedral closely, you discover to your immense surprise that the design is not a well-controlled and harmonious entity, but a mess. We tend to think of a great work of art like Chartres as having been thought through to the end before it was begun. But Chartres is not like this, not at all. Our vision has been conditioned by the homogenizing eye of the camera, but when we look carefully we see that there are few things at one end of the building that match those at the other. Windows and piers and buttresses change, as do hidden elements such as walls and footings, and of course all the details. The closer we look the messy it becomes, there is no other word for it. James demonstrates that if we really look at the side elevations of the building, rather than merely absorbing it as a unified forest of purple-gray limestone, we perceive a whole series of mismatches. None of the details of the nave matches those of the sanctuary. The flying buttresses of the nave and the choir, the first so immensely solid, the second so light and elegant, belong to quite different approaches to construction. The vast buttresses between the chapel windows in the apse at the east end sit, not on equivalent masonry in the wall of the crypt, but on arched openings, in a way that offends every layman's notion of the way a building should look. The nave is massive, and seems eternal, while the choir is so light it seems to vibrate. The stolid and the elegant. What a contrast within the one building, or are we so habituated to differences that it makes no impact on us? The confusion continues when we compare the north and south transepts and their great porches and windows. To the most casual observer these differ. The southern facade and its towers on either side of its rose window seem a much later work than the squat, plainer masonry of the north, yet the more advanced window is that of the northern porch. How could this older window come to be placed within the newer tower, and vice versa? We cannot argue ourselves out of the realities of these situations. Either the building is a total confusion, in which case our feeling for what is great in art is remiss, or our concepts about architectural order are not those of the Middle Ages. Chartres lends itself to the stone-by-stone study that James undertook because its working masonry is uncovered and uncluttered, and he had access to the series of spiral staircases the builders made for their own use and to the galleries over the aisle roofs behind the triforium arcade. Through examining the way the stones are cut, the molding of ornaments and the geometry that was used to set them out, as well as the mason's marks where they occur, he was able to tease out the sequence of the campaigns of building. Dozens of scholars in the past century have tried to establish, on stylistic evidence, the sequence of building, frequently concluding, because the differences are obvious, that the choir was built later than the nave. But what the stones tell us is that there were 30 campaigns involving 9 different teams of masons, several of them returning several times to take up the work. Throughout the length of the building, they started at the bottom and worked upwards, though the transepts and choir lagged behind the nave. In view of the complete absence of written evidence, James has chosen to identify the master masons by colors, scarlet, bronze, rose, olive and so on, and he finds that some were more meticulous than others, and some imposed a greater degree of conformity on their craftsmen than others, in putting their own unconscious trademark on their portion of the work. He is applying the same approach to the other great cathedrals of northern France that were being built at the same time, Soissons, Reims, and Laon, and believes that he will find that several of the same contracting gangs can be identified there. Other scholars of 20th century Gothic architecture have been anxious to stress, in rebutting sentimental notions that the cathedrals grew by inspiration, the importance of the emerging professional architects, much sought after by the clerical authorities and able to command high fees and great honor. No one denies this, but John James concludes from the labor of love he has given to Chartres that the Cathedral of Chartres was not designed by 3, nor even 5 or 6 architects. In the modern sense there was no architect, only builders directed by men with a deep knowledge of the subtle aspects of their art. The stones tell us that we can be as deeply moved by a work created by many hands as we can by one created by a single genius. This is all the more remarkable because when we are standing in the nave of the cathedral we are aware of a powerful and unified consistency of design. Far from being conscious of savagery, we feel the presence of a supreme triumph of human intelligence and skill, even wit, and a delight in the sheer virtuosity of the way the line of the ribs of the vaulting high above us is carried down from the very apex of the roof through the shafts on the columns to their very bases at our feet. The stones themselves seem to cry out, "Look, we've done it," rejoicing in the visual excitement of the design. Technically this was achieved by simplifying the vaulting and by abandoning the 4-story internal elevations used at Noyon, Laon and Paris. These churches had high, wide galleries at an upper floor level, so that the effect as you looked down the nave was horizontal. At Chartres, above the tall arcade there was simply a band of arches, forming the vertical side of the triangle of the roofs over the aisles, and above that the tall clear-story windows. The result is not only to give an immensely powerful and soaring vertical effect, but at the same time to pull the eye towards the eastern apse of the church, for the piers with their clusters of shafts accompany one on one's way down the nave and the aisles, in Nicolaus Pevsner's words, as closely set and as rapidly appearing and disappearing as telegraph poles along a railway line. These innovations set the pattern for the other high Gothic cathedrals, Reims, Amiens, Beauvais, and Tours. The same dazzling expertise is to be seen at the east end of the church. Above the crypt, Bishop Fulbert's choir ended with 3 narrow deep chapels with radiating rounded apses. The Gothic builders, by shortening the side walls of these chapels, were able to achieve the double ambulatory around the new choir and to form further rounded projections between and on either side of the apsidal chapels. The result is the rippling wall of windows between buttresses that continually change in appearance as we follow the chancel screen around the ambulatory. The remarkable ingenuity of the arrangement is concealed. We simply experience the result. 7. How the child sees the city. 26. Is it the mindlessness of childhood that opens up the world? Today nothing happens in a gas station. I'm eager to leave, to get where I'm going, and the station, like some huge paper cutout, or a Hollywood set, is simply a facade. But at 13, sitting with my hack against the wall, it was a marvelous place to be. The delicious smell of gasoline, the cars coming and going, the fresh air hose, the half-heard voices buzzing in the background, these things hung musically in the air, filling me with a sense of well-being. In 10 minutes my psyche would be topped up like the tanks of the automobiles. Frank Conroy. This account from Frank Conroy's autobiographical novel Stop Time, describing the experience of idling at the gas station, is used by Yi Fu Tuan to illustrate the way in which, unburdened by worldly cares, unfettered by learning, free of ingrained habit, negligent of time, the child is open to the world. This capacity for vivid sensory experience, commonplace among children, is an aspect of the world that the adult has lost, not just because the senses are dulled by familiarity, but because there is an actual measurable physical decline in sensitivity to taste, to smells, to color and to sound. What meaning has the structure of the city for the child citizen? Any reader searching among his early recollections will recall how his own perception of his physical surroundings expanded from the floor, walls, and furniture of the room in the house or apartment in which he grew up, its links with other rooms, the steps, stairs, yard, garden, front door, street, shops, and public park. He probably does not remember how he put them together into some concept of the home and its relationship with the outside world, nor what gaps remained for years in his mental map of the city. Further recollection will lead him to reflect that the environmental experience of the child must be different simply because of the difference of scale. Obviously, the younger the child, the closer his eye level is to the ground, and this is one of the reasons why the floorscape, the texture and subdivisions of flooring and paving, as well as changes of level in steps and curves, is very much more significant for the young. Kevin Lynch and A.K. Lukashuk asked adults what they remembered from their city childhood, and they named particularly the floor of their environment, the tactile rather than the visual qualities of their surroundings. When he was teaching architecture at Nottingham, Paul Ritter got his students to mock up a room 2.5 times actual size, just to remind us what a child's eye view was really like. Erected in the Co-op Education Center there, it brought gasps of astonishment from the visitors. Because we grow so slowly, we have completely forgotten, even though we see our own children doing it, how we used, without any fuss, to move around stools, boxes, or upturned buckets just to be able to reach the light switch, the door latch, shelves, cupboards or window sills. At a less obvious level, the child, in his perception of the world, has a more varied experience, just because it is not focused through the lens of existing mental associations, just because it is indiscriminate. As Yi-Fu Tuan puts it, in adult life the gain is subtlety, the loss is richness. He suggests that, growing older, we substitute appreciation for direct sensory experience, the most important element of appreciation being remembrance. But the child has little to remember, because the child's world is so full of miracles, the word miracle can have no precise meaning for him. Moreover, lacking social awareness, his perception of the environment is not tainted by social considerations. He has not acquired that selective vision that distinguishes the beauty of the flowers from that of the weeds. Yi-Fu Tuan stresses again in his book Topophilia that a child, from about 7 or 8 years old to his early teens, live in this vivid world much of the time. We might ask, since ordinary observation suggests that for much of the time many children seem oblivious to their surroundings, being involved in some personal or social activity which is even more absorbing, what the child actually does with this wealth of vivid environmental impressions. How does he assemble it into an image of the city? Paul Shepard, thinking of what he calls the halcyon acme of juvenile fulfillment, the idyllic and practical age of 10, remarks that space in juvenile life is structured differently than at later ages. It is much more critically defined. It is intensely concerned with paths and boundaries, with hiding places and other special places for particular things. Such experimental insights as we have about the child's perception of the built environment come, as so often happens in creative research, from the mutual accommodation of ideas from quite separate theoretical approaches. There is a thriving academic industry in environmental psychology and the study of our perceptions of the environment, which brings together two traditions of investigation: firstly, the cognitive mappers, exemplified by Kevin Lynch, and, secondly, the developmentalists, exemplified by Jean Piaget. It was Lynch who, in his book The Image of the City, introduced us to the notion that we structure our personal concept of the city around certain elements. These were paths, which are the channels along which the observer customarily, occasionally, or potentially moves. People observe the city while moving through it, and along these paths the other environmental elements are arranged and related. Edges, which are the linear elements not used or considered as paths by the observer. Such edges may be barriers, more or less penetrable, which close one region off from another, or they may be seams, lines along which two regions are related and jointed together. Districts, which are medium to large sections of the city, conceived of as having two-dimensional extent, which the observer mentally enters inside of and which are recognizable as having some common identifying character. Nodes, which are the strategic spots in a city into which an observer can enter, and which are the intensive foci to and from which he is traveling. The concept of node is related to the concept of path, since functions are typically the convergence of paths, events on a journey. Landmarks, which are another type of point reference, but, in this case, the observer does not enter within them, they are external. They are usually a rather simply defined physical object: building, sign, store, or mountain. It was Piaget, the Swiss psychologist who has greatly influenced educational theory, who in a series of books set out a developmental theory of the child's conception of space. In the first stage, roughly between the ages of 5 and 9, the child grasps what are known as topological relationships, which are those of proximity or nearness, separation, order or spatial succession, enclosure or surrounding, and continuity. This is the pre-operational stage, and it implies that the child may be able to negotiate successfully sequences or routes, but cannot reverse these, hypothesis about them or add to them in any major way. In the second stage, around the ages of 9 to 13, the child comprehends projective space and, as Jeff Bishop interprets it in environmental terms, the child now understands and is able to operate successfully amongst a series of known relationships and sequences of objects and situations. He therefore can now reverse his route to school while standing in school and can successfully negotiate alternatives, combinations, and extensions of his route, provided that they involve reshuffling of known sequences, rather than the deduction of new ones or large gaps between existing ones. At this stage the child can successfully represent correctly the sequence of events on a given familiar route, e.g. home to school, with a good level of scale and directional accuracy. This is known as the concrete operational stage. The final stage in Piaget's terms is reached round about the age of 13 and is known as the formal operational stage, when the child can comprehend Euclidean space, when the child can conceive of spatial relationships in the abstract, and can hypothesis about them by reference not to a series of bits, but to an overall abstract grid. For Piaget, at the outset, the coordinates of Euclidean space are no more than a vast network embracing all objects and consist merely of relations of order applied simultaneously to all three dimensions, left, right, above, below, and before, behind, applied to each object simultaneously, thus linking them in three directions, along straight lines parallel to each other in one dimension and intersecting those belonging to the other two dimensions at right angles. The young lions of environmental perception, who have over the last decade enlarged our understanding of the way children see the city, are iconoclastic about the old masters who laid the foundations for their work. They point out that the original American research into the nature of the cognitive maps of the environment, which we are all said to carry around in our heads, was done with populations who were adult, middle class, articulate and car driving. They point out that Lynch's original work, while drawing upon what Kenneth Boulding calls the spatial image and the relational image, ignores those components of our picture of the city which he calls the value image and the emotional image. They point out that Piaget's studies of children's perception were done indoors, in a classroom, without the stimulus or imaginative interest of work in the environment itself. They point out that the level of abstraction children can cope with at different ages ignores the potentialities of imaginative teaching designed to make these abstractions comprehensible. Educational orthodoxy used to hold, for example, that there was some age before which it was pointless to teach the use of maps because children would not have made the leap from visual to symbolic representation of the environment. Roger Hart told me of the work he did in this field with children in the 3rd grade in an inner-city district of Worcester, Massachusetts. Using low-altitude vertical aerial photographs in A4-sized sheets, Hart and the class built up the map of the city on the classroom floor. He asked the children to bring in their Matchbox toy model cars which are made on an appropriate scale for the maps. Then everyone set out on the map to find the way to the city center. This led them to difficulties of traffic congestion and of finding a place to park. It also resulted in crashes and in the need to get an ambulance through the traffic and back to St. Vincent's Hospital. Brian Goody and his former colleagues at the Center for Urban and Regional Studies at Birmingham have carried out some equally simple and pleasurable work in a British context using sketch maps drawn by both adults and children. With the cooperation of a local newspaper, they inserted in a weekend edition a map of central Birmingham with the middle left out, so that respondents, who were assessed by age, sex, occupation, and mode of travel, could fill in their mental maps of the missing bit. The maps established the very simple and fundamental truth that people's conception of the central city differed according to their age, social status, and lifestyle. You might regard this as so obvious as to need no proving, but if you look at the redevelopment of central Birmingham, or of virtually any other British city, you can see that the unspoken assumption has been made that the city exists for one particular kind of citizen, the adult, male, white-collar, out-of-town car user. In an inner-city district of the same city, David Spencer and John Lloyd applied a variety of techniques to gain a child's eye view of Small Heath, working with infant, junior and secondary schools. The technique used with the 9 to 10-year-olds and with 13 to 15-year-olds was that of obtaining from them free recall sketch maps of the route from home to school. Several hundred of such maps were aggregated to provide composite maps, the elements shown on which were classified as housing, shops, entertainments, public services, open spaces, industries, cars, and roadside objects. In the drawings and written work obtained from the infants, much attention was given to people, animals, birds, vegetation, and natural phenomena. Buildings, roads, and roadside objects were seen by the infants especially in relation to human activities, particularly pupils' own homes, friends' and neighbors' houses and people waiting to cross the road assisted by wardens. The experimenters concluded that young children see the environment primarily in human and natural terms, since the human and natural elements appeared only occasionally in the work of the juniors and very rarely in that of the seniors. The American investigators Robert Moorer and James C. Baxter characterize the impressive differences between children's environmental imagery and that of adults as a quality of intricacy and attention to detail, the individuality of individual houses, interest in animals, the unnerving confrontation with huge streets and bothersome trains. They used mapping techniques to gauge the perceptions of neighborhood and city of Black, Mexican, and Anglo-American children, and concluded that the Anglo children had a more complex imagery and lifestyle than the others. Their maps of their neighborhood showed more unique features, their concept of the neighborhood was wider, showing familiarity with a greater area, their maps of the whole city were closer to reality, they listed a greater variety of play preferences. Moorer and Baxter attributed this to greater mobility of the Anglo children through access to more varied transport, to the fact that their mothers were more likely to be at home during the day, giving more parental stimulation, to the fact that their friends were scattered more widely, giving motives for travel and awareness of a greater segment of the city. Working with architectural students from Kingston Polytechnic, Jeff Bishop analyzed, both for content and mapping style, the maps drawn by 180 children between the ages of 9 and 16 in the East Coast port of Harwich. Their findings were similar to those obtained in American cities. Walkers, needless to say, provided more detail than bus riders or those who habitually traveled in their parents' cars. They found a remarkably sudden shift in the mapping style at the age of 11, and, indeed, a difference between that of the 11-year-olds who were in their final primary school year and those who were in their first year at the secondary school. Only explanation for this was that the secondary school children had begun to have formal geography lessons and had been taught to change to a more sophisticated style of representation. When Eileen Adams asked 11-year-olds at Pimlico School in Inner London to draw maps of the journey to school, she found that children living on estates of blocks of flats drew more detailed and more accurate maps than those who lived in streets of houses. She was puzzled by this, since she assumed that the flat-dwelling child would have a less intimate familiarity with the external environment. Discussing the maps with the class, the explanation emerged. Each estate had a large painted map at its entrance, showing the names and dispositions of the blocks and their relationship with the surrounding streets. But the most significant thing to come out of Jeff Bishop's work in Harwich was the comparison of the children's maps with those of adults. In the middle of the port there is a lighthouse which featured as a significant landmark in all the maps drawn by adults. But none of the Harwich children showed the lighthouse on their maps, though many showed the public lavatory which stands at its base. Things which were important to them included kiosks, hoardings and other bits of unconsidered clutter in the street. One item that frequently recurred in their maps was a telephone connection box, a large metal object on the footpath with a fluted base. Obviously, as a feature for hiding behind or climbing on, this kind of obstruction has a value for children in their use of the street. What planners call non-conforming users, or places which the adult eye just does not see, have importance in the children's maps too. There was, for example, the council refuse depot, noted by many of the children as the place where they washed down the dustmen's lorries. The building of the Kingston Polytechnic where Jeff Bishop used to work stands between the river and the road. Walking past the place where Daddy works with his 5-year-old son, he found to his surprise that the boy could identify the window of his room on the 7th floor, through remembering the view from the window. Now how could this be true of a child in Piaget's pre-operational stage? Well, of course, Bishop explains, Piaget was working with children in a room, and drew conclusions about three-dimensional ability from two-dimensional tasks. Furthermore, these tasks were not meaningful to the children performing them, they were not related to the real, actual environment of the child. Brunner has stressed the importance of the amount of interaction between the child and his environment, and another American researcher, Gary Moore, has developed an interactionist theory, emphasizing that interaction and familiarity with the environment are the crucial factors in a child's progress along Piaget's stages. Age, sex, and class he finds less important. David Stee, also in the United States, has worked on toy modeling techniques with children of 3 years upwards. The models were capable of being arranged to form a community, with houses, streets, shops, a fire station and so on, and, with these, 3-year-olds have demonstrated their ability to understand linear systems in correct sequence, while of course if Piaget were to be interpreted in the age-specific way in which his theories are taught in the teachers' colleges, an 8-year-old could not find his way home from school. But how often, Bishop asks, do we give children an opportunity to show us what they know about the space in which they move around? How often do we let them lead us home from school instead of us leading them? During the building of a new stand at Chelsea Football Club's ground at Stamford Bridge, he seized the opportunity to garner cognitive maps of the streets around the club, in terms of whether the mapper was a resident supporter of Chelsea, or a resident non-supporter, a non-resident supporter, or a non-resident non-supporter. From this study of the maps they produced, he reached the conclusion that motivation is an important factor in the perception of the environment, which may also depend on the circumstances of involvement, which he suggests may not be the same for the attender at a regular game as for the boy who plays truant on a Wednesday afternoon to see the reserves play. He also concludes that not everybody of any age actually reaches the final stage of Piaget's developmental sequence. Nothing in all this work, he thinks, actually refutes Piaget's stages, but it does indicate that they can be reached much earlier or much later than the age-related categories of his interpreters suggest. There is also evidence that spatial ability can be well ahead of visual and graphic ability. It is part of the orthodoxy of child development that girls are abler than boys of the same age in verbal ability, while boys' spatial ability is far greater than that of girls. The work of the cognitive mappers is cited to confirm this. John Brearley, reporting tests which involve proficiency in the manipulation of spatial relationships indicating the greater average ability of boys even from the age of 2, argues that it is very likely that visuospatial proficiency is under the control of the sex chromosome hormone machinery and has its scoots in the right hemisphere development of the brain. His conclusion is that for practical purposes at school these findings strengthen the importance of systematic exposure of girls to early experience with toys, sand, water, and boxes, which introduce numerical and spatial relationships, for doing so might well improve mathematical ability later on. Experiments with children in several different cultures, the best known of which are those reported by Erik Erikson, indicate that given a selection of wooden blocks, boys tend to build towers whereas girls build enclosed spaces. Boys produce streets, walls, and facades with movement outside the buildings. Girls produce furniture arrangements with people in a static situation inside buildings. Erikson, with his psychoanalytical approach, concludes that the dominance of genital modes over the modalities of spatial organization reflects a profound difference in the sense of space in the two sexes. The kind of experimental evidence on which the statement is based can be repeated in any home or any classroom containing boys and girls. Often the results are too true to be good, they tend to be such an over-confirmation of the psychologist's findings that teachers are embarrassed in presenting them. But if we are convinced by the idea of innate differences, we have to admit that they are powerfully reinforced by the different assumptions made in the upbringing of boys and girls, and by the evidence of Bishop and others that spatial ability, as tested, relates strongly to motivation and to familiarity. The significance of this is discussed in a later chapter. The most ambitious attempt to evaluate the relationship between children and the urban environment was undertaken in the early 1970s in a project directed by Kevin Lynch for UNESCO. This was concerned with children of 11 to 14 years in the city of Salta in Argentina. In the western suburbs of Melbourne, Australia, in Toluca, a provincial capital in Mexico, and in Ecatepec, a largely dweller-built settlement on the northern fringe of Mexico City, in two contrasted neighborhoods in Warsaw, and two similarly contrasted neighborhoods of another Polish city, Krakow. Some interesting contrasts emerged from the maps of their neighborhood and city that the children produced. In the case of the Polish housing projects, the focus of the maps was on the outdoor play spaces used by the children between the blank ranges of apartments, and adult features were largely ignored. Their maps of the whole city showed islands of activity linked by bridges of public transport, but the central city children of the two cities in Poland produced much more systematic and accurate maps, based on rather elaborate street networks, and full of shops, institutions, places of entertainment, and historical memorials. They are more diverse in the area they cover and the elements they contain. The investigators in Poland describe the hunger for activity and stimulus of the children in the outlying estates, while the children of the central districts, who are quite aware of their advantageous access to city excitements, are hungry for outdoor space. In the case of the Colonia San Agustin at Ecatepec, Mexico, one group represent the environment as a map of streets and blocks, schematic and lacking sensuous detail, a key to the location of activities, a down-to-earth image of a highly repetitive environment. The other group make pictorial representations, showing shops, parks, and green areas, full of details embellished with textures, ornaments, and splashes of color. What is very clear from the UNESCO study of these older children is that their picture of the city and their own part of it is conditioned by the esteem in which it is held by their elders. The Melbourne children, for example, were certainly the most affluent in this international sample. They were tall, well-dressed, almost mature, apparently full of vitality, but they see themselves as the bottom of society, and if these Australians have hopes for themselves or their children, it is to be somebody else, and to get away. The Argentinian children, on the other hand, are quite obviously conscious of being members of a community with features which make it amenable to change at their scale of possibility. Only 3 of the interviewed children there thought that they would leave the area in the future. Only 3 of the Melbourne children thought that they would remain. Alone in the UNESCO survey, the children of Ecatepec, the dweller-built settlement outside Mexico City, consistently named their school as a favorite place, and gave it a loving emphasis on their maps. The suggestions which they made to the interviewers reflect a genuine concern for their families, as well as their own future, and an empathy for fellow residents of the colonia. They were the poorest children in the survey, and to the adult researchers their environment was harsh, bleak, and monotonous, and it is obvious from their report that they were puzzled by the unique affection for their school displayed in the maps, drawings, and interviews of the children of Ecatepec. This must be a tribute to the public education in that place, they surmise. No such tribute would be offered by the children of an equivalently poor district in Detroit, Boston, London, or Manchester, though it might have been made there many years ago. To know better how the child sees the city, it would have helped if the UNESCO project had contained some similar investigations in several of the exploding cities of Asia and Africa. I think it likely that this would have underlined the comparison between the social environment in a mature city like Melbourne and in the emergent urban areas like Ecatepec. The parents of the children of the Colonia San Agustin are poor rural migrants who have made the leap from rural hopelessness into the inner city slums, the vecindades, of Mexico City. Once they had got used to the urban system, they moved to a squatter settlement on the fringe of the city. In many such Latin American settlements, the parents have built their own school and hired their own teachers. For their children, life is visibly improving. There is less dust now, houses that used to be shanties are fully constructed, one does not have to go outside the colonia for certain services. The parents in the working class outskirts of Western Melbourne, with an infinitely higher standard of living, are conscious that they haven't quite made it. The stigmatization of the district where they live communicates itself to the children. In this place where football clubs and schools have 2-meter-high wire mesh fence around the periphery topped with barbed wire, and where parks are flat featureless tracts of haphazardly grossed unused land, the local authorities believe that space for organized team sport is what is most urgently needed, despite the lack of use of what already exists. It is hard, no doubt, for those who have devoted themselves to campaigning for physical space for the young in the city, a claim which is certainly self-justifying, to accustom themselves to the idea that, very early in life, another, more urgent, and more difficult to meet, demand arises, for social space, the demand of the city's children to be a part of the city's life. 8 Antiquarians, Explorers, Neophiliacs 27. The kids don't notice. What does a bit of dirt matter to children? See, or a broken floorboard, damp in the walls. Or sharing a bed with their brothers and sisters. Or nowhere to wash. Children never look so happy as when they're in some kind of mess. And aren't children adaptable? Would it bother a child moving to another house or flat? Time and again, people will tell you how resilient children are. The kids don't notice. They're great survivors. But the kids do notice. Michael Locke and Moira Constable. One of our myths about urbanization is the idea that rural poverty is more tolerable than poverty in the city. If it were true, the rural poor all over the world would not be flocking to the cities. The touching picture of country people leaving neat and pretty thatched cottages for the sins and slums of the city is easily dispelled by a closer look at the pretty cottages, remarks Enid Galdi, examining the history of working-class housing in Britain and concluding that our rural slums were of a horror unsurpassed by the rookeries of London. The rural hovels of our ancestors were for sleeping in and little less. Boswell, in Hebrides, noted that the good people here had no notion that a man could have any occasion but for a mere sleeping place. Life was lived outside. For exactly the same reason, the urban poor lived in the street. Many years ago, the Newcastle writer Jack Common pointed out, as of course Mayhew had done in the last century, that it was the use of the street that made working-class life tolerable. You can usually deduce your fellow Briton's class status from the way he regards the street. To some it is merely a communication between one spot and another, a channel or runway to guide your feet or your wheels when you are going places. To others it's where you live. The average working-class house is a small and inconvenient place. Nobody wants to put up with the noise of children in it more than they have to, but they go, then, into the street. Similarly, a man can't do any casual entertaining there, not so as to suit him. If his pals call, they all go out together down the street, that is, to the boozer. Even the women find it a pleasanter change if they want company to go and stand on the doorstep. Add these up and you get a most characteristic working-class scene, crowds of kids flying here and there across the road, boys and youths by the shop windows and the corner ends, men strolling the pavements or sitting shirt-sleeved by the doors, and the women in their aprons taking a breather in a bit of gossip next door. These people live in the street. It is a pattern of street use which the architecture of municipal rehousing has done its best to destroy, but for children it still exists, and not only for poor children. An extensive and long-term study of urban childhood by John and Elizabeth Newson, of the Children Development Research Unit at Nottingham University, notes that it is not only working-class children for whom the street is a vital resource. A majority of middle-class children, almost all of whom have gardens, choose and are allowed to play in the street some of the time. They conclude, however, that at the lower end of the class scale parents expect the child to pursue the busy and active part of his life outside the home, and then come in to relax, whereas at the upper end he is expected to let off steam physically for relaxation outside, and then come in and get on with something more serious and creative. The News On study is intended to follow a representative sample of children in a typical British city from infancy to late adolescence and, apart from its value as an anatomy of the process of child rearing, it provides innumerable vignettes of the way in which this is affected by the physical influence of the city home. The 3 volumes issued so far give a picture of 700 Nottingham children through interviews with their mothers, at the ages of 1, 4, and 7. The families involved are divided, according to parental occupation, into 5 social classes, from professional to unskilled, and into 3 housing types: central area, council estate and suburban. Not surprisingly, in Class I and II 80% of the families of 4-year-olds were found in the suburbs and 6% in the central area, while in Class V only 17% were in suburban housing, while 45% were in the central area. Looking at their material from the point of view of the environmental psychologist, Charles Mercer has extracted a series of 7 propositions from the data on working-class 4-year-olds, none of which applies to the middle-class 4-year-olds. 1. The working-class child lives in a more crowded environment, more siblings and less space. 2. The play of the working-class child must perforce take place in the streets or other communal areas and not on the home territory. 3. The working-class child is therefore more likely to come into contact with all sorts and a greater number of children. 4. The working-class child's choice of friends is not guided by the parents, as all children play on communal areas. 5. For the same reason, the play of the working-class child is not generally supervised by adults. 6. The working-class parent is reluctant to interfere in children's play, because this may lead to conflict without parents who are also neighbors. 7. Conflict with neighbors is less easily tolerated in the working-class environment because of the greater propinquity of families and the fact that working-class parents could not help but come into contact with the offended neighbors and, meanwhile, the children would have made it up anyway. By the time the News on Children had reached the age of 7, they had made the transition from being relatively homebound to being school children spending much of the day in an environment away from home. 7-year-olds, the News On's remark, have many interests which tempt them to the next street and beyond, with the adventurousness to follow such temptations. The fact that they go to and from school each day familiarizes them with short journeys, and widens the circle of children they know by sight, who in turn act as lures away from their home territory. The question they asked the 700 mothers concerning the children's use of the external environment was the very simple one: would you call him an indoor child or an outdoor child? The answers revealed both class and sex differences. 60% of children overall are described as outdoor children, but this rises to 71% in Class V and drops to 44% in Class I and II. Overall, more boys than girls are said to be outdoor. They add that a further class weighting is given by the material circumstances of the family, which we noted as being relevant to how far the child was likely to be physically off out among the peer group, or retained within the family circle. Descending the social scale, the accommodation dwindles while the family size increases, so that the mother is less able to tolerate children playing indoors and it quite simple becomes necessary to regard the street as overspill space. Furthermore, as one moves up the scale, the child is much more likely to have some place in the house which belongs to him, where he can keep his own things. This immediately means that indoor play is both more positively encouraged and more inherently attractive for the child further up the class scale. It is when you think about the implications of the News On findings that you begin to understand the impact of housing policy upon the poor who in the past have won space from the dominant culture, but who have systematically been deprived of control over their living space, even though space standards and sanitary standards are higher in the new housing project or scheme. The relatively affluent, with the freedom of choice that money can buy, select the suburban street, where their children can be, at will, indoor or outdoor kids. The poor of the inner city, who over generations have evolved a code of practice which seeks to make life tolerable for themselves or their offspring, have been the victims of the decisions of others whose values do not include a consideration of the psychic damage they inflict. When the rich live in the city, they have that space that enables their children to choose their personal balance between indoors and outdoors, and they have the network of contacts, the checkbooks, and the know-how with which to enrich the environmental experience of their children. In Albert Street, Canton, Cardiff, I knocked at the door of one of the few houses which still had curtains in the windows, one which still had windows, in fact, and met Mr. and Mrs. Sims and their 13-year-old son, the last inhabitants. "I was born in this street," Mr. Sims said. "We all were. My grandparents lived here, and my parents were born here too. We children were in and out of each other's houses, and you can't imagine the fun we had, looking at the place now." In his backyard, beyond the dahlias and rhubarb, he opened a hutch and brought out his ferret, draping the creature round his neck and reassuring me, "She won't bite you while I'm here." When I was a kid, it wasn't only ferrets. We had rabbits and chickens. It was like living in the country. He reminisced about the former occupants of the deserted houses all around. This one, whose pigeon house with its fretted decoration still stood, that one whose pear trees cropped so heavily and would again this year, with no one left to eat them, that other one who had always organized street parties with tables, benches, and bunting all down the street on occasions of national rejoicing. "We were like one big family," he said, "but now, of course, those neighbors were scattered to the winds in the new estates outside the city." His own children had grown up in dereliction and decay, and in his view the corporation had waged a war of attrition against a whole neighborhood, steadily depriving it of its amenities. Pubs and chip shops had closed, street lights were not maintained, the pavement was unsafe. Vandals and petty thieves were looting the adjoining houses and had frequently broken into his. His neighbors used to be his childhood friends. Now the only neighbors were rats, winos, vagrants and lead thieves. "And can you tell me one single way in which my boy's life will be better out on the estate than it would have been here?" The same story is told in every British city. The traditional culture of the street is recalled in innumerable recollections from an earlier generation than that of Mr. Sims. As history, they have to be treated with caution. Robert Roberts remarks that when he talked during the 1930s and 1940s with people who were already mature by 1914, they criticized the then fairly recent past, faculties alert, with what seemed like objectivity. But by the 1960s myths had developed, prejudices about the present had set hard. These same critics, in ripe old age, now saw the Edwardian era through a golden haze. Nevertheless, one factual theme emerged, as much from the recordings made by school children interviewing old inhabitants about the past of their district, as from innumerable published autobiographies. This was the freedom to move. Our views on the historical inevitability or political desirability of the decline of the private landlord in Britain have blinded us to an aspect of the housing situation of our grandparents, which profoundly affected the environmental experiences of children. When private renting was the norm, there was a considerable freedom of choice in the housing market, even for very poor families, and this resulted in a degree of dweller satisfaction which is much rarer when a multiplicity of landlords has given way to the local authority. In the 30s, recalls Elizabeth Ring, there was no such thing as a housing storage. For from 5 shillings to £5 a week there were rooms for all. Jack Common says of his childhood in Newcastle, at that time, families were always moving. There were houses to let everywhere. Arthur Newton says of Hackney in East London, to change houses was easy then. Molly Weir from Glasgow describes with relish the many moves of her childhood and her mother's fondness of flitting, which in her family's context did not imply a moonlight flit. "How different everything looked," she says, "even if we'd only moved to the next close, which my mother did twice, for we knew our houses so intimately that the slightest variation in a lobby or a window frame, or the size of a fireplace, was of enormous significance. Everybody loves a flitting." From a totally different background, the East End of London, A.S. Jasper in A Hoxton Childhood describes a whole series of childhood environments, starting in August 1910 when we were living at number 3 Klinger Street, Hoxton, in a hovel on the ground floor. It comprised 2 rooms with a kitchen, with an outside lavatory, which also served the family upstairs. By page 15 it was agreed that mother would try to find a bigger house. In those days it was easy, one had only to go to an agent, pay the first week's rent and move in. On more than one occasion my father came home late, drunk as usual, and was told by the next door neighbor we didn't live there anymore. We had owed so much rent, but the fact was that we had to have a larger house. My mother duly found and inspected a house in Salisbury Street, New North Road. It wasn't a bad area and I always remember it was the nicest house we ever had. And he describes with gusto how they set about redecorating it. Wallpaper was about 3 pence a roll, a ball of whitening and boiled size made whitewash for the ceilings. But bad times came again, and on page 39 our new abode was Ebenezer Buildings, Rotherfield Street. What a dump it was after the nice little house we had just left. Soon his mother and sister went house hunting again and decided on a house in Lowndes Street, by the side of the Regent's Canal near the bridge in Kingsland Road. But a little later everything was getting too much for Mum and she reckoned the house had a curse on it. The only way out was to move again. This time she found a house in Scawfell Street. This wasn't far from Lowndes Street. It certainly looked a road with some life in it, which was what we were used to. Lowndes Street was a drab place of flat-fronted houses where everyone closed their doors. There wasn't the friendliness. By page 88 we were now in 1917 and we were on the move again. Why, I cannot remember. This time we moved to Shepherdess Walk, off City Road. It was a very large house let off in flats. We had a ground floor and a basement flat consisting of 5 large rooms and a scullery. Not many pages later, in September 1918 we now lived in a very nice place in the main road. The rooms were large and there was always something going on. But in the following year, the man who owned the dairy downstairs shocked us by saying he was going to sell the dairy and we would have to quit the flat. He told us he had a house at Walthamstow we could rent and he would pay all the expenses if we would move. In 1919 Walthamstow to us was like moving to the country. The whole family discussed the matter and it was agreed they would go and see the place. So a couple of pages later they moved. It was a small house just off the high street. The rent was 8 shillings a week. I was beginning to like our new surroundings. For a penny you could get to Epping Forest, and this was all so different to the slums of Hoxton and Bethnal Green. My friend Dave would come some weekends and we have some good times together in the forest. Thus there were 8 moves in Mr. Jasper's childhood between the ages of 4 and 14. The moves were intimately related to shifts and changes in the family's minimal income and to the family size, whether his sister's husband was living with them or not, and so on. And the final move had brought the family right out of the inner city and into the ampler opportunities provided by the leafy suburbs. In both these instances there glows through the pages what teachers are trained to call an effective relationship between the family and its housing. This was not the result of staying in one house or street for a lifetime as was the case with Mr. Sims, it was the result of having, even among the very poor, some degree of consumer choice. Changes in family circumstances as well as aesthetic preferences were reflected in a move which was, for the children at least, a family adventure. Neither were they the families of skilled artisans. Miss Weir's father died when she was a baby and Mr. Jasper's father was a drunken casual laborer. Both were effectively one-parent families. Today, when the population of Glasgow or of inner London is dramatically lower than it was in their childhood, the element of freedom of choice in housing that their families had has totally disappeared. They would either be stuck in one particular bit of run-down accommodation in the fast-dwindling private landlord sector or, if they were lucky, they would be equally immobile in the flat which the council had provided waiting years for a transfer. If they were unlucky, they would be parked, as happens in some London boroughs, in low-grade bed and breakfast hotels which have to be vacated during the daytime, so that in the school holidays, for example, the children would be wandering, rather than exploring, the streets from morning to night. Incredibly, some children alleged to be in the care of the local authority in loco parentis are dumped in overnight hotels in this way, through lack of anywhere else to put them. Perhaps children and adults, too, might be divided between the antiquarians, who cherish an environment precisely because of its associations with continuity and familiarity, like Mr. Sims, explorers like Miss Weir and Mr. Jasper, who, though they are very far from the migratory elite of the professional classes, positively enjoy and savor the change from one home to another in a known habitat, and the neophiliacs for whom the past smelt of decay and deprivation, while the new present promises hope and a more expansive life. Just as there is a consolation in being the most recent of many generations to occupy a building, so there is a promise in being the first to experience its newness, and this promise is strengthened and confirmed when the new environment is ampler and more spacious than the old. A post office worker, who moved from Islington in inner London to the expanding town of Swindon, told me of the difference in his children's lives that a self-contained house with a garden had made. They used to be frightened to use the toilet on the landing, he said, because they never knew what they would find there. It wasn't that people were dirty, it was just that so many people went there. His remark illustrated the medical conclusion that constipation is a working-class disease, environmental in its origins. Space, and the luxury of a room of one's own, are the positive advantages of the new or rebuilt environment, beautifully caught by Hazel Robbins, aged 7, who moved from inner to outer Birmingham. I like my house I am living in now better than my old house because it is nicer and I have 3 bedrooms and in my garden I have lots of flower and I have a living room and a kitchen as well and I have a bathroom and a toilet too and I like it very much too and in my living room I have a fireplace and a bookcase too and a stereo record player and 2 tables too and in my kitchen I have a gas stove and a fridge and some cups too and in my bathroom I have a bath and a sink as well and I like my house because it is big and the biggest room are the living room and the kitchen and they are both and my curtains and the small bedroom is my bedroom. Hazel's pleasure in the new environment leaps out of the page and, for her, all the new domestic equipment is part of the new lifestyle that accompanies the move to the ampler life of the suburb. It is doubtful whether in later life she will recollect with fond nostalgia the days before the move. It is tempting to read some significance in her use of I and my, where many English children would refer to us and are in these circumstances. Consequently, Hazel is unable to give any special significance to her own curtains and her own bedroom. She is just at the age when, according to the environmental psychologists, having a room of one's own becomes important, a need which accelerates as time goes by. Hazel is a neophiliac. She rejoices in the new. When the UNESCO investigators A.M. Batro and E.J. Ellis walked around the Argentine city of Salta with Raúl, aged 12, and Patricia, aged 13, the children's comments, on what to antiquarian eyes was the most picturesque part of the city, expressed a clear preference for newness, neatness, and tidiness. A beautiful street must be a street with wide sidewalks, well-painted facades, clean and with modern houses. Everything that looks untidy, such as wires, rickety doors, worn steps, deteriorating signs, old adobe houses, must be eliminated. This does not mean, the observers comment, that the child does not know the aesthetic value of the ancient convent, he would even like to live there if it were a private house, but what most attracts his attention is the recent coat of paint that distinguishes it from other antique houses semi-abandoned or converted into cheap grocery stores. For the explorer, apart from the excitement of change and the new experience it brings, the personal satisfactions to be won from an environment include the extent to which it can be used and manipulated, and the extent to which it contains usable rubbish, the detritus of packing cases, crates, bits of rope and old timber, offcuts and old wheels, that used to accumulate when there was a shop on every corner and a small factory or workshop down the bottom of the alley. In Butte Town, Cardiff, another district of the same city where Mr. Sims and his son championed the values of the traditional culture, which were being eliminated before their eyes by the city authorities, a devoted primary school teacher had evolved a program of local studies to ensure that her class, equipped with cameras, were thoroughly familiar with their neighborhood. Her 10-year-olds took the visiting specialist in environmental education around the locality with their Instamatics clicking. They stopped at the community center, 2 mosques, and the geriatric hospital, snapping away where the visitor would have been abashed to intrude. "This is the factory where my ma'am works." Click went the camera as ma'am emerged to greet them. "Look, there's my dad," and click went the camera again as the child's father came round the corner in his lorry. The educator was delighted. Wasn't this an area where the working lives of the parents were accessible to the educative lives of the children, and wasn't this something unique and precious in modern urban life? He was quite right. It is rare for the mother to be able to leave her workbench when summoned to greet her child and her classmates, and it is rare for the father, high up in his cab, to be delighted by the appearance of his own child in the group standing on the corner. But, in this instance, the educator's contact with the environment as experienced by the children went further. Because once the class had taken him round their route of the recorded environment, they said goodbye. "But where are you going now?" he asked. "Where we always go," they replied. "Can't I come too?" So, more gratified than shy, they took him into their unofficial play spaces. There was an almost mischievous glee among the children as they took him into the scary area of town, through alleys, ginnels, and tunnels into the district which had no longer an official existence. The council had here spent 1.5 days' labor by 3 men in bricking up the doors and windows of each of the abandoned houses, but they still sustained a population, the inebriates, the junkies, and some bewildered homeless people who, along with the bloated dead domestic animals, provided the setting for the use the children made of these abandoned streets. It was here, and here alone, that they were able to use the environment in a kind of caricature of the way an earlier generation had used their streets. Here, and here alone, they were able to indulge their appetite for either building or destroying. Their human encounters in this sector of the city were those which the educator would have most wished to spare them. But just because the adult users of this no man's land were unofficial inhabitants too, they were not a threat to the children's determined use of the area as an adventure playground, a place where anything might be discovered: decomposed furniture and old gas ovens, timber for bonfires and bricks for improvised buildings. It is here that tiles and slates can be ripped off roofs, panels hammered out of cold doors, bushes ripped out of old backyards. For the interloping educator, apart from its present squalor, the area was full of the pathetic mementos of human occupation, the remaining hints that generations had been born, lived and died here. For the children, it was a place of eerie encounters, forbidden games, and for the acting out of destructive passions. 9. The Anarchist House. 28. I have to begin with problems of definition. We have no problem with the word house. We have few problems with the associated word home, which adds an emotional significance to the first word. We have a house and we make it into a home. My difficulties arise with the word anarchist. The hero of Vladimir Nabokov's novel Nin is asked, "Are you an anarchist?" And, very unwisely, he replies with a question for his interrogator: first, what do we understand under anarchism? Anarchism: practical, metaphysical, theoretical, mystical, abstractional, individual, social. It did him no good. He spent 2 weeks on Ellis Island, before he was allowed to enter the USA. I have a similar problem. I want to be open to every possible definition of anarchism, but I have to exclude plenty of interpretations simply to say something useful. The first item of ballast that I have to throw overboard is the idea that there is an anarchist aesthetic, in opposition to bourgeois aesthetics. For a century in all the arts, visual, literary or oral, it has been assumed that the task of revolutionary artists is to stupefy the bourgeoisie. Having been stupefied for many decades, during which real life has been far more shocking than the arts, it is still the bourgeoisie who are the only effective customers for all that revolutionary art. Apart, that is, from the state. In the visual arts, for example, the most obvious allies for the anarchists were the surrealists, but with notable exceptions, the closest political links they sought were with the Communist Party. In Britain, the most celebrated artist with links to the anarchist movement was an academic painter of bohemian habits, whose reputation probably did not travel. This was Augustus John, who is remembered, not as an anarchist, but as the last of the great classical draftsmen. And the most famous of all anarchist artists, Camille Pissarro, closely linked with the anarchist movement of his day, steadfastly declined to specify the content of an anarchist aesthetic. His letters ignore syntax and grammar and are absorbing human documents. The closest he gets to defining an anarchist aesthetic is in volume 3 of his collected correspondence, where he says, "Yatil un art anarchist? Quoi decidement ils ne comprennent pas? Tous les arts sont anarchistes quand c'est beau et bien." When we consider the art of architecture, the assumption that there is a specifically anarchist aesthetic becomes even more questionable. Many of us will remember a sideshow in fairgrounds or amusement parks called the Crazy House. We paid our pennies to experience a simulated house where the floors and ceilings were not parallel and where the walls, doors, and windows were not rectilinear. Much more recently, this kind of crazy house architecture has been built seriously in real life. For example, at Montreal, Canada, for the World's Fair in the 1970s, Moshe Safdie designed the Habitat apartments where each flat is dropped apparently at random in an accidental-looking pile of containers. In practice, of course, every aspect of this chance arrangement was carefully calculated by structural engineers. Similarly, in the Oudéhaven area of Rotterdam you can visit a cloister of tilted houses designed by the architect Piet Blom, which are a solid reminder of the crazy house structure in the fun fair. If you imagine yourself as a building worker, living in a cramped apartment in a block of flats, and employed on the building of one of those architectural fantasies, you will readily agree that fantasy architecture is not anarchist architecture. It provides no liberation for the people involved in building it, and the joke of disobeying aesthetic assumptions probably gets stale rapidly for the people who live in it. The issue is not a matter of design, but is a question of control, a far more important aspect of the anarchist spectrum. For me, the first principle of housing in any society, quite apart from the ideal for an anarchist society, is dweller control. We are fortunate that this principle has been very carefully enunciated by an anarchist architect, John Turner. He spent many years in the 1950s and 1960s assisting self-builders in squatter settlements in Latin America. He then moved to the United States and learned that the ideas he had formulated in the poor world were true of the richest nation in the world. And when he finally returned to Britain he found that the housing situation in his own country also fitted his formulation. Turner's key insight is this: when dwellers control the major decisions and are free to make their own contribution to the design, construction, or management of their housing, both the process, and the environment produced, stimulate individual and social well-being. When people have no control over, nor responsibility for, key decisions in the housing process, on the other hand, dwelling environments may instead become a barrier to personal fulfillment and a burden on the economy. This is a carefully worded statement that says no more and no less than it means. Notice that Turner refers to design, construction, or management. He is not implying that we should all become bricoleurs or do-it-yourself house builders, although of course, in practice, this is what people often have to be. He is stating as a principle that they should be in control. I would like you to notice particularly his last sentence about dwelling environments which become a barrier to personal fulfillment and a burden on the economy. Is this not the experience of huge, expensive housing projects undertaken by central and local governments, both in the United States and all around Western Europe? The only solution to the problems of these projects is to develop systems of dweller control through the various forms of housing cooperatives. Sometimes, in those vast housing projects on the outskirts of European and American cities as a legacy of bureaucratic managerial socialism, tenant control is adopted as a last desperate measure in the face of dereliction and decay. There is a well-known architect, Lucien Kroll of the Atelier d'Urbanisme et d'Architecture at Bruxelles. He is often asked to advise on the exercise of making habitable big, neglected municipal housing projects in France, Germany, and the Netherlands. The results are often described as anarchist architecture. Lucien Kroll insists, on the other hand, that it is dweller-controlled architecture. He told me that the first task, not the last, is to present residents with a budget for them to decide the priorities in expenditure. Do they want money spent first on improving the insulation in wells, or on making the building too publicly visible to be infiltrated by drug traffickers? One general priority is to reduce the scale of buildings by removing a few stories from the top and to have more building at ground level in the spaces between blocks. Another is the issue of traffic calming. Would it be sensible to use the concrete rubble from the reduction of height of blocks to build a little hill on a road roundabout, planted with bushes and trees as an inescapable vehicle hazard that kept traffic out? How about digging up the municipal grass to make playgrounds and allotments, and building an accretion of workshops and cafes as lean-to? But its composition is interesting. Some started through the legitimization of squatter occupation of empty buildings. Some originated in short-life housing. Under conditions of dweller control, this short-life housing has had a very long life, simply because of the incentives the occupants have to improve it. Some, in Liverpool and London, are newly built housing, where the architect worked to the instructions of poor people who, for the first time in their lives, were able to employ expertise. But the most interesting are in the dweller-built sector. All through history, throughout the world, poor people have constructed their own homes, which were improved and expanded over decades and centuries, as families turned their labor into capital. The evidence can be seen in traditional peasant farmhouses in most parts of Europe. In the 20th century, this simple and natural way of building has become increasingly difficult for a variety of reasons. The first is the key issue of access to land. In Britain, the process known as enclosure ensured that land which was once described as common or waste, now has a legal owner. The second is in the nature of building materials. Once the self-builder would automatically use stone, clay, timber, and straw from the locality, so that the house, as an English poet said, would rise like a lark from the furrows. 20th century houses are constructed from materials which, whether they are natural or synthetic, have to be bought in the market. The third reason is, of course, that we have surrounded the process of building with a pile of legislation and regulations which is incomprehensible to the citizen without professional help. One English architect who surmounted these obstacles was Walter Siegel. He, incidentally, was reared in an anarchist commune in Ticino, Switzerland. Late in life he developed a method of lightweight timber-framed construction, using standard building components in standard sizes, and eliminating the wet trades of concreting, bricklaying and plastering. It was eminently suited to the amateur builder. He was yearning for it to be made available to people in need of housing, and one London municipality decided to provide an opportunity, on plots of land too small or too sloping to be used by the council itself. The result was a triumph of dweller satisfaction. Members of the group described the experience as the event which changed their lives and felt that they were in control. And it was the happiest event in the life of their veteran architect. Siegel recalled that help was to be provided mutually and voluntarily. There were no particular constraints on that, which did mean that the goodwill of people could find its way through. The less you tried to control them, the more you forced the element of goodwill. This was astonishingly clear. Children were of course expected and allowed to play on the site. And the older ones also helped if they wished to help. That way one avoided all forms of friction. Each family were to build at their own speed and within their own capacity. We had quite a number of young people, but some who were 60 and over, who also managed to build their own houses. They were told that I would not interfere with their internal arrangements. I let them make their own decisions, therefore we had no difficulties. He noted with pleasure, rather than with irritation, the countless small variations and innovations and additions that the self-builders made. His conclusion was that it is astonishing that there is among the people that live in this country such a wealth of talent. Since this architect's death, the Walter Siegel Self-Build Trust has successfully promoted his approach among a whole series of disadvantaged groups in the bleak political climate of the 1990s. It always takes far longer to overcome the obstacles of finance and permissions and the planning and building legislation, than it does for the self-builders to construct and occupy their homes. I have described the anarchist house in terms of real experiences among ordinary citizens in the world of today. But in view of the varieties of definitions of the word anarchism, I should explore a few other aspects. Some of us try very hard to bridge the gap between real life and anarchist theory over day-to-day issues like housing. Among the well-known theorists, Kropotkin is full of interest. His chapter on dwellings in his book On the Conquest of Bread was, essentially, his manual on what should happen in a revolutionary society, an equitable share out of existing housing according to needs. Most of us do not live in revolutionary situations but still need to house our families and get by in whatever kind of society we chance to inhabit. Here, I think, another classical anarchist is a better guide. This was, of course, Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, who in a famous, but unreadable, book What is Property, coined the slogan that property is theft. I'm like anyone else. I rejoiced on that day in September 1969, when the squatters at a former royal residence at 144 Piccadilly in London suspended a banner with Proudhon's slogan in metre-high letters. But one of the ironies noted by Proudhon's critics was the fact that he also coined the slogan "Property is freedom." It ought not to be necessary to explain that the first slogan was directed at the absentee landowner, defined by George Woodcock as the man who uses it to exploit the labor of others without any effort on his own part, property distinguished by interest and rent, by the impositions of the non-producer on the producer. The other kind of property, he explained, was that of the owner-occupier or peasant cultivator, and possession, or the right to control the dwelling and the land and tools needed to live was seen by Proudhon as the cornerstone of liberty, while his main criticism of the communists was that they wished to destroy it. The 70-year history of the Union of Socialist Soviet Republics and the shorter life of the regimes it enforced upon Eastern Europe provide a basis for examining Kropotkin's and Proudhon's opinions in the light of experience. There was a share out of existing housing according to need. Most observers recorded that the needs of the party hierarchy were more urgent than those of ordinary citizens, as of course was their need for a dacha in the country. Stalin's enforced collectivization of agriculture literally liquidated the peasantry, resulting in millions of deaths and in famine. Meanwhile, in the cities, housing policy was an extreme version of the planners' infatuation with tower blocks that we also experienced in the West. Slowly and subversively, Proudhonian popular attitudes began to reassert themselves. As Proudhon would have prophesied, the peasants' personal plots around their houses were the salvation of the ordinary Russians' food supply many years before perestroika. In 1963, private plots covered about 44,000 square kilometers, or some 4% of all the arable land of the collective farms. From this private land, however, comes about half of all the vegetables produced in the USSR, while 40% of the cows and 30% of the pigs in the country are on them. Similarly, in the 1970s, the economist Hugh Stretton was reporting that, pathetically, Russian town dwellers go out and comb the countryside for patches of neglected land they can plant, visit, enjoy, make their own, however tenuously. Their Marxist rulers, of course, had their dachas, but throughout Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Romania, and Yugoslavia, city dwellers were building their real life around what were called wild settlements outside the city. Thus in 1979, a geographer was explaining that the existence of peasant-owned land on the fringes of cities offers opportunities for piecemeal evolution, indeed overnight mushrooming of wild settlements, as in Nowy Dwbr and elsewhere outside Warsaw, or in Kozarski Bok and Trnie on the margins of Zagreb. Such communities are not encouraged, yet they are tolerated and even provided with utilities and welfare, since they relieve some of the pressures on city housing and budgets. Observations like these, from the days when it was still assumed that the communist regimes of Eastern Europe were expected to have a future, are a reminder to revolutionaries of every kind, of the importance of Proudhon's careful distinction between property as exploitation and property as possession. Communism, enforced by terror, has brought an inevitable individualist reaction, and has tarnished every variety of socialist aspiration. But there has always been a quieter, gentler, libertarian advocacy of communal living. Together with other ideologists, both secular and religious, many anarchists have been critical of the nuclear family and of the one-family dwelling that is the universal provision for it. Like other critics, they have seen the individual house as a prison for its inhabitants and have sought a wider social unit. Thus Kropotkin declared, "Today we live too isolated. Private property has led us to an egotistic individualism in all our mutual relations. We know one another only slightly, our points of contact are too rare. But we have seen in history examples of a communal life which is more intimately bound together, the composite family in China, the agrarian communes, for example. Their people really know one another. By force of circumstances they must aid one another materially and morally. Family life, based on the original community, has disappeared. A new family, based on community of aspirations, will take its place. In this family people will be obliged to know one another for moral support on every occasion." Kropotkin, like Tolstoy, was the inspiration for a long series of communal ventures aiming to combine living with intensive horticulture, and their mostly short lifespans have been intensely studied in retrospect. They offer us little illumination of the nature of the anarchist house, since their initiators were poor and had to make use of whatever buildings were available. But one of these failed ventures in Britain did evoke a very significant comment from Kropotkin. This was the Cliston Hill Free Communist and Cooperative Colony, established on a 20-acre farm near Newcastle upon Tyne in 1895. Its founders wrote to him for advice, and the advice he gave was interesting. He warned the colonists to avoid isolation from the surrounding community. He urged that barrack-like living conditions should be avoided in favor of combined efforts by independent families, and he wrote very sensibly about the situation of women. It was important, he wrote, to do all possible for reducing household work to the lowest minimum. In most communities this point was awfully neglected. The women and the girls remained in the new society as they were in the old slaves of the community. Arrangements to reduce as much as possible the incredible amount of work which women uselessly spend in the rearing up of children, as well as in the household work, are, in my opinion, as essential to the success of the community as the proper arrangements of the fields, the greenhouses, and the agricultural machinery. Even more. But while every community dreams of having the most perfect agricultural or industrial machinery, it seldom pays attention to the squandering of the forces of the house slave, the women. To my mind, this is one of Kropotkin's least known, but most significant statements of an anarchist approach. And it has enormous relevance to any attempt to define the anarchist house. Consider classical house plans, Palladian villas, Italian palazzi, the English Georgian townhouse. They, unlike much modern architecture, were and are infinitely adaptable to innumerable uses, because they did not depend upon the endless variety of technical services, water, gas, electricity, heating systems, and telecommunications that we take for granted today. Instead, all these facilities were provided by human means: slaves, servants, housemaids, washerwomen, messenger boys. You have only to watch the Marriage of Figaro to be reminded of the way in which servants were part of the architecture, the mortar that really held it together. As personal service declined, the designers of buildings continued to give priority to what were known as reception rooms and the significantly named master bedroom but squeezed key service areas, the kitchen, the bathroom, the laundry room, into smaller and smaller areas. The point is well made by the American experimenter Stewart Brand. Readers may remember him as the instigator in the 1960s and 1970s of the Whole Earth Catalog, its imitators in many countries. He has recently re-emerged as the author of a book, How Buildings Learn, What Happens After They're Built, which in many ways can be seen as a manual on the anarchist house. Here he embraces the architectural philosophy of long life, loose fit, low energy, demanding that every building should, from the day it is begun, have the capacity to be endlessly adapted to meet the needs of its users. Many years ago, the anarchist architect Giancarlo De Carlo declared that building users have to attack the building to make it their own, and the phrase that Brand adopts to define his kind of anarchy is wholesome chaos. In an important observation on the way in which this attitude changes our approach to houses, Brand explains that one way to institutionalize wholesome chaos is to disperse significant design power to the individual users of a building while they're using the place. Notice the difference between kitchens designed to be used by powerless servants. They are usually dark, cramped pits, and kitchens used by the heads of a family bright, spacious, centrally located, crammed with conveniences. A building learns much faster than whole organizations. This suggests a bottom-up rather than top-down approach in the building's human hierarchy. What would a building look like and act like if it was designed for easy servicing by the users themselves? Once people are comfortable doing their own maintenance and repair, reshaping comes naturally because they have a hands-on relationship with their space, and they know how to improve it. There are several reasons for anticipating that, while anarchist houses are marginal in the housing economy of the rich world in the 20th century, they will become more significant in the 21st century. I have several reasons for this forecast. The first is the expensive failure of official housing policy in the Western countries. It was constructed around a political notion of nuclear family households. But in Britain, the United States and France, most households today do not fit the statistical norm. The system is not designed for their needs. Alternative communal households are bound to develop. The second reason is the lesson of the poor world and the poor segments of the rich world. The unofficial population of the poor world cities is larger than that of the official city. Whenever poor people can gain access to land and materials, they build dweller-controlled housing which grows and adapts according to need and opportunity. The third reason is the impact of feminism upon housing design. As Kropotkin indicated, half the population has always been excluded from housing decisions, but as Dolores Hayden insists, there has always been an alternative approach, hidden from history. My final reason is the impact of the green movement and of considerations of ecological sustainability. Today, every individual family house has a huge investment in energy-wasting services and equipment with an inbuilt short life. Rational use of power demands durable, energy-saving, and shared equipment. The technical criterion for the anarchist house is long life, loose fit, low energy, but the political demand is the principle of dweller control. Section 4, Work, Leisure, Education, and Play. 1. The factory we never had. 29. As the decades roll by, it becomes more and more evident that the truly creative socialist thinker of the 19th century was not Karl Marx, but William Morris. His most eminent Marxist biographer, the late E.P. Thompson, virtually admitted this when he came to revise his massive volume William Morris, Romantic to Revolutionary. When it first appeared in 1955, critics complained that it was a great Stalinist steamroller, flattening Morris into a cardboard cutout of a card-carrying Communist Party member. Maybe it was that, but it was a great deal more beside, and in his postscript to the later version, Thompson explained that Morris, by 1955, had claimed me. My book was by then, I suppose, already a work of muffled revisionism. The Morris/Marx argument has worked inside me ever since. When in 1956, my disagreements with orthodox Marxism became fully articulate, I fell back on modes of perception which I'd learned in those years of close company with Morris, and I found, perhaps, the will to go on arguing from the pressure of Morris behind me. It was a namesake of his, Paul Thompson, who wrote the best of all accounts of Morris, the work of William Morris, first published in 1967 and reprinted several times since then. What does it matter, he asks, whether Morris was a romantic, an anarchist, a Marxist, or even a crypto-Fabian? The important thing is that he had a worldview of extraordinary richness, which again and again foreshadows our own preoccupations, the destruction by the international economy not just of ancient cultures, but of the natural resources and ecology of the earth itself, the crippling of local independence by spreading centralization and bureaucracy, the stifling of natural creativity and zest for learning of children by institutionalized schooling, the cramming of working people into barrack-like housing. But beyond this relevance, for Paul Thompson there is a special reason for Morris's importance for us, his remarkable anticipation of the problems posed to socialists within a late 20th century consumer society. Socialism was originally the product of the age of the factory, and it bears that mark in its primary focus on work. This is a major reason why socialism has always had a more direct appeal to men than to women, and equally why, with the growth of leisure and a home-centered way of life, its significance to ordinary life has become less and less obvious. But Morris stands alone among major socialist thinkers in being as concerned with housework and the home as with work in the factory. The transformation of both factory and home was equally necessary for the future fulfillment of men and women. Morris wanted everyday life as a whole to become the basic form of creativity, of art. For a socialist, a house, a knife, a cup, a steam engine, must be either a work of art, or a denial of art. Morris's account of a factory as it might be comes from 1884, one of the busiest years of an endlessly busy life. He was writing, week by week in Justice, the organ of the Social Democratic Federation, founded in January of that year, and in December had resigned, with a majority of the executive, to form the Socialist League. But all through that year he was also lecturing in English and Scottish cities and towns with a series of topics, some of which became famous. E.P. Thompson records that the main themes he was offering at this time were useful work versus useless toil, art and labor, misery and the way out, and how we live and how we might live. He explains that these lectures, with great variety of illustration and vigor of expression, followed a similar pattern. First, Morris examined in some fresh and striking manner, the reality of life and labor in capitalist society. Next, he presented by contrast the vision of true society, creative and responsive to beauty, and called his listeners to action in the struggle to achieve this vision. The factory of his vision is a handsome group of buildings, surrounded by gardens, cultivated cooperatively for beauty's sake, which beauty would by no means exclude the raising of useful produce for the sake of livelihood. And he notes that the Nottingham factory hands could give many a hint to professional gardeners. Morris's factory would combine work and leisure with technical education, would have its nursery, school, restaurant, and concert hall. It would be adorned with painting and sculpture. It would be a neighborhood social center and the place where children learned by doing. His account of the factory also refutes those critics who, a century after his death, still dismiss Morris as a medievalist dreamer, and anachronism in the machine age, for he argues that machines of the most ingenious and best approved kinds will be used when necessary, but will be used simply to save human labor, so that the working hours will be reduced to about 4 hours a day. As for the tedium of repetitive work, he observes that the machine tending ought not to require a very long apprenticeship, therefore in no case should any one person be set to run up and down after a machine through all his working hours every day since, apart from the reduction of work time, whatever is burdensome about the factory would be taken turn in turn about, and so distributed, would cease to be a burden, would be, in fact, a kind of rest from the more exciting or artistic work. Here Morris is anticipating the findings of highly paid industrial psychologists a century later. Plenty of us find a repetitive task restful, provided that everyone else shares it and provided that it occupies a short amount of our working day. The whole tragedy of monotonous jobs on the assembly line, whether it is actually a line or a drafty shed where women gut chickens all day for the food processing industry, is that the more hours they can get, the happier they are, simply for the sake of a pathetically small pay packet. So what became of Morris's factory vision? Several industrialists set about creating model factories. 11 years after Morris's essay, George Cadbury moved his chocolate factory to Bourneville outside Birmingham, where, the historian Gillian Darley explains, the factory was surrounded by gardens, where the white-gowned workers could idle by the rose bushes in their lunch breaks, another palliative for the tedium of assembly line work. And even earlier, in 1888, when William Hesketh Lever moved his factory to Port Sunlight, he explained that he wanted his workers to learn that there is more enjoyment in life than the mere going to and returning from work and looking forward to Saturday night to draw their wages. But Gillian Darley quotes a trade unionist's comment that no man of an independent turn of mind could breathe for long in the atmosphere of Port Sunlight. The tradition of the model factory persisted. Studying the lives of two tragic sisters, Alexandra Artley found that their happiest days were the 10 years they worked for Courtaulds Red Scar Rayon Works outside Preston from 1970 to 1980. Going to Courtaulds was like a holiday camp to us. In her book Murder in the Heart, Alexandra Artley drew upon their Morris-like recollections of breakfast at Courtaulds. Here, from the largesse of a good employer, they could choose and eat the most delicious hot subsidized things they were denied at home, the warmth of the vast room with windows steamy against a frosty northern day, committed cooks in absolutely spotless white aprons and caps, and the long, underheated chrome counters, subtly lighting trays of crisply fried bacon, big round sausages, glistening fried eggs, kidneys, golden triangles of fried bread, hot buttery toast, well-grilled tomatoes so sweetly squidgy in the middle, and gallons of hot, sweet tea. Oh, said June, looking back on the vast hungers of youth, the breakfasts at Courtaulds were lovely. This sensual account is a reminder that what made factory work acceptable to millions, apart from the pay packet, were incidentals, like the company of fellow workers, not a concern for the product. But if you travel in Morris's footsteps through industrial Britain in the 1990s, you are overwhelmed by dereliction. Statistically, through the shift of manufacture from Europe and North America to the countries of the Pacific Rim or Latin America, where labor costs are cheaper, the owners of capital have shifted production, while automation and a change in the materials used have made the factory itself obsolete. Capital has achieved its object, which was to eliminate labor. A handful of socially conscious capitalists may have taken notice of Morris's industrial ideal, but have gradually abandoned it because industrial welfare added to the cost of production, by comparison with that of poor countries. And yet another of Morris's demands has been completely lost. He thought that the factory could supply another educational want by showing the general public how its goods are made. This comment anticipated the principle that, generations later, the American anarchist Paul Goodman called the transparency of operation, the idea that we should all be able to understand the functioning of the industrial products we use every day. But every item of electronic equipment in our homes has a label that warns no user-serviceable parts inside. It was Morris's contemporary and friend Peter Kropotkin who added some thoroughly modern contributions to his comments on industrial production. In his study of fields, factories, and workshops of 1899, he gathered a mass of statistical evidence to show that ideologists of both right and left had exaggerated the scale of factory production. Most of our ordinary daily needs were produced in a small workshop economy. And he anticipated the changes in sources of motive power that in the 20th and 21st centuries would make the large factory obsolete. We see this in the obsolescence all around us today. This does not mean that Morris's vision of a factory as it might be has no significance for the future. It simply means that we have failed to achieve the humanization of work that was at the heart of his life's ambition to separate useful work from useless toil. 2. In the sandbox of the city. 30. A sandbox is a place where adults park their children in order to converse, play, or work with a minimum of interference. The adults, having found a distraction for the children, can get on with the serious things of life. There is some reward for the children in all this. The sandbox is given to them as their own turf. Occasionally, fresh sand or toys are put in the sandbox along with an implicit admonition that these things are furnished to minimize the level of noise and nuisance. If the children do become noisy and distract their parents, fresh toys may be brought. If the occupants of the sandbox choose upsides and start bashing each other over the head, the adults will come running, smack the juniors more or less indiscriminately, calm things down and then, perhaps in an act of semi-contrition, bring fresh sand and fresh toys, pat the occupants of the sandbox on the head, and disappear once again into their adult involvement and pursuits. George Sternleep. Nearly 60 years ago Bertolt Brecht wrote a play in the jungle off city, set in the fantastically exotic dream America which was his image of capitalist society. The metaphor gained currency and we have by now become overfamiliar with phrases like the asphalt jungle or the concrete jungle as images of the city. Today they are deceptive. It would be closer to the truth to see the city as a wasteland. Glasgow, declared New Society, could well become the first city to be classified as industrial waste. The economic center of gravity and the demographic focus have moved, permanently, from the inner city. George Sternleib's mordant analogy of the city as sandbox gives a more illuminating picture of the place of the inner city in national preoccupations. Increasingly the inhabitants of the inner city are superfluous people, a drag on the national economy. This is more evident in the United States than in Britain, though there are British cities too which grew at an enormous pace in the 19th century, whose whole economic raison d'etre has collapsed, and which can never recover either the industry or the population they sustained, after a fashion, in those days. Government programs with a bewildering series of initials follow each other in rapid succession, as fresh sops to, or fresh toys for, the inner city. Ebenezer Howard was convinced that the biggest single factor that stood in the way of the humane redevelopment of the inner city was the price of urban land, and that once the city has been demagnetized by outward migration, the monopoly value of inner city land would burst. For a number of reasons it hasn't happened that way. Roger Starr, the housing administrator for New York, told me of his mystification at the way land retained its price long after it had lost its value. In Britain there is what can only be called a capitalist plot, to which the government is a party, to keep up the price of urban land, simply because in the speculative paradise of the property boom in the 1960s institutional investors, like the great insurance and pension funds, invested so heavily in property shares. What has this to do with the environmental education of the urban child? Simply that it is only when the thousands of acres of derelict inner city land in every British city are valued as the derelict land that they really are, that ordinary people's aspirations for housing at humane densities, for domestic and public open space, for low-rent premises for small businesses, and for all those activities which are the very essence of urban civilization but show a low rate of return on capital invested, can be realized. The extent of the wastelands of the cities is demonstrated in a new and well-illustrated report from the Civic Trust. The potential of just a little of this land which is too valuable to be used, is indicated in Make Waste Space Play Space, a new action handbook issued by the Fair Play for Children campaign. Most of the environmental policies which would improve the lives of children in our cities would benefit adults too. In particular, everything that would make the city a more tolerable place for the old, would make it more enjoyable for the young. The German writer Alexander Mitscherlich remarks that the anthropologist cannot get over the fact that the commercially oriented planning of our cities is clearly aimed at one age group only, working adults, and even then inadequately enough. How a child is to become a working adult seems to be a negligible factor. The world of the child is a sphere of the socially weak, and is ruthlessly manipulated. His comment points to an important distinction. Do we want to provide for the child as a special kind of person or as someone who is becoming an adult? There is a pendulum in the philosophy of child rearing that swings between these two views. There are cities in the world with a terrifying absence of the reverence we feel we owe to the child, but there are also cities where we make it incredibly difficult for the child to enter a world of adult freedom and responsibility. In the cities of the West we get in some ways the worst of both worlds. We no longer cow our children into submission, in fact we indulge them as consumers, with the powerful aid of the advertising industry, but we fail to induct them into a world of adult decision-making, perhaps just because as adults we have delegated to others the habit of deciding. Watch the scrimmage at the bus stop when the city child comes out of school, interview tenants on a housing estate terrorized by its children, learn that the annual cost of vandalism in England, Scotland, and Wales is, At a minimum estimate, well over £114 million, and you will be in no doubt that the city has failed its children. It fails to awaken their loyalty and pride. It fails to offer legitimate adventures. Jane Addams, an astute urban reformer of 70 years ago, observed the inveterate demand of youth that life shall offer a large measure of excitement, and she asked whether we oughtn't to assume that this love of excitement, this desire for adventure is basic and will be evinced by each generation of city boys as a challenge to their elders. It is certainly a challenge in the form of the manufactured excitements to which they respond and which they themselves, when interviewed by earnest students of sociology, usually attribute to boredom. The modern city, in Jane Addams' view, failed to cater for the insatiable desire for play, whereas the classical city had promoted play with careful solicitude and the medieval city held tourneys, pageants, dances, and festivals. To advocate more circuses really is to recognize the city's function as a sandbox, but for the young, if the whole city is not their playground, what else is it? There is an urgent need for a modern equivalent of the rituals of a calendar of excitement provided in the cities of traditional society. But the very fact that, looking for a means of providing excitement and adventure, we have to settle for ideas about carnivals and festivals, is a measure of the extent to which we have drained both these characteristics out of ordinary urban life. In the United States, the playground enthusiasts, environmental educators, and landscape architects with a concern for the needs of the urban child, keep up with each other through a valuable newsletter called Childhood City, and it is tempting to adopt the words as a campaigning slogan. But we don't want a childhood city so much as a city where children live in the real world. If we seek a shared city, rather than a city where unwanted patches are set aside to contain children and their activities, our priorities are not quite the same as those of the Crusaders for the child. We already have enormous expertise and a mountain of research on the appropriate provision of parks and play spaces for use by children of different ages, but the ultimate truth is that children play anywhere and everywhere. Because some bit of the city is designated as a play space on a plan, there is no guarantee that it will be used as such, nor that other areas will not be. If the claim of children to share the city is admitted, the whole environment has to be designed and shaped with their needs in mind, just as we are beginning to accept that the needs of the disabled should be accepted as a design factor. I can think of no city that admits the claim of children, though I can think of many which seem deliberately designed to exclude them. How can a child use, for example, central Birmingham? Every step the city takes to reduce the dominance of motor traffic makes the city more accessible to the child. It also makes life more tolerable for every other citizen. At what particular age do we cease to think of our city children as cute and begin to think of them as a social menace? Most people's recollections of childhood include some moment in some context when their pride and self-esteem were lifted by the fact that they were being treated as though they were not children. They rose to the occasion. Rather than throw in a few playthings, shouldn't we help them climb out of the sandbox and into the city? 3 Pioneer Camps 31. It is just enough to mention the subject of holiday camps to bring on a knowing grin. Like the seaside landlady, the saucy postcard and the garish kiosks along the front, holiday camps are part of a rich and colorful folklore of the seaside holiday. But is there anything more to holiday camps than this? We have been drawn to the subject because we believe there is a wider story to tell. The era of the holiday camp, dating from the end of the last century, is also an era of radical social change. Looking back on this era, we may find that holiday camps tell us something of these broader changes. 4 themes in particular have interested us. The first is that in terms of their enduring popularity in the 20th century, holiday camps merit attention as an institution in their own right. Since the turn of the century, literary millions have poured through the camp gates for a week or two of communal living. This annual process is itself a story worth telling. A second theme is to probe the motives for providing holiday camps in the first place. These motives are interesting in themselves but also reveal some of the wider conflicts of interest that characterize the present century. Inevitably, Commercial motives loom large, and modern camps catering for thousands of visitors at any one time are linked exclusively with the profit-making side of the leisure industry. Commercialism, however, offers only a partial explanation of camps in general. Educational ideas, trade unions, and welfare considerations, the cult of the outdoor life, and political utopianism have all played their part. Another source of interest lies in the planning and design of holiday camps. What we find is that this process is entangled within the wider concerns of an environmental lobby and of an emergent planning system. Camps were seen to pose both a threat and an opportunity. They were a threat in the sense that here was yet another source of development in a coast or countryside setting that was already under immense pressure. And yet, there was also a sense of opportunity, for no matter what went on within the camp compounds, the fact was that it could all be contained. Perhaps, too, the new buildings could even be well designed. As such, the evolution of holiday camps is part of a broader history of planning and architectural control. The pioneer camps. Well before the large commercial camps arrived on the scene in the 1930s, there was already a generation of holiday camps with a head start. These were, in the words of their devotees, the genuine holiday camps, or as they were also known, the pioneer camps. In the latter half of the 1930s, commercial camps and pioneer camps lived side by side, each drawing on their own sectors of an expanding holiday market, yet beyond sharing common classification as holiday camps, the two types of venture were worlds apart. The new commercial camps were on an altogether different scale, catering for thousands rather than hundreds. Investment and organization reflected a corporate pursuit of profits, capitalizing on the fact that each year more people were taking holidays away from home. Huge white-painted concrete buildings with bright neon lights and tropical blue-lined swimming pools offered excitement and glamour for thousands who had been seduced by Hollywood on the screen and who had seen pictures of high living on the luxury transatlantic liners, but for whom Skegness and Clacton marked the practical limits of their journeys into fantasy. For these the new camps hit just the right note. And over time it was the commercial camps which wrested the initiative from their forerunners to set the pace and image for post-1945 developments. Yet the original holiday camps were not to give ground easily. Theirs was a world that sought to turn away from the trappings of mass commercialism in search of the simpler qualities of fresh air, wholesome cooking, and good, clean fun. It was an ideal that was closer to the more general pursuit of camping under canvas than to that of new developments in holiday camps. For a couple of years the pioneers had their own magazine, Holiday Camp Review. It was a cheerful, optimistic magazine, rooted in the belief that the holiday camp movement has come to stay, is destined to spread its influence far wider and even more rapidly than it has done during the past few years. In its columns it expressed the spirit of what had by the end of the 1930s become something of a cult in itself, an offshoot of earlier, more broadly based movements in pursuit of the simple life, a return to the land and cooperation rather than competition. The whole emphasis was on community rather than commerce. These were broad principles, subscribed to by varied sources. Pioneer camps were sometimes simply family ventures, modest in scale and offering plenty of fun at reasonable charges. In other instances, camps were sponsored by organizations for their members. They, too, were offering relaxing holidays in convivial surroundings, though sometimes with a dose of education and self-improvement to enrich the experience. Local authorities, cooperative societies, trade unions, and special interest groups shared a common interest in the holiday camp as a new and challenging dimension to their activities. All the signs are that the pioneer camps were popular places. Each year more people spent their holiday in a camp. Fresh investments were made throughout the 1930s, and campers themselves were keen to tell the world of the wonders of a holiday in camp. But, in a growing market for holidays, the early camps, generally small-scale and often run as family businesses, came under increasing competition from the much larger, mass camps. The pioneers responded, not by trying to emulate the newcomers, but by championing their own special qualities. Above all, the true camp spirit was something they claimed was theirs alone. The larger enterprises had appropriated the name holiday camp, but there the similarity ended. They were, in reality, nothing less than holiday towns masquerading as holiday camps. At times the criticism of the new camps became quite vitriolic. Concentration camps was the heading of one diatribe, which then went on to describe them as the negation of everything that holiday camps have hitherto stood for. More, they are a definite menace to the future of genuine camps. High-powered publicity allied to a Woolworth technique may temporarily add enormously to the population of mass camps. In the long run it must pervert the principles of holiday camps and destroy the camp spirit. Visitors to the new camps were measured in thousands, 5,000 weekly at Skegness for instance, but the pioneer campers were less than impressed. Some looked back nostalgically to the real pioneering days of tents and oil lamps. Those who liked the pioneer camps invariably spurned the regimentation that went with the larger numbers. Typical was the comment of one camper who spent 51 weeks working in a factory. During the remaining week I like to escape from a factory, even though it is by the seashore. In Holiday Camp Review, the case for the pioneer camps was put by a group of journalists who have tasted the joys of camp holidays and want others to do the same. Write to us, they asked, not as impersonal scribes in distant Fleet Street, but as, say, Jimmy, Harry or Bill, Peggy, Dorothy or Grace of Hut 16, 60 or 90. Their aims were to keep holiday campers in touch with one another and also to widen the circle and generally to spread the benefits of the true camp spirit. They were also at pains to respond to critics of the movement, some who saw their own holiday businesses under threat from the growing popularity of the camps, and others who tarred the movement with accusations of widespread immorality and substandard conditions that were a threat to public health. As well as the campers' own magazine, there was also a formal organization, the National Federation of Permanent Holiday Camps, to further the cause. The federation had its roots in an association of holiday camps in Norfolk and Suffolk that was formed in 1933. 2 years later, in 1935, the National Federation was established with the aim of guaranteeing basic standards of food, comfort, accommodation, conduct and amenities in its camps. In an attempt to shake off an image of primitive camps, eligibility to join the federation depended on meeting certain requirements. Most of the accommodation had to be permanent, with an acceptable water supply and sanitary system. Dining and dance halls had to be large enough for the size of the camp, kitchens were required to be open to inspection, and unseemly conduct by visitors was not to be tolerated. The day of simplicity for its own sake was already over. Pioneer camps were coming of age. We want every reader to send us a postcard for our beautifully illustrated booklet describing Potters, Hopton Beach Camp, Hopton-on-Sea, GT, Yarmouth. On the very seafront. The camp with brick main build, ings and brick chalets with running water. New brick sun lounge with handsome claygate fireplace, lavishly furnished with expensive carpets and 40 modem easy chairs. The luxury camp with moderate charges and a fine camp spirit. Accommodation 300. Telephone, Blundeston 45. The real pioneers. What shall it profit a camper if he gain the service of a grand hotel and lose the easy camaraderie which made a holiday camp so refreshingly different from anywhere else? View of Correspondent to Holiday Camp Review, Volume 2, Number 1, May 1939. Pride of place for the first holiday camp goes to the Cunningham Camp on the Isle of Man, from as early as 1894, starting life in tented accommodation and remaining throughout an all-male camp. Mixed and family camps emerged some 10 years later, amongst the first of these being Harson's Camp at Pensarn in North Wales and the camp at Otley Shevin on the Yorkshire moors. These were the real pioneering days, when a rough wooden hut served as the common room for the campers who lived in tents and did most of the camp work themselves. We prepared vegetables, laid tables, served meals, did the washing up, and looked after our tents and their contents. Chores were meticulously shared out. First business on arrival was to appoint the daily committees. Each camp, young or old, served one day on the committee and helped in practically all the essential work on the camp apart from cooking. For the evening concert or camp sing-song, a swinging oil lamp provided dim illumination in the common room. We stepped up one when the tents were given boarded floors. The advance from camp beds to regular bedsteads made us marvel at our good fortune, and when the first huts were introduced we could scarcely believe that such magnificence was possible for the money we paid. Also in the early years of this century, J. Fletcher opened a holiday camp at Kester-on-Sea, on the east coast a few miles north of Great Yarmouth. In its later advertisements, the Kester camp was to claim that it was the oldest established camp and also that it was the only camp with its own railway station. It was followed, especially after the First World War, with a succession of new camps, starting in 1920 with Potter's Camp at Hemsby in Norfolk. These were invariably small-scale family ventures, and Pa Potter's Camp was typical. Inspired by visits to Kester, Potter set about raising capital through competitions in newspapers. With £950 from that source, he joined with his brother on demobilization to start his first camp at Hemsby. From there he moved down the coast to a new site at Hopton-on-Sea in 1925 and then, 8 years later, in 1933 opened nearby his famous Potter's Hopton Beach Camp, complete with all mod cons. Gone are the days of candlelit huts. They have given place to brick veranda chalets with electric light and modern toilet conveniences. In spite of the obvious improvements in the material well-being of the camp, Potter retained happy memories of the real camp spirit which abounded in the pioneer days. He was looking back nostalgically to the days when white American cloth was considered a luxury table cover, and the few camps then in existence did a roaring trade on Saturday evenings with their penny candles which lit the sleeping quarters. Loud cheers used to proclaim my arrival with the pressure oil lamp which cast a dim religious light over the bare tables of the common room after supper had been served. Typically, the pioneer proprietors liked to be seen as characters. As well as Fletcher and Pa Potter, there was Matty Mattieson of Hemsby and Littlestone, and the jovial G.A. of Bramble Chins. Invariably they took an active part in the life of their camp, organizing games and competitions, getting to know their visitors, and generally keeping a watchful eye on what went on. It was a paternalistic role with utilitarian aims, pulling together in a spirit of cooperation and goodwill, to the one common end so that the greatest number of campers can get the maximum amount of happiness. Still in operation today, and typical of the cheap and simple holiday camps of the interwar years, is Golden Sands, at Vorid, Rhyl. It was started in 1933 by Arthur Jones, formerly of the Merchant Navy, who had a timber yard in the town. It had both one-room chalets and tents as well as a vast pavilion, built entirely of wood, for dining and entertainments. The 20-acre site, bought from a local farmer, was by the sea, right on the beach as its slogans proclaimed. So that the name could be seen from the road, it was carried on letters 6 feet high held by 60-foot poles, and Mr. Jones, the founder, was able to climb to the top of these poles without aids of any kind, a skill he had learned as a cadet in sailing ships. The camp was immediately successful, and in 1937 the Golden Sands Chorus, written by two campers from Birmingham and Sheffield, was broadcast by the BBC and relayed to the Empire. The words were, "Back to the Golden Sands. Campers have congregated. Back to the Golden Sands. Well worth the year we've waited. There's lots of girls and boys. The skies are always sunny. We are right on the beach. Rhyl is within our reach. Back to the Golden Sands." By 1939, when Mr. Jones's business was on its feet, the war brought an end to the annual holiday. The pavilion was used as a factory for making anti-gas capes, but the camp itself was not requisitioned for military use as the drains were not considered capable of coping, so it continued to be used to provide short breaks for people from Liverpool. A communal cookhouse was equipped with rows of gas rings. After the war, the founder was joined by his son-in-law, Victor Dodd, who has seen generations of the same families returning year after year. The Golden Sands publicity is disarmingly honest. Our chalets continue to be very well booked year after year. We ourselves feel they are somewhat dated, but they are well maintained and easy on the pocket. Another aspect of Golden Sands links the holiday camp with the caravan sites that proliferate on the North Wales coast. In the 1930s, plots on the site were rented to people who wanted a seaside caravan but who also wanted to use the facilities of the holiday camp. At the same time, a camp was developed on the other side of RHYL, on a seaside site of 34 acres on the road to Presteighton. The owner was a Mr. Hargreaves from Nottingham who began by renting bell tents, and then employing out-of-work men from Liverpool to build 3-room chalets, as well as renting caravan plots. The Robin Hood camp now belongs to Golden Sands. All its chalets and caravans are privately owned, and all bookings arranged between the owners and campers, as with the caravans at Golden Sands itself. The RHYL Urban District Council obtained a private Act of Parliament to control camps, which are licensed from Easter to October. Standards of accommodation and the rules for lettings are closely supervised by the camp proprietors. Any owner who does not look after your interests doesn't last long at Robin Hood, they claim in their advice to campers. Just as it was difficult in the 1930s to make a hard and fast distinction between holiday camps and caravan sites, so it was not easy to distinguish between organized holiday camps and colonies of individually owned holiday chalets, like the bungalow town of Shoreham Beach in Sussex, or like Jaywick Sands on the Essex coast, which we have described elsewhere, with its permanent carnival atmosphere. Collie's camp at Withornsea on Humberside is typical of many such seaside plotlands. Mr. Collie Sr. started the camp in 1932, using unemployed joiners from Hull to build 35 chalets of timber, clad with matchboarding, asbestos cement sheeting on timber framing. The price of a chalet was £75. An adjoining site with 25 plots, called Kenwood's Camp, was bought by the present Mr. Collie in 1966. The Public Health Act of 1936 was used to prevent permanent occupation by limiting the period of use to the period between March 1 and October 31 each year. Most of the owners come from the Sheffield and Doncaster areas. A recent visitor concluded that even on a rainy day the place has a delightful atmosphere and the feeling of a backwater is emphasized by its concealed entrance. The bright colors, neat gardens, and painted fences make a gentle and poetic image in stark contrast to the alien atmosphere of the nearby modern chalet and caravan camps with rows of identical and impersonal units. Most of the early camps were on the coast, offering a popular blend of sea air and camp jollities. A few, however, took advantage of an inland site, like the Robinson Crusoe Club and Holiday Camp in Berkshire, which used its woodland setting to create an image as the camp that is different. Chalets were built in the trees and, as well as the usual range of camp activities in the happy company of campers, Robinson Crusoe offered the unusual quality of solitude and an opportunity to retire to bed to the song of the nightingale. As well as the private entrepreneurs, the Holiday Fellowship also made its mark in developing the early camps. A non-profit making organization formed in 1913 to provide healthy holidays, and to encourage love of the open air, the fellowship promoted holiday centers as well as camps. Of the latter, holiday camps were initially seen as a way of offering cheap holidays for parties of children, though later there were camps for families as well. Family camps later in the 1930s could boast superior accommodation for those who could afford it. At Kessingland in 1938 a family could be housed in wooden blocks of bedrooms for £43/60 each. There was also an option of cheaper garden huts and sheds, for which great delight has been expressed by families. In the true spirit of camping, guests were expected to keep their bedrooms and tents tidy and to take their turn at waiting at table. The prospect of cheap, healthy holidays encouraged other organizations to launch their own schemes. Towards the end of the 1930s the National Fitness Campaign was active in spreading the word about holiday camps and also had plans of its own. In 1938 a scheme was announced in which the campaign was to sponsor a camp on the Lincolnshire coast, with the work to be carried out by Mablethorpe Council. The intention was to subdivide the 60-acre site into 8 sections, each of which would receive poorer people from 8 counties in the Midlands and East Anglia. It was one of a number of plans that was foiled by the start of the Second World War, after which the holiday camp movement was to take a decidedly different direction. Children in camp. Summer camp is a hallowed North American tradition. For close to 125 years, large numbers of young Americans between the ages of 6 and 18 have set off each summer for their annual rest from tiresome parents. Parents over the years have had their own reasons for forking out the camp fees. This year, between June and August, some 4 million young Americans are expected to sign in at more than 10,000 summer camps across the country. The Economist, June 30, 1984. Since the very first British holiday camp grew out of the effort to provide a summer camp for poor Liverpool boys, and since bodies like the Scouts and the Boys Brigade were pioneers of organized camping, it is very surprising that children's camps on the American pattern have not developed here on anything like the transatlantic scale. There, summer camps are part of the folklore of growing up in America. They have inspired several minor literary classics, was founded as recently as 1957, when its founder, Peter Gordon Lawrence, first took canoe camping expeditions down the River Wye in Herefordshire. Like its even more recent imitators running computer camps, it depends heavily on using preparatory and public schools during the summer holidays. All these initiatives have catered for middle-class children at middle-class prices, but there have always been those who, true to the origins of the holiday camp movement, have pressed for an extension of their use for poor urban children. Apart from the work of the Holiday Fellowship and the pioneer work of the uniformed youth organizations, the propagandists for children's holiday camps earlier in the century frequently turned to the progressive example of the Scandinavian countries. In an article in 1927, For England's Sake and the Children's, the author pointed to the growth of holiday camps in Denmark for children from the towns. Initiated in 1903 with the support of municipal corporations, trade unions, newspaper appeals for funds, and the state railway which carried the children free to the camps, the system had grown to the extent of accommodating some 6,000 children in the year of the article. The camp system itself grew out of a longer tradition of sending children into the country, not simply to fill their lungs with fresh air but also to absorb some of the solid qualities and uncomplicated values of peasant life. Health and patriotism were intertwined, and that, claimed the author, was why a comparable system of holiday camps was essential. England has no use for little old men and women, while of sturdy, hardy boys and girls she can never have too many. And the great majority of our little East Enders might be turned into staunch patriots, in time, if only they were caught early enough, and enough trouble was taken. By the end of the 1930s, some progress had been made in providing camps for children, but the system was by no means as widespread nor as well organized as it had already become in North America and Northern Europe. In addition to Denmark, the examples of Sweden, Germany, and Poland were often cited. Reminiscing in the House of Commons, Philip Noel Baker recalled how one of his most vivid memories remained that of going to the Stockholm Olympics in 1912 and being taken to a school camp in a forest outside the capital. It was something in which he regarded that Britain had been far outstripped. Apart from limited examples of therapeutic camps, the main thrust in Britain had come from welfare organizations and education authorities which had established school camps for their children. Where this had been done, the record was encouraging, and initiatives date back in most cases to the beginning of the 1930s, and in some cases even before. The Education Department of Glasgow Corporation, for instance, set up a necessitous children's holiday camp fund and made 15 films for fundraising purposes to be shown in Scottish cinemas, illustrating the benefits that camp life gave to poor city children. In 1928 it provided holidays for 6,000 Glasgow children in 10 locations by the sea and in the country. Of the welfare organizations, the National Council of Social Service made an important contribution. Through grants from the Commissioner for the Special Areas, the Council had been involved with setting up and maintaining 16 school camps in the north of England and South Wales. Between 1935 and 1939 over 141,000 children spent a fortnight's holiday in one of these camps. Reviewing the role of education authorities in 1939, the Chief Education Officer for Birmingham, for instance, used the evidence of 25,000 elementary school children to exhort counselors to extend the practice. He pointed to a discernible gain in health and physique amongst children from the city who consumed the regular meals, fresh air, and sleep with voracious appetites. For many of the children, a stay in a camp was their first visit to the country, and although at first the children were inclined to be undisciplined, and sometimes even frightened by the loneliness of the countryside after the busy hustle of town life, they quickly settled down and were really happy. By 1939 there were some 20 school camps in England and Wales provided by education authorities. About half the camps catered for undernourished and weakly children at no charge to their parents. The other camps were intended for use by children with no particular problems, who were simply offered the chance of doing their normal school work for a week or two in healthy surroundings. Parents contributed to costs according to their means, the average payment being between 2s.6d and 7s weekly. The success of school camps encouraged the view that the children of every education authority should enjoy this type of facility. At an exhibition at the Housing Center in 1939, the planning and provision of school camps was one of the topics on display. Amidst talk of mass evacuations and impending war, the idea of school camps was couched in terms of the very health of the nation. Indeed, it was argued, not only would it contribute to a healthier population, but children would grow up with a better attitude to life in general and with a more responsible approach to the countryside in particular. Camps for the workers. The development of large-scale holiday services by private enterprise has been rapid and successful during recent years, and more particularly during the last 2 years. Our members and their families have made this development possible. It is their savings that are pouring into the pockets of the owners of the modern luxury camps and similar services. The members of the cooperative movement and their families represent 1/2 of the population, and, if one may assume a similar proportion of holiday makers and holiday makers to be, one can see at once the tremendous possibilities of cooperative holiday catering. There is no reason to believe that, properly undertaken, the movement within a very short time could not capture 30% of the present holiday camp business. John Corina, May 26, 1938. A key element in the development of pioneer holiday camps is the contribution of workers' organizations set up specifically for the purpose of promoting holiday camps or, more generally, as part of the cooperative and trade union movement. The attraction of holiday camps to this type of movement is twofold, serving both welfare objectives and, at the same time, encouraging communal activity and a spirit of camaraderie. The first cooperative holiday camp was started by the United Cooperative Baking Society at Roseland, on Canada Hill, overlooking Rothsay Bay, and lasted from 1911 to 1974. The society had begun a holiday club in 1899 and in 1908 had sent 25 young people to the YMCA camp at Ardgoyle. John Dewar, president of the Renfrewshire Cooperative Conference Association, was keen on camping because of his annual experience with the volunteers, and his propaganda for a co-op camp was supported by another Renfrew cooperator, John Petore, who had been converted through a visit to the Cunningham camp at Douglas. Spend your holiday at Rothsay Inn. Roseland Summer Camp. Open May till September. On the breezy upland of Canada Hill, Rothsay. The most attractive holiday resort in Scotland. The camp adjoins the golf course and overlooks the bay. The bay poet sings of. When the mist creeps o'er the Cumbraes, and Arran peaks are grey, and the great black hills like sleeping kings sit gran roon Rothsay Bay. The accommodation is all that could be desired, the company is good, the menu liberal. Terms and other particulars from Camp. United Cooperative Baking Society Ltd. 12, McNeill Street, Glasgow, CS. A site was found on the Ayrshire coast, but the tenant farmer's landlord stepped in to veto the proposal. Then the little farm of Rosedale came on the market. The committee thought that to purchase it was too bold a step and decided to lease the site for 6 months only. Thai staff were accommodated in the farmhouse, the campers in bell tents with their meals served in a large marquee. They were unanimous in their praise of the beautiful situation, privacy, and perfect catering, and the farm was bought for £600. The following summer showed that the water supply was inadequate in dry weather, but also that in wet weather something more impervious to rain than a marquee was desirable for the gatherings of campers. To put both defects right, the committee sought a loan of £1,000 on the security of the property, and before opening in 1913 had erected both a water tank and a dining hall to cater for several hundred campers. At the same time they urged the Baking Society to take it over as a going concern. They explained to the directors of the Baking Society that they were not taking this step because they disbelieved in its success, but solely on the ground that they considered dual control was not good for discipline and did not make for good management. After the First World War, improvements were made, and chalets built. It held 400 people and was very popular among Scottish co-op members for decades. The Baking Society was finally merged with the Scottish Cooperative Wholesale Society and, in turn, in 1973 with the Cooperative Wholesale Society. It was this latter body which decided to close the camp at the end of the 1974 season, to the regret of those veterans who remembered the days when the 7-acre hillside site, next to Rothsay Golf Course, was covered in the summer and autumn months with picturesque pyramids of white canvas. It has always been one of the principles of the cooperative movement that a certain proportion of trading surpluses should be set aside for education, and it was the education committees of cooperative societies that sought to promote holidays for members. In 1893 a congregational minister in Caen, Lancashire started the Cooperative Holidays Association, of which the Holiday Fellowship was an eventual offshoot. Around the period of the First World War the Cooperative Wholesale Society ran an inland holiday camp on one of its farms outside Manchester, and various retail societies, in their long history, sought to follow the example of the Scots in venturing into the field of holiday camps. Apart from the Roseland Camp, the most durable cooperative camp was the one established by the Coventry Cooperative Society at Vorrid, Kinmel Bay, near Rhyl. It had its origins in 1929, when a small party of cooperators spent their whitsun under canvas in the Peak District. One of the campers, Tom Snowdon, urged the Society's education secretary to find a permanent site for annual camps, and part of a field near the seashore was rented. The equipment for the first camp in 1930 consisted of 6 sleeping huts, an old railway coach and an ex-army hut, 24 square tents and some old bell tents. In July it was announced that no accommodation is available for the last week in July and the first 2 weeks in August. The bookings for these periods have passed our expectations, and only go to prove that the Education Committee was fully justified in its experiment. In Coventry, as in most of the country, the last week in July was holiday week, so that the August bank holiday could be tacked on. People queued in February outside the Coventry Co-op offices to win a place in the ballot for that week. The immense popularity of the camp enabled the Education Committee to persuade the Management Committee to buy the whole of the field and to build about 60 chalets, as well as providing space for campers to pitch their tents. Campers made their own meals with Primus stoves, pans, and crockery provided. The Rhyl Cooperative Society operated a shop with the dividend credited to the Sports and Entertainment Fund. The camp was run on a non-profit basis from the Education Committee's share of trading surpluses in Coventry and its education grant from the Cooperative Wholesale Society.